Dear student, do not act impulsively, I implore you. You are still young. With a long future ahead, do not sacrifice your path for an ephemeral love. Listen to my advice, please come down, so we can have a proper conversation. Indeed, do come down. I am retiring this year, and if you were to jump, it would significantly diminish my pension. On the rooftop of the main teaching building at Qingbei University, several police officers and the school's dean, Zheng Haifeng, were in a state of anxious urgency, desperately trying to dissuade Lin Cheng, who was perched at the edge of the roof, contemplating suicide. Below, a fire truck and an ambulance stood ready. With paramedics poised with a stretcher, a few firefighters were hastily setting up an inflatable air mattress, which slowly inflated under the force of several powerful blowers. This moment. A throng of curious students had gathered below, many wielding their phones, eager to capture the unfolding drama. Among them was a popular student who had initiated a live stream, sharing the spectacle with his online followers. Remarkable, dear followers, a fellow student is about to leap for love. If we reach 100,000 likes, it'll incite him to jump. This influencer was seizing the moment, unhesitatingly profiting from the situation. Stay back, do not approach. If you come any closer, I will jump. My demands are simple. Summon Gu Xiu away. If she does not arrive, I will leap. I will give you 1 hour if she has not come by then. Prepare to collect my remains. Lin Cheng stood at the precipice of the rooftop, shouting toward the distant police and Dean Zheng, mimicking a leap to frighten the onlookers. However, beneath his frantic facade, Lin Cheng was experiencing a profound sense of discomfort. As he anticipated, the situation escalated. Despite being on the rooftop and shouting his intent to jump, Lin Cheng had no real intention of doing so. The uproar he had created was merely a means to fulfill a system task. A month prior, Lin Cheng had traversed into this world known as Blue Star, seizing the body of a university student who shared his name. The system had issued him his inaugural mission, to successfully confess his love to the campus belle, Gu Shuwei, and elicit her to utter the words, "I agree." To achieve this, he needed to elevate Gu Zuwei's affection level to a perfect 100. Gu Shuwei, a radiant figure at Qingbei University, was the dream of countless men. She resembled a high-altitude flower, an icy beauty, perpetually out of reach. In his quest to win her heart, Lin Cheng had expended considerable effort over the past month. He anonymously sent the first cup of milk tea of summer, only to have it rejected, ultimately benefiting the delivery person. While Gu Zuwei's affection dropped by 10, he anonymously sent a confession text, receiving a get lost in return, with affection plummeting by another 10 that he anonymously posted a love letter on the school's confession wall, resulting in a further decrease of 10, alongside a barrage of insults from the love-struck army. Through Lin Cheng's endeavors, Gu Zuwei's affection for him had dwindled to an abysmal negative 250. The target of 100 seemed increasingly distant. Compounding the dilemma was the rapidly approaching deadline. Yet at that moment, Lin Cheng conceived a clever plan. The system's task required Gu Shuwei to agree to his confession, but it did not stipulate that she must genuinely develop feelings for him, nor that he had to elevate her affection. To 100 as long as Gu Shuwei acquiesced to his confession, the task would be deemed complete, with the method left unregulated by the system. Thus, he could employ more forceful tactics, such as moral coercion, to compel Gu Shuwei to accept his confession. This was, in essence, exploiting a loophole in the system. After much contemplation, Lin Cheng concluded that threatening to jump was a viable option. If you do not accept my confession, I will leap. This was indeed a high-level form of moral coercion. Hence, Lin Cheng found himself on the edge of the rooftop today. For safety's sake, he had chosen a building with only 4 stories, ensuring that even should he fall, he would likely sustain injuries rather than death. However, he did not anticipate that the situation would spiral so out of control, wasting numerous societal resources. He surmised that even if his confession succeeded, he would likely face detention for half a month. 59:34. Gazing at the system interface's countdown, Lin Cheng's guilt dissipated entirely. In his current predicament, he resolved to embrace the chaos. After all, enduring half a month in confinement was far preferable to a mere inch of lost hope. Where is Gu Shuwei? Is she not here yet? Hurry up, my time is limited, Lin Cheng urged. She's coming, she's coming. As Lin Cheng spoke, an anxious voice rang out. Soon, Gu Shuwei, reluctantly propelled by the teachers, ascended to the rooftop with an unwilling expression. Gu Shuwei, you have finally arrived. Please persuade this desperate student. Upon seeing Gu Shuwei, Dean Zheng Haifeng was overwhelmed with emotion, urging her to talk Lin Cheng down. There is no need for such formality. Simply agreeing to my confession will suffice, Lin Cheng interjected. I refuse. To everyone's astonishment, Gu Shuwei directly rejected Lin Cheng's request. What do you mean you refuse? He is on the brink of suicide. You cannot stand idly by, Dean Zheng exclaimed in alarm. Indeed, you need not genuinely date him, merely feign acceptance to coax him down, and leave the rest to us, a police officer added. Yet Gu Shuwei continued to shake her head. And what happens after I trick him down? If he discovers the ruse, his despair will deepen, and he might attempt to jump again. I can deceive him once, but not a second time. Hey, you all are conspiring rather loudly. I can't hear you, Lin Cheng remarked, exasperated. However, Gu Shuwei remained unperturbed by Lin Cheng's plight, continuing her discussion. Furthermore, if I acquiesce today, I fear many of my admirers will imitate his actions, threatening me with their own jumps that would only complicate matters further. To prevent you from dealing with such trivial cases daily, it would be wiser to set an example. While Gu Shuwei's reasoning may seem egotistical, it was not unfounded, a truth Lin Cheng could not deny. She had countless admirers at school, and although his act was a mere pretense, it could inspire fervent individuals to genuinely threaten to jump. However, Lin Cheng was taken aback by Gu Shuwei's complete lack of pretense. Should one label her as cold-hearted or refreshingly clear-headed? Regardless, Lin Cheng held no disdain for either characterization. In summary, deceiving him is not a prudent solution and may even have adverse effects. Rather than employing such superficial measures, it would be better to allow him to jump. Gu Shuwei maintained her frosty demeanor as she spoke. Faced with Gu Shuwei's logical reasoning, Dean Zheng found himself at a loss for words. I have conveyed all I wish to say. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Gu Shuwei declared, turning to depart. Wait. Seeing his target about to leave, Lin Cheng panicked. If he could not elicit the words I agree from Gu Shuwei, his fate would be sealed. Will not leave. Just yet we are in the midst of negotiations, and my terms are indeed flexible, Lin Cheng implored earnestly. I understand that asking you to be my girlfriend poses a significant challenge for you. Therefore, allow me to lower my expectations. Lin Cheng continued that I do not require you to be my girlfriend. All I ask is for you to accept my confession. Not being a girlfriend, yet agreeing to the confession? What does that entail? Gu Shuwei found herself perplexed by Lin Cheng's words. Noticing a shift in Gu Shuwei's demeanor, Lin Cheng felt invigorated. In essence, I will confess to you shortly, proposing that you become my girlfriend. And all you need to do is respond with the words, I am willing. If you can accomplish that, I shall descend from this place and guarantee that I will not disturb you again. You will be rid of a troublesome suitor, and I will preserve my life. It seems a mutually beneficial arrangement. Lin Cheng articulated this in one breath, keenly observing Gu Shuwei's reaction. Chapter 2. I really don't want to jump off the building. It feels rather troublesome. It would be much simpler if you jumped instead. Lin Cheng's words did not entirely persuade Gu Shuwei, who was still wavering over whether to accept his proposal. What's so troublesome about it? It's merely 3 words. Even if your response lacks sincerity and emotion, it doesn't matter. Lin Cheng continued to lower his standards. Gu Shuwei, he has expressed himself so clearly. Just agree to him. Zheng Haifeng chimed in, suggesting that if Lin Cheng were to die, she would forever live with the guilt. No, I would feel no guilt at all, Gu Shuwei replied decisively. However, if you were to die just like that, it would indeed tarnish my image. If it weren't too troublesome, I wouldn't mind saving him. Saying this, Gu Shuwei looked at Lin Cheng. You are truly serious, right? If I agree to your confession, you won't pester me anymore, nor will you resort to such foolishness as jumping off a building? I promise, Lin Cheng declared, raising 3 fingers in a gesture of oath. I swear that if I ever bother you again, I will jump from the building and die. All right, let us proceed as you say. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Shuwei finally made up her mind. Then I shall begin my confession. Upon hearing Gu Shuwei's agreement, Lin Cheng was overjoyed. He cleared his throat and spoke. Gu Shuwei, will you be my girlfriend? I will, Gu Shuwei replied coldly. her expression completely at odds with her words. Ding. The host has completed the task of pursuing the campus beauty, accompanied by the system's cold mechanical voice. Lin Cheng's task was successfully accomplished in a confession devoid of sincerity from both sides. I have fulfilled all your requests. Can I leave now? After accepting Lin Cheng's confession, Gu Shuiwei was eager to depart. Please, I wish you the best in finding a perfect boyfriend. Lin Cheng bid her farewell amicably. Having successfully navigated the system bug, Gu Shuiwei felt no lingering attachment to Lin Cheng. He was of no further use to her. The onlooking police officers and school authorities were left dumbfounded by this dramatic scene. Is this all it takes to satisfy him? The demands of this boy contemplating suicide are so low? He seems remarkably carefree, as if he genuinely has moved on. Yet, how could someone with such a positive disposition contemplate jumping off a building? It's quite perplexing. Young man, your wish has been fulfilled. You can come down now. Zhang Haifeng called to Lin Cheng after Gu Shuiwei left, urging him to descend from the rooftop. All right, I'll come down now. Lin Cheng nodded and prepared to leave the rooftop. However, as he stood up, his foot suddenly slipped, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward. Oh no! Is this really happening? With his startled exclamation, Lin Cheng plummeted straight down from the rooftop, landing heavily on the fire safety mat below. Wail, wail, wail. Amidst the urgent wailing of the ambulance sirens, Lin Cheng was hastily lifted into the vehicle by several people, rushed to the hospital. Fortunately, there was a fire safety mat below. Otherwise, he would either be dead or severely injured. What were you thinking? Even if your wish was granted, there was no need to leap off a building in joy. The police officer sat by Lin Cheng's hospital bed, earnestly advising him. Sir, I have explained so many times already. I slipped and accidentally jumped down. It was not intentional. Lin Cheng lamented, his face contorted in frustration, reiterating for the 18th time. Initially, he had merely staged a melodrama for the system's task, but unexpectedly, he truly fell from the building, solidifying his reputation as a lovesick fool. All right, enough explanations. I believe you. The police officer reluctantly replied, but please refrain from such foolish actions in the future. This time you escaped unscathed. But next time it might not be so fortunate. Understood. I'm fine now. The doctor has checked me, and I am unhurt. Can I leave now? Lin Cheng inquired eagerly. You're fine? If you are, then you must come with me to the police station to make a statement. Your act of jumping off a building disrupted public order, and you face administrative penalties. Unless something unforeseen occurs, you will be administratively detained for 15 days. The police officer informed Lin Cheng of the legal consequences. Oh no. Why do I suddenly feel a bit dizzy? No, I can't go anywhere now, Lin Cheng exclaimed, clutching his head, feigning dizziness in an attempt to evade the legal repercussions. Stop pretending. You might dodge for a moment, but you cannot escape forever. The police officer, having seen such tricks numerous times, remarked, just rest for a day. I will deal with you later. After the police officer left, Lin Cheng ceased his charade, sitting cross-legged on the hospital bed, lamenting his fate. By the way, I wonder what superpowers I unlocked. If only it were X-ray vision. There are so many beautiful nurses in the hospital, he thought with a mischievous grin. With that in mind, Lin Cheng eagerly summoned the system. System, I have completed my task. Please grant me my superpower. Ding. Although you have exploited a bug in this system, the host has nonetheless completed the task. However, remember, there will be no next time. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the superpower character information card. Character information card. The host can generate informational cards for those they see. The system simply explained Lin Cheng's newly acquired ability. What a lackluster superpower. What use is it to see others' information? If you aren't going to give me X-ray vision, at least provide me with invisibility. This is a clear act of revenge for my exploiting your bug. Lin Cheng lamented animatedly. Yet no matter how much Lin Cheng protested, the system remained silent, as if offline, offering no further response. What utility does this character information card superpower hold? I need to test it out on someone. Although the acquired ability does not align with Lin Cheng's preferences, it is better than nothing. The priority now is to test this ability's function. While lost in thought, Dr. Liu, who was responsible for his treatment, entered with a young nurse named Pan. Lin Cheng, how are you feeling? You're not dizzy, are you? Dr. Liu approached Lin Cheng's bed, inquiring. I'm fine. Just ready to leave, but if I go out, I'll end up in the police station, Lin Cheng replied. Still able to joke around indicates your mind is intact. Dr. Liu nodded. After falling from such a height, you are remarkably fortunate. However, please refrain from performing such stunts for the sake of love in the future. I truly slipped down. Why does no one believe me? Lin Cheng exclaimed in exasperation, his 19th explanation. I believe you. I believe you. Now, extend your arm, Pan said with a smile, preparing to take Lin Cheng's blood pressure. While taking Lin Cheng's blood pressure, Pan nurse exchanged flirtatious glances with Dr. Lu. Seeing this interaction, Lin Cheng realized their relationship was more than professional. I wonder if my character information card ability can reveal their connection? With this thought, Lin Cheng decisively activated his superpower directed at Nurse Pan. Instantly, a character introduction card, reminiscent of those found in video games, appeared beside Nurse Pan. Name, Pan Xiaoan, age, 24. Upon reading the introduction of Nurse Pan that unfolded before him, Lin Cheng could not help but be taken aback. Goodness. To play the paramour of two individuals within the same workplace, did she not fear the inevitable collisions? And then there was that gentleman named Sunwon, her legitimate boyfriend. It was almost comical how he was doubly deceived. In that moment, Lin Cheng began to grasp the potential applications of this extraordinary ability. If wielded for the purpose of delving into the private affairs of others, it could indeed prove to be remarkably potent. Chapter 3 On that rainy night. I recognized the murderer, Lin Cheng. He employed his supernatural abilities once more, directing them towards Dr. Lu. The details of Dr. Lu appeared before Lin Cheng. Name, Lu Tianning. Age, 42. Occupation, surgeon. Number of lovers, 5, including 4 nurses and 1 pharmaceutical representative. Upon gazing at Dr. Lu's profile, Lin Cheng felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. How could he maintain 5 lovers while being married? Was he truly capable of managing such a chaotic affair? Pan Xiaoyun maneuvered among men, while Lu Tianning navigated the complex web of women. These two unfaithful individuals were indeed a match made in infamy. In a place dedicated to healing, is it appropriate for doctors and nurses to engage in such tumultuous private lives? Dr. Lu assessed Lin Cheng's condition, declaring, Your blood pressure seems stable, and there are no signs of a concussion. You should be fine. You can stay for a day and be discharged tomorrow. He advised Lin Cheng to rest before departing. Dr. Lu, do take care of yourself as well. Avoid overexerting your time management skills. Lin Cheng remarked with a hint of irony. Once Dr. Lu and Pan Xiaoyan left the room, Lin Cheng found himself alone. Knowing these trivial bits of personal information offered little solace to his life. Was it worth facing administrative detention for 15 days due to this ridiculous supernatural ability? He mused to himself, wondering if those inside were, as Che Guevara suggested, all remarkable individuals with charming words. Suddenly, the call of nature broke through his worries. Lin Cheng's ward lacked a private restroom, compelling him to don his hospital gown and navigate to the public facilities on the floor. As Lin Cheng shuffled in his slippers through the hospital corridor, he noticed several police officers gathered at the entrance of a nearby room. Led by one officer holding an A4 sheet, their serious demeanor piqued Lin Cheng's curiosity. Why are there so many police today? Is there another suicide? He pondered, his intrigue growing. At that moment, a nurse emerged from the room, pushing a cart laden with blood-soaked bandages, indicating she had just attended to a patient. Nurse, who was in that room? Why are there so many police? Lin Cheng couldn't help but inquire as she passed by. Who are you? Why should I tell you? The nurse retorted, showing no inclination to respond. Seeing her reluctance to answer, Lin Cheng, in desperation, employed his supernatural ability. Name, Bai Jing. Age, 24. Measurements, 82. 66, 80. Occupation, nurse. Special identity, lover of Dr. Lu Tianning, mistress of the vice dean, and the official girlfriend of Zheng Yuan. Lin Cheng couldn't help but scoff internally at the overlapping circles of infidelity among the nurses. They seemed to share an uncanny resemblance to Pan Xiaoyan's circle. By nurse. You must tell me. Surely, you wouldn't want your affair with the vice dean to reach your boyfriend Zheng Yuan, would you? Lin Cheng threatened, employing tactics he had gleaned from films. As anticipated, Bai Jing's complexion paled at his words. How do you know? Do you know my boyfriend? She stuttered. That's none of your concern, but if you wish for me to keep your secret, you must answer my questions, Lin Cheng persisted. Fine, I'll tell you, but please, don't share this with anyone else. Realizing she had been trapped, Bai Jing divulged, you must have heard about the recent case involving a psychopathic murderer, right? Many women have been brutally killed. Yesterday, the 4th victim appeared, but she survived, rescued by a passerby. She is currently in that room. Bai Jing gestured towards the patient's room, explaining the identity of the individual inside. Lin Cheng had indeed heard of the case. Commonly referred to as the rainy night killer, who committed his heinous acts during downpours when pedestrians were scarce and evidence could be washed away. This fiend had claimed 3 innocent lives, yet remained at large. Unexpectedly, The fourth victim had escaped the clutches of the murderer and fortuitously ended up in the same hospital. The police had dispatched a sketch artist to create a likeness based on the survivor's description, and they were deliberating on releasing it online. Lin Cheng murmured to himself, suddenly struck by a thought that invigorated him. Could his supernatural ability be effective on the sketch? If so, he might be able to glean information about the perpetrator. Excitement surged within him at the prospect of utilizing his powers to apprehend the criminal, potentially achieving a societal benefit. If successful, he might even mitigate the consequences of the trouble he had caused with his earlier leap. That's all I know. Please don't let my affair reach my boyfriend's ears, Bai Jing pleaded desperately. Rest assured, I have no interest in your matters, Lin Cheng replied. Though he felt pity for the unfortunate Xing Yuan, he had no desire to meddle in such trivialities. After all, the burden of infidelity fell upon others. For now, the priority was to ascertain whether his supernatural abilities could indeed affect the sketch. Enough, you may leave now. Lin Cheng gestured for Bai Jing to depart. Before making his way to the room where the officers were congregating, the officers were engrossed in their discussions, initially dismissing Lin Cheng as merely another patient passing by. However, they soon sensed something amiss as Lin Cheng approached, peering keenly at the sketch of the rainy night killer held by the leading officer. Hey, what are you looking at? Leave here at once and do not interfere with the investigation, the officer barked. Under the strain of the ongoing investigation, the police were understandably irritable, and Lin Cheng's presence was unwelcome. Misunderstanding, officer. I merely thought the individual in the sketch looked familiar and wanted to confirm. Lin Cheng lied, even though he had not truly seen the image. Is that so? You recognize this person? The officer inquired, his expression brightening. Yes, upon a cursory glance. The individual seemed familiar. If I may have a closer look, I could possibly identify them, Lin Cheng replied, all the while employing his supernatural ability to extract the officer's profile, which appeared before him. Name, Zhao Lei. Age, 32. Occupation, captain of the Criminal Police Brigade. Case involved, the Rainy Night Murderer case. The Rainy Night Murderer case is a criminal investigation, distinguishing it from the officers handling the Lin Cheng suicide case. These officers are seasoned detectives. Now, take a good look and see if you can recognize this individual. Captain Zhao Lei said as he presented an image of the murderer to Lin Cheng. The portrait depicted the upper body of the assailant, clad in a raincoat with the hood obscuring his head. A mask covered his face, revealing only his eyebrows and eyes, rendering his identity unrecognizable. However, his eyes bore a menacing glare, unmistakably marking him as a villain. Based on the victim's description, the perpetrator wore a raincoat and mask, striking from behind. The victim could only vaguely discern his brows and eyes, leading our sketch artist to produce this limited representation, Zhao Lei lamented. It's all right. Let me see if I can identify him, Lin Cheng replied coolly. Without hesitation, he activated the powers of the character data card. Just as Lin Cheng worried that the image might not yield any recognition, information about the Rainy Night Murderer unexpectedly materialized beside the portrait. Astonished, Lin Cheng realized that his ability could indeed recognize even images. His heart soared with excitement as he eagerly examined the details of the murderer. Name, Lu Longfei. Age, 27. Physical condition, impotent. Occupation, security guard at Qingbei University. True identity, the Rainy Night Murderer. Next target, the University Belle, Gu Shuwei. As Lin Cheng read further, his astonishment grew. The murderer was alarmingly close, working as a security guard at his own university. To his horror, the next victim was Gu Shuwei, the very Belle who had just accepted his confession. Most shocking of all was the revelation that this murderer was impotent. Could it be that his lack of manhood led him to slaughter women as a means of release? Lin Cheng, with his own healthy attributes, found it impossible to relate to this fiend. Just then, a sudden clap of thunder echoed outside. Peering through the corridor window, Lin Cheng noticed the sky had darkened ominously. Thick clouds gathering as if a storm were imminent. With rain on the horizon, the long night approaching. The murderer was likely preparing to strike at Gu Shuwei. Chapter 4. A rainy night with a knife. Not an umbrella, how about it, young man? Do you recognize this individual? Captain Zhao Lei inquired expectantly. Observing Lin Cheng deep in thought. I do recognize him. He is our security guard at Qingbei University, named Lu Longfei. Lin Cheng replied earnestly, clarifying the man's identity. Your university security guard? What a coincidence. A police officer nearby expressed skepticism at Lin Cheng's assertion. It was indeed remarkable that a passerby, armed with an incomplete sketch, could identify a criminal, especially one who happened to be a security guard at his own school. Such a multitude of coincidences would render any rational person incredulous. I can say with absolute certainty that this man is our security guard. I had a dispute with him earlier today while picking up a takeaway. And I distinctly remember his glare. Lin Cheng pointed to the image of the murderer, asserting that the look was precisely the same, regardless of its veracity. Since someone has provided a lead, we must investigate further, Captain Zhao Lei declared resolutely. Young man, could you kindly guide us? Of course, Lin Cheng readily agreed. Though his expression grew grave. We should hurry, it looks like rain is imminent. He gestured towards the window. Summer rain arrives unannounced. Nightfall brought thunder and lightning, with torrential downpours drenching the campus of Qingbei University. Due to the downpour, the campus was nearly deserted, as students had retreated to their dormitories, either snuggling under blankets or engrossed in games. Yu Xuewei, the campus belle, clutched an umbrella as she made her solitary way to the university's gate. Earlier that morning, she had been inexplicably summoned to the rooftop by her teacher, where she had endured a madman's confession of love, shattering her good mood for the day. To alleviate her distress, she had gathered a few roommates to sing at a KTV, venting her frustrations throughout the afternoon. As evening descended, her roommates received calls from their boyfriends, leaving one by one for various hotels. Eventually, Gu Xuewei found herself alone, trudging back to her dorm in the rain. The security booth at the entrance of Qingbei University was illuminated, where a guard in his 20s sat, his name, Lu Longfei, displayed on his uniform's badge. Lu Longfei sat still as a statue, his eerie stillness unsettling. Upon seeing Gu Xuewei return, he suddenly broke into a grin and opened the window of the security booth. In such heavy rain, are you returning alone? Lu Longfei called out to Gu Xuewei. Yes, she replied, though his gaze and smile sent a shiver down her spine. Out of politeness, she answered him, then lowered her head, quickening her pace as she entered the university gates. Lu Longfei watched her retreating figure, donning a raincoat before stepping out of the booth, following her into the downpour. Clad in black, he seamlessly blended into the rain-soaked night. As the torrential rain fell and the night deepened, punctuated by the occasional crack of thunder, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. The distance from the university gate to the female dormitory spanned over 10 minutes, and with no one else around, Gu Xuewei felt an increasing sense of dread. After walking a short distance, she was startled by the sound of slow footsteps behind her. Turning around, she discovered that Lu Longfei had inexplicably trailed her. He maintained a consistent distance, neither overtaking her nor allowing her to escape. Dressed in a raincoat, his face obscured beneath the hood, she could not discern his expression. Eventually, unable to tolerate the discomfort, Gu Xuewei halted and confronted Lu Longfei. Why are you following me? She mustered the courage to ask. Patrolling, he replied coldly. Patrolling? Then you should go ahead, she gestured for him to walk in front. No need, Lu Longfei shook his head defiantly. I mean no harm. But your presence behind me is unsettling. I would prefer if you walked ahead, Gu Xuewei expressed her feelings candidly. Unsettling? Why should you be afraid of me? I haven't done anything. Lu Longfei's demeanor shifted inexplicably, his agitation palpable. You too. Why do you all fear me? Am I truly so terrifying? You foul women. You all underestimate me. Lu Longfei rambled, his words blurring between self-talk and directed at Gu Xuewei. Sensing his erratic behavior, Gu Xuewei felt compelled to distance herself from this strange guard and quickened her pace. However, just as she prepared to leave, Lu Longfei suddenly lunged forward, shoving her violently to the ground amidst the rain. Ah! Gu Xuewei cried out in pain, her umbrella slipping from her grasp as she lay exposed to the downpour. Women like you, all show and no substance, deserve to die. Lu Longfei's face twisted in rage beneath his raincoat as he brandished a knife, advancing slowly towards her. In that moment, a singular thought flashed through Gu Xuewei's mind. The rainy night killer. What do you want? Don't be impulsive, she stammered, terror gripping her. But beyond her fear, she felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune. In one day, she had encountered both a lunatic on the rooftop and a killer in the rain. Eliminating women like you will cleanse the world, Lu Longfei continued ominously. But I don't even know you. Gu Xuewei retorted, bewildered by the killer's twisted logic. You don't need to know me. I know you. Lu Longfei declared, raising the knife high, poised to strike. Suddenly, a blaring horn shattered the rain-soaked silence, causing Lu Longfei to halt mid-motion. Brilliant headlights cut through the downpour, illuminating his face, prompting him to instinctively shield his eyes. At that critical moment, Lin Cheng arrived with Captain Zhao Lei and the others. You perverted lunatic, stop right now, Lin Cheng shouted as he leapt from the passenger seat, pointing vehemently at Lu Longfei. Captain Zhao Lei and several officers swiftly exited the vehicle, drawing their firearms, aiming them at Lu Longfei. Don't move, or I will shoot. Captain Zhao Lei commanded, his voice firm. The sudden appearance of the officers momentarily unnerved Lu Longfei, but he quickly regained his composure. Seizing Gu Shuowei, he thrust her in front of himself, pressing the knife against her throat. Stay back, or I'll kill her, Lu Longfei threatened, using Gu Shuowei as a shield. Entering a standoff with Captain Zhao Lei and the officers. I advise you to surrender. Do not continue down this misguided path, Captain Zhao Lei urged. Aware that the rain obscured visibility and they could not afford to fire recklessly. However, it was evident that the murderer on this rainy night could not be easily persuaded with just a few words. He appeared agitated, his hand trembling slightly around the knife, posing an imminent threat to Gu Shuowei. Observing the precarious situation, Lin Cheng immediately began to devise a strategy. The paramount objective was to redirect Lu Longfei's animosity, shifting his target onto another individual. Contemplating this, Lin Cheng pondered whether his character profile card, superpower, could unveil more exploitable information about this deranged killer. System. I wish to see more of his data, Lin Cheng thought. With this intention, he activated his superpower, scanning Lu Longfei's profile amidst the hazy rain. Unlike the previous glimpse at an image, encountering the real person revealed a wealth of information about the nocturnal assassin. Name, Lu Longfei, age, 27, height, 3 centimeters, health status, impotent, occupation, security guard at Qingbei University, true identity, rainy night killer, next target, Qingbei University bell. Gu Shuowei, childhood experience. Raised by a mother who worked as a prostitute, he was often locked outside during her encounters. On one stormy day, he nearly froze to death while left outside, which subsequently instilled in him a psychotic disposition during rain. Indeed, behind every perverse individual lies a tale of a tragic childhood. As Lin Cheng absorbed Lu Longfei's narrative, he could not help but feel a surge of emotion. However, knowing this information necessitated its strategic application. Captain Zhao Lei, hold your actions for now. Leave this to me, Lin Cheng instructed. Leave it to you? What do you intend to do? Captain Zhao Lei inquired skeptically. Verbal persuasion, or perhaps what one might call talk therapy, Lin Cheng replied with a sly smile. Are you certain you can manage this? Captain Zhao Lei questioned. Under normal circumstances, he would not have entertained such a request, as involving an outsider in such matters could easily provoke the perpetrator. Yet, having recognized the Rain Night killer's identity at a glance, Zhao Lei regarded Lin Cheng with newfound respect. Hence, when Lin Cheng volunteered himself, Zhao Lei refrained from outright refusal. If it's a breakdown therapy, it might just work, Lin Cheng asserted confidently. Without awaiting Captain Zhao Lei's consent, he took several steps forward, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, positioning himself between the police and the murderer. Lin Cheng was ready to engage in dialogue. Chapter 5. Rescuing the school bell. Lin Chengji captures the murderer. Hey buddy, don't be impulsive. Let's talk this out, Lin Cheng said with a playful grin, exuding no semblance of menace. It's you. The moment Gu Shuowei laid eyes on Lin Cheng, she recognized him instantly, the deranged individual who had forced her to accept his confession on the rooftop earlier that day. Yet, why was this lunatic conversing with the police? Particularly with the very murderer who had taken her hostage? Was today some sort of gathering for perverts? Gu Shuowei found herself momentarily overwhelmed by the bizarre scene. Forgetting her fear. Who are you? A cop? Lu Longfei aimed the blade at Lin Cheng, his voice laced with suspicion. I am not a cop, but rather someone who stands in stark contrast to you, Lin Cheng replied coolly. Someone who stands in contrast to me. Do you even know who I am? Lu Longfei's interest was piqued, and he unwittingly engaged in conversation with Lin Cheng. Of course I know. Your name is Lu Longfei, and you hail from a tragically dysfunctional family. Lin Cheng recounted Lu Longfei's past, as laid out in his mission dossier. Your mother was a sex worker who treated you poorly during your childhood. On a rainy day, she nearly caused your demise. It is likely that your twisted nature originated from those formative experiences. Lin Cheng narrated Lu Longfei's harrowing past with eloquence. Initially shocked, Lu Longfei was bewildered by Lin Cheng's intimate knowledge of his history. However, as his painful memories were laid bare, fury engulfed him. Shut up. Just shut your mouth. Lu Longfei roared like an enraged lion, his face flushed and veins bulging on his forehead, descending into madness. Yet, Lin Cheng showed no signs of retreat. Rather, he became emboldened by Lu Longfei's rage. Do you know what our greatest difference is? I am a man, but you are not, Lin Cheng provocatively remarked. Probing into Lu Longfei's hidden affliction, I am curious, what is the reason behind your impotence? Is it due to your unfortunate childhood? Ah, shut up. Just shut up. Lu Longfei screamed in a frenzy, resembling a madman. Gu Xiuwei and Captain Zhao Lei, along with the other officers, stood as astonished spectators, taken aback by the revelation of the killer's tragic childhood and Lin Cheng's uncanny awareness of it. Observing Lu Longfei's reaction, Lin Cheng silently reveled in his gamble's success. Just like in the dramas, when the grotesque past of a pervert is unveiled, they often descend into madness. In such a state, their psychological defenses are easily dismantled. Do you wish for me to be silent? It is quite simple, just kill me. Otherwise, I shall pin your experiences into a novel and share it online, revealing that the fearsome murderer of that stormy night is merely a pitiable wretch. Lin Cheng continued to provoke Lu Longfei, aiming to redirect his murderous intent towards himself. I will kill you. I will fucking kill you. Lu Longfei shoved Gu Xiuwei aside and lunged at Lin Cheng with the knife. Captain Zhao, it's your turn. As Lu Longfei charged, Lin Cheng quickly crouched down, exposing Lu Longfei to the barrel of Captain Zhao's gun. Bang! Bang! Without hesitation, Captain Zhao fired 2 shots. The bullets struck Lu Longfei's shoulders, splattering blood amid the rain. Although visibility was poor due to the downpour, the close range and Captain Zhao's proficiency ensured both shots found their mark. Lu Longfei fell to the ground, howling in agony, the knife slipping from his grasp. From his crouched position, Lin Cheng observed the scene, reflecting on the humanity of Chinese police, who spared the life of this murderer. In contrast, in a certain beautiful country, at least 2 magazines would have been emptied. Captain Zhao approached Lu Longfei, gun raised, and kicked the knife away before 2 detectives arrived to cuff the assailant. Get this murderer to the hospital at once and ensure he is closely monitored. Do not remove the handcuffs, Captain Zhao commanded, directing the officers as he turned to Lin Cheng and Gu Xiuwei. Are you 2 unharmed? After dealing with Lu Longfei, Captain Zhao approached Lin Cheng and Gu Xiuwei, expressing concern for their well-being. I'm fine. No injuries here, Gu Xiuwei replied. Despite her recent ordeal, she maintained a composed demeanor, not succumbing to tears. I'm all right too, Captain Zhao. Shouldn't we go to the police station for a statement? Lin Cheng inquired. Let's postpone that for now. We need to get Lu Longfei to the hospital, and I doubt we'll have time for you too, Captain Zhao responded. You both should return to your dorms and rest. I will send someone to fetch you tomorrow. After exchanging contact information, Captain Zhao retrieved an umbrella from the car and handed it to Lin Cheng. There's only one umbrella, so you 2 will have to share. Lin Cheng, remember to escort the young lady home. Captain Zhao winked at him. All right, Lin Cheng reluctantly agreed. Following the rooftop incident, he had no intention of further interaction with Gu Xiuwei, as their initial meeting had been rather awkward, leaving them with little to discuss. Who would have thought that within a day, not only would they meet again, but Lin Cheng would also inadvertently save Gu Xiuwei's life? What a twist of fate. Let us head back. Lin Cheng approached Gu Xiuwei, raising the umbrella over her head. Okay, she replied, walking alongside him toward the girls' dormitory, soaked by the rain. Gu Xiuwei's white shirt clung to her skin, revealing the black lingerie beneath. Lin Cheng stole a glance before quickly averting his gaze, feeling embarrassed. You must be terrified after experiencing such a harrowing event. Lin Cheng attempted to ease the awkwardness by initiating conversation. I was just about to ask, are you the lunatic from earlier today who jumped off the building? Unexpectedly, rather than expressing gratitude, Gu Xiuwei chose to revisit their earlier encounter. Hey, I just saved your life. Not even a word of thanks? Lin Cheng chuckled wryly. Oh, thank you for saving me. Gu Xiuwei finally acknowledged her gratitude. But why were you with the police and able to capture this rain night murderer? Gu Xiuwei inquired, her curiosity piqued. This is a long story, and given the downpour, I won't delve into it now, Lin Cheng replied, opting not to disclose the details of his system, knowing others might find it hard to believe. If you prefer not to share, I respect your privacy, Gu Xiuwei conceded, sensing Lin Cheng's reluctance to divulge more. However, I must clarify, I did not jump because I liked you. It was a last resort. Please do not continue to regard me as a lunatic. Lin Cheng felt compelled to explain his earlier actions to dispel her misconceptions. Not like you. Then why did you compel me to accept your confession? Do you not find your words contradictory? Gu Xiuwei furrowed her brow, a look of confusion crossing her face. Lin Cheng found himself at a loss, grappling with the meticulous logic of Gu Xiuwei, unable to articulate his thoughts. Surrendering to the situation, he decided not to explain further. Acknowledging that many admired the illustrious campus beauty, Gu Xiuwei, it was hardly a shameful matter. Have you not perused the Peking University Forum today? You have become the subject of ridicule there, Gu Xiuwei pointed out. What do you mean by that? A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Cheng upon her words. You'll understand once you take a look yourself, she replied with a playful smile, leaving him in suspense. Ding! The system's mechanical voice chimed, announcing. Gu Shiwei's affection for the host has increased by 300, currently at 50. To his astonishment, the boost in goodwill brought a sense of relief. At least he would not be perceived as a lunatic confessing through moral coercion. Yet, he pondered, having unlocked superpowers through exploiting glitches, what good was this newfound affection? Would reaching a score of 100 somehow enable her to become his girlfriend? Lin Cheng mused to himself. What did you say? Girlfriend? Gu Shiwei inquired with curiosity. Having overheard his murmurs. Nothing, just disregard it, he chuckled, brushing it off. As their conversation unfolded, they had arrived at the entrance of the female dormitory. Well, I've successfully ensured your safe return. Take a shower when you get back. Don't catch a cold, Lin Cheng advised. Understood, thank you for today. Without you, I might have fallen victim to that murderer. Gu Shiwei expressed her gratitude once more. Just a small favor. I'm off now, he waved. Modestly retreating as he turned towards the male dormitory. Watching Lin Cheng's departing figure, Gu Shiwei's expression softened, her gaze growing increasingly tender. Chapter 6, Cheng Gu. You are famous after escorting Gu Shiwei. Lin Cheng returned to the boys' dormitory. His room was a shared space for four, occupied by himself and his three close friends, the chubby Wang Jing, the mischievous Fan Shixin, and the playful Yu Lu. They were initially engrossed in an online game. But upon Lin Cheng's entry, they promptly set aside their devices, their faces adorned with playful grins as they turned their attention to him. Well, if it isn't our dear Cheng Gu, still among the living. Wang Jing squinted, the first to jest. No wonder you're Cheng Gu. You jumped from such a height and yet lived on, truly blessed. Fan Shixin followed suit, mocking Lin Cheng. Honestly, you should have invited us to witness your dramatic leap of love for the campus flower, Gu Shiwei. How could you leave us out? Yu Lu chimed in, piercingly sarcastic. All right, enough already. I've had a long day. Don't add to my woes, Lin Cheng retorted, shedding his damp clothes and playfully splashing water at his three jesters. But how did you guys find out? He inquired. After his unfortunate fall, he was promptly taken to the hospital, oblivious to the ensuing events. You might not know it yet, but you've become quite the celebrity on our university's forum. You've gone viral. Wang Jing laughed unabashedly. The forum? What are they saying? Lin Cheng pressed, recalling Gu Shiwei's earlier mention of the forum, but not giving it much thought at the time. See for yourself, Fan Shixin replied. Clicking open the university forum on the computer, Lin Cheng approached and was met with a barrage of threads dedicated to him. College student threatens campus beauty with a suicide jump. Is it a twisted nature or a moral decline? Moral coercion of the campus beauty? What a farce. Rejection leads to a deranged stalker jumping off a building. What kind of fools dare to pursue the campus beauty these days? Every title was sensational, entirely portraying Lin Cheng as a deranged stalker resorting to a leap of despair after a thwarted confession. Some even transformed his fall into a comedic video, looping the moment he slipped and fell, accompanied by absurd music, making it all the more ludicrous. Any of these threads you click on will be filled with vitriol directed at you, Fan Shixin remarked, casually opening one. Indeed, a flood of scathing remarks assaulted Lin Cheng's senses, broadening his vocabulary in the most unfortunate way. Not only did the university forum buzz with his exploits, but his audacious act had also gained traction online, causing quite a stir. Cheng Gu, you are indeed famous. Yu Lu continued to tease. Famous? More like I've socially perished on the internet. Lin Cheng sighed with a wry smile. The digital age is terrifying. Cheng Gu, you might have to wear a mask when you go out, lest you be recognized. Otherwise, you might find yourself facing the wrath of Gu Shiwei's fan club. Wang Jing jested, his tone lighthearted. And for heaven's sake, never admit to knowing us, or people might think we're as deranged as you. Fan Shixin added with a mischievous grin. You guys claim to be my brothers, yet you have no shame. I certainly won't play games with you anymore. Afraid of being backstabbed, Lin Cheng chuckled, bantering with his friends while dismissing the online ruckus. With a newfound sense of acceptance, Lin Cheng headed to the bathroom for a hot shower, eventually retiring to bed amidst his friends' gleeful banter. The following morning, Lin Cheng was roused from sleep by a phone call. Upon answering, he heard the voice of Captain Zhao Lei on the other end. Lin Cheng, are you awake? I've sent someone to your school gate to pick you and Gu Shiwei up. We need you both at the precinct to make a statement, so hurry. Before Lin Cheng could respond, the call ended. I was hoping for a lazy morning, he muttered, yawning and reluctantly rising from his bed. He hastily washed up and made his way to the school entrance. A police car awaited him outside, and as he emerged, he noticed Gu Shiwei already seated inside. Hey, Campus Beauty Gu, good morning. Lin Cheng greeted as he slid into the passenger seat. Morning, Gu Shuai waved, offering a brief reply before turning her gaze to the window, maintaining her aloof demeanor. Once they were settled, the officer behind the wheel started the engine, and they drove towards the precinct. Shortly thereafter, they arrived. And under the guidance of their driver, Lin Cheng and Gu Shuai entered the precinct's conference room. In the room, besides Captain Zhao Lei, their school's director, Zheng Haifeng, was also present. Zheng had been on the scene during Lin Cheng's fall, and it was no surprise the police had summoned him given the incident occurred on campus. You two are here. Good. Please have a seat. Captain Zhao gestured towards the chairs, indicating for them to sit down. Lin Cheng and Gu Shuai chose adjacent seats, complying without hesitation. I've heard about your situation from Captain Zhao. Gu Shuai, I understand you were attacked by the Rainy Night Killer yesterday. Are you unhurt? Director Zheng inquired eagerly. Director Zheng, rest assured, I'm fine. Thanks to the police and Lin Cheng for saving me, Gu Shuai replied, casting a significant glance at Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng? Zheng Haifeng murmured, focusing on Lin Cheng. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes widened in shock. You are the student who jumped yesterday. Not jumped, merely slipped and fell, Lin Cheng replied numbly. It appeared the notion of jumping was an inescapable narrative now. Jumped? What happened? Captain Zhao inquired, intrigued by the unfolding story. It just so happens that this Lin Cheng fellow threatened Gu Shuai with a jump unless she accepted his confession. The commotion brought in police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances. Zheng recounted the previous day's events. You did such a thing? Captain Zhao looked at Lin Cheng, perplexed. To him, Lin Cheng's demeanor during the incident hardly resembled that of a lovesick individual capable of such an extreme act. I won't bother explaining. I'm too tired for that. Lin Cheng shrugged, surrendering to the situation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. By the way, Captain Zhao, the officer handling my case mentioned that I'm guilty of disturbing the public order and may face 15 days of detention. Could you perhaps speak to the officer on my behalf? Given my assistance in apprehending the killer, it would be equitable to overlook my transgression. Contemplating Lin Cheng's plea, Captain Zhao considered, as long as there are no severe consequences, this matter can be treated with leniency. You did indeed play a significant role, so I will advocate for you. After all, without Lin Cheng, the serial killer would have evaded capture, and Gu Shuai might have even lost her life. Such a monumental contribution could certainly warrant a reduction in sentence by 2 or 3 years. Director Zheng, I trust the school will not penalize me. A valiant youth who acted in defense of justice. Lin Cheng then turned his gaze towards Zheng Haifeng, initiating a moral coercion. Well, I shall report this matter to the school and endeavor to advocate for leniency on your behalf, Zheng Haifeng replied, opting for diplomatic conversation rather than a straightforward agreement. However, based on his experience, he surmised that the likelihood of Lin Cheng facing punishment was minimal. After all, the school would undoubtedly seek to conceal any scandal associated with the suicide, while the commendable act of apprehending a criminal must be publicly celebrated. When these two events transpire within the same individual, the scandal must be decisively suppressed to preserve the heroic image of the young man. With the system's assistance, Lin Cheng adeptly resolved all his predicaments. The bounty for the Rainy Night Killer is 200,000, since you provided us with crucial information for his capture. I will petition my superiors for your reward, Captain Zhao Lei continued. As for the bounty, let's forego that. I merely wish to avoid any repercussions for my leap from the building. Lin Cheng graciously declined the reward. The apprehension of the Rainy Night Killer was merely a fortuitous occurrence for Lin Cheng, and he felt it inappropriate to accept a monetary reward. Nevertheless, as per the regulations, a reward must be given, and if you refuse it, what shall become of the funds? Captain Zhao Lei inquired, visibly troubled. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Cheng responded, in that case, please donate the reward to the victims' families. While it may be a drop in the bucket, it is a gesture of my goodwill. Well, I never imagined that this young man, who leaped from a building just yesterday, possesses such high ideals, treating wealth as mere refuse. I truly underestimated you, Zheng Haifeng exclaimed, moved by Lin Cheng's altruism. Ding. Gu Shuai's affinity for the host has increased by 10, bringing the current affection level to 60. It seems Lin Cheng's actions have also garnered Gu Shuai's approval. Quite remarkable indeed. What began as a mere coincidence of capturing a murderer has not only spared him from the schools and legal repercussions but also won the admiration of the campus belle. One could say he has achieved 3 significant outcomes with a single endeavor. Lin Cheng appeared quite content with this result. Chapter 7. The voyeur on the bus. After concluding the conversation with Captain Zhao Lei and his team, Lin Cheng accompanied Gu Shuai to record their statements. Concerned that Gu Shuai might have been traumatized by the murderer, Captain Zhao suggested she consult a psychologist at the police station for counseling. However, Gu Shuiwei insisted she was not frightened and politely declined his kind offer. Once the statements were completed, Captain Zhao escorted Lin Cheng and the others out of the police station. Now that the statements are done, there's nothing more for you to worry about. If we need your cooperation again, I will contact you, Captain Zhao informed them. Of course, feel free to reach out anytime, Lin Cheng responded courteously. I'll send a vehicle to take you back to school. There's no need for you to take a taxi, Captain Zhao said, signaling for his subordinates to prepare a car. No need. I drove here. I can take them back, Zhang Haifeng quickly interjected. Very well, Director Zheng. I appreciate your help. Captain Zhao waved goodbye to everyone before departing. My car is in the parking lot. Let's head back to school together, Zhang Haifeng called to Lin Cheng and Gu Shuiwei. Just as Lin Cheng intended to follow Zhang Haifeng, Gu Shuiwei suddenly reached out and grasped his arm. Director Zheng, Lin Cheng and I have a few things to discuss. You can head back first. We'll manage on our own, Gu Shuiwei stated. Why not talk about it on the way? Why the need for a private conversation? Zhang Haifeng queried, puzzled. It's a bit embarrassing to say in front of others, Gu Shuiwei stammered, her cheeks flushing. Noticing her demeanor, Zhang Haifeng seemed to understand and smiled like a father might. Oh, I see. Young people should indeed have more opportunities to communicate their feelings, he chuckled, reminiscing about his own youthful days. Goodbye, Director Zheng. Sensing Zhang Haifeng was about to digress, Gu Shuiwei quickly bid farewell and pulled Lin Cheng away. Hey Gu, where are you taking me? Lin Cheng asked, having freed himself from her grasp after walking a short distance. You saved my life. I should treat you to a meal as a gesture of gratitude. Gu Shuiwei finally revealed her intention. If you want to treat me, just do it. No need to be so mysterious about it. Look, even Director Zheng misunderstood, Lin Cheng smiled. Mistakes happen. As long as we are honest, there's nothing to worry about. Gu Shuiwei replied nonchalantly. Do you understand the dangers of public opinion? I'm currently facing online harassment due to yesterday's misunderstanding. Lin Cheng recalled the media frenzy surrounding the incident and felt a headache coming on. Falling from a height is being misinterpreted as a love sacrifice. I'm innocent. The shadows are what is distorted, Lin Cheng lamented. Falling? You walked up there yourself. No one forced you, Gu Shuiwei teased, sticking out her tongue. Don't be shy. Liking me isn't something to be embarrassed about. The jumping for love is a bit excessive. Having known you for a while now, I've realized you're not as aloof as others claim. You're quite approachable, Lin Cheng remarked. Enough joking. On a serious note, what are you planning to treat me to? Lin Cheng redirected the conversation. There's a stall outside the school that sells delicious roasted duck legs. I'll treat you there. Do you have your bus card? We'll take the bus back, Gu Shuiwei suggested. Since we're outside the school, it would be better to return with Director Zheng. It would save us from squeezing onto the bus, Lin Cheng replied regretfully. Gu Shuiwei feigned annoyance. What? Is riding the bus with me that much of a burden? Not at all. It's an honor to ride the bus with you, Lin Cheng grinned. Choosing not to argue further, they soon arrived at the bus stop, waiting for the bus back to school. After a brief wait, the bus arrived, and there was only one seat left when they boarded. You sit. Lin Cheng gallantly offered his seat to Gu Shuiwei, opting to stand beside her. Not one to be coy, Gu Shuiwei took the seat, allowing Lin Cheng to showcase his chivalry. As the bus slowly departed towards the school, Lin Cheng initiated a conversation. Gu, after spending time with you, I've noticed you're not nearly as distant as people say. You're quite friendly. Why do you put on a faade? Why give off an impression of being unapproachable? Lin Cheng inquired. There's not much to it. It's just that being too approachable leads to troublesome situations with too many suitors, Gu Shuiwei explained calmly. That's quite infuriating to hear. Yet I can't argue against it. Lin Cheng chuckled at her response, realizing the plight of men who have been labeled as simps. At that moment, the bus stopped at the next station, and a few students in JK uniforms boarded, accompanied by a bespectacled middle-aged man in a suit, exuding an air of refinement. The students gathered in the middle of the bus, engaging in soft conversation, their innocent smiles radiating youthful exuberance. Lin Cheng found their presence quite delightful. Suddenly, Gu Shuiwei tugged at Lin Cheng's arm, her brow furrowed in concern. What's wrong? Lin Cheng whispered. Look at that man. Gu Shuiwei pointed discreetly at the bespectacled man who had just boarded. Following her gaze, Lin Cheng noticed the man holding a phone, surreptitiously aiming the camera towards the skirts of the unsuspecting students. Voyeur. The word flashed through Lin Cheng's mind. The man, while filming, feigned disinterest, clearly a seasoned offender. The JK students remained blissfully unaware, still laughing and chatting. I'm going to confront him, Gu Shuiwei declared. Her expression filled with indignation as she rose from her seat to confront the voyeur. "Leave this to me. You stay here. I'll handle this pervert," Lin Cheng said, gripping the overhead rail and making his way toward the man. As Lin Cheng approached, the voyeur quickly retracted his hand and shoved the phone into his pocket. "Hey, don't hide it. I saw you. Hand over your phone." Lin Cheng positioned himself directly in front of the man. "What phone? Why should I give my phone to you?" The voyeur's face revealed a flicker of panic, but he quickly regained his composure, challenging Lin Cheng. "You were just filming those students. Give me your phone, delete the photos, and wait for the police," Lin Cheng asserted, recounting the incident. "What? You say he filmed us?" I wondered why he kept inching closer. Turns out he was trying to take pictures. "Ah, pervert." A group of JK female students, upon hearing Lin Cheng's words, immediately became agitated, shrieking as they distanced themselves from the perverted, bespectacled man. The other passengers in the vehicle cast disdainful glances toward him, their faces contorted in disgust. "Do not unjustly accuse me, or I shall sue you for defamation. What evidence do you possess to prove that I have been secretly filming? Present your proof." Confronted publicly by Lin Cheng, the bespectacled man found himself in a precarious position, his face reddening as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Cheng, threatening him instead. "The evidence resides within your phone. If you are indeed innocent, then produce it for us all to see." Lin Cheng remained unperturbed, pressing him relentlessly. "My phone is my private matter. Why should I show it to you? You are not a police officer and have no right to inspect my device." The bespectacled man shielded his phone with his hand, adamantly refusing to show it to Lin Cheng. "It seems you have misunderstood. I am not consulting you, but rather commanding you," Lin Cheng replied coldly. "Since you refuse to cooperate, do not blame me for resorting to force." With that, Lin Cheng suddenly struck, delivering a powerful blow to the man's abdomen, leaving him gasping. Ugh! Caught off guard, the bespectacled man doubled over, collapsing to the ground like a shrimp. "You have compelled me to act forcefully," Lin Cheng huffed, bending down to retrieve the man's phone from his pocket. "Hey, pervert, what is the password? Speak it quickly." Lin Cheng brandished the phone, pressing for the code. "I won't tell you. Just wait. I will report you to the authorities and demand a hefty sum for this punch, teaching you a lesson." The bespectacled man grimaced through the pain, seething with anger. "Lin Cheng, why are you so impulsive? Just subdue him. Why resort to violence? What if we attract trouble?" Gu Shuawei, taken aback by Lin Cheng's sudden aggression, approached him anxiously. "As long as we uncover evidence of his illicit filming, I believe my actions could be deemed heroic," Lin Cheng asserted with calm confidence. "Moreover, my punch was not delivered with great force. It hardly qualifies as a minor injury. However, if he refuses to divulge the password, we cannot access the phone, and thus we will be unable to find evidence to confirm his voyeuristic tendencies." Gu Shuawei expressed her concern. "As for the password, I believe I can deduce it," Lin Cheng said with a confident smile, his lips curling upward. Chapter 8. Capturing the Deviant. Enhancing the favorability of the school bell, Lin Cheng cast his gaze upon the kneeling, bespectacled man and activated the supernatural ability of the character data card. Drawing from prior experience, he surmised that utilizing this power might unveil detailed information about the bespectacled individual. "System, I wish to view this person's profile, ideally down to the mobile phone unlock code," Lin Cheng requested of the system. Subsequently, the information regarding the bespectacled man appeared before him. Name, Guoda. Age, 45. Mental assessment, deviant. Occupation, teacher. True identity, voyeur, possessing a vast collection of illicit photographs on his phone. Phone password, 123456. The profile of the voyeuristic Guoda materialized before Lin Cheng, revealing even his mobile phone password. It seemed that the scope of this supernatural ability was indeed extensive. Damn it, merely 1 centimeter taller than that rainy night killer. And yet the criminal's endowment is so short? Or perhaps a shorter man is more prone to deviant psychology. Thankfully, my mental health is undoubtedly intact. Lin Cheng mused as he gazed at Guoda's pitiful length, unable to suppress a sigh. "I've already deduced your phone password. Let's see if you have any illicit photographs," Lin Cheng declared, entering the password and unlocking the phone. "How is this possible? How did you know my phone password?" The voyeuristic man panicked as he realized his phone had been accessed. Struggling to rise, he attempted to snatch the phone from Lin Cheng's grasp. "Get lost," Lin Cheng exclaimed, delivering a swift kick that sent him crashing back to the ground. He then opened the deviant's photo gallery, and an array of scandalous images flooded his vision: cartoonish panties, pristine white undergarments, stockings, thongs. A plethora of varieties that left Lin Cheng exclaiming in disgust. This is utterly repulsive. And you dare to position yourself as a role model? Lin Cheng glared at the voyeur with contempt, growing increasingly infuriated, and couldn't resist delivering a few more kicks. Pervert. Die, you deviant. This is what you get for your voyeurism. A few JK girls, equally enraged, joined in the scolding and kicking, leaving the voyeur curled up, enduring the onslaught from the victims. The bus driver, witnessing the presence of a voyeur on board, promptly pulled over and dialed the police. Shortly thereafter, 2 officers arrived. After Lin Cheng recounted the events, he handed over the voyeur's phone, along with the unlock code. The deviant protested, threatening to accuse Lin Cheng of assault. But the officers dismissed his claims, merely taking down Lin Cheng's contact information before allowing him to leave. Lin Cheng and Gu Shuowei boarded the next bus, and after a series of misadventures, finally arrived at Qingbei University. Upon reaching the roast duck leg restaurant, they found it was peak dining time, with a multitude of customers. After waiting for a considerable time, they finally secured a table. Gu Shuowei ordered several roast duck legs and some side dishes, and they settled down to eat. First encountering the rainy night killer, then the bus voyeur, these past 24 hours have been more thrilling than my entire life, Gu Shuowei exclaimed excitedly, reminiscing about the day's events while a bit of sauce clung to her lips, rendering her quite adorable. If you stick with me, such exhilarating experiences will become commonplace. So, if you seek an exciting life, follow me, Chenggu, Lin Cheng replied with a self-satisfied grin, taking a hearty bite of his roast duck leg. Well, I must admit, the flavor of these roast duck legs is truly delightful. The savory aroma of the roast duck leg captivated Lin Cheng's palate, prompting him to sing its praises. If you stay with me, there will be many more delectable dishes in store. So, if you wish to indulge in exquisite food and drink, follow me, Wei Jie. Gu Shuowei mimicked Lin Cheng's tone. If I were to follow you, your entourage would surely have me eliminated, Lin Cheng chuckled. Uft. What entourage? You exaggerate too much. Gu Shuowei laughed at Lin Cheng's jest, lightening the atmosphere at the table. Ding. The mechanical voice of the system chimed. Gu Shuowei's favorability toward the host has increased by 5. Current favorability, 65. Merely sharing a meal had elevated Gu Shuowei's favorability once more, leaving Lin Cheng feeling buoyant. My skills in charming the ladies must be quite exceptional. Isn't that Gu Shuowei, the school belle? Why is she dining with a man? I hadn't heard she had a boyfriend. 2 male students from Qingbei University whispered as they observed Lin Cheng and Gu Shuowei enjoying their meal. Isn't Yang Gu planning to pursue Gu Shuowei? What's going on here? Has someone beaten him to it? Another male student pondered. This cannot stand. I must inform Yang Gu. The first student declared. You follow that guy and find out which dorm he belongs to. I'll bring Yang Gu to confront him later. With that, the student abandoned his meal and hurried off to notify the aforementioned Yang Gu. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng and Gu Shuowei remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. Before long, the two finished their meal, and Lin Cheng approached the counter, ready to settle the bill. What are you doing? Didn't we agree that I would treat? Gu Shuowei exclaimed when she saw Lin Cheng attempting to pay. It's my first time dining with a girl. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to foot the bill. Lin Cheng replied with a smile. I insist. I said I would treat, so just let it be. If worst comes to worst, you can treat next time. Gu Shuowei insisted. Next time? Will there even be a next time? Lin Cheng caught the key information in her words. All right then, this time it's on you. Lin Cheng was not the type to adhere to outdated notions of masculinity, so he did not continue to contest with Gu Shuowei. After settling the bill, they exited the small establishment. Unbeknownst to them, the male student who had been trailing Lin Cheng followed closely behind. Lin Cheng escorted Gu Shuowei to the entrance of the female dormitory, where numerous female students whispered amongst themselves, speculating about the nature of their relationship. I should have known better than to accompany you back. Look, others are misinterpreting our relationship, Lin Cheng remarked as he observed the gossiping students. I've said it before, those who are upright need not fear shadows. Besides, you're not even my type, Gu Shuowei retorted, maintaining her proud demeanor. You're lying. Your favorability is already at 65, which is well above the passing mark, Lin Cheng countered. What favorability of 65? What are you talking about? Gu Shuowei was puzzled by Lin Cheng's words. Nothing, just consider it my musings, Lin Cheng shrugged, offering no further explanation. You always say such nonsensical things. It's truly strange, Gu Shuowei remarked, choosing not to press further. I'm heading back to my dorm. You should rest as well, she said, waving goodbye to Lin Cheng without heeding the curious gazes of the other female students as she entered the dormitory. After seeing Gu Shuowei off, Lin Cheng turned toward the male dormitory, ready to take a moment to rest after a busy day. At that moment, Lin Cheng suddenly noticed something amiss and turned around. To his surprise, he spotted a shifty-looking fellow hiding behind a tree, peering at him with furtive eyes. This individual seemed to be following him. Chapter 9. The troublemaking rich second generation. Upon realizing that he had been discovered by Lin Cheng, the male classmate who had been following him promptly tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, feigning admiration for the scenery. This young man was, of course, one of those who had been clandestinely discussing Lin Cheng and Gu Shuiwei at the roasted duck leg shop earlier. Is he actually following me? His tracking skills leave much to be desired. Observing this inept pursuer, Lin Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, why was this fellow tailing me? Or was he perhaps focused on Gu Shuiwei instead? It seemed prudent to investigate further. With this thought in mind, Lin Cheng activated the character profile card ability. Name, Dujie. Age, 22. Height, 10 centimeters. Occupation, student at Qingbei University. Special identity, the flamboyant subordinate of Zhang Yang, devotedly following his lead. Upon reading the final entry regarding Dujie's special identity, Lin Cheng immediately grasped the situation. This fellow evidently regarded him as a rival for Zhang Yang's affections. Zhang Yang was notorious at Qingbei University as a wealthy second-generation student, living up to his name with a flamboyant demeanor. He drove an array of sports cars, frequently changing from one to another. Porsche, Bentley, Ferrari, the list was endless. Unsurprisingly, his rapid turnover of girlfriends matched his penchant for cars, with each outing featuring a different woman. Recently, this playboy had set his sights on the campus beauty, Gu Shuiwei, making grand proclamations on the school's confession wall. Despite Gu Shuiwei's numerous explicit rejections, Zhang Yang persisted like an unyielding burr, showing no signs of shame. Furthermore, he openly declared that anyone daring to pursue Gu Shuiwei would be opposing him, prompting others to think twice before approaching her. This, in a sense, spared Gu Shuiwei some trouble, though Zhang Yang remained a significant nuisance, frequently resurfacing to vex her. Lin Cheng had not anticipated that he would become a target of Zhang Yang's minions. It seemed only a matter of time before Zhang Yang himself would seek to cause him trouble. Although he was unafraid of Zhang Yang, such unsolicited disturbances were invariably irksome. Ah well, as the saying goes, when soldiers come, one must meet them with arms. He resolved to let it be. Having been marked, Lin Cheng decided to cast aside all thoughts of the situation and walk directly back to his dormitory. The pursuing minion, upon witnessing Lin Cheng enter his dormitory, stationed himself at the entrance, messaging his accomplice who had gone to find Zhang Yang, informing him of Lin Cheng's whereabouts. Soon, Zhang Yang, guided by the informant, arrived at Lin Cheng's dormitory, sporting a head of dyed blonde hair, a necklace around his neck, and a t-shirt adorned with skull motifs. Zhang Yang's style was as ostentatious as his personality. "Brother Yang, you've finally arrived. The guy who dined with campus beauty Gu Shuiwei is right in this dorm." Upon Zhang Yang's arrival, the follower who had trailed Lin Cheng eagerly reported, "Humph, daring to vie for a woman with me. I shall see how bold this fellow truly is." Zhang Yang scoffed, striding to Lin Cheng's dormitory door and delivering a forceful kick. With a resounding crash, the dormitory door burst open, drawing the attention of Lin Cheng and his roommates, who exchanged glances of bewilderment. "Who the hell are you? Are you insane? Why are you kicking down doors?" Wang Jing, startled, glared at Zhang Yang and began to curse. "Mind your own business and don't create trouble for yourself." Lin Cheng, upon observing Wang Jing's appearance, presumed Gu Shuiwei would certainly not be interested in him, quickly dismissing him as the one who had dined with her. "It's him. He was the one who went out to eat with campus beauty Gu Shuiwei." The minion pointed at Lin Cheng. "What? You dined with Gu Shuiwei?" Upon hearing this, Lin Cheng's three roommates erupted in disbelief. "How on earth did you manage to dine with Gu Shuiwei? Is there any justice left in the world?" The monkey, Fan Shixin, lamented dramatically. "Did your heroic act of confessing by jumping off a building yesterday move the campus beauty? That is hard to believe." Guzi, Yu Lu, echoed in confusion. "Rumors? Yes, it must be rumors. A campus beauty without rumors isn't a campus beauty." Wang Jing opted to evade reality. The trio united in their incredulity and began to admonish Lin Cheng, while Zhang Yang observed the commotion, his attention now fixated on Lin Cheng. "Your name is Lin Cheng, is it not?" Zhang Yang scrutinized Lin Cheng, his gaze rife with hostility. "Indeed, you must be Zhang Yang," Lin Cheng replied with calm composure. "That is correct." Zhang Yang raised his chin defiantly. "Zhang Yang, the notorious wealthy second generation?" Wang Jing and his companions were momentarily taken aback upon hearing Zhang Yang's name. His reputation for arrogance was well known at their school, and they had certainly heard of him. However, they were puzzled as to why Zhang Yang had come to their dormitory, especially considering the apparent tension between him and Lin Cheng. I heard you had lunch with Xu Weiwei today. Is that true? Zhang Yang questioned Lin Cheng haughtily. To emphasize his closeness to Xu Weiwei, he referred to her as Xu Weiwei in a faux affectionate manner. Indeed, we enjoyed roasted duck legs at a restaurant she recommended. The flavor was quite delightful, Lin Cheng replied, mirroring Zhang Yang's informal address of Xu Weiwei. Zhang Yang let out a derisive laugh. I've asked Xu Weiwei out dozens of times, and she has always declined. How is it that you managed to dine with her? What tricks did you employ? Speak up. It was merely a meal. Why would one need to employ tricks? Lin Cheng retorted disdainfully. The reason she ignores you is likely because she simply does not find you appealing. You're talking nonsense. Zhang Yang's expression darkened, unable to mask his humiliation at Lin Cheng's blunt insult. As a prominent second-generation rich kid, he could not afford to be outshone by someone as ordinary as Lin Cheng. At that moment, the minion who had been tailing Lin Cheng suddenly exclaimed as if he had made a significant discovery, pointing at Lin Cheng. Brother Yang, this person seems to be the one who jumped off the building yesterday. What? The fool who jumped off to confess to Xu Weiwei? Zhang Yang exclaimed in astonishment, scrutinizing Lin Cheng more closely. It truly was him. After a thorough examination, Zhang Yang recognized Lin Cheng. News of Lin Cheng's dramatic confession had spread like wildfire across the school's forums, and the video of his leap had garnered almost 200,000 views. As an ardent admirer of Xu Weiwei, Zhang Yang could hardly have overlooked this information. However, he was perplexed. Why would Xu Weiwei dine with someone who had threatened to jump off a building? Was she a saint incapable of witnessing others suffer for her sake? If that were the case, why bother pursuing Xu Weiwei at all? Zhang Yang's worldview began to crumble. Chapter 10. Zhang Yang's father does not share his surname enough. I shall cease this idle chatter and take you outside. I will demonstrate the consequences of crossing me. Zhang Yang had no time to delve into the truth behind Lin Cheng dining with Xu Weiwei. His sole intention was to intimidate this rival. Damn it. Do you regard us as mere air? Wang Jing exclaimed, rising to position himself before Lin Cheng. Try to lay a finger on Cheng Gu today, and I will make you regret it. Indeed, no matter your pretentious wealth, you shall not flaunt yourself within our dormitory. Cheng Gu, remain here. I shall see who dares to approach you today. Fan Shixin and Yu Lu also stood, forming a united front alongside Zhang Yang. Witnessing his three companions stand up for him, Lin Cheng felt a rush of gratitude. However, engaging in a brawl would undoubtedly embroil them in trouble. Thus he resolved to handle the matter himself. Yet, Zhang Yang's wealth and influence far surpassed his own to triumph over him. Lin Cheng needed to discover a means to threaten him. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Lin Cheng. Previously, utilizing the powers of the character profile card, he had apprehended the rainy night killer. He wondered if this ability could unveil Zhang Yang's vulnerabilities. With this thought, Lin Cheng resolved without hesitation and activated the superpower of the character profile card against Zhang Yang. Immediately, Zhang Yang's profile materialized before him. Name, Zhang Yang. Age, 22. Occupation, student at Qinbei University. Number of girlfriends, 5. Mother, Yang Ling. Father, Wang Zhiliang, the Zhang family's butler. Staring at Zhang Yang's profile, Lin Cheng was momentarily stunned. What the hell? This is an overwhelming amount of information. Zhang Yang had 5 girlfriends, yet he shamelessly pursued Xu Weiwei under such circumstances. However, what astonished Lin Cheng the most was the name of Zhang Yang's father, Wang Zhiliang. Why does the surname differ? Could it be that Zhang Yang was not the biological son of his wealthy father, but rather the product of an affair between his mother and the butler? Was this yet another tale of a high-society lady succumbing to loneliness and engaging in an illicit relationship with the butler? In an instant, a vivid scene played out in Lin Cheng's mind. A stormy night, thunder rumbling, a wealthy couple in a fierce quarrel, the husband storming out, leaving the lady standing in the rain, her garments clinging to her alluring figure. The butler, with a towel in hand, dared not meet her gaze. Consumed by resentment towards her husband, the lady concocted a plan for revenge, adultery with the butler. As her enchanting eyes locked onto him, the butler, unable to resist, succumbed to temptation under the stormy skies. That was the very genesis of Zhang Yang's existence. In that moment, Lin Cheng felt a profound sense of reflection. Even the affluent are not immune to betrayal. The world of the wealthy is indeed tumultuous. Nonetheless, Lin Cheng recognized he now possessed a leverage against Zhang Yang. Fatty, monkey. Guzzi, do not get worked up. No fighting today, Lin Cheng stated calmly. But this guy is here to provoke you. How can he simply back down? Fancher anxiously replied. Rest assured, I have my plans, Lin Cheng assured, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gestured towards the door. Zhang Yang. Let us step outside and resolve this. Humph. You do have some guts, Zhang Yang scoffed, turning to exit Lin Cheng's dormitory. Lin Cheng led the way, with Zhang Yang and his two henchmen following closely behind as the four made their way to the rear of the dormitory. This secluded area, devoid of passers-by and surveillance cameras, was well suited for a scuffle. Listen, your demeanor is commendable. Here's the deal. If you voluntarily withdraw your pursuit of Gu Xiaowei and sever all ties with her, I shall refrain from laying a hand on you. Upon arriving, Zhang Yang began his intimidation tactics, much like he would towards other suitors of Gu Xiaowei. That will not suffice. I have already promised Xiaowei to dine together again in the future. Lin Cheng firmly rejected Zhang Yang's ultimatum. Although Lin Cheng's initial confession to Gu Xiaowei had been merely to fulfill a system task, he held no genuine affection for her. However, he detested being threatened. The more Zhang Yang attempted to impose restrictions, the more resolute Lin Cheng became in his defiance. Young man, I have extended you a courtesy. Should you refuse it, do not blame me for the consequences. Zhang Yang sneered, gesturing for his two henchmen to approach, poised to deliver a beating to Lin Cheng. Wait a moment, Zhang Yang. I have something to convey to you. Lin Cheng interjected suddenly. What? Have you changed your mind and wish to apologize? Zhang Yang waved his hand, signaling his lackeys to pause momentarily. This matter is rather private. I would prefer to discuss it with you alone. Kindly send your lackeys away, Lin Cheng insisted, pointing at Zhang Yang's companions. Why would I dismiss them? Are you plotting an ambush? Do you take me for a fool? Zhang Yang coldly rejected the proposal. I am merely considering your privacy. However, since you are unconcerned, I shall divulge my thoughts in their presence. With Zhang Yang dismissive, Lin Cheng decided to reveal his knowledge publicly. Zhang Yang, it appears you have a butler named Wang Zhiliang, but is he truly just a butler? Lin Cheng spoke calmly, initiating the revelation of this scandalous secret. The moment Lin Cheng uttered the name Wang Zhiliang, Zhang Yang's face drained of color, as though he had been caught in a compromising position. You two, move over there. Stay away from here, Zhang Yang abruptly commanded his henchmen. But won't it be a bit dangerous for you to be alone? One henchman inquired hesitantly. Get lost. Zhang Yang's face flushed with anger, startling his companions into compliance. All right. We shall leave. The two lackeys hastily retreated. Now, what else do you know? Zhang Yang demanded, his expression icy, each word laced with tension. I also know that this butler Wang Zhiliang treats you exceptionally well, but it is not the manner in which a butler attends to his young master. It resembles the affection of a father towards his son, Lin Cheng continued, observing Zhang Yang's reaction. Zhang Yang remained silent, yet his trembling frame betrayed his inner turmoil. Zhang Yang had uncovered this truth a year prior, one fateful day when his father was abroad on business. He had witnessed Wang Zhiliang exiting his mother's room, trousers in hand. Although the butler claimed he had merely gone to tidy up, Zhang Yang was not so naive. Who the hell tidies up while half-dressed? He thought. Why not just say you were fixing the plumbing? Moreover, he noticed the increasing resemblance between himself and the butler. While he and his father seemed like two entirely different molds, even if he were not the sharpest, he could piece together the truth. Yet, he could not voice it. Revealing this secret would shatter his opulent lifestyle. He and his mother would be cast out, forced to lead the mundane existence of an ordinary person. That was a fate he could not endure. He would rather be the false son of a wealthy man than the true heir of a butler. Such melodramatic reunions were entirely unwelcome in his life. Thus, Zhang Yang buried this secret deep within, as if it had never transpired. Yet Lin Cheng had the audacity to expose it today, leaving him utterly astonished. He felt as if Lin Cheng had seized him by a sensitive spot, leaving him in a state of profound discomfort. Chapter 11. The invitation to dinner from the school bell upon having his family's embarrassing secrets revealed by Lin Cheng. Zhang Yang could only describe his feelings as sheer shock. How did you come to know about this? Zhang Yang's voice trembled, devoid of the arrogance he had previously displayed. Lin Cheng shook his head. Do not concern yourself with how I discovered it. Simply understand that if you lay a finger on me today, I will ensure that this matter reaches the internet by tomorrow. You should be acutely aware of the consequences that would follow. You are threatening me? Zhang Yang retorted angrily. Indeed, I am. What are you going to do about it? Lin Cheng patted Zhang Yang's face, challenging him to try. Consider what you would be willing to abandon. Your luxury car, your women, your spacious home, your extravagant lifestyle. You would be left with nothing. Akin to a turtle stripped of its shell. Do you truly believe that after losing everything, your meager endowment would still attract women? Lin Cheng laid out the potential repercussions before Zhang Yang with meticulous clarity. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth, glaring at Lin Cheng. He clenched his fists, tempted to strike Lin Cheng, but ultimately restrained himself. To sacrifice his enviable life for a school belt and so-called pride was something he simply could not do. Of course, if you cease to provoke me in the future, I will keep this matter to myself. After all, it concerns others and does not involve me, Lin Cheng stated indifferently. Fine, I promise not to trouble you again. I hope you can keep your word as well, Zhang Yang replied before turning to leave, refraining from any further bravado. Brother Yang, why are you leaving? Aren't we going to teach this kid a lesson? A follower approached Zhang Yang, puzzled. Teach your mother a lesson. With his anger boiling, Zhang Yang struck his follower across the face without hesitation. The follower, taken aback by the sudden outburst, could not fathom why Zhang Yang, who had just been so aggressive towards Lin Cheng, was now venting his frustrations on him. What had Lin Cheng said to instill such fear in Zhang Yang? After reprimanding his follower, Zhang Yang stormed off. Though the follower had been struck, he dared not express any resentment and merely followed Zhang Yang obediently. After neutralizing Zhang Yang's threat, Lin Cheng returned to his dormitory. Upon entering, he found his three mischievous friends, Wang Jing and the others, brandishing baseball bats and folding chairs, ready to charge out the door. What are you planning with those weapons? Are you going to confront Zhang Yang? Lin Cheng asked, amused by their enthusiasm. We thought Zhang Yang was going to make things difficult for you, so we were preparing to intervene. But wait, why are you back? The group was astonished to see Lin Cheng safe and sound. Did I not say that there would be no fight today? Lin Cheng replied nonchalantly. Fan Shixin bent down to inspect Lin Cheng's knees. Hey, what are you looking at? Lin Cheng inquired, perplexed. I'm checking for dust to determine if you knelt before Zhang Yang. Fan Shixin replied seriously. But your knees are clean, so it appears you did not. Of course not. Would I engage in such a humiliating act? Lin Cheng laughed, scolding lightly. Yu Lu leaned closer to Lin Cheng. Then tell us, what means did you employ? Enlighten us so we can broaden our horizons. Lin Cheng brushed her off. What is there to say? I simply clarified that it was a misunderstanding. I never dined with Gu Shuowei. They must have seen incorrectly. Not wishing to divulge the truth, Lin Cheng concocted a casual excuse. That is indeed the case. Why would the illustrious Gu Shuowei dine with you? That is preposterous. You are such a coward. What does it matter if it was a misunderstanding? Why do you not dare to confront Zhang Yang? Yes, with us backing you, what are you afraid of? Wang Jing and the others expressed their disappointment at Lin Cheng's perceived surrender. All right, enough of this fighting and killing. You all seem too bloodthirsty. Let's play some games to release that pent-up aggression, Lin Cheng suggested lightly, deflecting the topic. With that, they turned their focus to gaming, and the discussion faded. In the ensuing days, Lin Cheng enjoyed a relatively tranquil life. There were no new tasks from the system, nor did Zhang Yang seek him out. During this time, Lin Cheng utilized his extraordinary abilities to pry into the private affairs of various individuals, uncovering secrets such as the clandestine romance between Teacher Bai and the headmaster, a female student moonlighting as a prostitute, and various love triangles. Through these revelations, Lin Cheng came to a profound realization: there are indeed few genuinely good people in this world. As Lin Cheng continued his voyeuristic pursuits while awaiting the system's next task, an unexpected phone call shattered his peaceful existence. One afternoon, with no classes to attend, Lin Cheng and his dorm mates indulged in an afternoon nap. While they were still deep in slumber, the shrill ring of a cell phone pierced the tranquility, rousing him from his dreams. Wang Jing and the other roommates also awoke, grumbling and turning over to continue their rest. Still groggy, Lin Cheng answered the call, and a cold yet melodious voice greeted him from the other end. Hello. Is this Lin Cheng? This is Gu Shuowei. Do you have a moment? I would like to invite you to dinner. Gu Shuowei got straight to the point, revealing her intentions without delay. I have time, but why the sudden invitation for dinner? Lin Cheng yawned lazily, responding with nonchalance. How about this? I'll treat you this time. You can choose the place, but it mustn't be too expensive. Though still drowsy, Lin Cheng was mindful of his financial constraints, so he refrained from posturing excessively. That's all right. I will treat you this time since today is a special occasion, Gu Shuowei replied. Meet me at the He Jiahuan restaurant near the school. Hurry over and remember to dress nicely. He Jiahuan is a popular eatery among students for its delicious dishes, reasonable prices, and spacious private rooms. After making her request, Gu Shuowei hung up without waiting for a response. How rude. Couldn't she at least let me say something? What if I didn't want to go? Lin Cheng muttered to himself. Who was it? Waking us up during our sleep, ruining my dream day with Gu Shuowei. We were about to hold hands, you know. Fan Shixin complained. You fool, you only dared to hold hands in your dreams? Your aspirations are quite low, Yilu mocked. Coincidentally, it was Gu Shuewei who called me. Asking me to dinner, Lin Cheng reported honestly. Haha. Laughter erupted in the dormitory, ringing out unabashedly, completely disregarding Lin Cheng's dignity. Gu Shuewei invited you to dinner? Have you confused dreams with reality? Yilu teased. I understand your admiration for the school belle. We all share that sentiment. It is not embarrassing. But your infatuation has evidently clouded your judgment, Wang Jing added, joining in the ribbing. Enough with the remarks, let him go for dinner. I'm more curious about whether the belle herself will show up, Fan Shixin chimed in with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, the main issue is that she is treating. It would be inappropriate for me to bring others. Otherwise, I would invite you all for some fun, Lin Cheng said earnestly. What? I might miss the chance to dine with the school belle? How tragic. Yilu feigned a dramatic display of sorrow. Xiao Qingzi, while you may boast. Do not drag us into it. We cannot afford such embarrassment. Fan Shixin directly mocked Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng merely chuckled, remaining silent. Rising from his bed, Lin Cheng began rummaging through his wardrobe. Following Gu Shuewei's suggestion to dress handsomely, he donned his most stylish attire. Once dressed, he applied some hair gel to sculpt his hair. With a commendable foundation of height and looks, Lin Cheng, after his grooming, appeared undeniably handsome. Standing alongside the campus beauty Gu Shuewei, he would not pale in comparison. Having completed these preparations, Lin Cheng departed from the dormitory, heading towards the Hejiawan restaurant. Chapter 12. The school belle's faux boyfriend. After a stroll of over 10 minutes, Lin Cheng arrived at the entrance of the Hejiawan restaurant. He was taken aback by a car parked outside the establishment. Among a collection of vehicles worth 200,000 to 300,000, or even electric scooters, there stood a luxurious Cadillac sports car worth several million. Lin Cheng immediately recognized it as one of Zhang Yang's vehicles. However, it was peculiar that Zhang Yang, who typically dined in high-end restaurants, would deign to visit such a modest place today. Soon, Lin Cheng deduced the reason. Most likely, Zhang Yang was here to meet Gu Shuewei, as he was one of her fervent admirers. Gu Shuewei's sudden invitation to him likely had something to do with Zhang Yang. As he pondered this, Lin Cheng pushed open the restaurant door and stepped into the lobby. Upon entering, he was once again astonished by the scene before him. The restaurant was adorned with balloons and an array of fresh flowers, while a banner hung from the ceiling, boldly proclaiming a happy birthday to the dear Gu Shuewei. It was then that Lin Cheng realized the special day Gu Shuewei mentioned was indeed her birthday. However, the gaudy and awkward decorations were not her doing, after all. Such an extravagant setup would surely embarrass the birthday girl. It was undoubtedly Zhang Yang's handiwork. If judged by the system's scoring criteria, Gu Shuewei's affection for Zhang Yang must have plummeted to a staggering -1,000, Lin Cheng mused. Lin Cheng, you finally made it. Gu Shuewei's eager voice cut through his thoughts. Following the sound, he saw her hurriedly emerging from a private room, rushing to his side. Gu Shuewei, is it really necessary to make such a grand affair for a birthday? Lin Cheng teased, pointing to the floral banner. I merely invited a few friends from the dormitory for a meal. None of this is my doing, Gu Shuewei replied with a hint of exasperation. You know that insufferable rich second generation, Zhang Yang? He orchestrated all of this. I am well acquainted with Zhang Yang. Just a few days ago, he came to my dormitory and threatened me not to get too close to you. Lin Cheng recounted the recent incident. What surprised him was Zhang Yang's resilience. Despite being exposed, he still had the audacity to pursue the school belle. That scoundrel. I refuse to be associated with someone like him, Gu Shuewei declared with evident disdain. Afterward, she looked at Lin Cheng with concern. Are you all right? Did he harm you or cause you any trouble? She inquired anxiously. I'm fine, don't worry. I've got a hold of his Achilles heel. You probably won't want to see me again for a long time, Lin Cheng replied with a smile. As he scanned the surroundings, he asked, but where is Zhang Yang? I don't see him anywhere. Don't mention it. He's currently in the private room where we're dining. No matter how hard I try to shoo him away, he is too thick-skinned, Gu Shuewei sighed. That's also the reason I called you here. Reason? What reason? Lin Cheng inquired, puzzled. I want you to pretend to be my. Gu Shuewei blushed and hesitated just as a female voice interrupted her. Hey Shuewei, is he the new boyfriend you mentioned? He looks quite handsome. Lin Cheng turned to see a girl who had unexpectedly emerged from the birthday party's private room. Rong Xiaoxin. Come look. Shuewei's mysterious boyfriend has arrived. The girl called out, prompting two others to rush out from the room. The three girls regarded Lin Cheng and Gu Shuewei with mischievous expressions, clearly relishing the moment. Boyfriend? I'm your boyfriend? When did that happen? Lin Cheng was taken aback by the girl's words and quickly lowered his voice to question Gu Xuewei, trying to maintain his composure. To deter Zhang Yang from pestering me, I had to claim I had a boyfriend, Gu Xuewei explained, smiling at her three roommates while trying to clarify the situation. I understand, but why me? Don't you know any other men? Lin Cheng replied with a wry smile. No, just you, Gu Xuewei stated calmly. So please don't misunderstand. It's not that I specifically chose you. It's simply that you're my only option. Thanks a lot, Lin Cheng retorted lightly. Is it possible for me to decline your request and leave? Of course not. You have only one option, and that is to be my temporary boyfriend. Gu Xuewei insisted firmly. Ah, why is my fate so harsh? Lin Cheng sighed deeply, expressing his lament. Although the situation was unexpected, Gu Xuewei had made her intentions clear, and he had no choice but to temporarily assume the role of her faux boyfriend. Xuewei, I truly didn't expect you. The high and mighty flower, to have someone vying for you, he remarked. You two look stunning together, truly a visual delight. What are you waiting for? Introduce us. The three girls approached Lin Cheng and Gu Xuewei, chattering excitedly. This is Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng, these are my roommates, Chun Xiaoying, Yang Rongrong, and Lu Xian. Gu Xuewei introduced them succinctly. But are you two really dating? It doesn't seem that way, Yang Rongrong questioned, scrutinizing the pair. Chun Xiaoying nodded in agreement, right? Usually, couples in the early stages of dating are quite affectionate, but you both act like strangers. You know, Xuewei is somewhat shy, but our relationship is quite strong. Lin Cheng quickly stepped into his role as the boyfriend, defending her. As he spoke, he casually draped an arm around Gu Xuewei's waist, pulling her closer and unabashedly taking advantage of the moment. Gu Xuewei, gasped at Lin Cheng's sudden intimacy, caught off guard. Yet, under the scrutinizing gazes of her roommates, she had no choice but to compose herself and allow Lin Cheng his liberties. Stop it, I told you not to embrace me in front of so many people. Gu Xuewei managed to smile, but her eyes were filled with a murderous intent, silently warning Lin Cheng to release her or face dire consequences. However, Lin Cheng did not relent. Instead, he tightened his hold. He shot her a playful glance, as if to say that accepting his role as a boyfriend came with certain conditions. All right, let us not linger outside any longer. Let us head to the private room before the food gets cold, Gu Xuewei urged, subtly pushing Lin Cheng's hand off her waist, giving it a sharp twist that made him wince. Yet, to the three girls, this scene only appeared as playful banter between two flirtatious individuals. They all shared knowing smiles before heading into the private room together. Chapter 13. No More Pretenses. I am the hero who captured the murderer. Lin Cheng and his companions entered the private room in succession. Within, 4 young men were present, 3 of whom were the boyfriends of Gu Xuewei's roommates. The last one, of course, was the wealthy heir, Zhang Yang. Xuewei, you really don't need to find a fake boyfriend just to deal with me. It would be quite embarrassing if you were found out, Zhang Yang remarked with a grin upon seeing Gu Xuewei return to the room. However, his smile quickly froze on his face as the last person he ever wanted to see appeared before him, Lin Cheng. This brat is Gu Xuewei's boyfriend? Is that why they had dinner together a few days ago? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and his already muddled brain became even more chaotic. Oh, long time no see. In contrast to Zhang Yang's panic, Lin Cheng remained remarkably composed and raised a hand in greeting. Why you? Hello, Zhang Yang stammered, his face pale and his mind wandering. Gu Xuewei's 3 roommates settled beside their boyfriends, while Lin Cheng situated himself between Gu Xuewei and Zhang Yang. Buddy, you look so familiar. Have we met before? As soon as Lin Cheng was seated, Yang Rongrong's boyfriend directed a question at him. Indeed, he seems familiar. I believe I've seen him around these past few days, Lu Xian's boyfriend pondered, stroking his chin as he scrutinized Lin Cheng. All right, stop guessing. Let me introduce myself. I am the one who, a few days ago, jumped off a building to confess to Gu Xuewei, Lin Cheng declared, opting to reveal his identity rather than pretend any longer. Yes, that's you. I watched that ridiculous video of your jump. It was hilarious, Yang Rongrong's boyfriend recalled, breaking into a smile. What? Xuewei, the boyfriend you found is that lunatic? Lu Xian exclaimed in surprise upon learning Lin Cheng's identity. To go so far as to jump off a building, he must be extremely unstable. You won't find happiness with him. Indeed. Are you with him out of pity, fearing he might jump again? That's unacceptable, Yang Rongrong chimed in, urging caution. Xuewei, should I call you love-struck, or just naive? I can hardly see you clearly anymore, Chun Xiaoying added, shaking her head with disappointment. Initially pleased that Gu Xuewei had found a boyfriend, The three girls' opinions shifted drastically upon discovering Lin Cheng's true identity, now viewing him with animosity. It was no surprise. Someone willing to jump off a building to confess love was undoubtedly extreme. Naturally, they worried about their friend falling for such a person. Though Lin Cheng had no intention of jumping again, his words at that moment would not be taken seriously. Zhang Yang, witnessing the scene, could barely contain his laughter. Under normal circumstances, he would have confronted anyone else. But knowing Lin Cheng's family shame kept him from openly opposing him. However, seeing Lin Cheng besieged by so many felt gratifying. Should Gu Xiuwei be swayed by her roommate's words and break up with Lin Cheng, it would present him with an opportunity. You've misunderstood. Lin Cheng is not the person you think he is, Gu Xiuwei interjected, quickly defending him. He is incredibly brave and has helped me immensely. Xiuwei, wake up. Stop defending him. I refuse to believe that someone so emotionally fragile as to jump off a building could truly assist you, Yang Rongrong insisted. Yes, Xiuwei. It's not too late. Break things off with him. We're only looking out for your best interests, Lu Xian added, her words growing harsher. Listening to the mockery directed at him, Lin Cheng felt a wave of frustration. Not only had he been dragged into this situation as a temporary boyfriend, but now he was being ridiculed due to a misunderstanding. Everyone, please be quiet and let me speak. At that moment, Gu Xiuwei raised her voice, silencing the chatter in the room. The others looked at their typically gentle roommate in surprise. Was she truly angry? And over someone who had attempted suicide? You don't know Lin Cheng at all. You have no idea how much he has done for me and for society, Gu Xiuwei stated, casting a gentle glance at Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng, can you tell them what happened that night? The night she referred to was, of course, the incident when Lin Cheng apprehended the murderer during the rainstorm. Go ahead. It'll be in the news in a couple of days anyway. So there's no point in hiding it, Lin Cheng replied nonchalantly. He sought to turn the tide of public opinion and knew that revealing this yet unknown act of bravery would be essential. What is this mysterious event? Hurry up and share it. Lu Xian urged impatiently. All right, I will tell you now. Gu Xiuwei inhaled deeply before recounting the events of that fateful night. You all know about the infamous murderer from the rainstorm, right? Yes, that deranged killer who has taken the lives of many women. But I saw on the news a couple of days ago that he was captured, Chen Xiaoying questioned, puzzled by Gu Xiuwei's sudden reference. Indeed, he was captured. Do you know who helped the police catch him? Gu Xiuwei's gaze lingered on Lin Cheng, filled with warmth. No, it can't be him. Yang Rongrong pointed at Lin Cheng, her face a mask of disbelief. She had pieced together that Lin Cheng was the one. Yet she struggled to reconcile the image of the suicidal man with that of a hero. Impossible. Xiuwei, there's no need to fabricate such lies to elevate his image. Lu Xian added, equally incredulous. I am not lying. That deranged murderer was our school security guard, and I was his final target, Gu Xiuwei revealed. If it weren't for Lin Cheng, I might have been killed by him. What? You were attacked by that murderous psychopath? Why didn't you tell us? Chen Xiaoying exclaimed in shock. I didn't want you to worry, Gu Xiuwei explained. Even if you don't believe in him, you should trust me. Do you really think I would fall for a lunatic? Well, we certainly won't doubt your words, but who would have guessed that so much had happened between you two? Is this fate? Lu Xian mused. So, you fell for him because he saved you? That makes sense. A hero who captures a murderer and is also handsome. No wonder you like him. In comparison, his previous antics seemed trivial. After Gu Xiuwei's explanation, Lin Cheng's image in the eyes of her roommates was instantly elevated. Chapter 14. The Knowledge Quiz of the Campus Bell. Xiuwei, you mentioned that you were also involved. Why conceal such matters? It led us to misunderstand your boyfriend. After Gu Xiuwei explained the situation, her three roommates no longer harbored ill feelings towards Lin Cheng. On the contrary, they found themselves intrigued by this mysterious man, who was both audacious and courageous. Let me clarify. The incident involving the murderer was something I kept from even my family, solely to prevent you from worrying, Gu Xiuwei elaborated. Since I was unharmed, I consider the matter closed. However, the police report did not disclose that the murderer was our school's security guard, and the school itself remained silent. Had it not been for your revelation, we would have remained oblivious to the truth, Yang Rongrong lamented. Such a disgraceful affair is certainly not something the school would announce. If it became known that our institution had a murderer among its ranks, it would tarnish its reputation. The school officials would undoubtedly wish to avoid such scandals during their tenure, which is why they choose to ignore the situation and handle it discreetly. Analyzed Yang Rongrong's boyfriend. These leaders are all of a similar ilk, unwilling to allow any such disgrace to mar their administration, Lu Xian's boyfriend interjected. Zhang Yang. observing the heated discussion, felt utterly perplexed. What had begun as a critique of Lin Cheng had suddenly morphed into a discussion about the corrupt upper echelons of society. Moreover, how had Lin Cheng suddenly become the hero who captured the murderer? Was the plot twist truly so abrupt? Enough of these trivial topics. Let us discuss something of substance. Chun Xiaoying interjected, turning her attention to Lin Cheng and Gu Xiaowei, her expression one of eager anticipation. Do share your romantic daily life with us. You have been dating for a few days now, so there must be some insights you've gleaned about each other. Well, although we have only just begun our relationship, we have come to know a bit about one another. Gu Xiaowei hesitated, aware that she was treading into an area of personal ignorance. Yet she felt compelled to fabricate a response to protect her identity. While Xiaowei may not know much about me, I am quite well acquainted with her, perhaps even more than she is with herself. Lin Cheng's response was exaggerated. So confident, are we? Then let us, the three roommates, pose some questions about Xiaowei, and you shall answer them to see if you truly know her as well as you claim, Lu Xine suggested, her inspiration igniting a playful challenge. Are you children, playing such a mundane game? Gu Xiaowei whispered reproachfully to Lin Cheng, wishing to quash the game before it could blossom, fearing their fade might be revealed. No, I find this game quite intriguing. It could deepen our understanding of one another and strengthen our bond, unexpectedly countered Lin Cheng. Well, since your boyfriend has agreed, let us commence with the questioning, the roommates exclaimed with excitement, each furrowing their brows in contemplation as they devised their queries. Hey, what are you doing? Are you afraid someone might discover we're not a real couple? Gu Xiaowei leaned closer to Lin Cheng, her tone scolding yet her smile betraying her amusement, prompting outsiders to think they were sharing sweet nothings. If I can answer all their questions, it would surely dispel their suspicions, Lin Cheng replied with a smile. But we have only just met. How could you answer questions about me when you hardly know me? Do you intend to fabricate responses? Gu Xiaowei was exasperated. My roommates are quite familiar with me. You cannot simply bluff your way through this, she insisted. Lin Cheng chuckled confidently. Rest assured, I know you far better than you anticipate. All right, I have formulated my question, and I shall pose it now. While Lin Cheng and Gu Xiaowei exchanged whispers, Yang Rongrong had already prepared her inquiry and was ready to proceed. Listen closely, my question is, who is Gu Xiaowei's favorite singer? What about the two of you? Let us ask our questions together. I will answer them all at once, Lin Cheng proposed, turning to Lu Xine and Chun Xiaoying to invite their queries. Mine is a multiple-choice question. Which of the following is Xiaowei's favorite food? Lu Xine offered her question. A. Boiled shrimp. B. Scallion lamb. C. Tomato scrambled eggs. My question is rather personal, and I doubt you can answer it. When it was Chun Xiaoying's turn, a mischievous smile danced on her lips. My question is, when does Xiaowei's menstrual cycle occur? Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaowei's face flushed crimson. Xiaoying, what a ridiculous question. Quickly, you must change it, she exclaimed, blushing profusely. Why should I change it? He's your boyfriend. He ought to know about your cycle. Otherwise, during those uncomfortable days each month, he wouldn't remember to prepare you a warm drink, Chun Xiaoying insisted. Xiaoying has a point. Remembering a girlfriend's cycle is indeed a crucial skill for every man, and I am willing to answer this question, Lin Cheng interjected. Have we completed the questions? Then I shall begin my responses. With all inquiries posed, Lin Cheng was ready to provide answers. However, before addressing them, he intended to utilize his character data card, special ability to glean the necessary information. His gaze settled on Gu Xiaowei, and he activated his ability. Instantly, her details appeared before him. Name, Gu Xiaowei. Age, 22. Height, 170 centimeters. Measurements, 88, 64, 86. Allergies, seafood, scallions. Favorite singer, Jay Cho. Favorite song, Calixiang. Menstrual cycle, beginning of the month. Sensitive area, ears. Identity, student at Qingbei University. Special identity, requires affinity level of 90 to display. Having overheard her roommate's questions, Lin Cheng employed his system's capabilities to reveal all the information needed to respond. However, the final entry on the data card caught his attention. Gu Xiaowei possessed a special identity. Yet, currently, her affinity towards him stood at a mere 65. Insufficient to unveil this special status, it appeared he needed to continue his pursuit of her favor, enhancing their bond further. Chapter 15. Have you ever kissed the school bell? Why are you silent? If you can't answer these questions, we might have to punish you, Yang Rongrong urged impatiently as Lin Cheng remained uncommunicative. No need for that. I can answer right now. Lin Cheng decided to set aside his concerns about Gu Shuiwei's concealed identity and began addressing their inquiries. Let's start with a simple question. Gu Shuiwei's favorite singer is undoubtedly Jay Chou. She listens to his song Common Jasmine, Orange, every day. With the aid of his extraordinary intuition, Lin Cheng confidently provided the first answer. Upon hearing his response, Gu Shuiwei was momentarily taken aback. Although her fondness for Jay Chou wasn't a secret, it was known only to a handful of her roommates. How did Lin Cheng, who had only just met her, know this? Well done. You got it right. Yang Rongrong clapped her hands in approval. That's only because your question was too easy. My question, however, he definitely won't be able to answer, Lu Xian boasted, exuding confidence over her carefully thought-out query. Your question is indeed challenging. If one is not familiar with Shuiwei, they might easily get it wrong, Lin Cheng acknowledged, praising Lu Xian's question. Generally, people enjoy seafood or dishes like stir-fried lamb with scallions, but Shuiwei is different. If she consumes those, it could lead to trouble, for she is allergic to seafood and scallions. As he spoke, Lin Cheng thoughtfully scooped a spoonful of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and placed it in Gu Shuiwei's bowl. Thus, the answer is, Gu Shuiwei's favorite dish is scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Impressive. You got it right again. It seems Shuiwei has shared her dietary restrictions with you. Lu Xian remarked in admiration. Gu Shuiwei felt even more perplexed as Lin Cheng answered flawlessly once more. How did he know about her allergies to scallions and seafood? She had never disclosed this information to him. It's my turn now, Lin Cheng. You must answer my question. When is Shuiwei's menstrual cycle? Chen Xiaoying pressed Lin Cheng for an answer. Although Lin Cheng was well aware of the answer, he found the question too personal and hesitated to respond, wanting to spare Gu Shuiwei any embarrassment. This cannot stand. You must answer, Chen Xiaoying insisted firmly. We're all adults here. No one will mind such a question about health. Lin Cheng glanced at Gu Shuiwei, seeking her approval. Realizing that her roommates were relentless, she knew that if he refused to answer, they would persist. If you know, just say it. Gu Shuiwei finally relented with a nod. Then I shall say it. Shuiwei's menstrual cycle starts at the beginning of the month. Seeing that Gu Shuiwei had no objections, Lin Cheng revealed the correct answer. Another correct response. You've answered all three questions accurately. Although you haven't been dating Shuiwei for long, you seem to know her quite well, Yang Rongrong remarked with envy, contrasting Lin Cheng's knowledge with her own boyfriend's obliviousness. Indeed. My boyfriend is the same. Last time he gifted me a lipstick in a reddish-brown shade. When my favorite is maple red, Lu Xian chimed in, lamenting her boyfriend's choices. You are all fortunate. When I had my period last time, my boyfriend didn't even keep me company and chose to play games with his friends instead. I will remember that for a lifetime. Chen Xiaoying grew increasingly irritated, playfully punching her boyfriend who sat beside her. Lin Cheng's remarkable performance not only dispelled any doubts from Gu Shuiwei's roommates but also made their boyfriends appear inadequate by comparison. The unfortunate trio of boyfriends endured their girlfriends' teasing in silence. Gu Shuiwei was thoroughly pleased with Lin Cheng's performance. Initially, she had expected this temporary faux boyfriend to lack any chemistry with her, yet Lin Cheng exceeded her expectations. However, she was also curious as to how he knew so much about her. Lin Cheng, how do you know all these things? Have you been secretly investigating me? Gu Shuiwei leaned closer and whispered. I mentioned earlier that I understand you better than you think, Lin Cheng murmured softly, his lips brushing against her ear. For instance, I also know that your ears are quite sensitive. After saying this, he gently blew a breath against her ear. A tingling sensation surged through Gu Shuiwei's body, as if electricity coursed through her veins, sending shivers down her spine. You tease. Gu Shuiwei's face flushed crimson from the unexpected provocation, and she turned her head away. Unable to meet Lin Cheng's gaze. Zhang Yang, why have you been silent since earlier? Are you feeling uncomfortable knowing that Shuiwei has a boyfriend? At that moment, Yang Rongrong teased Zhang Yang. Despite Zhang Yang's persistent pursuit of Gu Shuiwei, her three roommates held a poor impression of him. However, his thick skin made it difficult for them to shake him off. With Gu Shuiwei now dating Lin Cheng, they seized the opportunity to mock Zhang Yang. Since Lin Cheng entered the room, Zhang Yang had remained silent, making efforts to diminish his presence, fearful that Lin Cheng might suddenly reveal his family's disgraceful secrets. As he watched Lin Cheng's stature rise, he felt discomfort but dared not show it. Unfortunately, despite his attempts to hide, he was still called out by someone oblivious. What's there to feel uncomfortable about? Shuiwei is beautiful. It's perfectly normal for her to have a boyfriend, Zhang Yang replied casually. As one of Gu Shuiwei's ardent admirers, do you have any questions you'd like to ask? Lu Xian encouraged Zhang Yang to speak up. Yes, do ask. Qin Xiaoying joined her roommates in pressuring Zhang Yang. I'll pass. I don't even know what to ask. Zhang Yang waved his hands in refusal. What's so difficult? Just ask the question you most want to know. Yang Rongrong insisted. If you don't ask today, we'll keep pestering you. Fine, I'll ask. Zhang Yang relented. My question is, have you two kissed? In a moment of frustration, he blurted out a sensational question. Kissed? You mean to say kissed? Could you be more refined? Lu Xian scolded Zhang Yang for his choice of words. Wait a moment. While Zhang Yang's phrasing may be crude, he has touched upon the crux of the matter. Qin Xiaoying's eyes lit up, her curiosity igniting. With a mischievous smile, she turned to Lin Cheng and asked, have you two ever shared a kiss? Chapter 16. The stolen first kiss. The pretense of a couple between Lin Cheng and Gu Shuiwei was put to the test when the topic of kissing arose. Although Lin Cheng had no qualms about kissing the campus belle, the nature of their faux relationship necessitated a denial of such an act. Of course not. Our relationship is as pure as ice and jade, and we haven't even held hands, Lin Cheng stated candidly. Really? Well, I can understand Gu Shuiwei. But I never expected you to be so innocent, Lu Xian remarked, disappointment evident in his tone. The proverbial fruit was slipping from his grasp. That's all right. There's always a first time for everything. Why not seize the day and have you two kiss right now? Yang Rongrong suggested suddenly. Yes. Today is Gu Shuiwei's birthday. A heartfelt kiss on her special day would be incredibly romantic, Qin Xiaoying chimed in, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Rongrong, Xiaoying, what are you two babbling about? Gu Shuiwei's face flushed crimson at their suggestions, her flustered demeanor making her look exceedingly endearing. There's nothing wrong with a kiss between couples. It's a beautiful thing. No need to be shy, Yang Rongrong urged Gu Shuiwei. Kiss. 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 Lu Xian and Qin Xiaoying began to clap, rallying the atmosphere. And soon their boyfriends joined in the cheer. Gu Shuiwei felt increasingly anxious, while Lin Cheng appeared amused by the spectacle. The instigator of this kissing event, Zhang Yang, was now bewildered. He had merely posed a casual question, not anticipating it would corner Gu Shuiwei into a forced kiss. Regret washed over him, wishing to slap himself for his folly. However, observing Gu Shuiwei's reaction, he concluded that she would not succumb to the uproar and kiss Lin Cheng. Stop it, everyone. Please stop. Gu Shuiwei continued to resist, yet she could not quell the enthusiasm of Yang Rongrong and the others. Kiss. Kiss. They were relentless in their pursuit. Why did you make me pretend to be your boyfriend? Look at the mess this has created for you, Lin Cheng quipped, leaning closer to Gu Shuiwei, teasing her in a light-hearted manner. Stop laughing and help me quiet them down. Gu Shuiwei shot back, her frustration palpable. Perhaps I should reveal to them that our relationship is a ruse. Otherwise, you might just end up kissing me, Lin Cheng replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation. Having come this far, revealing the truth seemed futile. Besides, if they discovered their charade, Zhang Yang would undoubtedly pester him again. Gu Shuiwei felt utterly exasperated. What else can I do? You're too timid to kiss me for real, Lin Cheng whispered, provoked by his taunt. An unexpected competitive spirit surged within Gu Shuiwei. Who says I'm afraid? She retorted, her voice rising. Is that so? Then come and kiss me, Lin Cheng challenged, puckering his lips in a provocative manner. With a deep breath, Gu Shuiwei closed her eyes, as if steeling herself for what was to come. Suddenly, she reached out, grasping Lin Cheng's head, and kissed him in front of their friends, much to everyone's astonishment. Lin Cheng's eyes widened in shock, utterly unprepared for the campus belle's abrupt and forceful kiss. In that fleeting moment, myriad thoughts raced through his mind, yet ultimately, only two words remained, so moist. The only drawback was that their lips had merely brushed against one another, with no intertwining of tongues. After a few seconds, Gu Shuiwei released the dazed Lin Cheng and turned to her roommates. Are you all satisfied now? She asked, wiping her lips with the back of her hand. A hint of defiance in her tone. Absolutely satisfied, they chorused, delighted that Gu Shuiwei had indeed kissed Lin Cheng, effectively silencing their previous ruckus. Meanwhile, Gu Shuiwei resumed eating as if nothing had happened, oblivious to Lin Cheng's bewildered gaze. He was left pondering the significance of the kiss. Was it merely a spur-of-the-moment act of defiance, or did it hint at something deeper? After the tumult of the kiss, the birthday gathering returned to its usual rhythm. The group finished their meal, cut the cake, and the festivities came to a close. Inspired by Lin Cheng and Gu Shuiwei, the three couples, buoyed by their emotions, made their way to the hotel afterward. Zhang Yang, witnessing the campus belle he pursued kiss the very person he dreaded, felt a profound psychological blow. He hastily sped away in his sports car, desperate to escape the scene. As for Lin Cheng and Gu Xuewei, they awkwardly returned to campus together. The night had fallen, casting a romantic glow under the moonlight that illuminated the path. Yet, the faux couple felt a palpable tension from the earlier incident. Ahem, the moonlight is quite beautiful tonight, Lin Cheng remarked, attempting to ease the awkwardness. Don't make conversation just for the sake of it. Gu Xuewei shot him a glare. And about that kiss, it meant nothing. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Don't overthink it. Lin Cheng nodded vigorously. Understood, understood. We're both adults. A kiss doesn't signify anything. No need for responsibilities. What do you mean by no need for responsibilities? Is that how you typically behave? Gu Xuewei retorted, displeased. Are you implying that I should be responsible? Lin Cheng ventured cautiously. Not a chance. There's no need for you to be responsible. Gu Xuewei dismissed him firmly. Then what I just said implies no responsibility, right? Lin Cheng chuckled, bemused. Yes, but you can't say it outright, Gu Xuewei countered. Do you even comprehend your own words? Lin Cheng was left speechless, realizing that even the campus belle could be unreasonable at times. Honestly, I was contemplating what to gift you for your birthday. But now it seems unnecessary since I've already given you the most precious gift, Lin Cheng suddenly declared. The most important gift? What is it? I haven't received anything. Gu Xuewei questioned, puzzled. Lin Cheng pointed to his lips. My significant first kiss, which you just claimed. Do you think you're the only one with a first kiss? I also. Gu Xuewei began, but realizing her slip, she abruptly halted. Regardless, today's events were a misunderstanding. Don't go spreading rumors, Gu Xuewei instructed earnestly. Got it, Lin Cheng nodded, then smirked. But should this situation arise again, a heads up would be appreciated for my mental preparation. What do you mean by next time? There won't be a next time, Gu Xuewei exclaimed, exasperated. Playfully punching Lin Cheng, who merely raised his arm to shield himself. Their playful banter resembled that of a couple in love. Ding. Gu Xuewei's affection for the host increased by 5, currently standing at 70. Although Gu Xuewei verbally expressed her disdain, the increasing affection revealed her true feelings. After their playful banter, Lin Cheng escorted Gu Xuewei back to her dormitory before returning to his own quarters to rest. Lin Cheng, this faux boyfriend, flawlessly fulfilled his role. Chapter 17, the press conference of the murderer. Following the awkward incident of their first kiss, Gu Xuewei seemed to have avoided contacting Lin Cheng, leading him to enjoy a few days of tranquility. However, his serene days were soon interrupted by a phone call. One afternoon, as Lin Cheng sat on the school playground, utilizing his extraordinary abilities to peruse the profiles of passing students, his phone rang. Hello? Is this Lin Cheng? Do you have time this afternoon to come to the police station? Came the voice of Captain Zhao from the other end. I do have time. But what is the purpose of my visit? Is it to give a statement? Lin Cheng inquired. No. The police station is holding a press conference regarding the rainy night murderer case to discuss the progress of the investigation. As a key witness, your presence is required to provide your account and to help with publicity, Captain Zhao explained. We've already informed the reporters about your involvement, and they specifically requested an interview with you. You must attend, otherwise, it would complicate our work. Fearing that Lin Cheng might decline, Captain Zhao added this last note. All right, I'll be there, Lin Cheng replied, realizing he could not refuse such a request. The press conference begins at 2 o'clock. Please arrive a bit early. Captain Zhao reminded him before ending the call. Looks like I'm about to become famous, Lin Cheng murmured to himself after hanging up. But it's for the best. My reputation took a hit after that incident with the rooftop jump. I must leverage this press conference to restore my noble image, he resolved inwardly. Before long, the appointed time arrived. Lin Cheng arrived at the police station half an hour early, at 1:30. The conference room had been transformed into a press conference venue, with a podium at the front and rows of chairs arranged for reporters and the families of victims. At this moment, about a dozen journalists, cameras hanging from their necks, were seated, eagerly awaiting the start of the conference. As Lin Cheng scanned the room, he spotted a familiar figure among the victims' families, Gu Xuewei, the campus belle. It turned out she had also been summoned by Captain Zhao. You're here too. Lin Cheng approached her and greeted her. Upon seeing Lin Cheng, Gu Xuewei's face flushed crimson, a clear indication that the lingering effects of their recent kiss were still present. Captain Zhao mentioned that there would be a segment for the victims' families to speak. So I was invited, Gu Xuewei explained. However, I haven't told my parents about my encounter with the murderer. I came alone. How could you not inform your parents about such a significant matter? Are you afraid it would worry them? Lin Cheng queried, puzzled. You don't know my father. He is excessively protective. If he learned about my attack, he'd probably hire several bodyguards to keep me safe, Gu Shuiwei admitted, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Realizing she had inadvertently revealed too much, she quickly fell silent, observing Lin Cheng's reaction. Seems your father is quite the doting parent, Lin Cheng jested. Seeing that Lin Cheng took it lightly, Gu Shuiwei felt relieved. Exactly. He can be so over the top, which is why I'm reluctant to tell him. I'll discuss with Captain Zhao later to see if it's possible for me to remain anonymous or perhaps have my face obscured. That might be feasible. Lin Cheng casually replied. While his demeanor was calm, a tempest brewed within him. A father capable of hiring bodyguards for his daughter must be someone of considerable means. Previously, while using his powers to examine Gu Shuiwei's profile, he had noticed hidden aspects of her identity that he could not unlock due to insufficient rapport. It seemed evident now that her true identity was indeed extraordinary. As their conversation continued, Captain Zhao approached them. Lin Cheng, you finally arrived. The press conference is about to commence. Be prepared to come on stage to receive your commendation, Captain Zhao instructed. Understood, Lin Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. After ensuring Lin Cheng was ready, Captain Zhao returned to his duties. Soon, the press conference regarding the rainy night murderer began. The chief first recounted the sequence of events leading to the capture of the murderer, patiently answering the journalists' questions as the meeting progressed smoothly. Once the chief concluded his remarks, the families of the victims took turns to express their grief over the loss of their children and their gratitude towards the police. They fervently called for severe punishment for the perpetrator, seeking justice for their daughters. After the victims' families spoke, the chief returned to the podium and solemnly addressed the audience. Before we conclude this press conference, I would like to extend special thanks to one individual, the person who identified the murderer and led the police to his whereabouts, enabling us to apprehend him before he could commit further atrocities. Without his assistance, our investigation would have faced significant obstacles, and additional victims might have emerged. Thus, the honor of capturing this criminal belongs to him as well, the chief declared, gesturing towards Lin Cheng in the audience. Our hero is seated among us. Let us invite him to the stage to say a few words. The chief smiled warmly at Lin Cheng, inviting him forward. Initially, Lin Cheng intended to decline, but with the cameras of eager reporters focused on him, he found himself unable to refuse. Reluctantly, he approached the podium and stood before the microphone. To be honest, I do not feel deserving of standing here. I merely happened to recognize the identity of the criminal and notify the police. The true gratitude should be directed towards the officers who tirelessly collected evidence day and night to capture this criminal. It was their composite sketch of the suspect that led me to identify him. I also believe it is the spirits of the victims watching over us that helped us bring this criminal to justice. Our next step must be to ensure the harshest punishment for the perpetrator and restore peace to all victims, Lin Cheng concluded. Stepping down from the stage as the audience watched in silence, Lin Cheng's heartfelt words resonated deeply, prompting many family members of the victims to quietly weep as they recalled their lost daughters. The press conference came to a close with Lin Cheng's speech. Thank you. Thank you for helping the police apprehend the criminal. Thank you for avenging our daughter. Young man, may heaven bless you. The families expressed their gratitude. After the conference, the bereaved families gathered around Lin Cheng, showering him with thanks. Observing these sorrowful parents, Lin Cheng felt at a loss for words, opting instead to shake hands and embrace them, conveying his compassion in silence. Soon, with the guidance of the police, the families departed from the conference venue. Is there anything more painful than a parent bidding farewell to their child? Gu Shuiwei stood beside Lin Cheng, her expression somber. Turning to Lin Cheng, she continued, If it weren't for you, my parents would likely be here crying at this press conference. I must sincerely thank you. Seeing the earnestness in Gu Shuiwei's demeanor softened Lin Cheng's heart. It's all right. The important thing is that the murderer has been caught. And there won't be any more victims, Lin Cheng replied solemnly. Unfortunately, I can't share this with my father just yet, otherwise he would surely want to express his gratitude to you properly, Gu Shuiwei added. There's no rush. Perhaps I shall thank you another time, Lin Cheng remarked with a sense of magnanimity. While they were engaged in conversation, Captain Zhao Lei approached, accompanied by a female journalist. Lin Cheng, your speech earlier was utterly captivating. It brought tears to my eyes, Captain Zhao praised. I merely spoke the truth, Lin Cheng replied humbly. He then turned his attention to the journalist standing beside Captain Zhao. She was adorned in a sleek black suit, donning petite glasses. Her features were exquisite. And with her pragmatic short hair, she embodied the elegance of a professional woman, rivaling the beauty of Gu Shuiwei. Stop staring, Allow me to introduce her, Captain Zhao interjected. This is journalist Su Ying. Hello, Lin Cheng. I am freelance journalist Su Ying, and here is my business card. After Captain Zhao's introduction, Su Ying produced a business card and handed it to Lin Cheng. Scan this QR code to add me on WeChat, Su Ying instructed, gesturing to the code on the card. Ah, journalist Su, it is a pleasure to meet you, Lin Cheng said as he accepted the card, eager to be courteous. To better understand the journalist before him, Lin Cheng activated the character data card superpower. Detailed information about Su Ying appeared before him. Name, Su Ying. Age, 25. Height, 167 centimeters. Measurements, 84, 64, 83. Occupation, freelance journalist. Special identity, Douyin Truth Tracker account holder, with 21 million followers. Lin Cheng was astonished to discover that this journalist was also a prominent influencer with over 1 million fans. Lin Cheng, there is actually something I hope you might assist me with, Captain Zhao suddenly said. What is it? Lin Cheng inquired, puzzled. Captain Zhao gestured towards Su Ying, explaining. Journalist Su is a freelance reporter with her own social media account. She often aids our police department with publicity, making her a friend of the force. Upon learning that you apprehended the rainy night killer, she wishes to conduct an exclusive interview with you. What do you think? Chapter 18. Indeed. I possess the ability of criminal profiling and interview? Very well, as long as the questions are not exceedingly challenging, I shall oblige. Lin Cheng readily accepted Captain Zhao Lei's request. After all, leveraging a renowned journalist for self-promotion would undoubtedly enhance his public image. Thank you for your support of my work. Now that the conference room is empty, let us engage in a brief conversation here, Su Ying suggested, relieved by Lin Cheng's agreement. She produced a recording device and activated it. I shall begin my inquiries now. In preparation for this interview, I conducted some research and discovered that you have garnered quite a following online, particularly due to a video in which you leapt from a building to profess your love. It has amassed over 500,000 views. May I inquire if the individual in that video is indeed you? Su Ying's first question was piercing, directly probing the most vulnerable part of Lin Cheng's heart. This matter cannot be overlooked, can it? Lin Cheng replied with a wry smile. Yes, that person is me. The stunning girl beside me, Gu Shuawei, was the object of my affections that day. Su Ying assessed Gu Shuawei, concluding, she is indeed beautiful. It is no wonder you would leap for her. You both appear to share a close relationship. Did your confession succeed? Su Ying continued her probing. Impossible. I would never be attracted to someone like her. Before Lin Cheng could speak, Gu Shuawei swiftly refuted the suggestion. As you can see, the revolution has yet to succeed. I still have much to strive for, Lin Cheng quipped, displaying self-deprecation. Su Ying observed the banter between the two with a faint smile, choosing not to pursue the matter further. My next question pertains to how you discern the identity of the perpetrator, Su Ying inquired. Captain Zhao Lei and his team obtained a sketch of the murderer from the surviving victims, and I recognized him from that illustration, Lin Cheng explained. I have seen that sketch as well. The murderer is depicted wearing a raincoat and mask, with only his eyes visible. I find it hard to believe that anyone could identify the killer from such a vague image. Su Ying shook her head, clearly unsatisfied with Lin Cheng's response. The murderer happens to be a security guard at our school, and I happen to know him, which is why I recognized him immediately. Su Ying's questions were incisive, and her perceptiveness forced Lin Cheng to devise a relatively plausible excuse to deflect her scrutiny. Is it really that simple? Could there be other reasons? Such as your acquaintance with the murderer? With each probing question, Su Ying's gaze intensified. I heard from Captain Zhao that you accurately recounted the tragic childhood of the Rain Knight murderer, which provoked him and ultimately saved the victim. If you do not know this murderer, how could you possibly know about his childhood? Su Ying pressed, her inquiry striking Lin Cheng like a bolt from the blue. Why does your questioning resemble that of Lu Yu, making it so hard to answer? Lin Cheng pondered. He had learned about the murderer's past through his supernatural abilities. But such an extraordinary claim was impossible to articulate. Yet, failing to conjure a reasonable explanation would imply a connection to the murderer. Su Ying's inquiries were daunting. Gu Shuawei and Captain Zhao Lei shared her curiosity, though Gu Shuawei did not suspect Lin Cheng had any ties to the murderer. She simply wondered how he had acquired such knowledge. All three pairs of eyes turned expectantly toward Lin Cheng, awaiting his response. Under their intense scrutiny, Lin Cheng found his composure. His mind raced, and in a flash of inspiration, he devised a rationale. Of course, I do not know the murderer. My understanding of him stems from my unique ability, Lin Cheng declared. Unique ability? What sort of ability? Su Ying inquired, taken aback. It is the ability of criminal profiling. Lin Cheng enunciated, presenting his fabricated tale with precision. Captain Zhao, as a police officer, you must be familiar with the specialized role of criminal profilers in the precinct. Lin Cheng directed his gaze toward Captain Zhao. Captain Zhao nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I am aware. Criminal profilers are specially trained professionals who analyze the methods of crime, the scene of the incident, and the characteristics of the perpetrator to delineate the criminal's psyche, thus predicting their ethnicity, gender, age, occupational background, physical traits, personality characteristics, and even their next moves. Captain Zhao succinctly elucidated the role of criminal profilers to those present. Precisely, I possess such an ability. Through the series of crimes committed by the Rain Knight murderer, I surmise that he must have experienced an unfortunate childhood, and his targeting of women may relate to his mother. Given that the murderer had taken Gu Shuowei hostage, I employed a tactic of provocation to voice my hypothesis, and to my astonishment, it proved accurate. From that perspective, I indeed have a profound understanding of the Rain Knight murderer. However, I do not know him personally. My knowledge is entirely based on reasonable conjecture. Lin Cheng articulated a seemingly implausible yet defensible rationale. The ability of criminal profiling? That is indeed a compelling justification, Su Ying remarked, though her skepticism lingered. It was clear she was not entirely convinced by Lin Cheng's explanation. Nevertheless, an adept criminal profiler could indeed achieve such insights. Captain Zhao defended Lin Cheng, asserting that he hardly resembled a nefarious individual capable of associating with a murderer. Su journalist, I believe your concerns are unwarranted. One can only hope, Su Ying replied noncommittally. Do you have any further questions, Su journalist? Lin Cheng, anxious to avoid any more challenging inquiries, appeared visibly tense. Not at the moment. Thank you for your cooperation. Su Ying retracted her recording device, signaling the conclusion of the interview. If there are no further questions, I shall take my leave. Lin Cheng exhaled in relief, nodding toward Gu Shuowei. Miss Gu, let us return to school. Very well, Gu Shuowei agreed, preparing to accompany Lin Cheng when suddenly the door to the conference room swung open, and a young detective approached Captain Zhao. Captain Zhao, the drug dealer we apprehended is proving uncooperative. We have been unable to extract any information. The search team has thoroughly combed through his residence, but found no narcotics, and the investigation has reached a standstill. You should come take a look, the young detective expressed his frustration. Understood, I shall attend to it immediately, Captain Zhao replied, offering a polite smile of apology to Lin Cheng and Gu Shuowei. I must attend to a sudden work matter and cannot escort you further. Captain Zhao, may I inquire about the nature of the case? Su Ying suddenly interjected. It is nothing particularly grave. We received a tip-off about a drug dealer conducting transactions. Yet upon apprehending him, we found no drugs. He has been detained for a day, and in an hour, we will have to release him. Captain Zhao briefly summarized the case's details. Upon hearing this, a sly smile crept across Su Ying's face. Captain Zhao, I have a method that will surely reveal the whereabouts of the narcotics, she proposed. Oh, what method might that be? Captain Zhao's eyes brightened with curiosity. Su Ying pointed at Lin Cheng and said, Isn't there a formidable criminal profiler here? Let him converse with the drug traffickers, and the issue will be effortlessly resolved. Lin Cheng. Chapter 19. The drug dealer's secret indeed. Lin Cheng, with your capabilities, you must be able to discern something. If you have a moment, please assist me, Captain Zhao said, his excitement palpable after hearing Gu Shuowei's suggestion. Since Lin Cheng had successfully apprehended the Rainy Night killer, capturing a mere drug dealer should be a trivial task. Since you both hold me in such high regard, I shall give it a try, Lin Cheng replied, accepting the challenge with enthusiasm. After all, possessing the superpower of the character information card might indeed lead him to uncover some crucial clues from this drug dealer. If he could resolve this case, it would serve as evidence for his claims of having criminal profiling abilities. Consequently, Su Ying would no longer harbor doubts about any connections between him and the murderer. Excellent. Follow me. I will take you to the interrogation room. Captain Zhao said eagerly. I shall observe our criminal profiler's remarkable performance, Su Ying remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Cheng. With that, Zhao and Su Ying proceeded towards the interrogation room, while Lin Cheng and Gu Shuowei leisurely trailed behind. You were quite taken with reporter Su earlier. I didn't realize you had a penchant for career women, Gu Shuowei commented, her lips pursed in mild discontent as she watched Su Ying sway ahead. Of course, who wouldn't be attracted to such a beautiful journalist? Lin Cheng replied candidly. I thought you were different from other men, but it seems you are just as much a flirt, Gu Shuowei teased, sticking out her tongue playfully. Are you feeling jealous? Lin Cheng chuckled, relishing the idea that he could evoke such emotions in the campus beauty. I'm not jealous. Don't flatter yourself. I merely want to remind you that it's impolite to stare, Gu Shuowei retorted with mock indignation. What you find impolite, perhaps reporter Sue appreciates. After all, journalists enjoy being in the spotlight, Lin Cheng countered. Humph. Who would like your attention? Gu Shuowei turned her head away, lapsing into silence. Watching the campus beauty's reaction brought Lin Cheng a sense of satisfaction. However, he harbored no inappropriate thoughts about Su Ying. Thus, Lin Cheng and Gu Shuowei bickered lightly as they followed Captain Zhao Lei, soon arriving at the entrance of the interrogation room. That individual inside is the drug dealer we apprehended, Captain Zhao Lei said, pointing to a blond man detained in the room. The man lounged in a chair, legs crossed, exuding an air of arrogance. We conducted a blood test, and there were no traces of drugs. He appears not to be a user, Captain Zhao Lei informed. Is it possible that he disposed of the drugs? I often see that scenario on television, Gu Shuowei inquired. We checked thoroughly. There were no traces in the toilet. Moreover, we cornered him in his bedroom during the arrest, so he had no opportunity to dispose of the drugs, Captain Zhao Lei explained. According to our intelligence, this batch weighed approximately 1 kilogram. Such a substantial quantity cannot simply vanish. I shall inquire directly to see if he has hidden any substances, Lin Cheng asserted confidently, pushing open the interrogation room door to enter. Gu Shuowei and the others remained outside, watching through the glass. Another visitor for my interrogation? You're relentless. I've already told you. I'm innocent. You have the wrong person. Release me. The blonde drug dealer jeered upon seeing Lin Cheng. Rest assured, now that I am here, you shall soon leave this interrogation room. Lin Cheng replied nonchalantly, taking a seat across from the dealer. You look a tad young. Are you a rookie cop? The dealer scoffed, sizing Lin Cheng up with disdain. Those seasoned officers couldn't extract anything. What can a rookie do? What if I told you I could identify where you've concealed the drugs? Lin Cheng asked with unwavering confidence. The dealer laughed and shook his head. Nonsense. I wouldn't believe you because I've never touched drugs. I'm merely a victim of police brutality. But it doesn't matter. The 24-hour detention limit is nearly up, and without evidence, you'll have to release me. I'll humor you, rookie, for the remaining time. Let us make a wager. I bet you won't be leaving here today. If I lose, I'll personally escort you home. If you lose, given your drug trafficking volume, you might be facing a grim fate, Lin Cheng proposed. Since you enjoy games, let us proceed, the dealer shrugged, unconcerned. First, allow me to examine you closely, Lin Cheng said, activating the character information card ability. The dealer's information materialized before Lin Cheng's eyes. Name, Tyrant, age, 34, height, 177 centimeters, status, drug dealer, physical condition, constipated cause, foreign object blockage. The details confirmed the police's intelligence. This individual was indeed a drug dealer. However, the information did not reveal the location of the drugs, which posed a problem. Previously, Lin Cheng's ability provided detailed insights, but this time, the data was lacking. Then, Lin Cheng noticed the final entry, constipated, caused by a foreign object blockage. This indicated that the drug dealer had an obstruction in his intestines. A sudden realization struck Lin Cheng. What's wrong, rookie cop? Have you figured something out? The dealer mocked, misinterpreting Lin Cheng's silence and pained expression as confusion. Indeed, I see you are unwell. But worry not, I have a remedy. Lin Cheng replied with a smile. I'm not sick, you're the one with problems. The dealer retorted angrily. You'll find out soon enough, Lin Cheng said, disregarding the dealer's outburst as he stood up and exited the interrogation room. Did you discover anything? Captain Zhao Lei inquired eagerly upon Lin Cheng's emergence. Yes, I have identified the location of the drugs, Lin Cheng replied with an air of calm. Where? Take me there at once, Zhao Lei urged. We cannot go there. But don't fret. We can have him retrieve the drugs himself, Lin Cheng said, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Chapter 20, Concealed Narcotics. Lin Cheng's triumphant drug case soon. The items prepared by Captain Zhao were ready. Once everything was in place, Lin Cheng returned to the interrogation room. Unlike last time, he brought with him a large box of beer. Hello, I'm back, Lin Cheng said with a warm smile as he approached the notorious drug lord, beer in hand. What brings you here with that beer? Are you trying to offer me a drink before I leave in half an hour? The drug lord questioned, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. Isn't it said that alcohol brings forth the truth? If I offer you a drink, perhaps you'd be inclined to confess, Lin Cheng jested. Confess? Even if you brought me 10 more kegs, I wouldn't be swayed, the drug lord retorted, eyeing the beer greedily, unable to suppress a swallow. After nearly a day of confinement, with nothing but meals and relentless interrogation, he was on edge. The thought of quenching his thirst with a cold beer was tantalizing. Come on, don't be shy. Consider it my treat. Drink up, and remember to be a good person in your next life, Lin Cheng encouraged, placing the beer in front of the drug lord. What do you mean, be a good person in my next life? I'm doing just fine now, the drug lord scoffed. But without hesitation, he seized the beer and began to gulp it down. Gulp, gulp. In one go, he polished off the entire glass. Refreshing, he exclaimed, slamming the empty cup on the interrogation table, his expression one of sheer satisfaction. Indeed, to enhance the flavor, I added a little something special, Lin Cheng said with a grin. What did you add? The drug lord asked, puzzled. Laxatives, Lin Cheng replied slowly, the words hanging ominously in the air. The laxative was Lin Cheng's secret weapon, prepared by Captain Zhao. Since the drug lord had concealed narcotics within his intestines, it was time to expedite their expulsion. What? The drug lord was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. He instinctively began to gag, trying to expel the beer he had just consumed. Stop right there. Captain Zhao, who had been observing from outside, rushed into the room and firmly pressed the drug lord's head onto the table. I advise you to cease your resistance. Your actions confirm that you have hidden narcotics within your body, he warned coldly. Cooperate, or we will be compelled to take more forceful measures. I don't know anything about drugs. Let me go. The drug lord panicked, realizing the gravity of his situation. The quantity of narcotics he carried was punishable by death in China. However, Captain Zhao was unyielding. Soon, several officers stormed into the interrogation room, handcuffing the drug lord behind his back and securing him. The effect should kick in within 20 minutes. By then, the narcotics you're seeking will make their appearance, Lin Cheng informed Captain Zhao. Indeed, judging by this drug lord's reaction, he has certainly concealed the drugs within his body, Captain Zhao observed. Our oversight was inexcusable. We neglected to consider this method of concealment. It's astonishing to think that, in the brief moment we breached the door, he managed to smuggle so many drugs into his body. No wonder he was so restless during the interrogation. Indeed, the potential of humans is boundless, Lin Cheng mused. Turning to the silent reporter, Su Ying, he added with a smile, I trust you now believe in my ability to profile criminals. I deduced the location of the narcotics through careful observation of the drug lord's micro-expressions and by synthesizing information from other drug trafficking cases. The experience with the Rainy Night Killer was also inferred through this method. Of course, I have no reason to doubt you now, Su Ying replied with a slight smile. That's good to hear, as I am innocent, Lin Cheng sighed in relief. Now, we simply await the expulsion of the narcotics. Half an hour later, the laxative began to take effect. Initially, the drug lord attempted to resist the urge, hoping to buy time. Yet, human endurance has its limits, especially when confronted with such physiological demands. Before long, he could no longer hold it in and began clamoring for the restroom. Captain Zhao and several officers escorted him to the toilet. Approximately 10 minutes later, Captain Zhao emerged, visibly disgusted. My goodness, it was foul. What was this drug lord thinking? Stuffing narcotics in there? Captain Zhao grumbled, covering his nose with toilet paper, his expression revealing he had witnessed something truly unsightly. Did you find the drugs, Captain Zhao? Su Ying inquired. Indeed, we have solidified his charges, Captain Zhao replied with a grin. Lin Cheng nodded in satisfaction. My suspicions have been thoroughly vindicated. Su Ying, standing before Lin Cheng, gazed at him earnestly. Lin Cheng, you have delivered a remarkable performance. I am certain I can craft a splendid article from this. With that, Su Ying lifted her camera, preparing to capture Lin Cheng's image. If it's not too much trouble, may I take your picture for the article? Of course. Just make sure I look handsome, Lin Cheng replied, posing playfully with a peace sign. With a click, the photo was taken. I'll head back to write the article and aim to finish it today, she announced, suddenly reaching out to pinch Lin Cheng's cheek. Be sure to add me on WeChat, so I can send you the finished piece. With a wave, Su Ying bid farewell to the group and departed, leaving Lin Cheng standing there, watching the enchanting woman who had just teased him. Enough daydreaming. She has gone, Gu Shuiwei remarked, unable to resist a teasing jab. You're quite easily satisfied, aren't you? A mere cheek pinch has you spellbound. Who has spellbound? Do you think I'm a child? Lin Cheng retorted. But that reporter shouldn't be so forward. A conversation is one thing, but why the physical contact? For some reason, Gu Shuiwei felt an inexplicable animosity towards Su Ying. She merely touched your cheek, unlike some who went straight for a kiss, Lin Cheng pointed out, referencing past events. Didn't we agree not to bring that up? Gu Shuowei shot back, her cheeks flushing at the memory of their recent kiss. You can do it, but others can't mention it? Lin Cheng teased. You're not allowed to talk about it. Gu Shuowei exclaimed, exasperated, as she pinched Lin Cheng's cheeks. You enjoy having your cheek pinched, huh? Allow me to indulge you. With that, Gu Shuowei twisted his cheeks mercilessly. Ow! No, that is not a pinch, that is an assault. Lin Cheng protested, bewildered by Gu Shuowei's playful yet aggressive antics. Could this be what they call love through banner? Chapter 21. Lin Cheng's viral video after the resolution of the drug dealer incident. Lin Cheng returned to school with Gu Shuowei. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Lin Cheng scanned the QR code on the business card Su Ying had given him using WeChat, adding Su Ying as a contact. Shortly thereafter, Su Ying accepted the friend request. Hello, Lin Cheng greeted upon the acceptance of the request. Su Ying promptly replied with the same greeting. The interview video has been completed. I will send you the final product for your review. After watching, feel free to share your thoughts, Su Ying continued. Her efficiency was remarkable. It had been less than 5 hours since the interview concluded, and the video was already ready. She then sent over a short video. The cover displayed a photo of Su Ying alongside Lin Cheng, albeit with Lin Cheng's eyes obscured by a mosaic, making it somewhat evident that it was him nonetheless. As Lin Cheng clicked on the video, Su Ying's voice resonated. Welcome to the latest episode of Truth Tracking. I am reporter Su Ying. She began her opening remarks. You may be aware that the Rainy Night Killer has recently been apprehended. However, what you may not know is that the police's success in capturing this murderer cannot solely be attributed to their relentless pursuit. There is another individual whose contribution must not be overlooked. This person is the protagonist I am introducing today, Lin Cheng from Qingbei University. As Su Ying introduced Lin Cheng, his pixelated image appeared on the screen. He had identified the suspect's identity through a blurred police sketch of the Rainy Night Killer, aiding the authorities in apprehending the criminal. As you can see, the sketch depicts the killer clad in a raincoat and mask, with only the eyes visible, making it nearly impossible to ascertain his true appearance. Yet, Lin Cheng not only recognized him, but also accurately recounted the killer's childhood experiences and the origins of his twisted personality. I even began to suspect that Lin Cheng had some connection to this murderer, or perhaps he was acquainted with him, which allowed him to discern the individual. However, subsequent events dispelled my doubts. In my presence, Lin Cheng unmasked a drug dealer's disguise and uncovered a substantial cache of narcotics, swiftly resolving a drug trafficking case. It was then that I realized he possessed the uncanny ability of a criminal profiler. It is precisely due to his unique talent that the police were able to capture this cruel and cunning felon, thus serving justice to the victims. I urge more individuals to learn from Lin Cheng, to be brave and righteous, and to join efforts in maintaining the security of our society. The video abruptly came to a close, overflowing with praise for Lin Cheng, who felt a tinge of embarrassment as he watched. Have you finished watching the video? What do you think? Is there anything that could be improved? As the subject of this piece, your feedback holds significant value. Su Ying inquired after estimating that Lin Cheng had likely completed the video. Regarding the video, I find no issues. It clearly conveys the situation and adequately acknowledges my critical role in unraveling the Rainy Night Killer case. However, I feel that the photo you used does not truly capture my handsomeness. I strongly suggest you enhance the image. Lin Cheng jested, satisfied with the video. While the comment about the photo was merely in jest. All right, I will edit your picture. Su Ying took his words to heart. Are there no other concerns? If not, I will post the video on my account tonight. Go ahead, Lin Cheng replied, pleased with the video, knowing that Su Ying's account's popularity would surely enhance his reputation. From being a foolish student who jumped off a building for love, to being hailed as a hero who outsmarted a murderer. Then I will post it tonight. Su Ying confirmed, relieved by Lin Cheng's approval. Just as Lin Cheng thought the conversation had concluded, another message from Su Ying arrived. By the way, may I ask who that beautiful girl with you today is? Su Ying inquired, unexpectedly shifting to a matter unrelated to the case. Her name is Gu Shuowei. She is the campus belle of our school and one of the victims in this Rainy Night Killer case, Lin Cheng explained. Oh, a campus belle. No wonder she is so stunning, Su Ying responded. However, it seems you two share a good rapport. Is she your girlfriend? Su Ying continued her inquiry. As for our relationship, it's rather complicated, but for now, we are not in a romantic relationship, Lin Cheng clarified. Not a couple for now. Are you implying that you might become one in the future? Su Ying discerned a potential inconsistency in Lin Cheng's words. Do you journalists enjoy dissecting every word? Lin Cheng chuckled helplessly. Besides, aren't you a reporter focused on social issues? You shouldn't be interested in such gossip. I merely found that girl attractive and asked about her casually, Su Ying replied. I maintain that you two cannot possibly be a couple. She is so beautiful. And surely many pursue her. She likely wouldn't notice you. Su Ying sent 2 messages that struck at Lin Cheng's confidence. Wait, what do you mean by cannot? With a little effort. I could easily turn that impossibility into a possibility. My charm is beyond your imagination, Lin Cheng fervently countered, sending 3 messages in rapid succession. Oh, good night. Su Ying simply replied, ending the conversation. That journalist must have studied under Lu Yu. She possesses a way with words. Lin Cheng mused with a wry smile as he watched Su Ying go offline. He then pulled out his phone, opened Douyin, and followed Su Ying's account for truth tracking. Upon opening the video section, Lin Cheng discovered that Su Ying had indeed uploaded the video. The title was quite captivating, The Unsung Hero Behind the Rainy Night Killer Case. With little else to do, he refreshed the page repeatedly, and within a matter of minutes, the video had garnered over 10,000 likes. Just then, a message from Gu Shuwei appeared on his WeChat. I saw your video. I feel that the female reporter is exaggerating too much, portraying you as a hero. Following the press conference for the Rainy Night Killer, Gu Shuwei and Lin Cheng had exchanged WeChat information, making this their first message to each other. It seems I am not quite worthy of being called a hero, especially since even those I saved refuse to acknowledge my value. Lin Cheng responded. Who says I don't acknowledge it? I merely find Su's portrayal to be exaggerated. Gu Shuwei defended. I believe her assessment of me is quite objective, Lin Cheng replied, and thus, they engaged in a light-hearted exchange, enjoying the banner. Chapter 22, Brother Cheng. Please introduce us to a few girls. Lin Cheng and Gu Shuwei were engaged in a light-hearted conversation on WeChat, occasionally bursting into silly laughter. Wang Jing and his 2 roommates observed Lin Cheng's peculiar behavior, filled with curiosity. Brother Cheng, what are you laughing about? Wang Jing couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Just chatting with Gu Shuwei, Lin Cheng replied. Haraha. Haraha. As soon as Lin Cheng spoke, Wang Jing, Yu Lu, and Fan Shixin erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Fan Shixin was the most exaggerated, rolling on the bed in amusement. You're chatting with the campus beauty? Brother Cheng, when did you add her on WeChat? Wang Jing teased. We've known each other for years. Is it really appropriate for you to boast like this? Yu Lu shook her head at Lin Cheng. Although Lin Cheng understood the playful intentions of his friends, he knew they wouldn't believe him. After all, it was uncommon for people like them to connect with the campus beauty. His situation was indeed exceptional. If I told you that I had kissed the campus beauty, would you believe it even less? Lin Cheng continued with his bold claims. Ha ha. Ha ha. His candidness only elicited more relentless laughter from his friends. Brother Cheng, you are becoming increasingly humorous, Fan Shixin said with a thumbs up. Humorous my foot. If you don't believe me, take a look for yourselves, Lin Cheng said, handing his phone to Wang Jing. Wang Jing took the phone and saw Lin Cheng's contact labeled as Good to Campus Beauty along with their chat history. Just because it says Campus Beauty doesn't mean it's her. It could be a tea seller on the other end, Wang Jing scoffed. But then he clicked on Gu Shuwei's moments. To his astonishment, the feed was filled with photos chronicling Gu Shuwei's campus life. No way. It's really her. Wang Jing exclaimed. What? You mean Brother Cheng actually added Gu Shuwei on WeChat? Both Fan Shixin and Yu Lu were taken aback, moving closer to Wang Jing to see. Wow, it really is Gu Shuwei's WeChat. Brother Cheng, you're impressive, even managing to add the campus beauty. After confirming, the trio no longer doubted Lin Cheng's words. But how did you end up connecting with her? It wasn't because of that ridiculous incident, was it? Fan Shixin inquired curiously. And if it were, would you jump off too? Lin Cheng retorted. That's not out of the question, Fan Shixin unabashedly admitted. Forget it, to prevent you from going astray. I'll reveal the truth. Since the video featuring Su Ying was already made, Lin Cheng decided to come clean to his friends. Search for the account Truth Tracker on Douyin and watch the latest video. Lin Cheng directed his roommates. Truth Tracker? ISNT that the Douyin account of the beautiful reporter Su Ying? Brother Cheng, you watch this too? Wang Jing, familiar with Su Ying's account, used Lin Cheng's phone to search for it, clicking on the video about the Rainy Night Killer. The 3 stared at the video, their eyes widening in astonishment. No way. Brother Cheng, the person with the blurred eyes is you, right? You helped the police catch the Rainy Night Killer? You even have a knack for criminal profiling? Did you know all along that I was the one stealing your snacks? Lin Cheng's roommates were astounded, shouting in disbelief. I initially wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but since the truth is out, I won't pretend anymore. I'll lay it all out. I'm actually an evil destroyer, Lin Cheng said in a low voice, striking an exaggerated Ultraman pose, appearing quite juvenile. That doesn't explain how catching a killer relates to adding Gu Shuowei on WeChat, Yulu interjected. Because on that fateful night, the rainy night killer was attacking Gu Shuowei, and I saved her. A life saved is a debt that must be repaid, Lin Cheng grinned, embellishing the tale of how he rescued Gu Shuowei from the clutches of danger. Fantastic. Who would have thought that in our humble dorm, there lies a true dragon? Upon hearing Lin Cheng's story, Wang Jing and the others were filled with admiration. However, it's quite inconsiderate of you not to inform us about such a significant event like catching a killer, Yulu complained. The police didn't issue a public announcement. How could I leak information prematurely? Lin Cheng explained, adding, besides, you all know now, don't you? That's true. After Lin Cheng's clarification, their grievances dissipated. Brother Cheng, now that you're chatting so intimately with the campus beauty, you can't leave your brothers behind. Yulu suddenly approached Lin Cheng, flattering him. What do you want? Lin Cheng sensed Yulu's ulterior motives. I've heard that the campus beauty's roommates are quite attractive. Why don't you ask Gu Shuowei to introduce us? Yulu revealed his intentions. Don't even think about it. All three of her roommates have boyfriends. And they're all tall and handsome. You three don't stand a chance. Lin Cheng laid bare the harsh reality before his friends. Ugh, so after all this talk, you're the only one with a girl to chat with while we're still alone. Yulu's expression fell immediately. How can you call yourself a hero if you can't even help us with your roommates' lifelong matters? Aren't you ashamed? Wang Jing scoffed. And a genius at criminal profiling? Pooh, how shameless. Fan Shixin added without holding back. Upon realizing that Lin Cheng couldn't introduce them to any girls, the trio's attitude shifted, and they no longer held him in awe. I must leave a comment below the video to scold Brother Cheng a bit. Me too. Count me in. The three pulled out their phones and opened Su Ying's video, leaving comments. However, while they claimed to be scolding Lin Cheng, they actually praised him, showcasing the bond of brotherhood. Seeing his three friends, who were tough on the outside but soft on the inside, being so considerate, Lin Cheng couldn't help but smile. He picked up his phone again and refreshed Su Ying's video. At that moment, the number of likes had already exceeded 50,000. At this rate, surpassing 1 million likes was merely a matter of time. Lin Cheng realized that following this video, he would undoubtedly become a sensation. Chapter 23. The campus belle introduces a job with a heart full of anticipation. Lin Cheng drifted into the realm of dreams. The following day, he awoke early and once again opened the video created by Su Ying. As he had anticipated, after a night of fermentation, the video had garnered over 1 million likes. This indicated that at least 10 million individuals had viewed Su Ying's video. It had even been pinned by Su Ying herself, with its likes far surpassing her other videos. The explosive combination of a rain-soaked serial killer and a beautiful reporter had undeniably created a sensational effect. Lin Cheng opened the comments section of the video and meticulously reviewed the myriad of responses. The comments ranged widely. Some praised Su Ying's beauty, while others expressed fear of the rain night killer and commended the tireless efforts of the police. Naturally, there were also those who lauded Lin Cheng's outstanding contributions to the case resolution. Unfortunately, the number of replies to these comments was rather limited. It appeared that his actions had not wielded the substantial impact he had envisioned. Moreover, amidst the comments, there were mentions from users who had seen Lin Cheng's jump-off video, indicating a crossover among online viewers. Although the effect was not as pronounced as he had hoped, it nonetheless contributed positively to his public image. Now, he could simply await the unfolding of events with a calm demeanor. At that moment, Lin Cheng's WeChat buzzed. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Gu Shuowei. I watched the video. It has surpassed 1 million likes. You're quite popular now, congratulations. Lin Cheng read aloud her message. Popular? I'm not exactly a busted beauty. Not many people are following me. However, I suppose it can somewhat restore my image, he replied. Never mind that. I have something important to discuss with you. Is it convenient for a voice chat? Gu Shuowei inquired. It is, Lin Cheng responded, glancing at his 3 roommates, who were peacefully asleep. Just as he sent his message, Gu Shuowei initiated a voice call. Why voice chat? Video would be so much better. I could see the campus belle's fresh-faced look after a nap. Lin Cheng teased as soon as the call connected. I've been up and made up for quite some time now. Who's as lazy as you? Besides, I look good even without makeup. Gu Shuowei retorted from the other end. All right, I won't tease you any longer. What is the matter you wish to discuss? Lin Cheng inquired, turning to the main topic. We're approaching our internship period. and I wanted to ask if you found a placement yet. Gu Shui's voice carried a hint of eagerness. At this point, Lin Cheng realized that it was indeed time for internships. The tradition at Qingbei University dictates that students undertake a 6-month internship during their senior year's first semester, as they had just advanced to their senior year. The internship period was imminent. Students could either find their own companies or await assignments from the university. Given that Lin Cheng's major was journalism, known for its challenging employment landscape, securing an internship was even more daunting. Consequently, he and his peers had chosen to relax and leave it to the school to assign them. I don't see the point in searching for a place. I'll just wait for the school to assign one, Lin Cheng candidly told Gu Shuiwei. In that case, how about I introduce you to a potential internship? Gu Shuiwei offered. Lin Cheng was taken aback by her suggestion. The campus belle was showing concern for a mere background figure like him and even offering job recommendations? She must have feelings for him. Yes, she must like him. It was quite flattering to think she would go out of her way to help him. He chuckled at the thought. Don't misunderstand. The internship I'm referring to is at the same place. After I casually mentioned your achievements to them, they agreed to let you intern as well, Gu Shuiwei explained with a hint of pride. Just tell me whether you're going or not. What's the job? Tell me more, Lin Cheng said, intrigued by Gu Shuiwei's earnestness. The internship I'm recommending is at Tianlong International Hotel, she revealed. Upon hearing the name, Lin Cheng was momentarily stunned. Tianlong International Hotel, one of the top-tier hotels in Huaxia, had only 10 locations across the entire country. Staying in the most expensive room for a night would cost hundreds of thousands, and even a simple breakfast there would set one back several thousand. In essence, it was a place frequented only by the truly affluent. Gu Shuiwei interning there was a testament to her exceptional capabilities. Well, are you going or not? Please answer promptly. Gu Shuiwei urged as Lin Cheng remained silent. It's a good place, but if I go there, I'll probably just be serving dishes and cleaning up, Lin Cheng replied. Although serving at Tianlong would yield considerable tips, the strict management of such a high-end establishment did not appeal to him, as he preferred a job that offered more freedom. How could I let you serve dishes? I've already spoken to the publicity department, and they agreed to let you intern there. You're in journalism, so it aligns well with your field of study, Gu Shuiwei insisted. What do you mean you've spoken to the publicity department? It sounds as if you have the final say, Lin Cheng remarked, detecting an underlying tone in her words. No. What I meant was, after I sent them the video of you capturing the killer, they thought your image would be a great promotional asset for Tianlong International Hotel, and thus they agreed to your internship, Gu Shuiwei hurriedly clarified, though her tone betrayed her nervousness. So they're more interested in the traffic I bring, huh? If I intern there, I'll need to negotiate my pay with them. Lin Cheng sensed Gu Shuiwei was withholding information but chose not to press further, opting instead to make light of the matter and shift the topic. So, have you decided to go? If you're sure, I'll inform them. Yes, tell me your decision quickly. I'm eager to hear, Gu Shuiwei replied enthusiastically. Well, it doesn't seem matter where I intern. I'm indifferent. Besides, if we're at the same place, we can look out for each other, Lin Cheng said casually. Who is looking out for you? I'm merely recommending you. Once you're there, we'll have no connection, Gu Shuiwei said, though Lin Cheng could sense her underlying happiness. Enough of this. I'll hang up now. With the internship settled, Gu Shuiwei ended the call. With a 70 favorability rating. She's treating me this well? If her favorability were to reach its peak, she might devote everything to me. Lin Cheng smiled at Gu Shuiwei's WeChat message. Just as he intended to set his phone down and catch some more rest, it rang again. In their class WeChat group, their instructor had tagged him. Lin Cheng, please visit Director Zhang's office at 10 a.m. The instructor's message read. Huh. Lin Cheng pondered, puzzled by the message. Why would the director be seeking him out? Am I really that popular now? Chapter 24. An invitation from the female CEO. Lin Cheng had no classes in the morning, so he arrived punctually at the director's office at 10 o'clock. Director Zhang, I'm here, he announced, knocking lightly before pushing the door open. Apart from Director Zhang, there was a woman in her 30s sitting in the office. She wore round-framed glasses and was clad in a professional suit, sitting upright, embodying the image of a capable career woman. Director Zhang, what did you want to discuss? Lin Cheng asked straightforwardly as he entered. Hasn't the internship phase begun? I wanted to ask if you found a place for your internship, Director Zhang inquired. I have. A friend referred me, Lin Cheng replied honestly. But why are you asking me this? Actually, I have an internship opportunity one would like to introduce to you. If it's convenient, I suggest you decline your current internship and accept this one. Director Zhang revealed the purpose of the meeting. Lin Cheng was taken aback. Early that morning, Gu Xiaowei had already introduced him to an internship, and now Director Zhang was asking as well. Has he truly become so sought after? Lin Cheng pondered. That's not very appropriate, as I've already accepted the offer, and she specifically fought for this opportunity for me. It would be quite rude to decline. He expressed his dilemma. What is rude about it? At that moment, the bespectacled woman interrupted, breaking into the conversation between Lin Cheng and Director Zhang. Internships are a crucial phase in one's life. Seizing the opportunity could lead to becoming a permanent employee at the company. Therefore, the better the internship company, the better it is for your future. Sacrificing your prospects for the sake of politeness is something only the immature would do, she stated matter-of-factly, adjusting her glasses. Who is she? Lin Cheng inquired, pointing at the woman. He was bemused by her unsolicited lecture. Oh, I forgot to introduce her. This is Miss Zhu Zhu. Miss Zhu, this is Lin Cheng, the person you're looking for. Director Zhang hurriedly introduced them to each other. You're looking for me? But I don't even know you. Why are you seeking me? Lin Cheng asked, bewildered by this first-time encounter with Zhu Zhu. It's not me who's looking for you. It's our CEO who wishes to meet you. Your internship position was specifically requested by her, Zhu Zhu coolly clarified. And who is your CEO? Lin Cheng questioned, intrigued. The CEO of Leia Cosmetics, Jiao Yuxue, Zhu Zhu proudly announced. Leia Cosmetics? Jiao Yuxue? I haven't heard of either. Lin Cheng frowned upon hearing her introduction. He couldn't fathom why someone he had never met would suddenly offer him an internship. There must be something unusual about this. You've never heard of Leia Cosmetics? It is one of the largest domestic beauty brands in our country, holding a market share of 3.2 in beauty sales. We have trained numerous beauty influencers, amassing a total of 30 million followers across the internet. The founder, Jiao Yuxue, is only 28 and has already made it onto the Forbes billionaires list, Zhu Zhu elaborated, speaking with great pride about the company and its CEO. That's enough. Regardless of your claims, I don't wear makeup. Lin Cheng gestured for her to stop. Please inform your CEO that I appreciate her kindness, but I already have an internship and cannot accept her offer. He declined without hesitation. What kind of good job could you possibly find? I reiterate, internships are vital. Don't let a momentary impulse cause you to miss such a golden opportunity. Zhu Zhu scoffed. Lin Cheng had initially intended to remain courteous, but Zhu Zhu's arrogance ignited his frustration. The place I'm going is the publicity department of Tianlong International Hotel. I don't know how impressive Leia Cosmetics is, but surely Tianlong International Hotel holds a comparable status, he retorted. Upon hearing Tianlong International Hotel, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhu Zhu's face. An internship there? Don't fool me. What kind of person is your friend to refer you to such a prestigious position? Her disbelief was evident. I have no obligation to explain myself to you. Our conversation ends here. Prolonging it would only harm our rapport. Lin Cheng waved his hand, signaling the end of their discussion. Let us not be so hasty. We can discuss this calmly. Director Zhang interjected, sensing the tension. Lin Cheng, you might not be aware, but Jiao Yuxue is an alumna of our school, making her your senior. She donates to the school annually, maintaining a strong relationship with us. Consider this a favor to me, or rather, to our esteemed Qingbei University, and accept the internship. Under normal circumstances, Lin Cheng might have been swayed by Director Zhang's appeal, as any internship is beneficial, and Leia Cosmetics sounds like a reputable company. However, having already committed to Gu Xiaowei, he was reluctant to change his word and potentially hurt her feelings. Thus, he firmly decided against accepting the internship. Nevertheless, he couldn't outright reject Director Zhang's earnest request. After contemplating, Lin Cheng devised a plan. All right, I can consider accepting this internship. But I have one condition. Your CEO must personally come to the school to invite me. Let me be clear, I won't necessarily accept. I need to interview her first to ascertain if she is a suitable boss. If the interview does not go well, I will still decline. Lin Cheng made a few exaggerated demands, hoping to deter Jiao Yuxue from pursuing him. Are you joking? You want our CEO to come find you. And you expect to interview her? Zhu Zhu was on the verge of losing her composure. We are seeking an intern, not a master. Lin Cheng shrugged nonchalantly. I've said what I needed to say. Whether she comes or not is up to her. It has nothing to do with me. I've said all I needed to. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. He bid farewell to Director Zhang and turned to leave. Director Zhang and Zhu Zhu exchanged glances, a thought crossing their minds. Is this the attitude of today's youth? Chapter 25. The beautiful CEO, Jiao Yuxue. At the headquarters of L'Oréal Beauty. In the presidential office of L'Oréal Beauty, the stunning and sophisticated Jiao Yuxue sat gracefully at her desk. Clad in fashionable attire and adorned with meticulous makeup, she epitomized the quintessential urban beauty, a fitting representation of a beauty company as president. Did that fellow Lin Cheng truly assert such audacity? Jiao Yuxue coldly inquired, her gaze fixed on her assistant, Zhu Zhu. Indeed, this Lin Cheng is exceedingly presumptuous. You've summoned him directly, yet he shows you no respect. Is it merely an offer from the Tianlong International Hotel? It pales in comparison to what we offer at L'Oreal Beauty. He even dares to suggest that you personally persuade him. Who does he think he is? Zhu Zhu, eager to deflect any reprimand from Jiao Yuxue, hastily shifted the blame onto Lin Cheng. Should you feel angered, I could certainly communicate with Qingbei University to ensure that this audacious young man receives his due reprimand. After all, we contribute several million to Qingbei University annually. They would not dare offend us over the likes of an ordinary student. Zhu Zhu proposed a rather ill-advised course of action to chastise Lin Cheng. Who informed you that I am angry? Jiao Yuxue replied, her demeanor unexpectedly calm. If he insists on my personal attendance, then so be it. I shall comply with his request. A subtle smile graced Jiao Yuxue's lips as she arranged for a car, declaring her intent to visit Qingbei University. Zhu Zhu was taken aback. President, there is truly no need for you to make such a trip for that young man. Your assistance suffices. Why seek an intern? Jiao Yuxue's frosty glare met Zhu Zhu's. Of course not. I shall arrange the vehicle immediately, Zhu Zhu stammered, hastily retreating to carry out the orders. Once Zhu Zhu departed, Jiao Yuxue reclined in her chair, arms crossed over her chest, a barely perceptible smile playing on her lips. Lin Cheng, is it? Very well. You have successfully captured my attention. At the third cafeteria of Qingbei University, at a particular table, Lin Cheng expressed his gratitude to the campus bell. Thank you for introducing me to such a remarkable internship opportunity. Allow me to treat you to this meal today. Please do not attempt to dispute it. Having exited the director's office, he promptly called Gu Shu away to invite her to lunch. It was only fitting to show appreciation for her assistance. Gu Shuawei readily accepted his invitation. So you're treating me to spicy hot pot, is it? Your gratitude seems rather meager, she commented, gesturing towards the generous portion of food before them. As a humble student, I must make do with what I have. The sentiment behind it matters more than the gift itself, Lin Cheng replied, adopting a carefree demeanor. He then lifted his bowl and picked out one of the scant pieces of meat from the hot pot. Don't just sit there, eat up. With that, he popped the meat into his mouth and eagerly dug into his rice. Observing Lin Cheng's voracious appetite, Gu Shuawei couldn't help but smile. She chose to remain silent, continuing to eat in companionable quietude. At that moment, Lin Cheng received a message on WeChat. After replying, he casually tossed his phone onto the table. Oh, is it a message from that beautiful reporter? Gu Shuawei remarked, seemingly nonchalant, without lifting her gaze. What beautiful reporter? It's just my roommate asking where I am. Lin Cheng clarified. But why are you so curious about my private life? Are you feeling uneasy about me chatting with other women? Lin Cheng's teasing tone elicited a blush from Gu Shuawei. I merely asked out of curiosity. What I do with other women is of no concern to you, she retorted, her cheeks reddening. Yet I am curious. Do men truly prefer women who are a few years their senior? Gu Shuawei probed. We do not simply prefer older women. We favor those who are both older and beautiful. There is a fundamental distinction. Lin Cheng patiently elucidated the nuances of male attraction. Humph, after all that talk. It seems you do have a preference, Gu Shuawei quipped, biting into a piece of cauliflower. Jealous again? As the campus belle, you ought not to be so easily envious. You should make men feel jealous of you, to showcase your esteemed status. Lin Cheng observed her sulking demeanor, unable to resist teasing her further. You only know how to ramble. You lack the finesse to sue the person, Gu Shuawei remarked, raising her chopsticks as if to poke him. Just then, her hand froze mid-motion as her gaze fell upon a group approaching from behind Lin Cheng. Several individuals are coming our way. Do you recognize them? She suddenly inquired. Several individuals? Lin Cheng turned his head, only to be taken aback. For men in suits and sunglasses were striding toward him, flanking two women. One of the women was Zhu Zhu, the assistant to the president of L'Oreal Beauty, while the other, radiating an impressive aura, was unfamiliar to him. The surrounding students, captivated by the spectacle, paused their meals, their curiosity piqued. President, this is Lin Cheng, Zhu Zhu announced as she approached Lin Cheng's table, pointing him out. Who are you? What brings you here? Lin Cheng inquired, furrowing his brow. This is the president of L'Oreal Beauty, Ms. Jiao Yuxue. As per your request, our president has come personally to invite you, Zhu Zhu stated, preempting Diao Yushua's introduction. Upon realizing that the president herself had come, Lin Cheng was momentarily speechless. He had intended to decline the internship by proposing an unreasonable request, but never anticipated that Diao Yushua would actually accommodate it. Was she truly so unconcerned with her dignity? Lin Cheng, what is the meaning of this? Gu Shuwei asked, bewildered by the unfolding events. Well, aside from you. The university had arranged another internship for me that I was reluctant to accept. I thought to suggest that the president herself come to plead on my behalf. But I never expected that I would actually come, correct? Diao Yushua interjected, completing Lin Cheng's thought. Indeed, I did not foresee this, Lin Cheng replied with a wry smile. The notion that an individual of such stature would come to meet an ordinary student like him was utterly perplexing. Intrigued, Lin Cheng pondered Diao Yushua's motivations for inviting him to undertake an internship. Chapter 26. A new mission. The mention of Leia Cosmetics, a popular domestic brand, drew a smile from Gu Shuwei, who expressed her admiration for their products, stating that she currently uses them and finds them exceptionally effective. Thank you. Diao Yushua nodded at Gu Shuwei, her smile conveying gratitude. However, she soon shifted her focus entirely to Lin Cheng, fixing her gaze upon him. As you wished, I have personally come to invite you. Will you adhere to our agreement and come to intern at my company? Diao Yushua inquired with a calm demeanor. Lin Cheng found himself at a loss for words in response to Diao Yushua's probing. To be honest, I never expected you would come personally. I am just an ordinary student. Why must you insist on my internship at your company? You possess the capabilities I require. As for the specifics, only if you agree will I divulge them, Diao Yushua teased, withholding information. Since you've come, I should show you some courtesy. However, someone introduced me to an internship before you did, and I have already committed to her, so I cannot accept your generous offer, Lin Cheng replied, glancing at Gu Shuwei. At that moment, Gu Shuwei's cheeks flushed, her lips curling into a pleased smile, clearly touched by Lin Cheng's words. Is it this lovely young lady who introduced you to the opportunity? Diao Yushua inferred from Lin Cheng's reaction. Yes, that's her, Lin Cheng affirmed without hesitation. Dear sister, I genuinely need Lin Cheng's talents. Would you kindly assist me in persuading your boyfriend to intern at my company? Diao Yushua shifted her strategy, attempting to charm Gu Shuwei. This, I don't mind, so? Gu Shuwei hesitated, her resolve wavering as she caught sight of Diao Yushua's equally stunning visage. I respect Lin Cheng's choice. If he wishes to pursue this, I shall not hold him back. Gu Shuwei's words faltered as she reconsidered her stance. The decision now rested solely with Lin Cheng, who looked apologetically at Diao Yushua. I appreciate your kindness, but I am someone who adheres strictly to my word. I must honor my prior commitments. Just then, a notification chimed in Lin Cheng's mind. New mission generated. Within 1 week, raise Diao Yushua's favorability to 100. Failure to do so will result in a significant reduction. Caught off guard by the sudden emergence of this new task, Lin Cheng felt a wave of confusion wash over him. It dawned on him that if he wished to win over Diao Yushua, he needed to remain close to her, which meant accepting her internship offer. Regretfully, he realized he must forego his previous commitment to Gu Shuwei. Are you implying a refusal? Diao Yushua misunderstood Lin Cheng's silence, her expression betraying disappointment. Since you have stated your position so clearly, I shall refrain from further discussion. I respect your decision. Farewell, she said, turning to leave. Wait, allow me to finish my thoughts, Lin Cheng called out, hastily interjecting as Diao Yushua prepared to depart. What I meant to convey is that since you've come in person, I will consider accepting the internship. After careful deliberation, Lin Cheng reluctantly accepted Diao Yushua's offer. Oh, I expected you to decline, Diao Yushua remarked, momentarily bewildered by the turn of events, but pleased nonetheless. Meanwhile, Gu Shuwei's expression darkened. She had anticipated Lin Cheng would side with her, and her heart had momentarily leaped with joy. However, she was taken aback when he abruptly chose to abandon her introduction for another woman. It felt like an act of blatant betrayal. Very well, since you have agreed. Prepare to start as soon as possible. I will send someone to pick you up tomorrow morning to handle your onboarding, Diao Yushua instructed before departing, her bodyguard following closely behind like a sentinel. I'm sorry, but I can no longer take the job you introduced. Lin Cheng apologized to Gu Shuwei after Diao Yushua left. It's a minor issue. I can easily speak to the HR at Tianlong International Hotel, she replied dismissively. However, Lin Cheng, you have wounded my heart by rejecting my offer in favor of another. Very well done, Lin Cheng, Gu Shuwei remarked with a bittersweet smile. her eyes reflecting a sense of betrayal. Wait a moment. You just said you didn't mind and respected my choice, Lin Cheng protested, attempting to clarify his position. In fact, it was you who encouraged me to go to her company. Did I ever tell you to go? Gu Shuowei snapped, her frustration evident as she lashed out like an upset girlfriend, devoid of reason. Please don't be upset. I had my reasons for accepting, Lin Cheng replied helplessly. What reasons? Pray tell, Gu Shuowei pressed him. It's a secret I cannot divulge, Lin Cheng thought to himself, fully aware that revealing the nature of the system's task would be futile, as she likely wouldn't believe him anyway. What secret could be so significant? I suspect you are hiding something, Gu Shuowei retorted. Let me guess, you're infatuated with her, aren't you? First a beautiful journalist, now a stunning CEO, your weakness for attractive women is quite evident. Gu Shuowei vented her frustrations at Lin Cheng, treating him as a mere outlet for her emotions. I swear, I have no interest in those women. My heart belongs solely to you, Gu Shuowei. In terms of beauty, you surpass them by leagues, Lin Cheng assured her, attempting to placate her like a remorseful boyfriend. In reality, Gu Shuowei and Jiao Yuxue each possess their own unique allure, with Gu Shuowei embodying the innocent charm of first love while Jiao Yuxue exuded an aloof, ethereal beauty. If given the choice, Lin Cheng would desire both. I don't believe a word of it, Gu Shuowei pouted, still fuming. Do not be angry. It is detrimental to your complexion, Lin Cheng continued to soothe her. After a considerable amount of coaxing, Gu Shuowei's mood finally began to improve, although her expression remained frosty. Once he had calmed Gu Shuowei, Lin Cheng found himself lost in thought. He was curious about the nature of the position Jiao Yuxue would offer him at Leia Cosmetics headquarters the following day. Chapter 27. The personal bodyguard of the female CEO. The following morning, Lin Cheng received a call from his assistant, Zhu Zhu. She informed him that the vehicle sent for him was already waiting at the school's entrance. Reluctantly, Lin Cheng rose from his slumber, hastily freshened up, and made his way to the gate. Awaiting him was an opulent business vehicle, with a driver in white gloves standing outside, exuding an air of professionalism. As Lin Cheng approached, the driver opened the rear door, graciously inviting him to enter. Upon sliding into the vehicle, Lin Cheng observed Zhu Zhu seated inside, diligently engrossed in a tablet, seemingly occupied with work. Busy are we? Lin Cheng greeted her cheerfully. Zhu Zhu glanced at him, but offered no reply, instead urging the driver to commence their journey. Lin Cheng chuckled quietly, dismissing her lack of response. The two traveled in silence, and before long, they arrived at the headquarters of Leia Cosmetics. The company's headquarters occupied 2 floors of a lavish office building, prominently adorned with a massive billboard featuring a model with fiery red lips, showcasing Leia's latest lipstick, exuding sophistication. The vehicle descended into the underground parking garage and came to a halt. Lin Cheng exited the car and, following Zhu Zhu's lead, entered the elevator. Zhu Zhu pressed the button for Leia Cosmetics' floor, and the elevator ascended smoothly towards their destination. With a chime, the doors opened. Mr. Lin, please. Zhu Zhu gestured for him to exit first. Too polite, Lin Cheng remarked, though he disregarded the formality and stepped out of the elevator with a casual confidence. As they emerged, they entered the bustling office space of Leia Cosmetics, where impeccably groomed and stylishly attired individuals were diligently attending to their tasks. No wonder it's a beauty company. The eye candy is undeniable, Lin Cheng mused, admiring the attractive employees. Don't dawdle. The CEO is waiting for you in her office, Zhu Zhu prompted, leading him forward. Lin Cheng made a playful face at her before following her towards the CEO's office. Soon, they arrived at the office door, where 2 tall men in suits and sunglasses stood guard. Upon noticing Lin Cheng and Zhu Zhu's approach, they instantly became vigilant. Apologies, but we must conduct a search. One of the men in black stepped forward, blocking Lin Cheng's path. Another search? Is the protocol for large corporations this stringent? Lin Cheng questioned, bemused. No need for a search. He is the individual the CEO requested, Zhu Zhu clarified to the man, who then retreated. CEO, Lin Cheng has arrived, Zhu Zhu announced as she opened the office door. Mr. Jiao, good to see you again. Lin Cheng strode into the office unceremoniously, waving cheerfully at Jiao Yuxue. Please, take a seat, Jiao Yuxue replied nonchalantly, gesturing towards a chair without acknowledging Lin Cheng's casual demeanor. Zhu Zhu closed the door and stood respectfully beside Jiao Yuxue. Your time is valuable, so let us get straight to the point. I wonder why you specifically requested my presence for an internship, as we seem not to be acquainted. Lin Cheng stated candidly. I sought you out because I came across your video online, Jiao Yushua elucidated. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhu activated her tablet, playing a video featuring Su Ying discussing Lin Cheng's capabilities in criminal profiling. It became apparent to Lin Cheng that Jiao Yushua had learned of him through Su Ying's video. Am I truly that striking? A mere video led to my recruitment, Lin Cheng pondered, feeling a swell of pride. I surmise you are interested in my looks and wish for me to model for your cosmetics, he ventured. We primarily target the female market and do not require male models. Moreover, your qualifications do not meet our company's aesthetic standards, Jiao Yushua bluntly interrupted his self-admiration. If my looks aren't the reason, then what is? Lin Cheng inquired, increasingly confused. The video indicated you possess skills in criminal profiling, which I urgently require to assist me. Jiao Yushua finally revealed her true intent. Criminal profiling? What need does a cosmetics company have for such skills? Lin Cheng questioned, perplexed. With a heavy sigh, Jiao Yushua appeared to resolve herself before continuing, I shall not hide it from you. I am currently facing personal threats. The revelation struck Lin Cheng like lightning. Prior to this moment, he had considered many possibilities, but personal threats had not crossed his mind. What exactly do you mean by personal threats? Could you elaborate? Lin Cheng's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Recently, Arlea Cosmetics launched a blockbuster product, aiming to leverage its momentum for a market debut. However, the beauty industry's pie is limited, and our entry will inevitably encroach on others' territory. It seems we have attracted malicious retaliation from competitors, as numerous defamatory articles have surfaced online, seemingly aimed at thwarting our launch. Although our public relations team has suppressed these falsehoods, our adversaries appear to have altered their strategy, now targeting me, the founder. In recent days, unfamiliar individuals have loitered near my residence, and shortly thereafter, I experienced inexplicable incidents, such as car accidents and falling objects. Had I not been fortunate, I might have succumbed to these mishaps. Jiao Yushua succinctly outlined her precarious situation. So, you believe your competitors are attempting to orchestrate accidents to eliminate you, the founder of your company, to prevent your launch? Lin Cheng exclaimed incredulously. Indeed, that is my concern, and I am convinced my fears are not unfounded. Jiao Yushua replied gravely. Thus, those men in suits are here to protect you? Lin Cheng finally connected the dots regarding the search. Yes, they are my hired bodyguards. Jiao Yushua confirmed. While they are professionals, my adversaries seem well prepared, hence I require someone more specialized to ensure my safety. Are you implying that I am that specialized individual? Lin Cheng pointed to himself, astonished. Precisely, Lin Cheng. This is the purpose behind my request for your internship. I wish for you to become my personal bodyguard, Jiao Yushua articulated, revealing the true nature of Lin Cheng's new role. Chapter 28. A traitor beside you, me, a bodyguard? Or a personal one? Lin Cheng was bewildered by the unexpected internship request from Jiao Yushua. I'm merely a student majoring in media. Being a bodyguard seems too far removed from my field. Lin Cheng couldn't help but smile wryly. With just a portrait, you apprehended the murderer of that rainy night and aided the police in unraveling a drug trafficking case. Such capability is not something ordinary individuals possess. Upon learning that you, like me, are a student from Tsinghua University, I reached out to the school specifically requesting you for an internship at my company. I have faith in you, and even more so in my own judgment. I am certain you will excel in this role. Jiao Yushua's confidence in Lin Cheng was palpable. Why not report this to the police? With their protection, you should feel safe, Lin Cheng inquired. I currently lack any evidence to substantiate that I am being targeted. It is merely conjecture, even if I were to report it. The police may not take action, Jiao Yushua responded, her expression one of exasperation. It's not that I am afraid. I simply worry that if something were to happen to me, the launch of Lia Cosmetics would be jeopardized. My dream is to establish the strongest beauty brand in Huaxia, and I cannot afford any setbacks before achieving this goal. For reasons unknown, Jiao Yushua found herself opening up to Lin Cheng, whom she had just met. With her heartfelt confession, Lin Cheng felt compelled to accept the offer. Moreover, staying close to Jiao Yushua as her personal bodyguard would undoubtedly assist in increasing his favorability towards her. All right, since you have such confidence in me, I shall not decline. I accept the position of personal bodyguard. Your safety will be my utmost priority, Lin Cheng proclaimed with confidence and authority. Then I leave it to you, Jiao Yushua said, a rare smile gracing her features. You may freely mobilize all my bodyguards, and you will manage my schedule. I will absolutely refrain from going anywhere you deem unsafe. Rest assured, having chosen you, I will fully trust your judgment. Jiao Yushua gazed earnestly at Lin Cheng. Hold on a moment, President. Isn't it a bit too risky to entrust such matters to a student? At that moment, Zhu, who had remained silent until now, interjected. You know that many short videos nowadays are fabricated. That reporter Su Ying may have exaggerated Lin Cheng's abilities for the sake of views. If he is not as capable as he claims in the video, entrusting him with such a crucial task would be unwise. Zhu's words rendered Diao Yuxue silent. Upon reflection, there was no fault in Zhu's assertions. After all, individuals today often lack any moral boundaries in their pursuit of fame. Are you suggesting that I should be tested before I commence my position? Lin Cheng smiled slightly. Of course. How else could I be assured of entrusting the safety of the president to you? Zhu replied. Lin Cheng nodded, acknowledging the validity of her point. But how do you intend to test me? With his extraordinary abilities, Lin Cheng was unperturbed by the notion of a test. Even if he were to fail, he could simply walk away. He could devise another strategy for winning Diao Yuxue's favor later. As for the assessment, I have yet to devise a plan. President, do you have any suggestions? Zhu turned to Diao Yuxue, seeking her input. Diao Yuxue furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before an idea struck her. How about you analyze the situation surrounding the recent car accident and the danger posed by falling objects? Very well, let me analyze it, Lin Cheng replied, embarking on a mental brainstorm. To comprehend the car accident and the risk of falling objects, it was essential to understand Diao Yuxue's movements. In the case of a car accident, an assailant could follow her vehicle and strike when the opportunity arose. However, falling objects required prior knowledge of her route and careful positioning to execute successfully. This indicated that the adversary had already anticipated Diao Yuxue's movements. The only method for the opponent to gain insight into Diao Yuxue's itinerary would be to place an insider among her staff to pilfer her schedule. A bold thought emerged in Lin Cheng's mind. There must be an undercover agent beside Diao Yuxue. This agent would possess the capability to access Diao Yuxue's itinerary. As this notion crystallized, Lin Cheng instinctively turned his gaze towards Zhu, the president's assistant, who was engrossed in her tablet. If anyone were closely associated with Diao Yuxue, it would undoubtedly be Zhu. Without hesitation, Lin Cheng unleashed his character information card ability, and instantly, all of Zhu's details materialized before him. Name, Zhu. Age, 30. Height, 166 centimeters. Measurements, 82, 62, 82. Position, assistant to the president of Lia Cosmetics. Savings, 3,000,000. The preliminary details were rather mundane, and there was no indication of Zhu's potential undercover identity. However, the final figure in her savings account piqued Lin Cheng's suspicion. Typically, savings would fluctuate, yet Zhu's amount was a round figure. Furthermore, 3 million in savings seemed an implausible accumulation for someone in her position. Could it be that this substantial sum was acquired through the sale of Diao Yuxue's information? Pondering this, Lin Cheng could think of no other possibility. Lin Cheng, have you reached a conclusion? If so, please share it quickly. Our president's time is extremely valuable. If you lack the capability for criminal profiling, it would be best to leave and not waste our time. Zhu urged impatiently, completely unaware that Lin Cheng had already categorized her as a suspect. Before I present my conclusions, Zhu, I would like to ask you a few questions, Lin Cheng said, fixing his gaze on her with a slight smile. Questions? What kind of questions? Zhu was taken aback by Lin Cheng's sudden inquiry. I wish to inquire about your salary as the president's assistant. It must be quite substantial. Lin Cheng asked. My monthly salary is 12,000, which is decent. Why do you ask? Zhu replied, her confusion evident. Then your husband's income must be considerable as well. Together, you two should be able to save a significant amount each month, Lin Cheng continued. My husband earns less than I do. After covering living expenses and our mortgage, we hardly have anything left each month, Zhu responded patiently. Have you or your husband perhaps received a windfall from a property relocation or won the lottery, suddenly coming into a large sum of money? Lin Cheng posed another seemingly irrelevant question. Absolutely not. We are just an ordinary working-class family, Zhu snapped, her patience waning. Why are you asking these nonsensical questions? How do they relate to the president's attack? Zhu retorted angrily. Unfazed by Zhu's irritation, Lin Cheng said, All right, let me pose some critical questions. His demeanor shifted, his gaze turning icy and piercing as it bore down on Zhu. That 3 million in your account, where did it originate? Chapter 29. The Bodyguard's Debut. Lin Cheng gains recognition upon discovering that Zhu's savings were likely minimal. Lin Cheng surmised that the 3 million in her account could not have been earned through legitimate means. To amass such a fortune, one must undoubtedly sacrifice something of equal value. The itinerary of Gu Shuewei would certainly be worth that sum to any competitor of Lia Cosmetics. What? What enormous sum? What 3 million? I have no idea what you are talking about. As Lin Cheng uttered the figure of 3 million, Zhu Zhu's complexion turned ashen, devoid of any color, akin to a person who had just received a severe shock. She gazed at Lin Cheng as if he were a monster capable of penetrating her innermost thoughts. Stop feigning ignorance. I am aware that a substantial sum exists in your account, and it was deposited recently. I am curious, what individual would bestow such a large amount upon you? And for what reason? Zhu Zhu, can you elucidate this for me? Lin Cheng pressed her with a series of questions. What is there to explain? I do not possess 3 million. My household account doesn't even have 300,000. Zhu Zhu vehemently denied it, but her trembling figure betrayed her guilty conscience. Lin Cheng, what are you talking about? 3 million? Are you out of your mind? Jia Yuxue, standing nearby, was also perplexed by Lin Cheng's assertions and could not help but interject. Allow me to explain. I have analyzed the incident of your attack and reached a conclusion. It appears that your itinerary was leaked to those who wish you harm, which explains the repeated assaults you have faced. As for how this information was divulged, I suspect there is a mole in your vicinity who has been sharing your details with your adversaries. Of course, this information is not given freely. It must command a considerable price. I estimate it to be worth no less than 3 million. Among everyone, the person most familiar with your schedule, even capable of arranging it, is undoubtedly the very Zhu Zhu before us. With reason and evidence, Lin Cheng articulated his deductions to Jiao Yuxue. You are speaking nonsense. You are slandering me. You are insulting my character. Zhu Zhu exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Cheng. What evidence do you have to claim that I traded the president's itinerary for money? Produce it. If you cannot, I shall report you for defamation. Zhu Zhu shouted in agitation. Calling the police, is it? How fortuitous, for that was precisely my intention, Lin Cheng replied with a calm smile. I happen to know a criminal investigator. Shall I summon him? Upon realizing that Lin Cheng was genuinely considering involving the authorities, Zhu Zhu fell silent, resembling a wilted eggplant. Unable to utter another harsh word. Why the silence? It seems you are quite aware of your predicament. If the police indeed get involved, the matter of the 3 million transferred from your account may not remain concealed. Lin Cheng sneered. Zhu Zhu, drenched in cold sweat and wordless, tacitly conceded to Lin Cheng's assertions. Director Jiao, based on her reaction, you should have a sense of the truth in my words, Lin Cheng remarked to Jiao Yuxue. Of course, I am not a fool, Jiao Yuxue replied coldly, her gaze fixed on Zhu Zhu. At this point, do you not intend to confess? Or shall I call the police? I will speak. I will speak. Ask me whatever you wish. I shall reveal everything without concealment. Zhu Zhu, her psychological defenses utterly shattered by Lin Cheng's probing, was left with no choice but to divulge all, hoping for leniency. First, tell me, why did you betray me? Jiao Yuxue began her interrogation. I initially had no intention of doing so. One day, I received a call from a stranger who said I would receive 150,000 if I disclosed your itinerary. At first, I thought it was a scam, so I ignored it. However, that very night, they called again, claiming they had deposited 50,000 as a down payment, with the remainder to follow upon receiving the itinerary. When I checked, indeed my account had increased by 50,000, confirming it was real. My husband and I were struggling to pay the mortgage and raise our child. The financial pressure was immense. Seeing such easy money, I succumbed and sold your information to them, and afterward, they indeed transferred me another 100,000. That day, you experienced a car accident, but at the time, I was unaware it was orchestrated. Later, they contacted me again to purchase your itinerary for 150,000. And unable to resist the temptation, I sold it to them once more. On that day, you nearly faced a deadly fall from above. It was then that I realized they intended to harm you. After that, although they still sought to buy information from me, I refused to sell anything further. I swear, I never intended to harm you. I truly had no idea of the vast conspiracy behind this. In tears, Zhu Zhu laid bare the entire sequence of events. Is it truly over a mere 3 million that you would betray me? I have never felt so cheap, Jiao Yuxue remarked coolly after hearing Zhu Zhu's account, her dissatisfaction evident with the amount involved. To you, a wealthy woman, 3 million may seem trivial, but for us common folk, it is indeed a significant sum. Betraying one's superior for such a price seems a worthwhile transaction, Lin Cheng interjected, unable to contain himself given Jiao Yushue's apparent oblivion to the struggles of the less fortunate. Jiao Yushue shot Lin Cheng a sidelong glance. Are you implying that if offered 3 million, you would betray me? Not at all. We are bound by our fates. No amount could persuade me to betray you, Lin Cheng stated earnestly. Under normal circumstances, the prospect of 3 million might indeed entice Lin Cheng. However, with a mission to win Jiao Yushue's trust, he would never consider betraying her for such a pittance. After all, even if one could earn a fortune, it would be futile without life to spend it. Rest assured, monetary matters need not concern you. Should you protect me until Lia Cosmetics goes public? I shall reward you with a sum far exceeding 3 million. Jiao Yushue declared, then retrieved her checkbook, inscribing the figure of 2 million on a check. After tearing it off, she presented it to Lin Cheng. In a bid to secure Lin Cheng's loyalty, Jiao Yushue unhesitatingly offered him a considerable sum. Truly, she was a woman destined to become a giant in the domestic cosmetics industry, radiating generosity. In the face of Jiao Yushue's lavishness, Lin Cheng could not help but raise his thumb in admiration. If this brings you peace of mind, I shall gladly accept. Seeing Jiao Yushue's sincerity, he decided against refusing the offer, accepting the check and placing it in his pocket. No need for gratitude. You are worth every penny, Jiao Yushue replied nonchalantly. In the course of their conversation, Lin Cheng had successfully identified the traitor among them, showcasing a remarkable aptitude for criminal profiling, an invaluable skill in their current predicament. As the two engaged in their financial transaction, oblivious to their surroundings, Zhu Zhu, the true orchestrator of the chaos, stood trembling, uncertain of her fate. Lin Cheng, how should we proceed with Zhu Zhu? Should we alert the authorities? If we do, the police could trace the individuals behind this through bank accounts and phone numbers, correct? After completing the transaction with Lin Cheng, Jiao Yushue gestured towards Zhu Zhu and inquired about Lin Cheng's course of action. President, please do not report this to the police. If you do, my life will be ruined. I will return the money I received to you. Just spare me. Zhu Zhu pleaded desperately upon hearing Jiao Yushue's intention to contact the authorities. The individuals who conspired against you are not so foolish as to leave such blatant evidence behind. I suspect that even tracing the payment accounts or phone calls will yield no leads and could instead alarm the culprits. Furthermore, the emergence of such news would not bode well for your company's public listing. Since you are unharmed, I suggest we let this matter lie for now and avoid escalating it. With my protection, you will face no further danger. Lin Cheng pondered briefly before articulating his judgment. You make a compelling argument. Let us keep this matter under wraps as if nothing has transpired. Jiao Yushue concurred with Lin Cheng's proposal. Subsequently, Lin Cheng stood before Zhu Zhu, regarding her coldly. As for you, while we may not alert the authorities, it does not imply that you shall escape punishment. Lin Cheng stated icily. First, return all the money you received to Jiao Yushue as compensation for her emotional distress. All right, I will return it. Zhu Zhu nodded vigorously, not daring to hesitate. Second, you shall proceed to the HR department to resign. You no longer possess the right to remain in this company, Lin Cheng continued. Understood. I will do so. Aware of the inevitable outcome, Zhu Zhu accepted her punishment with a calm demeanor. That is all I have to say. You may leave. Lin Cheng waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to engage in further dialogue. Zhu Zhu, relieved to be granted her exit, hurriedly fled the president's office without a moment's pause. Is it truly wise to let this traitor go so easily? Jiao Yushue inquired after Zhu Zhu's departure. Certainly not. I merely choose to disregard her for the time being. Once I deal with the mastermind behind this, I shall settle the score with her. Individuals who resort to unscrupulous means for monetary gain must be incarcerated to receive a lesson in moral rectitude, Lin Cheng replied coldly. Given Zhu Zhu's repeated betrayals of Jiao Yushue, nearly leading to her demise, Lin Cheng was resolute in his decision to see her prosecuted. Now that the treachery surrounding you has been neutralized, what shall I do next? Lin Cheng asked Jiao Yushue after Zhu Zhu's departure. Please prepare me a cup of coffee. Without sugar or milk, Jiao Yushue casually remarked, pointing out the coffee machine outside. Huh? Make coffee? I am your bodyguard, not a servant. Lin Cheng responded with exasperation. Such tasks typically fall to my assistant. However, she was just dismissed by you, so you will now assume her responsibilities. Jiao Yushue smiled faintly. Oh, remember to double my salary, Lin Cheng sighed, preparing to make the coffee. Wait, there is one more thing. Please refrain from calling me Manager Jiao. It sounds rather unpleasant. Jiao Yushue stipulated. What should I call you then? Lin Cheng inquired. President, senior sister, or Shuejia would suffice. Jiao Yushua offered 3 alternatives. Understood, senior sister, Lin Cheng acquiesced, his heart sinking at the mischievous smile adorning Jiao Yushua's face. He braced himself for a week of enduring her presence. Chapter 30. Days living with the female CEO. After dealing with the traitor Zhu, Lin Cheng took on the role of a personal bodyguard and assistant. He not only had to prepare coffee for Jiao Yushua, but also ensure it was free of poison. Although other bodyguards had been hired, Lin Cheng was wary of the possibility of betrayal among them, prompting him to handle everything himself. After considerable effort, Lin Cheng finally brewed his first cup of coffee in his life. "Shui Jia, your coffee is ready," Lin Cheng announced as he entered the CEO's office. Placing the cup in front of Jiao Yushua. "Thank you," she replied, taking a sip, only to furrow her brow in distaste. It's even worse than I anticipated." With a wry smile, Lin Cheng suggested, "Perhaps next time, you might prefer a soda, simple and convenient. The calorie count in those drinks is far too high. I must monitor my daily intake." Jiao Yushua firmly declined. "You women in the beauty industry lead such exhausting lives," Lin Cheng observed with a sigh. Jiao Yushua gazed at him gently, refraining from contradicting his remark. "Thank you for today, you helped me root out the traitor. Otherwise, I might have faced danger." She expressed her gratitude. "There's no need for thanks. It's part of my duties as a personal bodyguard. Besides, you did grant me a check for 2 million. Lin Cheng replied, patting his chest and feigning a modest demeanor. "I didn't expect you to be so humble." Jiao Yushua smiled at him, her icy demeanor thawing. Ding! Jiao Yushua's affection for Lin Cheng increased by 40 points, bringing her total to 4,100. Due to Lin Cheng's actions, her regard for him had significantly risen. Yet the goal of 100 points still lay ahead. It seemed he would need to save her several more times to complete the system task within a week. "All right. I have work to attend to. You may find somewhere to sit," Jiao Yushua stated, indicating she could no longer chat with Lin Cheng. "Understood. I'll go outside to see if there are any more infiltrators within the company," Lin Cheng responded as he exited the CEO's office. Making his way to the office area, he began inspecting each workstation. Utilizing his ability to access the character profile card, he sought to determine if any employees had been compromised. However, aside from witnessing the gossip and the rather chaotic romantic entanglements within the company, he found no negative information. Everyone, apart from Zhu, appeared innocent. It was no surprise. Aside from Zhu, others had little access to Jiao Yushua's personal and professional affairs. With the company deemed secure, Lin Cheng felt a slight sense of relief. The next concern was the unknown risks that could arise at any moment. After completing his checks, Lin Cheng's work for the day was done. He idly sat at the door of Jiao Yushua's office, awaiting her departure. However, with Leia Beauty preparing for an IPO, there was an abundance of work to be done. Not only Jiao Yushua, but also the other employees were hard at work at their desks. As night fell, the headquarters of Leia Beauty remained brightly lit. Around 10 o'clock, employees began wrapping up their tasks, leaving the company one by one. Lin Cheng, having grown drowsy, dozed off at the entrance of the CEO's office. Creak. Just then, the office door swung open, jolting Lin Cheng awake. "You, as a personal bodyguard, are quite negligent. Sleeping during work hours," Jiao Yushua teased upon seeing him dozing. "And what about you? What kind of heartless company makes its employees work so late? Can't you adhere to labor laws and treat your staff with some humanity?" Lin Cheng retorted, wiping the drool from his mouth. "What can we do? With the IPO approaching, everyone has a mountain of work to tackle," Jiao Yushua explained helplessly. "Moreover, everyone is receiving triple overtime pay during this period as compensation." "Triple overtime pay? That is quite generous," Lin Cheng chuckled. "Though I'm just an intern, I assume I'll be getting some overtime pay too?" "Yours isn't considered overtime pay. It's termed a special bonus. Don't worry, the amount will be satisfactory." Jiao Yushua casually showcased her financial prowess once more. "Just don't be too courteous. A little red envelope will suffice." Lin Cheng grinned. "Now that the workday is over, I'll head back to school for some rest." Lin Cheng waved goodbye and prepared to leave. "Wait, where do you think you're going?" Jiao Yushua suddenly called out, halting him. "Back to school. Are you really going to deny me even my sleep?" Lin Cheng exclaimed, surprised. "Of course, I'll let you rest, but not at school. In my home," Jiao Yushua clarified. "Your home? You want me to sleep at your place? Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Lin Cheng was taken aback yet secretly pleased. "What's inappropriate about it? I've said you are my personal bodyguard, so naturally, you can't be too far from me," Jiao Yushua replied nonchalantly. "Are we to share a room?" Lin Cheng asked tentatively. Jiao Yushua blushed at his words. "What are you thinking? I have plenty of rooms in my house. You can choose any one of them. Oh, my apologies for the misunderstanding, Lin Cheng said, somewhat disappointed as he stuck out his tongue. Let us go. Jiao Yuxue playfully tapped his head before walking toward the elevator. Together, they took the elevator down to the underground parking lot, where the driver had been waiting. For safety, Lin Cheng activated the character profile card on the driver. Name, Luo Yi. Age, 45. Height, 176 centimeters. Position, driver for Leia Beauty's CEO. Hidden identity, none. After confirming the driver's safety, Lin Cheng felt reassured. The driver opened the door for Jiao Yuxue, who slid into the back seat, while Lin Cheng took the passenger seat. Once settled, the driver started the car and drove towards Jiao Yuxue's residence. Lin Cheng sat in the car, observing the vehicles behind him through the rearview mirror, vigilant against the possibility of another accident. Fortunately, the journey proceeded without incident. After half an hour, they arrived at Jiao Yuxue's residence. A standalone villa appeared before Lin Cheng's eyes. Chapter 31. The Campus Bell, Gu Daxue. Please allow me to explain. Jiao Yuxue's residence is nestled within a luxurious villa district, sprawling across 600 to 700 square meters, showcasing exquisite and opulent architecture, complete with a swimming pool and a garden. Only the wealthiest elites could inhabit such a place. As the driver maneuvered the vehicle into the villa, Lin Cheng and Jiao Yuxue alighted from the car. Your home is quite spacious. It seems your cosmetics business has yielded substantial profits, Lin Cheng remarked enviously, observing the grand villa. However, maintaining such a large house must be quite cumbersome, he inquired. I'm not sure. The butler takes care of the cleaning, Jiao Yuxue replied as she guided Lin Cheng towards the entrance of the villa. Upon reaching the doorway, a well-dressed, bow-tied, golden-haired foreign butler approached respectfully. How do you do? The butler greeted in a flawless London accent, exuding a refined demeanor. He opened the door for Lin Cheng and Jiao Yuxue, inviting them inside. So, your butler is foreign, huh? Quite nice. It's time for the West to serve us after all these years of oppression, Lin Cheng jested. As they entered the villa, the interior exuded luxury, with an expansive living room adorned with a grand chandelier and European-style furniture, epitomizing extravagance. Even more astonishing was the presence of an elevator leading to the upper floors. Numerous housekeepers were present, seemingly tasked with the upkeep of the villa. Miss Tiao, welcome home, the housekeepers chorused upon Jiao Yuxue's arrival. Is this the life of the affluent? How awkward, Lin Cheng thought, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. Meanwhile, utilizing his character profile card superpower, he discreetly assessed everyone in the room, confirming their innocence before relaxing his guard. Today's work concludes here. You may rest now, Jiao Yuxue gently suggested to Lin Cheng. She then turned to the head housekeeper. Sister Zhang, Mr. Lin will be staying here for the next few days. Please arrange for him to be in the room next to mine. Certainly, Mr. Lin. Please follow me to the second floor, the housekeeper responded respectfully. I'll head to bed then. Lin Cheng waved goodbye to Jiao Yuxue and followed Sister Zhang to the elevator, ascending to the second floor. This room belongs to Miss Tiao, Mr. Lin can stay in the adjacent room. It includes a bathroom, and the refrigerator is stocked with various beverages for your convenience. There is a bell by the bedside. Should you require anything, feel free to ring us, Sister Zhang explained, leading Lin Cheng to the door and turning on the lights as she opened it. Afterward, she departed, leaving Lin Cheng to survey his room. The furnishings were of the highest quality, and the bedding appeared to be exquisite. The accommodation was leagues better than their dormitory. Lin Cheng eagerly sank into the bed, enveloped in its softness, relishing the comfort. This is not merely an internship, it feels like a vacation, he mused, marveling at the lavish conditions. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, Lin Cheng discovered it was a video call from Gu Shuewei. Remembering that he had turned down her internship offer the previous day, he felt a pang of anxiety, fearing she might be calling to reprimand him. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the video call. Gu Shuewei's face appeared on the screen, her visage adorned with a facial mask as she reclined on her dormitory bed, exuding a certain charm. Campus Bell Gu, why are you still awake so late? What prompted you to video call me? Lin Cheng inquired as he too reclined on his bed. Of course. I wanted to check on you. After all, today marks the first day of your internship at that beautiful CEO's company, which you so foolishly declined, Gu Shuewei said, her tone tinged with sarcasm, revealing her lingering displeasure. There must be plenty of beautiful women at the cosmetics company. Have you become infatuated? She continued, teasing Lin Cheng. Not at all. I've been busy all day, with no time to admire anyone's beauty, Lin Cheng replied with a wry smile. Busy all day? What position did that beautiful CEO assign you? Gu Shuowei asked, curiosity piqued. Bodyguard, Lin Cheng stated candidly. Bodyguard? Why would they assign you as a bodyguard? That has nothing to do with your field of study, Gu Shuowei exclaimed in surprise. You don't seem to possess the physique for such a role. Is she joking? Gu Shuowei continued, astonished. I was puzzled at first too, but she explained that she had seen my video and recognized my exceptional criminal profiling skills. She's also my schoolmate, which is why she reached out to me. She has been facing significant trouble and requires protection due to threats to her personal safety, Lin Cheng elaborated, subtly praising his own abilities while explaining why Jiao Yushua had hired him. Is that truly the reason she employed you? I suspect there's more to this than meets the eye, Gu Shuowei replied, pouting. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside Lin Cheng's room. Following this, Jiao Yushua's voice floated in. Lin Cheng, are you asleep? May I have a word? Whose voice is that? Is it the CEO? Are you at her home? I thought you were a bodyguard. What business do you have at her house? Gu Shuowei fired off a barrage of questions upon hearing the voice. The situation is rather complex. Allow me to explain, Lin Cheng replied helplessly. I am a bodyguard, but I am her personal bodyguard. Although I am reluctant, I have no choice but to reside in her home since she is my employer, he clarified regarding his circumstances. Reluctant? You seem to be enjoying yourself, Gu Shuowei remarked, laced with jealousy. Initially, she believed Jiao Yushua was attracted solely to Lin Cheng's abilities. But now she suspected that it was Lin Cheng himself who had caught her interest. I want to intrude on your little TTE with the CEO. You two enjoy your conversation, Gu Shuowei huffed, her mood souring as she abruptly ended the call. Oh, my innocence, Lin Cheng sighed, placing his phone down, feeling helpless. Given the current situation, it was not just Gu Shuowei who was likely to misunderstand. Even he harbored concerns in his heart. Would this CEO truly engage in anything untoward with him? Chapter 32. Midnight confabulation with the female CEO after Gu Shuowei ended the video call. Lin Cheng approached the door and opened it for Jiao Yushua. At that moment, Jiao Yushua had changed into a silk camisole nightgown, her delicate shoulders bared, showcasing her exquisite figure. Sister Shue, is there anything that cannot wait until tomorrow? Lin Cheng inquired, though his gaze betrayed him as it roamed over Jiao Yushua from head to toe. I am somewhat concerned for my safety and would like you to check my room for any signs of intrusion. Jiao Yushua explained her purpose for visiting Lin Cheng. That makes sense. I shall take a look, Lin Cheng replied, deciding to inspect her room for her safety. The two then proceeded to Jiao Yushua's room. Like most women's quarters, it was suffused with a peculiar fragrance, quite pleasant to the senses. The room was minimalist, but two pieces of furniture stood out, a wardrobe and a vanity. Jiao Yushua's wardrobe was spacious, capable of holding hundreds of garments, while her vanity was cluttered with an array of colorful cosmetics, small bottles adorning its surface. I will check the windows first, Lin Cheng stated, stepping onto the balcony to survey both above and below. Below, several security guards and bodyguards were patrolling, making it difficult for anyone to infiltrate from that direction. Are the security personnel on duty all night? Lin Cheng asked. Yes, I have employed over a dozen security staff, rotating in shifts for 24-hour surveillance, Jiao Yushua replied. In that case, the likelihood of someone entering through here is quite low, Lin Cheng remarked. He then glanced under Jiao Yushua's bed and checked her wardrobe, finding no evidence of intrusion. Are the butler and housekeepers trustworthy? Is there anyone who might have been compromised like Assistant Jiao? Jiao Yushua queried. Most of them have been sent home after the incident. Only those I trust remain, Jiao Yushua reassured him. I have inspected them, and they pose no threat, Lin Cheng declared firmly. That is a relief, Jiao Yushua sighed. But I am curious, has business competition truly regressed to such antiquated tactics? I thought such nefarious methods were confined to films. Is this what they mean by simplicity leading to greatness? Lin Cheng pondered aloud. It is because our Laya beauty is thriving. In straightforward competition, other beauty brands cannot match us and are thus gradually losing their market share. Unable to compete fairly, they resort to underhanded tactics, Jiao Yushua expressed, indignation evident in her voice. Given this, you must have an idea of which companies are at a disadvantage in this competition. Do you have any suspects? Lin Cheng inquired. I do have a suspect, Huashi Beauty, which is also a domestic brand. Their product range closely overlaps with ours, and their sales have consistently lagged behind. Should we launch another product, our sales would undoubtedly overshadow theirs, leaving them with even less room to operate, Jiao Yushua elaborated. Indeed. It seems prudent to keep a close eye on Huaxi Beauty, Lin Cheng responded. Coincidentally, tomorrow both Lia Beauty and Huaxi Beauty will be hosting events at Dewan Square. We are holding a pre-launch promotional event, while Huaxi Beauty is deliberately trying to undermine us. Their president will be present, and you will have the opportunity to meet him. Yao Yushui informed him. Excellent. I look forward to discerning whether the president of Huaxi Beauty is indeed the puppeteer behind these machinations. Lin Cheng's face lit up with anticipation. Well, I have completed my inspection of the room. I shall return to my slumber now. Call me if any issues arise. With that, Lin Cheng prepared to take his leave. Good night. Yao Yushui bid him farewell. Lin Cheng nodded in response before exiting her room. Returning to his own quarters, Lin Cheng lay down on the bed. After a day filled with tension, he quickly succumbed to slumber, experiencing a night devoid of dreams. The following morning, Lin Cheng rose early. Descending the stairs, he found that the housekeepers had already prepared breakfast in Yao Yushui's opulent residence. The long rectangular table was laden with a variety of dishes: scrambled eggs, toast, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and dumplings, both Chinese and Western fare. A veritable feast that whetted the appetite. At the table, Yao Yushui sat before a single bowl of salad, devoid of any other items. With so much food, can one possibly finish it all? It seems a waste, Lin Cheng remarked, eyeing the abundant breakfast. My household is large. Waste is not an issue, Yao Yushui replied calmly, spearing some salad with her fork and savoring it. Consuming greens so early in the day? Is your body accustomed to it? One ought to eat heartily for breakfast and properly for lunch, Lin Cheng admonished, unapologetically grabbing a fried dough stick and stuffing it into his mouth. I am accustomed to it, Yao Yushui stated, finishing her modest bowl of salad and wiping her mouth. Hurry and eat. The promotional event at Dewan Square is about to commence, and I must oversee it. Understood, Lin Cheng said, swiftly devouring a fried dough stick and washing it down with a cup of soy milk, finishing his breakfast within a minute. After breakfast, he and Yao Yushui boarded a car heading to Dewan Square. Dewan Square is the largest plaza in the city, replete with a multitude of world-class brand stores. Notably, there was a Lia Beauty counter, the largest among all. Anticipating a significant influx of visitors, Lia Beauty had set up their event space outside the plaza. They erected a stage, arranged numerous tables and chairs, and established several temporary counters for product sales. Many of Lia Beauty's sales staff were already poised for action, standing at the temporary counters, displaying an array of beauty products. Across from Lia Beauty's setup was Huaxi Beauty, which had similarly erected a stage and temporary counters facing Lia Beauty's, seemingly intent on a direct confrontation. Huaxi Beauty's tactics are quite unscrupulous. They are fully aware of our promotional event and have deliberately chosen to oppose us, seeking to sabotage our efforts, Lin Cheng remarked, unable to restrain his criticism as he observed the rivalry between the two top beauty companies. Moreover, they have set their discounts exceedingly low to siphon off our customers. It is evident they wish to thwart our event, Yao Yushui added, her expression sour. Oh my god, is that not Yao Yushui, the president of Lia Beauty? You seem to have developed some wrinkles in the days since we last met. A flamboyant male voice suddenly interjected as Lin Cheng and Yao Yushui conversed. Turning to the source of the voice, Lin Cheng beheld a heavily made-up man, exuding an overly effeminate demeanor, sashaying towards them. Chapter 33. The effeminate CEO Li Jiaming. Who is this repulsive individual? Lin Cheng felt a wave of discomfort wash over him as he beheld the effeminate man with heavy makeup approaching him. This was Li Jiaming, the president of Huaxi Beauty. As introduced by Yao Yushui. Yao Yushui, I've heard that your Lia Beauty is about to go public. Congratulations, Li Jiaming said with a smirk that failed to reach his eyes. However, once my Lia Beauty is listed, your Huaxi Beauty may face some difficulties. Do take care. Yao Yushui retorted sharply. I have complete confidence in my Huaxi Beauty. Even if you go public, it won't affect me in the slightest. Li Jiaming shot her a sideways glance, clearly unconvinced. As he continued speaking, his gaze fell upon Lin Cheng standing beside Yao Yushui, and his eyes lit up. Oh, who is this handsome young man? Your new beau? He teased, winking at Lin Cheng in a manner that felt distinctly lewd. Lin Cheng felt as though he were being subjected to a blatant gaze of scrutiny, a sensation that was thoroughly nauseating. Li Jiaming, mind your words, Yao Yushui snapped, her anger flaring at the insult. Just joking. No need to be so upset, Li Jiaming replied, relishing the irritation he had provoked in her. Seeing the shamelessness of this androgynous figure filled Lin Cheng with indignation. He activated his character profile card ability. hoping to discover a retort that would put Li Jiaming in his place. Name: Li Jiaming. Age: 35. Height: 7 centimeters. Gender: male. Interests: men. Sexual orientation: passive. Occupation: president of Huaxi Beauty. Number of lovers: 8. As Lin Cheng anticipated, this effeminate man was indeed a submissive type, and the revelation of having 8 male lovers was almost too much to bear. What a scandal! Lin Cheng couldn't help but wonder if being entrenched in a female-dominated environment led men like Li Jiaming to become so assimilated. After all, the fashion world was rife with those who favored the male form. As Lin Cheng pondered this, Li Jiaming unexpectedly blew him a kiss. Lin Cheng barely restrained himself from delivering a punch to that revolting face. Mr. Li, I'm just a humble bodyguard for Sister Shui. I hardly qualify as her man. To be honest, Sister Shui is currently single, unlike you, surrounded by so many men. Having acquired Li Jiaming's hidden information, Lin Cheng decided to confront him directly. Well, what can I say? I possess an undeniable charm. Li Jiaming initially misunderstood, thinking Lin Cheng was complimenting him. However, when he grasped the underlying meaning, anger surged through him. What do you mean, man? I have no interest in men. I'm all about the real deal. Flushing, Li Jiaming hastily defended his stance. Despite his affections for men, he maintained a facade of heterosexuality to preserve his image, proclaiming his love for women. Yet, his behavior betrayed him to any discerning observer. I know, Mr. Li. You are indeed a real man, and of the highest purity, Lin Cheng remarked, feigning compliance while his expression conveyed skepticism. Li Jiaming stuttered, at a loss for words. Jia Yuxue, your employees lack decorum. Will you not manage them? With no retort available, Li Jiaming turned to Jia Yuxue, seeking to shift the blame. Of course. I will manage them, Jia Yuxue replied coolly, then glanced at Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng, why do you speak such truths? You must amend this habit. I admit my fault. I shall endeavor to speak less. Lin Cheng chuckled, and the two engaged in a playful banter that infuriated Li Jiaming. Are you two playing a game? Very well. Jia Yuxue, I shall see if your promotional event succeeds today, Li Jiaming declared, leaving in a huff. After his departure, Lin Cheng rubbed his arms in disgust. That insufferable fop, his every action is revolting. I'm practically covered in goosebumps. His outward demeanor is merely the tip of the iceberg. He must have concocted numerous underhanded schemes to sabotage our promotional event. Jia Yuxue expressed her apprehension. Fear not, we shall counter any adversities that come our way. With me here, he cannot prevail, Lin Cheng assured her with confidence. Aren't you a criminal profiler? Do you also understand business and sales? Jia Yuxue inquired. I possess knowledge across various fields. Learning is a lifelong journey, Lin Cheng replied proudly. As they conversed, the products at the temporary counter were arranged, and an increasing number of guests, primarily young women, began to gather around Laya Beauty's booth. Additionally, numerous media representatives had been invited to live stream the promotional event. The sales staff included many influencers trained by Laya Beauty, bringing their own followings. Jia Yuxue was determined to utilize every tactic available to expand Laya Beauty's influence. One of the sales associates approached Jia Yuxue, stating, President, everything is prepared for the event. Are you ready to take the stage? Yes, I shall head over now. Jia Yuxue nodded in agreement. With that, she followed the associate onto the constructed stage, standing before the microphone. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng activated his character profile card ability, ensuring that no malevolent individuals approached the crowd, given the chaotic nature of the event and the potential for an attack. Li Jiaming had made it clear that he was prepared to disrupt this promotional event, possibly by inserting assailants into the throng. If Jia Yuxue were to be attacked here, it could jeopardize the IPO of Laya Beauty. To prevent such a scenario, Lin Cheng remained vigilant. As he scanned the incoming guests, he determined that they posed no threat. They were merely ordinary patrons. It appeared that Li Jiaming's plans for disruption did not include assassination. While Lin Cheng maintained his watchfulness, the host adjusted the microphone on stage, beginning the sound check. Dear esteemed guests, welcome to the Laya Beauty promotional event. Our headquarters places great importance on this occasion. Thus our president is present today. Now, let us welcome Ms. Tiao, the president of Laya Beauty, to say a few words. The host stepped aside, handing the microphone to Jia Yuxue. She approached the microphone, offering a warm smile to the audience. Thank you all for attending today's promotional event. I trust many of you are fans of Laya Beauty products, and some may be experiencing our offerings for the first time. I assure you that Laya Beauty is a brand of exceptional quality, with remarkable value. We aspire to lead the charge for domestic products and will undoubtedly achieve this goal. To express our gratitude to our consumers, we have prepared significant discounts today, so feel free to place your orders. Jiao Yuxue delivered a passionate speech to the audience below. Upon hearing about the discounts, the customers were filled with excitement. Particularly, the fans of L'Oreal Beauty were already prepared to indulge in a shopping spree. Oh my God! At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air, resonating throughout Dewan Square. The customers, initially gathered at the L'Oreal Beauty booth, were drawn towards the source of the sound. There stood Li Cheng on the Huaxi Beauty stage, fervently calling out, "Dear customers, today we are offering an unprecedented price reduction. All products sold today will be available at half price. Stocks are limited, so it's first come, first served. What are you waiting for? Buy it." Although Li Cheng presented a rather effeminate demeanor, his sales prowess was undeniable. Utilizing persuasive slogans and enticing discounts, he quickly captivated the attention of the majority of the customers. Driven by curiosity, many could not resist the urge to step towards the Huaxi Beauty stage. They are taking action. How do you plan to respond? Will you also lower your prices? Lin Cheng inquired as he approached Jiao Yuxue. She shook her head. The 40% discount we are offering is already the limit. Further reductions would result in losses. Moreover, once a price is set, it should not be altered lightly. If Huaxi Beauty offers half price, they would surely incur losses. Are they willing to suffer losses just to compete with us? It seems Li Cheng is prepared to go all out. Jiao Yuxue's expression turned serious. However, a price war is the simplest and quickest tactic. The influence of price on cosmetic purchases is substantial. With such a significant discount, it is likely that a considerable number of customers will be swayed. Lin Cheng sighed, "The purpose of your promotional event is to expand your influence. If Huaxi Beauty steals the spotlight, will it affect your brand?" He expressed his concerns. "There is no need to worry about that. I have complete confidence in the quality of our products and our marketing strategy. Even if Huaxi Beauty offers greater discounts, I believe that the majority will still choose L'Oreal Beauty." Despite being at a disadvantage in this price war, Jiao Yuxue exuded confidence. "You seem quite assured. It appears you are certain of victory," Lin Cheng remarked with a smile. "In that case, I shall refrain from unnecessary worry. No need to fret. Customers will vote with their feet. Just wait and see Li Cheng's defeat," Jiao Yuxue replied calmly. Amidst this undercurrent of tension, the commercial battle between L'Oreal Beauty and Huaxi Beauty officially commenced. Chapter 34. The promotion turmoil at the onset of the promotional event. The counter of Huaxi Beauty drew the majority of customers due to its more substantial discounts, leaving the L'Oreal counter with less than half that number. From a superficial standpoint, L'Oreal appeared to be at a distinct disadvantage in this price war. "Shui, look, there are clearly more customers at Huaxi Beauty. Do you truly have a strategy to turn this around?" Lin Cheng expressed his concerns to Jiao Yuxue as he observed the bustling crowd at Huaxi Beauty's display. "Of course, I am confident," Jiao Yuxue replied, her demeanor remaining calm and unfazed. "The customers who remain at L'Oreal are our loyal fans, and they are certainly inclined to purchase our products. Those who have left were tempted by Huaxi Beauty's lower discounts. However, if their cost-performance ratio is lacking, even the lowest discount will not yield a bargain." Lin Cheng, puzzled, questioned, "But isn't a lower discount indicative of a lower price? You are a man, and perhaps not well-versed in cosmetics. The premium on such products is significantly high. For instance, a brow pencil from Huaxi Beauty retails for 77.9 yuan, while our comparable pencil is only 29.9 yuan. Hence, no matter how low Huaxi Beauty's discounts may be, they cannot surpass our price. Moreover, the quality of both pencils is virtually indistinguishable. In terms of cost-effectiveness, we utterly outshine Huaxi Beauty," Jiao Yuxue elucidated with an example to enhance Lin Cheng's understanding. "I see. But why are Huaxi Beauty's products so exorbitantly priced?" Lin Cheng continued his inquiry. "To put it plainly, it's all about advertising expenses. Huaxi Beauty has invested heavily in marketing to cultivate a high-end domestic brand image, and since their products do not sell well, they have no choice but to inflate their prices," Jiao Yuxue clarified the rationale. "So it's essentially a case of overcharging customers while pretending to be family-oriented. How shameless." Lin Cheng scoffed at Huaxi Beauty's tactics. Today's consumers are not naive. They are acutely aware of pricing and will consider value for money when making purchases. Therefore, I firmly believe that after comparing our prices, they will realize that L'Oreal products are superior. Jiao Yuxue expressed her unwavering confidence in both L'Oreal and her products. Seeing her confidence, Lin Cheng felt reassured. He stood by Jiao Yuxue, silently awaiting the unfolding events. As anticipated by Jiao Yuxue, the atmosphere of the promotional event soon shifted. Many customers who had initially been browsing at Huaxi Beauty began to gravitate toward L'Oreal's display, voicing their discontent. What is this? A brow pencil price so high? Why not just steal it? I calculated it, and Huaxi Beauty's brow pencil costs more per gram than gold. The product quality is mediocre, yet the price is steep. They call us family while ripping us off. Whoever wants to be the fool can be. I certainly won't purchase it. I will head to L'Oreal instead. That is the true king of cost-effectiveness. Indeed, the inflated prices at Huaxi Beauty became apparent to most customers, prompting them to turn and purchase their beauty products at L'Oreal. Soon, the L'Oreal booth was bustling with people, while those remaining at Huaxi Beauty were scarcely a third of L'Oreal's crowd. Just as you predicted, the majority of customers have flocked to us, Lin Cheng remarked. His spirits lifted as he surveyed the lively L'Oreal display. I told you, customers vote with their feet. Our unwavering commitment to quality and value over the years is not without merit, Jiao Yuxue said with a sense of satisfaction. This will surely infuriate that insufferable Li Cheng. He intended to thwart you and compete with you, but now he has inadvertently advertised for you. Tomorrow's headlines in the beauty industry will likely read, Huaxi Beauty desolate. L'Oreal flourishing. Coupled with customer comparison images, this will undoubtedly bolster your company's public offering. Lin Cheng relished in Li Cheng's misfortune, feeling a sense of vindication. However, Jiao Yuxue expressed concern. While we may currently hold the advantage, I worry that Li Cheng possesses many unscrupulous tactics. I suspect he has further tricks up his sleeve. As of now, his methods, though dubious, are legal. If he resorts to any illegal means, we could find ourselves in trouble. Let him employ legal tactics. Should he dare to resort to illicit methods, as a criminal profiler, I will handle him. As your personal bodyguard, I will ensure your safety from all angles. Lin Cheng declared boldly. Then I shall rely on you, Jiao Yuxue replied, feeling inexplicably at ease in the presence of Lin Cheng's confidence. A newfound belief in his abilities blossomed within her. This seemingly naive university student might indeed be the key to turning the tide. While L'Oreal thrived, buoyed by an invigorated spirit, chaos erupted at Huaxi Beauty. Li Cheng, who had anticipated that aggressive discounts would quash L'Oreal's momentum, was incensed to find that his customer count remained significantly lower. How can I tolerate this? Customers have abandoned us for L'Oreal. You inept fools. Can't you muster any effort? Is my salary merely a gift to you? Li Cheng berated his subordinates, his fingers gesticulating dramatically. Mr. Li, we are trying our best. But customers find our products too expensive. We are powerless, one of the sales associates explained, her expression one of defeat. Then find a way. If not, unbutton a few of your shirts to attract some male customers. Li Cheng barked in frustration, completely disregarding his subordinates' feelings. Mr. Li, please calm down. The promotional event has only just begun. We still have opportunities to retaliate. At that moment, Li Cheng's assistant approached, attempting to soothe him. You all go ahead and busy yourselves. I can handle this. The assistant waved the sales associates away, who fled as if granted amnesty. What is your plan? Li Cheng inquired of his assistant. Since conventional methods have proven ineffective, we shall resort to underhanded tactics. As per your request, I have found a few pawns. With their involvement, I assure you we can disrupt L'Oreal's promotional event. The assistant smirked, a hint of malice playing at the corners of her mouth. Chapter 35. The toxicity of your cosmetics. Did you find the person? You're referring to the individual with a cosmetic allergy, right? Upon hearing his assistant's confirmation, Li Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, I have located a person with a cosmetic allergy, the assistant replied. Excellent. We can now commence our second wave of attacks. Li Cheng smirked cunningly, exuding an air of flamboyance. Today, Li Cheng was resolute in his intention to sabotage the promotional event of Lea Beauty, and he had prepared two strategies. The first was overt competition, diverting Lea Beauty's customers through discount promotions. The second strategy involved covert actions. Li Cheng had instructed his assistant to find someone with a cosmetic allergy, intending to exploit this individual to create chaos at Lea Beauty's promotional event. Should a scandal arise, the event would be irrevocably tarnished. Is the person you found reliable? They won't spill the beans, will they? Li Cheng, wary of potential mishaps, sought reassurance from his assistant. Rest assured, I contacted her using a concealed identity, and the phone number is a fictitious one. The authorities will be unable to trace my identity, the assistant assured confidently. That is a relief. Li Cheng felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Inform the individual that the time has come for her to act. A smile crept across his face. Right away, the assistant replied, promptly making a phone call. Humph. Jiao Yushua, you are still too inexperienced to compete with me. Li Jiaming scoffed disdainfully. At the Leia Beauty exhibition booth. I'd like a complete set of the latest eyebrow pencils, please. I want the most expensive skincare line, along with a jar of truffle cream and the richest moisturizing cream. Customers thronged the exhibition booth, fervently snatching up their preferred products. The event exceeded their expectations, leading Jiao Yushua to realize they were understocked and would need to request additional supplies. Observing the bustling scene, her spirits soared, and her confidence in the upcoming launch grew. As the event progressed, Li Jiaming had yet to make a move. Was he no longer planning to resort to trickery? Lin Cheng mused aloud while glancing towards the Huaxi beauty booth. Let us hope so. After all, constantly dividing our focus to counter him would be exhausting, Jiao Yushua replied. Just then, a commotion erupted from the crowd. A woman's voice blared through a megaphone, reaching Lin Cheng and Jiao Yushua's ears. Do not purchase Leia Beauty products. Look at me. I used Leia Beauty products, and this is what happened. Their cosmetics are toxic. Look at my face. Following the sound, Lin Cheng and Gu Shuwei turned to see a young woman, her face covered in red welts, brandishing a loudspeaker and filming the Leia Beauty booth with her phone. Onlookers fixated on the scene, captivated by the woman's alarming claims. Toxic cosmetics from Leia Beauty? Surely not. But her face looks terrifying, those red bumps. I think I'll pass on buying. Several customers who had intended to purchase items hesitated, returning their selections to the shelves. Journalists present, witnessing the chaotic disruption, quickly raised their cameras to capture the unfolding drama, eager for first-hand material. Just as I feared, this is the second headache Li Jiaming has brought us. Jiao Yushua remarked wryly, observing the havoc caused by the woman. It's my turn to take action. I have ample experience dealing with such underhanded tactics, Lin Cheng declared, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. With that, Lin Cheng and Jiao Yushua approached the disruptive woman. Madam, please leave this area and cease your disturbance. The event's security personnel swiftly confronted her, attempting to escort her away. Don't touch me. Don't take my phone. I have the right to film. You Leia Beauty folks are bullying me, trying to expel a consumer standing up for their rights. How dare you, a morally bankrupt company, even consider going public? The woman shouted defiantly, causing the security personnel to hesitate due to the crowd's size. Of course, you have the right to film and stand up for yourself. But that is contingent upon proving that Leia Beauty has infringed upon your rights, Lin Cheng interjected calmly, stepping forward. What do you mean by proving Leia Beauty has harmed my rights? Look at my face. This is all due to your cosmetics. The woman retorted vehemently. Your face appears to be experiencing an allergic reaction, which can stem from numerous sources, not solely cosmetics. Furthermore, Leia Beauty's products have undergone rigorous national quality inspections and are entirely safe, Lin Cheng countered with well-founded arguments. Who are you to speak to me? What authority do you have? I demand to speak with someone in charge. The woman floundered, unable to counter Lin Cheng's assertions, and resorted to bluster. Hello. I am Jiao Yushua, the president of Leia Beauty. This is my assistant, who is authorized to represent me in this matter, Jiao Yushua declared as she approached, introducing herself. You're the president? How fortuitous. Your products have ruined my face. How do you intend to compensate me? The woman pointed at her pockmarked visage. As my assistant stated, first, you must prove that your allergic reaction was caused by our products. Otherwise, we shall not accept any blame. Jiao Yushua replied with an unflinching demeanor. Here we go again. This is the typical rhetoric of large corporations, ensnaring consumers in a self-incrimination trap. Look around, everyone. This is what they call the big fish bullying the small. They boast about their excellent after-sales service, yet when issues arise, they completely shirk responsibility and shift the blame onto the consumers. The woman's words ignited murmurs among the audience. While some customers remained rational and observant, a greater number were swayed by her rhetoric, unwittingly convinced of the alleged faults within Leia Beauty's cosmetics. What had once been a bustling promotional event now devolved into a maelstrom of public opinion. Chapter 36. The Call to Arms, Lin Cheng vs. The Deceiver. A woman hired by Li Jiaming to stir trouble created chaos at the Leia Beauty promotional event. Lin Cheng understood clearly that if he could not resolve the issue with this woman, the event would be engulfed in a scandal. With that thought, he no longer hesitated and unleashed the power of his character data card against the troublemaker. He sought to find a way to turn the situation around through her information. As his ability activated, the woman's profile appeared before Lin Cheng's eyes. Name, Zhang Min. Age, 25. Measurements, 80-62. 80. Allergen, nuts. Occupation, deceiver. Special status, Hired by Li Cheng to sabotage the Leia Beauty promotional event. Contact Li Cheng's assistant. Wang Shuai, contact number 1268-372-1290. Upon examining Zhang Min's profile, Lin Cheng confirmed his suspicions. This troublemaker was indeed employed by Li Cheng. Furthermore, the red rash on her face was not caused by Leia Beauty's products, but rather a result of her deliberately consuming nuts. Her aim was to create a scene, thereby providing her with a reason to wreak havoc at the promotional event. Continuing to scrutinize the data, Lin Cheng discovered that the sole link to this woman was Li Cheng's assistant, Wang Shuai. With this information, he believed he could devise a strategy to reverse the current predicament. Leia Beauty must provide an explanation today, not only to me, but to all consumers. Otherwise, I will represent them in a lawsuit. The deceiver, Zhang Min, continued to yell, inciting the customers below. Indeed, Leia Beauty must respond. If it has nothing to do with you, a simple explanation would suffice. There is no need to resort to reporting. If you're innocent, let someone clarify and confront her. The customers, stirred by Zhang Min's provocations, lost their ability to think independently and began to chant for Leia Beauty to provide an explanation. Lin Cheng cursed Li Cheng for his cowardice, realizing how insidious it was to have this woman create chaos. Sometimes, the simplest and most direct methods proved to be the most effective. As observed, the atmosphere among the customers was ignited. The safety of cosmetics is a paramount concern for consumers. If our response fails to satisfy them, it could significantly tarnish our reputation. Jiao Yushue expressed her concerns. Jiao, it seems you are in trouble. A sharp voice suddenly cut through Lin Cheng and Jiao Yushue's conversation. Turning towards the sound, they saw Li Cheng approaching with his assistant. A malicious grin plastered on his face, seemingly delighted at the unfolding crisis. Lin Cheng gazed at Li Cheng's assistant, realizing he was likely the direct contact for the deceiver, Zhang Min. Thus, he activated his powers on Wang Shuai. Name: Wang Shuai. Age: 30. Length: 10 centimeters. Occupation: Li Cheng's assistant. Special status: contact for the deceiver Zhang Min. A tool for Li Cheng's dirty deeds. Phone: 1268-372-129018881-945-0001. After reviewing Wang Shuai's profile, Lin Cheng confirmed the existence of a sordid transaction between him and the deceiver, Zhang Min. If he could expose their connection, the crisis could be resolved perfectly. Such a trivial matter. There is no need for you to worry, President Jiao. Jiao Yushue remarked nonchalantly. To dismiss consumer safety as trivial was a grave oversight on Jiao Yushue's part, as Li Cheng mocked. Do you not take your product's fans seriously? Jiao Yushue bristled at his words, unable to retort, though she recognized Li Cheng's malevolence behind the scheme. She lacked evidence to confront him. Consumer safety is indeed vital, but if we are being maliciously framed, that is an entirely different scenario. Just then, Lin Cheng stepped protectively in front of Jiao Yushue, confronting Li Cheng. Framed? Surely you are not planning to use that excuse to evade responsibility, Li Cheng scoffed. Of course not, but if I can identify the one who has framed me, then that would suffice, Lin Cheng replied calmly. Huh. I'd like to see how you intend to unearth your accuser, Li Cheng laughed, gesturing theatrically. Please, commence your performance. Unfazed by Li Cheng's mockery, Lin Cheng understood that the best response to an adversary is to strike back. Sister Shui, if you trust me, allow me to handle this matter. He whispered to Jiao Yushue. Can you manage? If this is mishandled, the repercussions could be even more severe. She hesitated. Rest assured, I have a plan, Lin Cheng asserted decisively. Seeing Lin Cheng's confidence sparked an inexplicable sense of determination within Jiao Yushue. Very well, Lin Cheng, I entrust this crisis management to you. Just watch. Lin Cheng grinned, picking up the microphone nearby and approaching the deceiver. Zhang Min, ladies and gentlemen, please open your eyes. Do not purchase Leia Beauty products, lest you end up with a face like mine. Zhang Min continued to shout through her megaphone. Upon noticing Lin Cheng's approach, Zhang Min became wary. What do you want? Are you trying to drive me away? I will not leave without justice. Fear not. I have no intention of removing you. Lin Cheng responded unexpectedly gently. You seek justice? Very well, I shall grant you that. Lin Cheng brought the microphone to his lips and addressed the audience. Hello everyone. I am the spokesperson for Leia Beauty. Today, my words represent the company entirely. Given the circumstances, many of you may be concerned about whether our products, as claimed by this lady, truly cause allergic reactions. To clarify your doubts, I would like to pose a few questions to this lady. I believe that upon asking these questions, the truth will emerge. However, I wonder if this lady dares to answer, Lin Cheng stated, turning his gaze towards Zhang Min. The crowd of hundreds fixed their eyes on Zhang Min, as Lin Cheng's words shifted the balance, pushing the deceiver into the spotlight. Chapter 37 in 3 sentences, I will expose your true nature. What questions do you wish to ask? It seems you intend to threaten me. The fraudster, Zhang Min, was bewildered by Lin Cheng's actions, momentarily at a loss as to his intentions. It was a rather straightforward inquiry. With so many witnesses present, even if I wished to intimidate you, I would not dare. Of course, if you have something to hide, you are free to decline my questions, Lin Cheng added. Who is hiding something? Go ahead, ask your questions. I am curious to see what you can inquire in front of these consumers. Zhang Min was convinced that Lin Cheng was merely posturing, and she realized that if she retreated now, the customers would likely begin to doubt her as well. Thus, she had no choice but to acquiesce to Lin Cheng's questioning. Regardless of how adept Lin Cheng was, he could not reverse the situation at this point. In the audience, Li Jiaming and his assistant Wang Shuai observed the unfolding drama, their expressions betraying amusement. Director Diao, at this juncture, why not simply admit your mistakes? Li Jiaming mocked Diao Yushua. We are all adults here. Be straightforward. I trust my employees will vindicate the integrity of our brand, Leia Beauty. You should remain silent and observe, Diao Yushua coldly retorted, not even bothering to glance at Li Jiaming. On stage, upon receiving Zhang Min's agreement, Lin Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I shall commence my inquiries. I ask our audience to bear witness. He addressed both Zhang Min and the spectators. First question, do you have any known allergens in your daily life? Lin Cheng began. No, I am in perfect health, Zhang Min replied curtly. Are you not allergic to nuts? Lin Cheng pressed further. How do you know I am allergic to nuts? Zhang Min exclaimed. Taken aback by Lin Cheng's unexpected knowledge of her allergy, only to realize her slip of tongue as soon as the words left her mouth. Oh, so you truly are allergic to nuts. What reactions do you experience when consuming them? Perhaps rashes on your face? Sensing his questions were having an effect, Lin Cheng pressed on. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting the rashes on my face are due to nut consumption? You are evading the issue and shirking responsibility, Zhang Min shouted in frustration. Please, do not be so agitated. I am merely seeking the truth. Lin Cheng maintained his composure, in stark contrast to Zhang Min's unraveling demeanor. Second question, have you ever used products from other beauty brands, such as Huashi Beauty? Lin Cheng's second inquiry was even more incisive, implicating Li Jiaming's brand in the process. I have never used Huashi Beauty. I am unfamiliar with the brand. Zhang Min hastily distanced herself from it. If you have not used Huashi Beauty's products, then you surely do not know anyone associated with them? Lin Cheng continued his interrogation. Of course not. Why are you asking these irrelevant questions? Zhang Min was increasingly perplexed by Lin Cheng's line of questioning, unable to comprehend why he was not defending Leia Beauty but instead asking such trivial matters. I have completed my inquiries, but I have one final request. If you agree, I will cease my doubts. As Zhang Min pondered this, Lin Cheng spoke again. What is this request? Please, go ahead. Zhang Min felt slightly more relaxed as the conversation neared its conclusion. I would like to borrow your phone to make a call. May I? Lin Cheng articulated his request. What do you need my phone for? Are you truly making a call, or do you intend to delete the video of me? Zhang Min responded warily. With so many witnesses present, how could I delete your video? I genuinely wish to make a call. If I cannot prove the innocence of Leia Beauty after this call, I will acknowledge that the issue lies with the cosmetics. What do you say? Lin Cheng proposed an enticing condition. That is your promise, if the call concludes. Leia Beauty must admit its fault, Zhang Min replied eagerly. I, Lin Cheng, am a man of my word, he assured her confidently. Zhang Min handed her phone to Lin Cheng. Very well, you may make this call. Lin Cheng took the phone but did not rush to dial. Instead, he raised the device, gesturing to the audience. Please remain silent and bear witness. If after this call, I cannot demonstrate Leia Beauty's innocence, I will apologize on behalf of the brand to this lady. Lin Cheng's declaration was bold and resolute. Observers noted his confidence. Could it be that Leia Beauty was indeed blameless? I believe they are innocent. I have used Leia Beauty's products since their inception and have never experienced any allergic reactions. However, this woman's face is severely affected. Surely that cannot be faked? Who knows? She claimed to be allergic to nuts. Perhaps she is merely attempting to extort them, murmured the crowd, their opinions swaying due to Lin Cheng's self-assured demeanor and Zhang Min's evident discomfort. Everyone, please be quiet. I am about to make the call, Lin Cheng announced. opening the call log and dialing the most recent number. The vast square, which could hold thousands, fell into silence, an unusual hush enveloping the atmosphere. Beep, beep, beep. The ringing echoed through the square, stark against the stillness. Everyone instinctively turned towards the source of the ringing. It emanated from the pocket of Wang Shuai, Li Jiaming's assistant, who stood beside him. Wang Shuai, drenched in sweat and trembling, appeared on the verge of collapse, while Li Jiaming's eyes widened in shock at the unfolding scene. It's not what you think. This is my work phone. I am hanging up now. Wang Shuai stammered, fumbling to retrieve his phone to disconnect the call. Do not tamper with evidence. Diao Yuxue, standing beside Wang Shuai, swiftly snatched the phone from him. Return my phone. Give it back. Under the gaze of all the spectators, Diao Yuxue answered the call, activating the speakerphone. She held the phone aloft, directing it towards the crowd. Assistant to the CEO of Huaxi Beauty, can you explain why there is a call record from your phone on this woman's device? Lin Cheng's icy voice emanated from Wang Shuai's phone. Chapter 38. The two-tier reversal. Lin Cheng gains the favor of the female CEO. What is happening? How could that woman connect with the assistant of the president of Huaxi Cosmetics? Could it be that she was hired by Huaxi Cosmetics to create chaos? The possibility is quite high, especially since Huaxi Cosmetics has consistently been overshadowed by L'Oreal Beauty. They may wish to tarnish L'Oreal's reputation. Such underhanded tactics reveal a deep-seated desperation, and it is no wonder that Huaxi Cosmetics is faltering, focusing all their efforts on malicious competition. In the square, voices of condemnation rose. When Assistant Wang Shuai's phone rang, the customers present began to comprehend the unfolding situation. The so-called safety incident involving L'Oreal Beauty was likely a mere tactic employed by their rival, Huaxi Cosmetics. Seeing the situation unfold as he anticipated, Lin Cheng sighed in relief. He turned to face the fraudster Zhang Min and pressed on his advantage. My dear lady, you claim not to know anyone from Huaxi Cosmetics. Yet why does your recent call log show that the assistant to the president of Huaxi Cosmetics contacted you? Could you kindly explain this to everyone present? Lin Cheng fixed a cold gaze on Zhang Min, compelling her to respond. Zhang Min, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, unable to articulate a coherent answer. Indeed, she had been summoned by Assistant Wang Shuai, who had called her specifically before instigating the disruption. However, she was unaware of Wang's true identity. She was merely being paid to act. To her astonishment, Wang was the assistant to the president of Huaxi Cosmetics, and she found herself causing a scene at L'Oreal's event. Even she, with her limited intellect, realized that she had become collateral damage in the fierce competition between two major companies. Struggling to find your words, I see. Very well, Assistant Wang Shuai. Perhaps you could provide some clarity? Lin Cheng turned his attention to Wang Shuai, pressing harder. I don't know her. I don't understand why she has my number. Perhaps I mistakenly dialed the wrong number. Assistant Wang Shuai fumbled for an explanation, clearly at a loss for words. This cannot be brushed off with a mere claim of unfamiliarity. Lin Cheng interjected sharply, rebuking Wang Shuai. Your company, Huaxi Cosmetics, is engaging in unscrupulous competition, employing illegal methods to undermine L'Oreal's reputation. This matter cannot be resolved with an apology. It necessitates police intervention. Please, don't call the police. I admit it was my fault. You are magnanimous. Don't hold this against me, Wang Shuai pleaded, terrified at the prospect of police involvement. His underhanded actions against L'Oreal were undeniable, and he knew that if the authorities intervened, imprisonment would be inevitable. At that moment, he could only beg for forgiveness. If apologies were sufficient, why would we need the police? Lin Cheng scoffed, deriding Wang Shuai. You might as well prepare for prison. Mr. Li, save me. As the situation escalated, Wang Shuai genuinely panicked, tugging at Li Jiaming's sleeve in desperation. Cameras clicked, and the gazes of hundreds of customers in the square turned toward Li Jiaming, all anticipating his next move. Initially, Li Jiaming intended to abandon Wang Shuai to his fate, but he grew concerned that in his desperation, Wang might expose him as the mastermind behind the chaos. If this scandal broke, the repercussions for Huaxi Cosmetics would be severe. Thus, even if it meant capitulating to Qiao Yuxue, he needed to suppress this incident. Miss Qiao, I believe there must be some misunderstanding in this matter. Allow me time to investigate, and I promise to provide a satisfactory explanation within a week. I have never begged anyone before. Please do me this favor. Li Jiaming lowered himself, seeking leniency from Qiao Yuxue. Mr. Li, you are putting me in a difficult position. Your assistant's actions have harmed the reputation and interests of L'Oreal Beauty. How can I simply overlook this and maintain my company's image? Qiao Yuxue firmly rejected his plea. Let us negotiate. Whatever conditions you propose, I will accept, as long as you do not involve the police, Li Jiaming quickly offered, increasing his stakes. Noticing Xiao Yushue's unwillingness to relent, he pressed on. Today is our promotional event at L'Oreal Beauty, and Huashi Cosmetics is attempting to overshadow us. I propose you dismantle your promotional setup and leave the space to us. If you can do that, we can consider this matter settled. To Li Jiaming's surprise, Xiao Yushue's conditions were met with immediate compliance. I agree. I will have the setup removed right away. He had expected negotiations. But Li Jiaming did not hesitate in his response. Lin Cheng, observing the exchange, pondered deeply. It was evident that Li Jiaming would not go to such lengths to protect his assistant unless Wang Shuai possessed knowledge of more severe secrets. Possibly even those threatening Gu Shuowei's safety. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and do as Ms. Qiao instructed. Li Jiaming glared at Wang Shuai, urgency in his voice. Yes, I will see to it immediately. Wang Shuai trembled at Li Jiaming's glare, resembling a frightened bird. Miss Qiao, I will take my leave now. Wishing you prosperous business and success in your IPO, Li Jiaming said with forced pleasantries before departing with his assistant. Useless. Did you not assure me that your hired help would be reliable? How could they have been so easily exposed? On the way back, Li Jiaming could no longer contain his frustration and berated Wang Shuai. Mr. Li, I had no idea that Xiao Yushue's new assistant would be so formidable. Not only did they uncover Zhu, Xiao's original assistant, but they also saw through the identity of the person I hired, Wang Shuai lamented, appearing utterly aggrieved. Clearly, we underestimated our adversary. We must revise our strategy. Contact the assassin you mentioned. Inform him that there is a new task at hand. The man who disrupted our plans, along with Xiao Yushue, must be eliminated. A murderous intent gleamed in Li Jiaming's eyes. Lin Cheng, I cannot express enough gratitude for your assistance. On behalf of L'Oreal Beauty, I extend my heartfelt thanks. After Li Jiaming departed, Xiao Yushue turned to Lin Cheng, her expression sincere. Thanks to Lin Cheng's adept handling of the public relations crisis, the situation not only resolved favorably, but also turned the tide against Li Jiaming, leaving him in a state of embarrassment. This is merely the duty of a loyal bodyguard, Lin Cheng modestly replied. Of course. Should you insist on bestowing a red envelope upon me, I would not refuse. Rest assured, there will be no shortage of rewards for you. Xiao Yushue chuckled at Lin Cheng's mercenary demeanor. Shuowei, look, isn't that your boyfriend, Lin Cheng? Just as the atmosphere became congenial, a female voice suddenly interrupted. Lin Cheng turned in response, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. In the crowd not far away, Gu Shuowei's 3 roommates were waving and greeting him. Yet Gu Shuowei remained motionless, her face etched with resentment as she glared at Lin Cheng. Upon witnessing this, Lin Cheng could not help but smile wryly. It seemed that his tribulations with romantic entanglements were once again approaching. Chapter 39. Let us 3 dine together at the promotional venue for L'Oreal Beauty. Lin Cheng unexpectedly encountered the campus belle, Gu Shuowei. This serendipitous meeting evoked a sense of wonder within him. Fate, indeed, is ineffable. Is that girl your girlfriend? When I saw you both in the cafeteria last time, your manner of interaction hardly resembled that of a couple, Xiao Yushue remarked. Recalling the first time she had observed Lin Cheng and Gu Shuowei together in the school cafeteria, her astute perception revealed a lack of the typical intimacy one would expect from lovers. Oh, it's a long story, but there is no time to explain now. Just consider us as a couple for the moment, Lin Cheng responded with a wry smile and a sigh of resignation. As they conversed, Gu Shuowei and her 3 roommates approached Lin Cheng. Shuowei, what brings you all here? Lin Cheng beamed at Gu Shuowei, instantly slipping into the role of her faux boyfriend. We heard there's a promotional event for L'Oreal Beauty, so we came hoping to snag some deals, Gu Shuowei explained. Indeed, we are all devoted fans of L'Oreal Beauty, and we certainly wouldn't miss such a discount opportunity, Chen Xiaoying chimed in, while Gu Shuowei spoke. Her eyes scanned Lin Cheng and Xiao Yushue, a hint of jealousy flickering across her face. Lin Cheng, we witnessed your valiant act of exposing that female scammer just now. It turns out you really are quite remarkable. No wonder Shuowei has taken a liking to you, Lu Xian said with a smile. The 4 had been observing from the crowd when Lin Cheng had confronted the scammer, Zhang Min. His concise dismantling of her deceit had instantly endeared him to Gu Shuowei as roommates. Lin Cheng accepted the compliment with grace, not deigning to be modest. Lin Cheng, aren't you going to introduce anyone? Xiao Yushue interjected suddenly. Oh, allow me to introduce you all, Lin Cheng replied, gesturing toward Gu Shuowei and her 3 friends. This is my girlfriend, Gu Shuowei, and these are her 3 close friends, Lu Xian, Chen Xiaoying, and Yang Rongrong. After introducing them, he pointed to Jiao Yuxue. And this is the president of L'Oreal Beauty, Jiao Yuxue. She graduated from Qingbei University, so you may address her as senior. To foster a closer connection, Lin Cheng emphasized Jiao Yuxue's prestigious alma mater. We've heard of Senior Jiao for quite some time. She is the idol of every female student from Qingbei University. My first choice for an internship was L'Oreal Beauty, but unfortunately, I didn't make the cut, Yang Rongrong lamented. Lin Cheng, you were so fortunate to be interning at L'Oreal Beauty, especially alongside Senior Jiao. The trio of girls gazed at Jiao Yuxue with admiration, as if she were radiating a divine aura. However, Gu Shuowei remained silent, her face betraying an unmistakable jealousy. Shuowei, why are you so quiet? Aren't you the one who admires Miss Jiao the most? Yang Rongrong inquired, puzzled by Gu Shuowei's tranquil demeanor. Well, it's not quite as you say. Gu Shuowei stammered, awkwardly denying the extent of her admiration. It seemed that admitting her fondness for Jiao Yuxue would equate to a loss on her part. With that, she cast a resentful glance at Lin Cheng, feeling that he was the source of her discontent. Jiao Yuxue couldn't help but smile at Gu Shuowei's reaction. In truth, she envied the youthful, slightly jealous romance they shared. You've come all this way to support me. As your senior, I must express my gratitude, Jiao Yuxue said, rummaging through her bag and producing 4 discount vouchers. These are complimentary vouchers for L'Oreal Beauty, allowing you to redeem an entire set of beauty products. They're yours. As she distributed the vouchers, Gu Shuowei hesitated momentarily. But under Jiao Yuxue's warm gaze, she ultimately accepted it. Thank you, Senior Jiao. Your generosity is commendable. Wishing your company continued success and prosperity. Yang Rongrong and the others praised her, treating the gift as a gesture of reciprocity. Don't mention it. Hurry and redeem them before the products sell out. Jiao Yuxue replied cheerfully. Shuowei, let us go. Lu Xian called out to Gu Shuowei, ready to lead her to the beauty product counter. I'll pass for now. Xiao Xian, please redeem them for me, Gu Shuowei insisted, pushing the voucher into Lu Xian's hands. All right, but make sure to seize the moment and spend some quality time with your boyfriend, Lu Xian teased, before heading off with her roommates. Only Lin Cheng, Gu Shuowei, and Jiao Yuxue remained. Lin Cheng, it appears that your internship is going quite smoothly, Gu Shuowei remarked after a brief silence. It's going all right. There are still many things I have yet to grasp, Lin Cheng replied casually. Once the promotional event concludes, do you have time for a meal together? Gu Shuowei suddenly suggested. My 3 roommates will be with their boyfriends, leaving me all alone. Well, I would like to join. But my work obligations keep me tied up, Lin Cheng said, feeling somewhat conflicted. Upon hearing this, Gu Shuowei's expression soured. What? Does the bodyguard have no time to dine with his girlfriend? Don't you all live together? It's not as though you must be glued to each other every hour of the day. Recently, Shuowei's situation has been rather precarious, and I truly cannot afford to leave. However, after this week, I will have time to accompany you, Lin Cheng replied, trying to placate her anger. What puzzled him even more was the fact that Gu Shuowei and his relationship was merely a fade. Yet, why did she seem to take it so seriously? Could this be the fabled jealousy? It's all right. I can have other bodyguards look after me. You 2 lovebirds go ahead and enjoy your meal. Don't worry about me, Jiao Yuxue interjected gently, granting Lin Cheng a reprieve. That wouldn't be appropriate. We just embarrassly jamming, and he may seek retribution. Lin Cheng cautioned. All right, if you truly have no time, I won't disturb you any further, Gu Shuowei conceded, her disappointment evident as she stepped back from the conversation. Seeing her forlorn expression softened Lin Cheng's heart. How about this? Let the 3 of us dine together. This way, we can ensure Shuowei's safety while also enjoying a meal with you, Shuowei. What do you think? In a moment of urgency, Lin Cheng proposed this solution. Gu Shuowei, Jiao Yuxue. Chapter 40. The Heart of a Woman. A needle in the sea in an effort to spare Gu Shuowei's feelings while simultaneously safeguarding Jiao Yuxue. Lin Cheng proposed the idea of dining together with the campus beauty and the female CEO. As the sole man among the trio, he insisted on treating them. The chosen venue was a bustling barbecue restaurant, a decision made by Lin Cheng with safety in mind, as assailants would be less inclined to strike in such a crowded area. At that moment, the barbecue chef was fervently grilling skewers in the kitchen, and the tantalizing aroma filled the small establishment. A few bodyguards occupied one table, while Lin Cheng, Gu Shuowei, and Jiao Yuxue sat at another. Both Gu Shuowei and Jiao Yuxue were exquisite beauties, the former embodying the innocence of a neighborly girl, while the latter exuded an assertive, commanding presence. The sudden appearance of these two stunning women drew the attention of all patrons in the restaurant. However, the atmosphere at Lin Cheng's table was palpably awkward. From the moment they sat down, Gu Shuowei and Jiao Yuxue exchanged glances in silence, creating a rather uncomfortable tension. Lin Cheng felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, regretting his decision to treat them. Not out of concern for the expense, but due to a stark realization, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, especially not two fierce female tigers. Here is the menu. Please take a look without trying to spare my wallet, Lin Cheng said with an awkward smile, handing each of them a menu. I'll have a potato salad and a glass of red wine, please. I generally avoid excess calories in the evening, Jiao Yuxue stated without even glancing at the menu. Is this your first time dining in such a place? They don't serve potato salad or red wine at barbecue restaurants, Lin Cheng replied. Taken aback by Jiao Yuxue's lofty demeanor. He had thought such oblivious wealthy individuals only existed in television dramas, yet here he was, face to face with one. What about caviar? Jiao Yuxue continued to order items that would not be found in a barbecue joint. All right, I'll ask the chef to grill some potato slices for you. And you can have draft beer instead, Lin Cheng sighed, resigning himself to make the decisions for Jiao Yuxue. I'll have 2 skewers of lamb, 2 of beef, 1 rack of lamb chops, and a serving of grilled tofu, Gu Shuowei chimed in, displaying a more down-to-earth attitude compared to Jiao Yuxue. Her appetite also appeared substantial. Hold the scallions, right? Lin Cheng recalled Gu Shuowei's allergy to scallions and mentioned it. Not bad. You remembered I can't eat scallions. It seems you're not entirely negligent as a boyfriend. Gu Shuowei smiled slightly, her expression softening a bit. Lin Cheng, didn't you say you two aren't in a romantic relationship? Jiao Yuxue interjected suddenly. Upon hearing Jiao Yuxue's comment, Gu Shuowei's previously relaxed demeanor shifted back to a serious one. You two really discuss everything, even this, Gu Shuowei remarked sarcastically, looking at Lin Cheng. What? Are you afraid she might think you're not single? Of course not. It was just a casual conversation, nothing more, Lin Cheng explained with a pained expression. No need to explain. We are, after all, in a pretend relationship, Gu Shuowei said with a smile that was more intimidating than anger. Also, I'd like a pint of beer. I want to drink today, Gu Shuowei added. Perhaps you should refrain. We still need to return to school later. What if you get drunk? Lin Cheng advised. Getting drunk is none of your concern. After all, we're not involved, are we? Gu Shuowei pouted at Lin Cheng. Fine. Drink if you must, but just don't cause a scene if you get tipsy, Lin Cheng groaned, feeling a headache coming on. These two women were proving to be quite the handful. Lin Cheng picked up the menu, ordering an array of meat skewers, a pint of beer, and even 2 skewers of kidney. Though still single, he believed in indulging himself where necessary. After placing the order with the server, the menu was whisked away to the kitchen for preparation. Once the food was ordered, Gu Shuowei and Jiao Yuxue lapsed into silence again, plunging the table back into an awkward quiet that made Lin Cheng's skin crawl. Well, our skewers will take a while to grill. Since we have time, let us chat to alleviate the boredom. We're all from Qingbei University, so surely we have plenty to discuss, Lin Cheng suggested, attempting to break the ice. Why not discuss your pretend relationship? It sounds quite intriguing. What made you two decide to feign a romance, and who initiated it? Jiao Yuxue smiled slightly, resting her chin on her hand, ready for some entertainment. This is turning out to be quite interesting, Lin Cheng thought, finally excited to share the story. However, just then, Gu Shuowei placed a hand over his mouth. This is a private matter between us. Do you think it's appropriate to discuss it at the dinner table? Gu Shuowei said coldly. Well, that does seem rather inappropriate, Lin Cheng realized, startled by Gu Shuowei's piercing gaze, and promptly fell silent, fearful of angering the unpredictable campus beauty. Why not ask the senior why she wants Lin Cheng as her bodyguard? You presumably didn't know him before, right? And doesn't he seem particularly special? Why did he suddenly become your personal bodyguard? Gu Shuowei posed her question. This is also a private matter for Sister Shui. It's not appropriate for me to discuss, Lin Cheng thought, wanting to avoid revealing Jiao Yuxue's life-threatening situation. There is nothing that can't be shared. It's not a secret, Jiao Yuxue interjected unexpectedly, appearing quite open about it. I've recently faced personal threats. Someone is trying to orchestrate an accident to take my life, so I needed a highly capable bodyguard for my safety. A few days ago, I happened to see Lin Cheng apprehending a murderer on a rainy night and assisting the police in solving a drug case. I also learned that Lin Cheng is my junior, so I deemed him the perfect choice for a bodyguard and personally sought him out, Jiao Yuxue explained succinctly. Initially, Gu Shuawei had her reservations about Diao Yushue's pursuit of Lin Cheng, especially since she had introduced him for an internship first. However, upon learning the significant reason behind Diao Yushue's actions, her displeasure dissipated. Ah, I see. In that case, Lin Cheng truly should serve as your bodyguard, Gu Shuawei smiled, acknowledging that while he might seem unreliable, he proved invaluable in critical moments. Indeed, he has been quite helpful these past few days. Hence, I might need to borrow your boyfriend a little longer, Diao Yushuei jested. Not at all. Feel free to use him as you wish, Gu Shuawei waved her hand graciously, as if Lin Cheng were merely an optional tool in her life. Watching the sudden camaraderie between Gu Shuawei and Diao Yushuei, Lin Cheng was utterly bewildered. Is friendship among women truly this easily forged? Women, indeed, were a mystery he could not comprehend. Chapter 41, The Assassin Among Us Senior. Did you know? Previously, Lin Cheng even jumped off a building to make me accept his confession, she said. After resolving the emotional knot with Diao Yushuei, Gu Shuawei and Diao Yushuei quickly became familiar with each other. Lin Cheng, on the other hand, became the source of their conversations. What? Lin Cheng did something like that? He doesn't seem like it, Diao Yushuei remarked, puzzled. That's why I said he doesn't look like much, but in truth, he is quite reliable, Gu Shuawei chuckled. Senior, I even have the video of him jumping off the building. Would you like to see it? Sure, Diao Yushuei replied, her face lighting up as she glanced at Lin Cheng. The video was on my phone. Let me find it, Gu Shuawei eagerly said as she pulled out her device, searching through her gallery for the bizarre video of Lin Cheng's leap. The two girls laughed heartily as they watched the video, completely disregarding Lin Cheng's feelings. Lin Cheng, you seem quite composed, but who would have thought you would be so extreme in matters of the heart? Is the girl you mentioned, Shuawei, not your girlfriend because the confession made under duress doesn't count? Diao Yushuei teased, unable to suppress her laughter after watching the video. In Diao Yushuei's mind, Lin Cheng had already transformed into an emotionally extreme person. Ah, that was just a slip. I accidentally fell, Lin Cheng sighed, having long forgotten how many times he had explained this incident. Despite being the punchline for two beautiful women, he felt surprisingly at ease. After all, with the misunderstanding cleared, the atmosphere at the table had become harmonious, devoid of the previous suffocating tension. Just then, their skewers were ready. The meat and vegetable skewers were served on a plate in front of Lin Cheng, the tantalizing aroma igniting everyone's appetite. Each of them also had a pitcher of beer before them. Skewers are ready. Let us eat, Lin Cheng said, not hesitating to grab a skewer of lamb kidneys and take a hearty bite. Delicious. The unique flavor of the grilled lamb kidney spread in his mouth, and he couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Gu Shuawei savored a skewer of lamb, chewing meticulously, her eating style far superior to Lin Cheng's. However, even so, she ended up with grease on her lips, a testament to the deliciousness of the skewers. Is it really that good? Diao Yushuei asked, observing the enjoyment on their faces with a hint of skepticism. Senior, this isn't your first time trying this kind of barbecue, is it? Gu Shuawei inquired. Given the modest size of the barbecue shop, its hygiene standards were comparable to those of street vendors. It was likely that someone like Diao Yushuei, coming from wealth, had never dined in such a place. Yes, this is my first time here, Diao Yushuei admitted. I generally dislike greasy food, and I find it hard to accept the hygiene conditions here. As someone born with a silver spoon, you ought to experience the daily lives of ordinary people. Only then can you develop beauty products that resonate with the masses, Lin Cheng quipped, offering Diao Yushuei a grilled potato slice. Here, give it a try. Diao Yushuei took the grilled potato slice, opened her lips to taste it, and her eyes brightened. It's indeed quite good, much better than potato salad, she remarked. Of course, skewers and beer are the quintessential ingredients for a happy life, Lin Cheng smiled, lifting his beer mug. Let us toast. I wish for the smooth progress of your listing plan, Senior, and may Gu the campus beauty grow even more radiant. Both Gu Shuawei and Diao Yushuei chuckled at Lin Cheng's antics, raising their glasses in unity. Cheers. The three clinked their glasses and took hearty gulps. Refreshing, Lin Cheng sighed, savoring the cold beer that washed over him. However, the matter of his internship still left him feeling unsettled. Gu Shuawei set down her glass and suddenly returned to a familiar topic. But Senior, I'm not upset with you. I'm frustrated with Lin Cheng. She explained to Diao Yushuei, being rejected by him still leaves me somewhat dissatisfied. Gu, it seems you can't quite get over this hurdle, Lin Cheng remarked helplessly. Yes, I shall hold a grudge against you for life. I'll bring it up whenever I can, Gu Shuawei pouted, glaring at Lin Cheng. I have a suggestion. I wonder if you'd be open to it, Diao Yushuei said with a smile, looking at Gu Shuawei. What suggestion? Gu Shuiwei asked, intrigued. If you don't mind. You could come and turn at my company, which would mean you and Lin Cheng would work in the same environment, thus compensating for the earlier regret. Jia Yushiwei proposed. That sounds great, but wouldn't it trouble you, senior? Gu Shuiwei's face lit up, clearly moved by Jia Yushiwei's suggestion. It won't. I'm the company president. And I have that much authority, Jia Yushiwei replied casually. All right, I accept your kind offer, and I appreciate it. Gu Shuiwei expressed her gratitude. Saying this, Gu Shuiwei raised her glass. Senior, I toast to you. Jia Yushiwei clinked glasses with Gu Shuiwei, and they both drank deeply. After finishing their drinks, Gu Shuiwei turned to Lin Cheng. You're quite lucky to be saved by the senior. Why do I feel unhappy? It seems working in the same place would only complicate matters. Lin Cheng shook his head. Humph, you have the audacity to complain? Working with me is a privilege. Be grateful, Gu Shuiwei teased, her mood noticeably brightening. At that moment, however, Gu Shuiwei suddenly furrowed her brow. Leaning closer to Lin Cheng, she whispered, Have you noticed? The man at the next table has been staring at us. It's quite awkward. Of course, with two stunning beauties at this table, which man wouldn't he look? Lin Cheng replied. Yet, despite his words, he turned his head to gaze at the man Gu Shuiwei mentioned, ready to issue a warning if the man's stare was inappropriate. The man she referred to was in his 30s, sporting a scruffy beard and a tall, lean yet sturdy build. Despite it being indoors and nighttime, he wore sunglasses. Before him lay some skewers, but instead of beer, he had a box of milk. In a barbecue shop, pairing skewers with milk was an unusual choice, hinting at something off-kilter. This man sipped his milk through a straw while watching Lin Cheng and the others, an inexplicable aura about him. Lin Cheng, is that man a problem? Jia Yushiwei asked, noticing his odd demeanor. Let me take a look, Lin Cheng replied. His suspicion peaked as he activated his character profile ability. Name, Liang, age, 35, height, 13 centimeters, occupation, 5-star assassin, record, a prodigious assassin, successfully eliminating 22 targets without leaving any evidence. No one knows his identity, nor is there any proof of his criminality. Upon reading the profile of the man named Liang, Lin Cheng was taken aback. An assassin was indeed lurking among them. Chapter 42, The Unsettled Assassin. To Lin Cheng's utmost astonishment, the assassin who had posed a grave threat to Jia Yushiwei was lurking right beside them. It appeared that Li Jiaming, incensed by the promotional event earlier that day, had resorted to hiring a killer to deal with them. This assassin was not only seasoned but also a 5-star professional, having left no trace of criminal activity. Lin Cheng understood all too well that even if he were to report this to the authorities, the lack of evidence would render any accusations futile, potentially alarming the assassin and leading to further complications. Although he was aware of the assassin's identity, it was imprudent to alert the police. Lin Cheng knew that the assassin would refrain from taking any action in such a public place, where open violence would undoubtedly attract attention and expose his identity. Given the assassin's reputation, he was unlikely to engage in such reckless behavior. Lin Cheng pondered whether the assassin was armed with any weapons and decided to investigate further. System, I need to ascertain whether this assassin is carrying a firearm, Lin Cheng commanded, activating the power of the character profile card. This time, he had specific inquiries about the contents. Name, Liang, age, 35, height, 13 centimeters, occupation, 5-star assassin, record, a prodigious killer, successfully eliminating 22 targets without leaving any evidence. His identity remains unknown, and there is no proof of his criminality. Weapons, none. Killing skills, proficient in various assassination techniques, capable of turning any object within reach into a lethal weapon. Impressive. Although he bore no weapons, his ability to transform mundane items into instruments of death was remarkable. In a restaurant setting, something as innocuous as a chopstick or a broken bowl could serve as his weapon. Truly, a 5-star assassin indeed. Lin Cheng couldn't help but admire his prowess. However, he was not intimidated. The barbecue restaurant was not devoid of allies. There was a table of professional bodyguards present. In a confrontation, even an 8-star assassin would find himself overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Lin Cheng, does that person appear to you as a villain? Gu Shuiwei inquired, noticing Lin Cheng's prolonged silence. Rest assured, he is no major threat, merely somewhat lecherous, Lin Cheng reassured her, choosing not to disclose Liang's true nature to avoid unnecessary panic. That's a relief, Gu Shuiwei sighed, though she found it peculiar that he was so fixated on them. Indeed, it's odd for a man of his stature to be drinking milk in a barbecue joint. Jia Yushiwei echoed her thoughts. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Cheng. his eyes gleaming with mischief. The assassin, despite his stealth, was likely wary of the police and hesitant to engage with them. If that were the case, Lin Cheng could exploit this weakness to his advantage. Gu Shuiwei, if you don't want him to notice you, allow me to handle the conversation. Lin Cheng said with a sly grin. Perhaps that's not wise. What if it escalates into a quarrel? It could lead to trouble, Gu Shuiwei cautioned, concerned for Lin Cheng's safety. Fear not, I shall engage him amicably. Lin Cheng reassured her with a wave of his hand before rising from his seat and approaching the assassin. Lin Cheng, don't start a fight. Gu Shuiwei called out as he made his way toward the table. However, Lin Cheng did not stop at Liang's table. Instead, he ventured deeper into the kitchen. Isn't he supposed to be talking to that person? Why is he going to the kitchen? Gu Shuiwei mused, perplexed by Lin Cheng's actions. Perhaps he intends to ask the restaurant owner to speak to the man, Diao Yushui speculated, equally bewildered. What a letdown. It turns out he wants someone else to intervene. Gu Shuiwei sighed, relieved yet disappointed that there would be no confrontation. Just then, Lin Cheng emerged from the kitchen, not having summoned the owner, but carrying a kettle of hot water. He gestured towards Liang and then to the kettle, flashing an impish smile and signaling an okay to Gu Shuiwei and Jiao Yushua. What is Lin Cheng planning with that kettle? Gu Shuiwei pondered, utterly confused. Jiao Yushua's expression turned serious as she contemplated. He wouldn't he dare pour hot water on him, would he? That's impossible. Gu Shuiwei shook her head vigorously. Even if he is reckless, he wouldn't he go that far. Yet, deep down, Gu Shuiwei felt a twinge of concern. Lin Cheng had a history of unpredictable antics, and the notion of endousing someone with hot water was not entirely implausible. As the two women worried, Lin Cheng sprang into action. He slipped, tumbling toward Liang, executing a clumsy fall that would surely warrant a yellow card on the football field. Ah, he exclaimed dramatically to enhance the illusion. In the gaze of the two women, Lin Cheng doused the assassin, Liang, with the boiling water, precisely targeting his groin. Ah! A shriek erupted from Liang as he leapt from his seat, frantically tugging at his pants in an attempt to distance himself from the scalding water. My sincerest apologies. Allow me to cool you down, Lin Cheng feigned remorse, casually grabbing a bottle of vinegar from the table, uncapping it, and pouring it over Liang's trousers. Don't pour that. Get away, Liang shouted in desperation. But it was too late. His pants were soon drenched in vinegar, stained dark and reeking of pungent acidity. Forgive me. Are you all right? Did I burn you? Lin Cheng continued his charade of concern. Get lost. Liang was in agony, shoving Lin Cheng aside before bolting toward the kitchen. What were you thinking, scalding that man? What if you've injured him? Gu Shuiwei exclaimed, alarmed. Indeed, if something goes wrong, you could find yourself in serious trouble, Jiao Yushua added anxiously. Yet, Lin Cheng merely smiled, unperturbed. How about a wager? I bet he won't seek retribution against me. What nonsense are you spouting? Gu Shuiwei regarded him as though he were deranged. In the kitchen, the barbecue chef and the staff stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the absurdity of the scene unfolding before them. Liang, the dreaded figure of the assassin world, was desperately trying to alleviate the searing pain in his groin with a soft, flexible hose, while flashes of memories from his past raced through his mind like a carousel. He undertook more than 20 assassination missions, never once faltering. All his targets met their silent demise, leaving no trace of evidence behind. His employers consistently bestowed upon him a 5-star rating, which ultimately birthed his moniker as the 5-star assassin. The key to his remarkable success lies in one significant attribute, his unwavering composure. He meticulously surveils his targets, patiently awaits the opportune moment, executes his assassination plans with precision, and manages the aftermath with a serene demeanor. Composure has become his hallmark, etched deeply into his very being. Throughout decades of his profession, not a single fluctuation of emotion has surfaced. Yet today, an extraordinary rage surged within him. This was ignited by an unexpected incident. His target had doused him with a pot of scalding water. Now, he found himself grappling with the uncertainty of whether he would ever be able to fulfill his duties again after sustaining such a grievous injury. It was a pain no man ought to endure. Throughout this ordeal, he had always been the one to toy with his targets. Never had he been subjected to such humiliation. This affront transformed into fury, swiftly overwhelming the mind of the assassin, Liang. His gaze fell upon the knives in the kitchen. With that blade, he could effortlessly sever the wretched soul who dared to scald him. As this thought crossed his mind, Liang's hand unconsciously reached for the knife. Calm. Just as his hand was about to make contact, a voice echoed within him, an instinct urging him against impulsiveness. Impulsiveness is the devil. Leon's hand hovered in midair, as the angel of composure clashed fiercely with the demon of impulse within his mind. At that moment, Leon found himself teetering on the brink of losing his legendary calm. Chapter 43. I have never encountered such an unreasonable person. Hey, Lin Cheng, the person you burned hasn't come out of the kitchen yet. Is something wrong? Gu Shuowei observed Lin Cheng, who seemed unfazed and leisurely enjoying his skewers, and could not help but voice her concern. Should we call an ambulance or something? He needs treatment right away after being burned like that. Jiao Yushua expressed her worries about the assassin, Liang's safety. After all, if Liang encountered trouble, Lin Cheng would also be in jeopardy. What is there to worry about? I've told you, even if that person comes out, he won't cause us any trouble. Lin Cheng replied confidently. Gu Shuowei and Jiao Yushua exchanged puzzled glances, both bewildered by the source of Lin Cheng's assurance. Just then, assassin Liang emerged from the kitchen, his pants completely soaked from the water pipe. Water dripped down from his trousers, making him appear quite disheveled. At that moment, he was no longer the spirited five-star assassin, but merely a pitiful figure who had burned himself. Liang glared fiercely at Lin Cheng, his eyes filled with malice, as though he wished to slice Lin Cheng into 1,000 pieces for his supposed transgressions. After a fierce internal struggle, Liang finally managed to regain his composure. He resolved to swallow his indignation and bide his time to seek revenge on Lin Cheng later. He had even devised a method to eliminate Lin Cheng by tossing him into a large pot and boiling him. Only then could he avenge today's humiliation. Are you all right? He didn't mean to burn you. Please don't hold it against him. Gu Shuowei, sensing Liang's hostile demeanor, quickly inquired and attempted to plead on Lin Cheng's behalf. I can offer you a satisfactory compensation. You can set the amount. I just hope you won't call the police. There is no need to escalate this situation. What do you think? In contrast to Gu Shuowei's emotional approach, Jiao Yushua decided to deploy her financial influence. However, Liang appeared to ignore their words, maintaining his intense gaze on Lin Cheng. In the face of Liang's malevolent stare, Lin Cheng remained surprisingly composed. Don't bother pleading for me. One must face the consequences of their actions. If you get hurt, you must stand tall. Besides, it wasn't an accident that I burned him. It was intentional. After all, he kept leering at you too. Lin Cheng declared boldly. Upon hearing Lin Cheng's words, Gu Shuowei and Jiao Yushua were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Lin Cheng would go to such extremes to teach a lesson to the man who had been ogling them. Liang, enraged by Lin Cheng's provocative remarks, felt his composure shatter. In a flash, he conjured several methods to eliminate Lin Cheng, stabbing him with chopsticks, slitting his throat with shattered bowl fragments, or directly snapping his neck. Yet, Lin Cheng seemed oblivious to Liang's murderous intent and continued speaking. You strike me as a person of principles, who would compromise their values for a mere handful of coins, allowing someone like me to go unpunished. Moreover, considering the extent of the burn I inflicted, whether it might lead to a disability is a concern. Today, I must call the police and seek justice for this gentleman. Holding back laughter, Lin Cheng proceeded to say, I will call the police right now. With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed 110, preparing to report the incident. Wait. Upon realizing Lin Cheng was about to contact the authorities, Liang swiftly regained his composure. Although he was a five-star assassin and had left no incriminating evidence, including fingerprints, he still harbored reservations about the police. Any unforeseen incident at the station could spell disaster for his career. Though he had been humiliated today, the wise man knows when to yield. For now, he would swallow his anger and plot his revenge later. Wait for what? Lin Cheng feigned ignorance. Don't you want me to call the police? It's just a burn. I've already provided emergency care. It's not a serious issue. We can settle this privately without involving the police. Calm down. Liang managed to suppress his fury, attempting to engage Lin Cheng in dialogue. He glanced at Jiao Yushua and spoke. You mentioned I should state a compensation amount, right? Well, I want to hold back. Liang never engaged in losing deals. Having been burned like this without the opportunity for revenge, he needed to recoup his losses elsewhere. Burn me, and there must be a price. Name a figure. I want to haggle, Jiao Yushua replied generously. Lin Cheng had rendered her significant assistance at the promotional event, so she wouldn't hesitate to spend a little money to resolve the issue. All right, I want 1 million. If you disagree, we'll let the police settle this. Liang declared, fully aware of Jiao Yushua's wealth and thus presenting an exaggerated figure. Fine, I'll write you a check right now. Without hesitation, Jiao Yushua accepted the amount. This was the essence of a wealthy woman. She retrieved her checkbook and pen, ready to write the amount Liang demanded. However, at that moment, Lin Cheng reached out and snatched the checkbook and pen away. You cannot give him this money, Lin Cheng asserted firmly. Lin Cheng, stop making a scene. I'm trying to help you out. Don't worry. This money is my voluntary offer. You don't have to pay me back, Jiao Yushua explained. Thinking Lin Cheng was reluctant to part with the money. It's not about the money. It's that I simply do not wish to give it, Lin Cheng reasoned. Sensing Li Ang's reluctance to involve the police, and thus adopted a defiant stance. Listen well, I have no money to give, and I certainly won't part with my life. If you wish to call the police, then do so. If not, leave here promptly. Lin Cheng spoke to Li Ang in a cold tone. His brazen remarks left Li Ang utterly bewildered. I've already taken so many steps back, and yet you continue to press me. Do you not understand the art of retreat? Are you serious? You burn me like this, and you don't intend to compensate? Is this how a person behaves? I've given you a chance. Are you not competent enough? Li Ang regarded Lin Cheng with a strange look. Unable to fathom that the new task assigned by his employer was to deal with such a rogue. Are you leaving or not? If not, I'll call the police. Lin Cheng threatened, phone in hand, finger poised over the dial button as the two men locked eyes in a standoff. Fine, you win this round. Just wait. This matter is far from over. Ultimately, it was Li Ang who could not endure any longer. He recognized that prolonging the confrontation would be disadvantageous to him. Thus he clenched his teeth and swallowed his humiliation. However, he silently vowed that while Jiao Yushua might be spared, Lin Cheng must die. Chapter 44. The campus belle also came to find me for a roommate. The assassin, Li Ang, departed without uttering a word of complaint after being scalded by Lin Cheng's hot water. Throughout the incident, Lin Cheng's demeanor was exceedingly abrasive, leaving the two stunning women, Jiao Yushua and Gu Shuawei, utterly astonished. What enchantment does Lin Cheng possess that renders others so compliant? See, I told you he wouldn't cause us any trouble, Lin Cheng declared, taking a hearty swig of beer, a smug smile gracing his face. Yet, a nagging suspicion lingered. How could he have left so easily? Gu Shuawei's expression was fraught with confusion, unable to grasp the situation's intricacies. Lin Cheng, are you not going to explain this to us? Jiao Yushua inquired. Both women gazed at Lin Cheng with wide, expectant eyes, waiting for his response. Under the scrutiny of such captivating beauties, Lin Cheng felt his heart race. Very well. Since he has already departed, I shall elucidate, he conceded. Earlier, when the assassin was present, Lin Cheng refrained from revealing his true identity to avoid inciting unnecessary panic in Gu Shuawei and Jiao Yushua. However, with the threat now gone, concealment seemed unwarranted. That individual was, without a doubt, an assassin hired by Li Jiaming, Lin Cheng disclosed, revealing the assassin's identity. What? The revelation startled both women. Why did you not mention such a crucial detail earlier? Gu Shuawei pressed, and knowing he was an assassin, why did you provoke him? I feared it would alarm you both, which is why I withheld the information. Had the assassin sensed that we were aware of his identity, he might have acted unpredictably. Lin Cheng explained. Then why not alert the authorities? If we identified an assassin, surely the police could apprehend him. Gu Shuawei continued to question. Based on my criminal profiling, this assassin, possessing such audacity to stalk his target at close range, must be exceedingly confident. He likely left no incriminating evidence in previous assignments. Thus, even if we reported him, the police would only classify him as an ordinary citizen with no criminal record. Reporting him would yield no results and merely alert him to our awareness, which would be counterproductive, Lin Cheng articulated, attributing his insights to his profiling skills rather than his supernatural abilities. So, you scalded him to teach him a lesson? Jiao Yushua asked, her concern palpable. Isn't that perilous? What if he retaliates? A faint smile played on Lin Cheng's lips. Rest assured, he is far too cautious to act recklessly. Even if he suffers a setback, he will endure it quietly. I calculated all of this, which is why I chose such a prank. Upon hearing Lin Cheng's rationale, Gu Shuawei and Jiao Yushua began to comprehend the situation's orchestration. This man was indeed formidable. This time, we were fortunate. But I advise you to refrain from such reckless actions in the future. Your safety is paramount. Should anything happen, it would also implicate me and my senior sister. Gu Shuawei stated, her concern for Lin Cheng evident, albeit expressed in a somewhat prideful manner. Understood. I shall be more cautious next time, Lin Cheng replied with a chuckle. Will that assassin seek revenge? Jiao Yushua posed a pivotal question. I suspect he will, as his mission to eliminate you remains unfinished, Lin Cheng surmised. Noting that the situation had grown increasingly complex. More complex? What do you mean? Jiao Yushua queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. Gu Shuawei's face was also seen by the assassin, raising the possibility that he may target her as well, Lin Cheng indicated. But you were the one who scalded him. What concern is it of mine? Gu Shuowei replied, oblivious to the danger. Not necessarily. Who knows if the assassin might take out his anger on you? Lin Cheng shrugged nonchalantly. This is all your fault. Had you not provoked that assassin, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Gu Shuowei exclaimed, playfully punching Lin Cheng. Now, how do you intend to compensate me? Despite Lin Cheng's warnings about the situation's severity, Gu Shuowei appeared unperturbed, continuing to jest with him. I'm merely suggesting possibilities. Perhaps the assassin wouldn't even consider you as a target. Given that there is no financial gain in your demise, Lin Cheng deftly dodged her playful jabs. Enough of this nonsense. You two should cease your frivolous banter, Diao Yushui interjected, unable to tolerate their lightheartedness amidst the gravity of their circumstances. My apologies for involving you in such a perilous situation, Diao Yushui expressed to Gu Shuowei. Senior sister, this matter does not concern you. You need not apologize. Gu Shuowei insisted, waving her hands dismissively. Ultimately, this is my fault. I must bear responsibility, Diao Yushui asserted firmly, turning her gaze to Lin Cheng. What do you believe we should do now? Faced with Diao Yushui's inquiry, Lin Cheng found himself in a quandary. Well, the best course of action would be for me to protect Gu Shuowei. However, as your personal bodyguard, I am unable to extend my protection to her, he lamented. I have a solution. Diao Yushui's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Shuowei can move in with me. This way, Lin Cheng can protect you as well. Wait a moment. You've already invited her to your company, and now you wish to have her in your home as well? Am I to face her daily? Lin Cheng panicked. Is it so distressing to live with me? Gu Shuowei shot him a fierce glare. Shuowei, disregard Lin Cheng's opinion. What do you think? If you don't mind, please move in with me, Diao Yushui urged earnestly. I would feel guilty if something were to happen to you, so please do not refuse my offer. Diao Yushui grasped Gu Shuowei's hand. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Shuowei nodded resolutely. Very well, I accept your kindness, senior sister. Hey, aren't you two going to consider my feelings? Lin Cheng interjected, feeling overlooked. To live with two beautiful women is your fortune. Do you dare to voice dissent? Gu Shuowei threatened, playfully shaking her fist at him. Indeed, I believe I need not seek your approval for who I invite into my home. Diao Yushui aligned with Gu Shuowei. Observing the camaraderie between the two, Lin Cheng could only sigh in resignation. Oh, how the troubles multiply. He muttered as he embarked on a life of cohabitation with the campus belle and the female CEO. Chapter 45. The Secret of the Beautiful CEO. Diao Yushui. After finishing the barbecue, Lin Cheng and his companions returned to Diao Yushui's luxurious mansion. What do you think? This grand villa is magnificent, isn't it? Upon stepping out of the car, Lin Cheng boasted to Gu Shuowei, even though the opulent residence was not his own. Indeed, it is quite impressive. However, to Lin Cheng's surprise, Gu Shuowei's response was oddly calm, as if she were accustomed to such grandeur. Work hard and aim to purchase a house as grand as this. Then, I won't have to make any effort. You can arrange a place for me to stay, Lin Cheng remarked to Gu Shuowei. Sure. You can reside in a doghouse then. With your talent for criminal profiling, I'm sure no villain would dare to intrude, Gu Shuowei teased. Is this how you typically converse? Lin Cheng found himself momentarily speechless at Gu Shuowei's retort. I don't usually talk much with other men, but I make an exception for you. Gu Shuowei said with a playful smile. Well, could you perhaps say something nice? It's quite disheartening when you constantly jab at me. It affects our relationship, Lin Cheng chuckled. You two seem to have a delightful rapport. It appears you could take advantage of this pretense of being a couple to become a real one, Diao Yushui observed. Watching Lin Cheng and Gu Shuowei's couple-like interaction with a motherly smile. Who would want to be his girlfriend? Senior, I have my own type. And it certainly isn't a lecher like him. Gu Shuowei blushed and quickly denied. Oh really? Then let's go to my room and have a heartfelt discussion about relationships. Diao Yushui suggested, taking Gu Shuowei's hand and leading her into the villa. Who is the lecher? Clarify that, or I shall accuse you of defamation. Lin Cheng shouted from behind, attempting to vindicate himself, but the two women paid him no heed as they entered the room. Diao Yushui and Gu Shuowei settled in Diao Yushui's room to discuss matters of the heart, while Lin Cheng retreated to his own room, lying on his bed, preparing to rest. Ding. Gu Shuowei's favorability increased by 10, now at 8100. Ding. Diao Yushui's favorability increased by 20, now at 6100. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system echoed. The favorability of both Gu Shuowei and Diao Yushui had risen. I helped Diao Yushui out today. allowing her to successfully conclude the L'Oreal promotional event, so her increased favorability is understandable. But why did Gu Xuewei, the campus beauty, also gain favorability? Could it be that by resolving the misunderstanding with Jia Yuxue, I inadvertently benefited as well? Lin Cheng pondered, unable to fathom the reason behind Gu Xuewei's favorability boost. Just as Lin Cheng was lost in thought, the cheerful laughter of Gu Xuewei and Jiao Yuxue suddenly echoed from the adjacent room. Jiao Yuxue's room was right next to Lin Cheng's, and the walls were not soundproof, allowing him to hear clearly. From the laughter, Lin Cheng could deduce that they were enjoying a light-hearted conversation about relationships. Driven by innocent curiosity, Lin Cheng pressed his ear against the wall to eavesdrop on the private dialogue between the two beauties. Although the details were unclear, he could faintly hear terms like jumping off a building to confess. Lin Cheng could easily guess that Gu Xuewei was once again bringing up the incident of him threatening to leap from a building. Inside Jiao Yuxue's room, Gu Xuewei and Jiao Yuxue sat on the bed, clutching their stomachs with laughter, clearly reveling in a joyful topic. To be honest, when Lin Cheng threatened to jump, I never intended to accept. However, he lowered his demands, saying that as long as I accepted his confession, we wouldn't have to actually date. After I accepted his confession, he jumped without a moment's hesitation. Senior, do you think Lin Cheng is out of his mind? Gu Xuewei remarked, echoing Lin Cheng's earlier thoughts about the incident. Honestly, I don't see Lin Cheng as someone who would act so recklessly. He has always appeared so composed and astute before me. Those who wish to harm me would never escape his keen observation. Why would such a person resort to such an extreme act? Jiao Yuxue shared her thoughts. I find it puzzling as well. It feels as though the Lin Cheng who jumped is not the same as the one we know now. Could it be that the real Lin Cheng perished in that fall, and the one before us is merely a reincarnation? Having taken over the body of the deceased Lin Cheng, Gu Xuewei's expression suddenly turned serious. Jiao Yuxue chuckled and shook her head. Ha ha ha. Have you been reading too many novels? Such things are impossible. It truly seems implausible. Perhaps he simply suffered a head injury that altered his personality. Gu Xuewei laughed in agreement. Senior, I've shared so much. Now it's your turn, Gu Xuewei prompted, shifting the topic. You are so beautiful and accomplished. I'm sure you have many admirers. Have you chosen anyone to be your boyfriend? Gu Xuewei inquired about Jiao Yuxue's romantic life. At this question, Jiao Yuxue's demeanor changed. Her expression immediately drooping, and she seemed to lose her vitality. Did I ask something inappropriate, Senior? I apologize. You needn't answer, Gu Xuewei quickly offered, noticing Jiao Yuxue's discomfort. Jiao Yuxue waved her hand. Xuewei, it's not your fault. I just recalled something bothersome. Bothersome? What do you mean? Gu Xuewei inquired, puzzled. Never mind. You aren't a stranger, and it's quite uncomfortable keeping it to myself. I might as well share it with you. Jiao Yuxue resolved to confide in Gu Xuewei. Although L'Oreal is a well-known beauty brand in the country, its success is not solely due to my efforts. My family's support has been crucial. You must have heard of the Li Group. Jiao Yuxue began to reveal a little-known secret. Are you referring to the Li Group, one of the top families in Huaxia? Gu Xuewei interjected. Yes, precisely the Li Group. As Jiao Yuxue mentioned the name, her gaze grew dimmer. The Li Group is my mother's family business. My mother is the princess of the Li family. My father is an ordinary man, and his relationship with my mother's family is rather tenuous. Moreover, I have no fondness for the scheming atmosphere of the Li Group, which is why I decided to venture out on my own after graduation. Although few are aware of my connection to the Li Group, they have indeed provided substantial assistance behind the scenes, which is why my entrepreneurial journey has been so smooth. Jiao Yuxue gradually unveiled a secret that few knew. Chapter 46. The familial troubles of Jiao Yuxue were I to disclose my connection with the Li Group. The listing of Lia Cosmetics would undoubtedly proceed with great ease, and Li Jiaming from Huaxi Cosmetics would scarcely dare to challenge me. However, I am reluctant to do so. Even if I were to face assassination, I would prefer to keep my affiliation with the Li Group a secret. Yet, I am acutely aware that such a relationship is not one I can sever at will. Although I have elevated Lia Cosmetics to the pinnacle of domestic beauty brands in Huaxia, I feel no sense of achievement, as this accomplishment is entirely reliant on my family's support. As Jiao Yuxue spoke, her expression grew increasingly somber. Strangely, in the presence of her junior, Gu Xuewei, she found herself able to unburden her heart and reveal her innermost secrets. Senior, how can you say that? People adore Lia Cosmetics not because of the company behind it or the group supporting it, but due to the quality of its products. Consumers support Lia Cosmetics because they genuinely appreciate its offerings, which have rightfully earned it the status of the foremost domestic brand. This success is due to your unwavering efforts. Senior, your continual exploration of consumer preferences, relentless product development, and persistent cost reductions have rendered Lia Cosmetics increasingly beloved. Were it anyone else, they could hardly have achieved such heights. Gu Shuiwei spoke with earnest sincerity, comforting Diao Yushui. Upon gazing at this thoughtful junior, Diao Yushui couldn't help but smile. Her worries dissipating. Thank you. After our conversation, I feel much better, Diao Yushui replied with a smile. But do you truly have no contact with your family? After all, they are still your family. It seems unwise to sever ties completely, Gu Shuiwei remarked. I do wish to reach out, but every time I converse with my mother, it ends in a quarrel. She constantly urges me to return to her side and assist her in vying for power against my uncles and aunts. My father and I both despise such a life, which is why he and I have parted ways. My father is quite carefree. He recently traveled out of town with his fishing buddies for a competition. Unfortunately, I am tied down by the company and cannot wander as he does. Diao Yushui shook her head in resignation. Regardless, we must endure this phase. Things should improve once Lia Cosmetics goes public, Gu Shuiwei suggested. If the listing proceeds smoothly, that would be splendid, but I fear it will not be so simple, Diao Yushui replied, her brow furrowing with concern. Are you worried that Li Cheng from Huashi Cosmetics might devise some malicious scheme to thwart your listing plans? Gu Shuiwei inquired. Diao Yushui shook her head. My concern lies not with Li Cheng, but with my mother. Your mother? What do you mean? Gu Shuiwei was perplexed by Diao Yushui's statement. I have been overwhelmed with the pressures of the impending listing, but recently, my mother has created another significant dilemma for me. A few days ago, she called to inform me that she intends to introduce me to a prospective partner, and we are to meet shortly. Diao Yushui divulged the source of her distress. A prospective partner? Your mother is eager for you to marry, is she not? Gu Shuiwei asked. It's not that simple. The individual she has chosen is the sole heir of the Zhao Group's president. She is not concerned about my happiness. She merely seeks to leverage a political marriage to fortify her standing within the family. Diao Yushui sighed, clearly exasperated with her mother. That is quite unreasonable. This concerns your lifelong happiness. How can she exploit it in such a manner? Gu Shuiwei exclaimed, striking the bed with her small fist in frustration. Once you reach a certain age, your family will undoubtedly pressure you to marry as well. Diao Yushui warned Gu Shuiwei. No. My situation is quite the opposite. My father does not wish for me to marry and insists on supporting me for life. In my mother's words, he is a devoted daughter slave. Gu Shuiwei expressed her own frustrations regarding her father. Haha, it sounds like your family environment is much more pleasant, Diao Yushui chuckled, her previous worries fading away. Senior, what are your plans regarding this arranged meeting? Will you allow your elders to dictate your fate? Gu Shuiwei inquired. I am uncertain. I suppose I shall take it one step at a time. For now, I must focus on the listing of Lia Cosmetics, Diao Yushui decided, realizing that further contemplation would only lead to unnecessary mental anguish. Indeed, do not dwell on it. Solutions will present themselves in due course, Gu Shuiwei consoled her. Diao Yushui grasped Gu Shuiwei's hand, smiling warmly. Shuiwei, thank you for listening to my grievances. I feel much lighter after sharing. That's good to hear, senior. It is getting late. I shall take my leave. Please rest well, Gu Shuiwei said, rising from Diao Yushui's bed. Good night. Please take care of yourself as well. Diao Yushui bid her farewell. After exchanging good nights, Gu Shuiwei exited Diao Yushui's room and returned to her own. In the adjacent room, Lin Cheng withdrew his ear from the wall and returned to his bed. He had overheard every word of the conversation between Diao Yushui and Gu Shuiwei. Lin Cheng had not utilized the character data card, ability to examine Diao Yushui's profile, thus remained unaware of her true identity. Moreover, given Gu Shuiwei's insights, it was evident that Diao Yushui's status was concealed. With only a 60-point affinity, it was unlikely he could discern the full extent of her background. From Diao Yushui's words, Lin Cheng gleaned the formidable family influence behind her. However, such power might not necessarily serve as an advantage. It could become a source of pressure. For instance, being pushed into an arranged marriage with someone she does not favor, merely to enhance her mother's familial standing, is undoubtedly not what Diao Yushui desires. Despite their brief acquaintance, Lin Cheng recognized that Diao Yushui was an independent individual, guided by her own principles, who detested being constrained. Thus, the notion of arranged marriage was certainly not something she would welcome, since she was unwilling. It was his duty as her bodyguard to devise a means to alleviate her burdens. In that moment, Lin Cheng resolved to take action. When Gu Shuiwei faced her own arranged marriage, he would find a way to sabotage it. Chapter 47. The midnight confab of the campus bell after eavesdropping on the whispered secrets of two enchanting ladies. Lin Cheng made his way to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. Once he emerged, wrapped in a towel, a gentle knock suddenly echoed from outside the door. "Who is it?" Lin Cheng inquired as he approached the door. "It's me." To Lin Cheng's surprise, the voice of Gu Shuiwei floated through. A wave of curiosity washed over him. What could Gu Shuiwei want at this late hour? With intrigue, he opened the door. Gu Shuiwei stood before him, clad in a silken nightgown that, though loose, could hardly conceal her exquisite figure. Her damp hair cascaded around her shoulders, and even without makeup, her youthful visage, brimming with collagen, appeared even more innocent. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air, leaving Lin Cheng uncertain whether it was the sin of her body wash or her natural allure. "Lin Cheng, Gu Shuiwei began as soon as the door swung open, but her words faltered upon noticing Lin Cheng's bare torso, save for the towel. Why aren't you dressed?" she exclaimed, covering her eyes with her hands. "I just finished showering. What do you expect me to wear? Besides, I'm about to sleep." "And you know I prefer to slumber in the nude," Lin Cheng teased, unable to resist the playful banter. "I don't know," Gu Shuiwei retorted, her voice filled with urgency. "Hurry and put some clothes on. I have something important to tell you." Just then, footsteps echoed from the adjacent room belonging to Jiao Yushua. "Shuiwei, is that you?" Jiao Yushua called out, her footsteps growing closer. "Quick, get inside." Gu Shuiwei's demeanor shifted to one of alarm. Evidently fearful of being discovered by Jiao Yushua, she swiftly pushed Lin Cheng back into the room and darted in herself, shutting the door with a smooth motion. "That was close. We almost got caught by the senior." Gu Shuiwei sighed in relief as she listened to the sounds of the door opening next door. However, her relief was short-lived. She slowly turned her head and realized her hand was resting on Lin Cheng's bare chest. Gu Shuiwei shrieked again. "What are you doing? Hurry up and get dressed." She withdrew her hand and urged him once more. "Hey, is this fair? You pushed me in here and then touched me. And now it feels like I'm the one being inappropriate." Lin Cheng protested, taken aback by her sudden accusation. "Enough chatter, just put on some clothes." "I have something to discuss with you," Gu Shuiwei insisted, her tone firm. "Ugh, women really are unreasonable," Lin Cheng sighed, rummaging through his clothes before donning a nightgown. "All right, I'm dressed now, you can turn around." Once clad in the nightgown, Lin Cheng addressed Gu Shuiwei, who cautiously turned to face him only after confirming his attire was appropriate. "What is it? Go ahead and speak." He gestured for her to proceed. "I'm conflicted about whether I should share this with you. If I tell you, it might expose someone's secret. If I don't, I fear you won't be prepared for what's ahead." Gu Shuiwei began, approaching Lin Cheng's bed and sitting cross-legged on it with ease. "I have 2 questions," Lin Cheng interjected, raising 2 fingers, his expression one of exasperation. "First, could you decide whether to speak before coming to find me? Second, do you always climb onto men's beds so casually, or is it just mine?" Gu Shuiwei's face flushed at his teasing. "Why are you being ridiculous? It's not my fault your room lacks a sofa. This is a lengthy conversation, and it's exhausting to stand the whole time," she stammered, flustered. "Stop making excuses. No amount of justification can mask your special feelings for me. Let us discuss the matter at hand," Lin Cheng replied, shifting the focus back to the topic. "Why are you here so late? What is so urgent?" He pressed gently. Gu Shuiwei hesitated, her gaze wavering as if battling her thoughts. Soon, she took a deep breath, steeling herself. This involves Senior Jiao Yushua, as Lin Cheng had anticipated. The subject was indeed the conversation she had just overheard. "I overheard the senior discussing her troubles with her company's stock market listing. However, these troubles stem not only from competitors but also from her family. If I share everything with you, you'll be better equipped to protect her and won't be caught off guard. But this concerns her privacy, and I'm torn about whether to divulge it." As she continued her internal struggle, Lin Cheng interjected, "Are you referring to Shuiwei's mother, the Li family, and the blind date issue? How did you know? Did the senior tell you?" Gu Shuiwei gasped in surprise. "No, I just happened to be eavesdropping on your conversation through the wall," Lin Cheng confessed, a hint of mischief in his tone. You eavesdropped? You're so perverted." Gu Shuiwei's expression transformed to one of disgust. "What do you mean perverted? It was your loud voices that drew me in. Besides, had I not overheard, you'd still be deliberating on whether to tell me," Lin Cheng explained, boasting slightly. "Only someone like you, a true pervert, could make eavesdropping sound so innocent. Tell me, did you eavesdrop on the senior's room when I wasn't around?" Gu Shuiwei challenged, her anger still simmering. "Of course. As a personal bodyguard, it's my duty to ensure Xuejue's safety while she is in the adjacent room. Lin Cheng replied, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he leaned closer to Gu Xuewei. By the way, I heard some particularly interesting sounds, he added, leaving her in suspense. What sounds? Gu Xuewei asked, her curiosity piqued. What do you think a single, mature female CEO might be doing in her room? Lin Cheng left the question hanging, allowing her imagination to wander. Gu Xuewei's expression darkened as she contemplated the implications. You are disgusting, she exclaimed, her brows knitting together as she recalled something inappropriate. You're no better. You just learned a secret from the senior less than an hour ago. And you can't contain yourself? Lin Cheng laughed, enjoying the playful exchange. I was doing it for the senior's sake. You're just being a plain pervert. Gu Xuewei pouted, playfully punching Lin Cheng. All right, enough of this. I was merely joking, Lin Cheng said, deflecting her punches and regaining his composure. Rest assured, I am fully aware of the situation, and I will protect Xuejue from any familial threats. After all, I am a professional bodyguard. Regardless of whether it is the Li family or the Zhang family, I am a force to be reckoned with, capable of confronting anyone or anything that stands in my way. As Lin Cheng spoke with increasing fervor, he unconsciously mimicked a slashing motion with his hand. I'll leave it to you then. I'm off to sleep, he declared, with Lin Cheng's words having reached such a point. Gu Xuewei felt a sense of relief and prepared to take her leave. Since we're already here, why not stay together? Lin Cheng said, propping himself up on the bed and blocking Gu Xuewei's path, playfully pinning her down. At that moment, Lin Cheng wore a mischievous grin, akin to a rogue. You wish to share the bed with me, However, Gu Xuewei remained unperturbed. Instead, she revealed a gentle smile. With a swift motion, she rolled over, pinning Lin Cheng beneath her, straddling him with her legs. Lin Cheng initially intended to tease Gu Xuewei but found himself unexpectedly at her mercy. The warmth radiating from Gu Xuewei, even through her sleepwear, sent a shiver through Lin Cheng. The scent of shower gel mingled with her natural fragrance, igniting his imagination. Wait, are you serious? Lin Cheng stammered, his composure faltering. To his dismay, his body began to respond in a manner he could not control. Dream on. Gu Xuewei suddenly changed her demeanor, pinching Lin Cheng's nose and giving it a sharp twist. Ah, he yelled in pain, tears welling up in his eyes. Seizing the moment, Gu Xuewei hopped off the bed and waved her hand at Lin Cheng, embodying the essence of a victor. May you spend the night in sleepless torment, she declared with a wicked grin before departing from Lin Cheng's room. Employing such a masterful tactic of feigned retreat, she was indeed skilled. Lin Cheng, rubbing his reddened nose, couldn't he help but chuckle. Thus, his first intimate encounter with the campus belle came to a rather unexpected conclusion. Chapter 48, The Final Supper. I shall accompany you the following day. Lin Cheng rose early to accommodate Diao Yushua's schedule. Upon exiting his room and descending to the first floor, he found a sumptuous spread of both Chinese and Western breakfasts arranged on a grand dining table. Gu Xuewei and Diao Yushue were already seated, savoring their morning meal. Without hesitation, Lin Cheng joined them at the table, indulging in steamed dumplings and soup dumplings. You, a personal bodyguard, are rather negligent for arriving so late, Gu Xuewei commented, unable to suppress her teasing at Lin Cheng's tardiness. It's not my fault. Someone kept me up half the night, Lin Cheng mumbled with a mouthful of dumpling. You. Gu Xuewei felt her cheeks flush crimson, momentarily at a loss for words. Uffed. Diao Yushua, sipping her black coffee, couldn't help but chuckle at their exchange. See, even the senior is laughing. Clearly, your noise level last night was excessive, Lin Cheng grinned, continuing to provoke Gu Xuewei. That is not it, senior. It was merely a chat. In a fit of desperation, Gu Xuewei inadvertently revealed her own defense. That's perfectly fine, I understand. Young people chatting at night is entirely normal. Diao Yushue replied, stifling her laughter. Why does even the senior say that? Gu Xuewei felt a sudden wave of isolation, realizing Diao Yushue had allied with Lin Cheng in jesting at her expense. All right, enough of this. Let's eat. Xuewei will accompany me to the company afterward, and I will arrange a position for you, Diao Yushue stated. Is there a specific role you wish to pursue? I can tailor a position to your preferences, she added, showing great consideration for Gu Xuewei's choices. I'm not very familiar with the beauty industry. Do you have any recommendations, senior? Gu Xuewei inquired. Diao Yushue pondered for a moment before responding. You certainly cannot partake in research and development, but if you have an interest in sales, you might want to give it a try. If that doesn't appeal to you, you could serve as my personal assistant, as my previous assistant was just dismissed. Does being an assistant mean I must always be by your side? Gu Shuai questioned. Indeed, an assistant must help me manage various tasks in both work and life, which can be quite demanding, Diao Yushui succinctly explained. Then I shall be your assistant. This way, I can stay close to you and learn more, Gu Shuai decisively declared, her gaze inadvertently drifting to Lin Cheng's face. Lin Cheng, noticing her subtle gesture, remarked, I see you wish to use work as an excuse to linger by my side. As your senior, I advise you not to conflate personal feelings with professional matters. Don't flatter yourself. I merely want to learn from my senior. As for you, please refrain from causing me any trouble, Gu Shuai quickly clarified, feeling exposed. Observing the playful banter between the two, Jiao Yushua couldn't help but smile. With both of you around, I doubt I will find myself bored, she chuckled. However, aren't you still interning at Tianlong International Hotel? What will happen to that job? Lin Cheng inquired, recalling Gu Shuai's other internship. Not to worry, I can simply inform them. My absence will not affect them at all, Gu Shuai replied with ease. Well, as long as that is settled, Lin Cheng said, refraining from further comment. Soon, the trio finished breakfast and promptly headed to the headquarters of Leia Beauty. Upon arriving, Lin Cheng took his usual position outside the president's office, ensuring Jiao Yushua's safety. After completing her internship formalities, Gu Shuai was summoned to the office by Jiao Yushua, who explained the duties of an assistant and even demonstrated them personally. Gu Shuai, possessing a keen ability to learn, quickly absorbed the information. As Jiao Yushua commenced her work for the day, Gu Shuai occasionally completed the tasks assigned to her, while Lin Cheng remained stationed outside, safeguarding both of them. The three coexisted harmoniously. Before long, noon arrived, prompting Jiao Yushua to pause her work and invite Lin Cheng and Gu Shuai to join her for lunch in Leia Beauty's cafeteria. The cafeteria, much like the brand itself, exuded cleanliness and modernity. A diverse array of dishes, both Chinese and Western, was available, and an assortment of fruits awaited patrons post-meal, all complimentary. Upon Jiao Yushua's entrance, employees dining in the cafeteria greeted her warmly, to which she responded with a smile, showing no airs of superiority despite her position. Each of them selected their lunch and found a table to sit. Do you often dine here, senior? It seems you have a good rapport with the employees. Devoid of any hierarchical tension, Gu Shuai remarked, captivated by the amicable atmosphere. This embodies our company's culture, Jiao Yushua explained. Perhaps due to my family background, I have an aversion to rigid superior-subordinate dynamics. I share your sentiment, senior. It is truly wonderful to intern at your company. Gu Shuai nodded in agreement, feeling fortunate. As she contemplated this, Gu Shuai noticed Lin Cheng, lost in his meal, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. All you do is eat. Don't you have any thoughts? She playfully tapped his head. My current sentiment is that the food here is delightful. I simply need to eat more, Lin Cheng replied with a grin. Eat, eat, eat. You'll surely overindulge, Gu Shuai exclaimed, shoving a large piece of beef from her bowl into Lin Cheng's mouth. Only fitting that beef fed by a campus beauty is so delectable. Lin Cheng chewed contentedly, savoring the morsel. You two are truly spirited, even during meals, Jiao Yushua chuckled, shaking her head in amusement. At that moment, Jiao Yushua's phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, her expression shifted, revealing a hint of trepidation, as though confronted with something unwelcome. After a brief hesitation, she answered the call. Hello, Mom. What is it? The caller was none other than her mother. Seeing Jiao Yushua's mother was on the line, Lin Cheng and Gu Shuai ceased their playful banter, their expressions turning serious as they focused on her. You wish to have a meal with me? I've been quite busy lately. Can we postpone it a few days? Is it absolutely necessary? Fine. I'll see you tonight. Sigh. Jiao Yushua sighed as she ended the call. Senior, it's just a meal. There's no need to be so concerned. Gu Shuai attempted to console her. You don't understand. My mother wouldn't call me for a meal unless there was an underlying issue, Jiao Yushua replied resignedly. This dinner is certainly not a simple affair. What can be done? Is it impossible to decline? Gu Shuai queried. Jiao Yushua shook her head. You don't understand my mother. She abhors being refused, and if I decline, she might take actions to obstruct Leia Beauty's public listing. Thus, whether I wish to or not, I must attend this dinner. How unfair. Gu Shuai expressed her frustration. Observing the two troubled beauties, Lin Cheng appeared remarkably composed. Was it merely a meal? He would attend without hesitation. Suddenly, Lin Cheng spoke up. Senior, there is no need to be apprehensive. I shall accompany you to this dinner. Chapter 49. It is my first time wearing such expensive clothing. Are you going with the senior? It is a family gathering, so what business do you have there? As a personal bodyguard, your duty is to ensure the safety of the senior, not to meddle in her family affairs. Have you not heard the saying that even a wise official finds it hard to settle family disputes? As soon as Lin Cheng's words left his lips, they were met with Gu Xuewei's unrelenting opposition. Although Gu Xuewei greatly admired Lin Cheng's criminal profiling abilities, she harbored doubts regarding his capability to handle others' family matters. You underestimate me, don't you? My abilities extend far beyond mere criminal profiling. I perceive far more than you can imagine, Lin Cheng replied, feigning an air of mystery. What he said was not untrue. His superpower, the character profile card, allowed him to view an individual's personal information, including some hidden details. However, his previous targets had mostly been criminals, leading Gu Xuewei and others to mistakenly believe that he was solely proficient in criminal profiling. In reality, he possessed the ability to see much more, including an individual's privacy. If he could uncover someone's secrets, he could easily leverage that information for threats. Humph. Are you really as impressive as you claim? Just make sure you don't create trouble for the senior, Gu Xuewei retorted, though she secretly believed him. Rest assured. If I cannot manage it, I simply want to speak, Lin Cheng replied nonchalantly. Furthermore, as your personal bodyguard, I am meant to stay by Xuejie's side around the clock, am I not? With that, Lin Cheng turned to Diao Yuxue. What do you think, Xuejie? After a moment of contemplation, Diao Yuxue finally nodded. All right, you may accompany me, she consented. However, my mother has a volatile temperament, so it would be best if you refrain from speaking unnecessarily to avoid provoking her. Don't worry, my eyes can see through the hearts of people. I won't upset anyone, Lin Cheng said confidently with a smile. Let us have Xuewei join us as well. After all, the assassin might still be watching us. And it would be dangerous for you to go alone, Diao Yuxue suggested. Is it appropriate for me to join? After all, this is a family gathering for Xuejie. Gu Xuewei hesitated. It's fine. You can dine at a nearby table. This way, it won't disrupt our dinner. And Lin Cheng can keep an eye on you as well, Diao Yuxue replied. All right then, I will go as well, Gu Xuewei conceded, accepting Diao Yuxue's suggestion. With everything settled, Diao Yuxue gestured towards the food on the table. Let us eat. We must be well fed to face tonight's challenges. It seems unnecessary for you to remind us. A certain carefree individual has already indulged quite happily, Gu Xuewei remarked, pointing at Lin Cheng, who was devouring his meal with gusto. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. However, instead of taking Lin Cheng and the others directly to the hotel, Gu Xuewei led them to a luxury clothing store. Xuejie, aren't we supposed to go for dinner? Why are we at a clothing store? Lin Cheng asked, surveying the lavish garments within. The venue we are headed to is quite exclusive. Formal attire is required for entry. Your outfits are too casual. We need to change your style, Diao Yuxue explained. The life of the wealthy is so complicated, Lin Cheng couldn't help but comment. As they spoke, the store manager approached with a professional smile. Good evening, President Diao. Welcome back to our store. We have received some exquisite new arrivals that would suit you perfectly. Would you like to take a look? From the manager's words, it was clear that Diao Yuxue was a regular patron of the establishment. Today, I am not here to shop for myself. I wish to purchase an outfit for each of them, suitable for high-end events. Diao Yuxue indicated towards Lin Cheng and Gu Xuewei. Certainly, I will select suitable outfits for both of you, the manager responded with a smile. With that, she approached Lin Cheng and Gu Xuewei. May I ask what sizes you typically wear? I am an XXL. I am a size M, Lin Cheng and Gu Xuewei replied. All right, I will prepare outfits for you both, the manager said, moving to the racks to carefully select garments. Soon, she returned with a suit and an evening gown for Lin Cheng and Gu Xuewei. These two outfits should be perfect for you. The fitting rooms are over there. Please try them on, the manager directed. Thank you. Lin Cheng and Gu Xuewei each took their respective outfits and entered the fitting rooms. Before long, they emerged in their new attire. Diao Yuxue's eyes lit up at the sight of them. Lin Cheng, clad in a sharply tailored suit that accentuated his tall figure, looked exceptionally dashing. In casual wear, he had seemed unremarkable, but in a suit, he embodied the essence of a personal bodyguard. With a pair of sunglasses, he would be utterly flawless. As for Gu Xuewei, she was stunning. The combination of the campus belt and the off-shoulder evening gown was simply unmatched. Her delicate collarbone and fair skin were perfectly showcased by the gown, revealing her enviable proportions. It is no exaggeration to say that Gu Xuewei would undoubtedly be the most captivating presence at any gala. Standing together, this handsome duo was undeniably eye-catching. Even Diao Yuxue, accustomed to seeing models, couldn't help but admire their appearance. You two are simply perfect together. I almost want to hire you both as models for our new beauty product, Diao Yushiwei joked lightly. Really? Am I that handsome? Lin Cheng teased, making a peace sign towards Gu Shuowei. Stop being vain. The senior is merely being polite. Gu Shuowei responded with a hint of arrogance. Yet, despite her words, her gaze couldn't help but wander over Lin Cheng several times. Indeed, a man in a well-fitted suit exudes an entirely different aura. However, you look beautiful in that evening gown. You could wear it every day, Lin Cheng teased. As he spoke, Lin Cheng extended his hand towards Gu Shuowei. May I invite this lovely lady to dance? He asked, his gaze warm and gentlemanly. Quit fooling around, Gu Shuowei said. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully swatted Lin Cheng's hand away. Lin Cheng laughed heartily, then noticed the price tag hanging from the back of his neck. However, Shuowei, this price seems a bit steep. As poor students, we can hardly afford it, he said, pointing at the 6 zeros on the tag. Though the decimal point was included, a 5-figure price was still quite extravagant. Do not worry, I will cover this expense, Diao Yushiwei replied, handing her black card to the manager. I will take these too. There is no need to wrap them. We'll wear them out, Diao Yushiwei declared with flair. Very well, I will prepare your invoice, the manager said respectfully, accepting the card and heading to the front to finalize the purchase. After completing their clothing shopping, Diao Yushiwei took them to purchase shoes. Soon, Lin Cheng and Gu Shuowei each had a complete outfit suitable for high-end events. With their shopping concluded, Lin Cheng and the others set off to attend the dinner with Gu Shuowei's mother. Chapter 50, Political Marriages in Modern Times. Lin Cheng and his companions arrived at the hotel where Diao Yushiwei and her mother had arranged to meet. Coincidentally, the venue chosen by Diao Yushiwei's mother was the renowned Tianlong International Hotel. Although Lin Cheng and Gu Shuowei were initially meant to be at their internship, unforeseen circumstances led them to this very place. Fate, indeed, is wondrous. Tianlong International Hotel, a pinnacle of luxury in Huaxia, boasts an opulent design crafted by top-tier architects, standing as a prominent landmark of the locale. This is my first visit to such an extravagant hotel. Today, it seems I am fortunate to bask in the glow of Sister Shui, Lin Cheng mused as he stood at the entrance, admiring the grandeur. In contrast, Diao Yushiwei and Gu Shuowei appeared composed, as if accustomed to such spectacles. My mother will be here shortly. Let us enter first, Diao Yushiwei announced, leading the way into the hotel. After identifying themselves, the staff escorted them to the reserved dining area. Tianlong International Hotel features 3 restaurants, and Diao Yushiwei's mother had chosen the most lavish one. This Western-style establishment was adorned with high-end furnishings, and waitstaff donned in smart vests glided gracefully to attend to the patrons. At the heart of the restaurant stood a grand piano, where a pianist clad in a white suit serenaded the guests, accompanied by a few violinists and cellists. The melodious strains reverberated throughout the dining hall, enhancing its sophisticated ambience. The waiter guided Diao Yushiwei and her party to the designated table, where Diao Yushiwei settled in, while Lin Cheng took his position as her protector behind her. Diao Yushiwei requested the staff to arrange a seat for Gu Shuowei at a nearby table, ensuring Lin Cheng could simultaneously safeguard her. My mother has arrived, Lin Cheng. Remember to maintain decorum, Diao Yushiwei instructed, gesturing toward a slowly approaching lady. Diao Yushiwei's mother, in her early 50s, appeared youthful and exuded a mature charm. Aided by her impeccable grooming, she was not alone. A man accompanied her. This man, in his 30s, wore an ostentatious striped suit, giving off a playboy vibe. Clearly not a commendable character. Do you know him? Lin Cheng inquired, eyeing the man. I do not, Diao Yushiwei replied, shaking her head. You once mentioned your mother intended to arrange a blind date for you, didn't you? It appears this man is your suitor. Today's dinner should prove quite intriguing, Lin Cheng remarked with a hint of amusement. As they conversed, Diao Yushiwei's mother and the suitor reached their table. Lin Cheng wasted no time, activating his character profile ability to gather information on both individuals. The details of Diao Yushiwei's mother and the flamboyant man swiftly materialized before him. The information read, name, Li Ruoyan, age, 54, measurements, 86, 64, 86, position, Princess of Li Group, family, 1 brother, 1 sister, 1 daughter, Li Group shares, 13. 5. Current situation, targeted by siblings coalition. Next, the profile of the ostentatious man appeared. Name, Zhang Tai, age, 32, length, 8 centimeters, position, only son of the Zhang Group's president, CEO of Mei Film, and president of Asia Model Company, number of lovers, 12, assessment, useless wealthy heir. Upon reviewing this information, Lin Cheng began to analyze the implications. It was evident that Li Riyun found herself isolated within the Li group, facing opposition from her siblings, which likely prompted her to arrange this blind date. She intended to use her daughter, Diao Yuxue, as a pawn in a political marriage to forge a connection with the Zhang family. With the Zhang group's backing, she could potentially turn the tide in her struggle for power within the Li group. However, Zhang Tai was far from a commendable choice. His companies, primarily in entertainment and modeling, hinted at ulterior motives, and his numerous liaisons indicated a tumultuous personal life. It seemed that Li Ruoyun was prioritizing her status over her daughter's happiness. "Mother, it has been a while," Diao Yuxue greeted, her demeanor reflecting a blend of respect and trepidation. It was evident that their relationship was strained. "It is not solely my fault. You have not reached out either, which is why we have not seen each other for so long," Li Ruoyun replied coolly as she and Zhang Tai took their seats. Zhang Tai's gaze lingered on Diao Yuxue, making her uncomfortable, yet she refrained from voicing her discontent due to her mother's presence. "I have been preoccupied with the upcoming IPO of Lia Beauty, which is why I have not contacted you," Diao Yuxue explained. "Is that the same trivial company of yours? I have told you countless times to work with me. Once we secure control of the Li group, we could easily acquire 100 of your beauty companies." Li Ruoyun retorted coldly. "I am uninterested in the internal strife of the Li family. My focus is solely on ensuring the success of Lia Beauty," Diao Yuxue stated firmly. Locking eyes with her mother, Li Ruoyun did not express anger at Diao Yuxue's defiance. Instead, she smiled slightly. "Focusing on your company is commendable. Your Lia Beauty is set to launch soon, and I imagine you will need assistance. Let me introduce you to this gentleman I brought along," Li Ruoyun said, gesturing towards Zhang Tai. "This is Zhang Tai, the heir of the Zhang Group, who manages a modeling agency and a film company, boasting numerous renowned models and actors under his wing. If you require a spokesperson for your beauty brand, you may consider collaborating with him." With that, Li Ruoyun initiated an introduction to Zhang Tai. "Compared to Miss Diao Yuxue, my female celebrities and models are mere commoners. It is truly a pleasure to meet a beauty like you for the first time," Zhang Tai leered at Diao Yuxue, his words dripping with innuendo. Chapter 51. It is not that I wish to laugh. I simply could not restrain myself upon their initial encounter. Zhang Tai unabashedly critiqued Diao Yuxue's appearance, which greatly displeased her. "Do you not find it rather superficial for a man to only extol the beauty of women?" Diao Yuxue retorted without hesitation. "Miss Diao, you have misunderstood. I was merely taken aback by your stunning beauty, and I felt compelled to express my astonishment. Nothing more," Zhang Tai calmly explained with a smirk, showing no sign of irritation. "Rest assured, we have already secured models for our company, so there is no need for you and this young Master Zhang to fret," Diao Yuxue stated, preparing to depart as she had other matters to attend to. "Why the rush? We have only just met. It would be better to dine together before leaving," Li Ruoyun interjected, gesturing towards Zhang Tai, who wore a rather lecherous expression. "Even if you have no conversation with me as your mother, surely you two young people must have something to discuss." Li Ruoyun, with the intent of fostering a connection between them, sought to create opportunities for dialogue. "Mother, if you have something to say, please do so openly. Do you not find it bothersome to beat around the bush?" Diao Yuxue discerned her mother's intentions and boldly addressed them. "Very well, since you insist. I shall not hold back," Li Ruoyun replied nonchalantly. "Zhang Tai is a fine young man, and his family background is quite comparable to ours. I brought him here so that you could meet, and, should it seem fitting, perhaps consider dating him." As anticipated by Lin Cheng, Li Ruoyun's purpose in bringing Zhang Tai was indeed to arrange a match with Diao Yuxue. "I see no necessity for this. Young Master Zhang is so exceptional. How could I possibly be worthy?" Diao Yuxue refused outright, showing no regard for Li Ruoyun's feelings. "Xiaoxue, what are you saying? You are being exceedingly disrespectful to Zhang Tai." Li Ruoyun, infuriated by Diao Yuxue's attitude, chastised her. "Do not be upset, auntie. Xiaoxue's remarks stem from her unfamiliarity with me, and I take no offense." Zhang Tai, though rejected, remained unfazed and even played the role of mediator. It seemed that this lecherous man was utterly smitten by Diao Yuxue's beauty. "Miss Diao, do not be so abrupt. Grant me an opportunity to know each other better. Although I may seem unreliable, I assure you I am quite devoted in matters of the heart. Today, I have set my sights on you, and henceforth, my affection shall remain solely for you." Zhang Tai's declarations were earnest, yet they starkly contrasted with his frivolous demeanor. Just as he professed his intentions, an incongruous burst of laughter erupted. The onlookers turned to see Lin Cheng, standing behind Diao Yuxue, stifling his amusement. "My apologies," I inadvertently laughed out loud. As a professional bodyguard, I typically refrain from laughter unless utterly unable to. Lin Cheng quickly apologized, though the mirth on his face belied his words. Lin Cheng had not intended to laugh, observing the unfolding events from his position behind Diao Yuxue. However, upon hearing Zhang Tai proclaim his fidelity and love, he could not help but chuckle. After all, what could be more absurd than a man with a multitude of lovers claiming to be devoted? What are you laughing at? Is what I said so amusing? Diao Yuxue, incensed by Lin Cheng's audacity, confronted him. Considering your personal life, it is indeed quite humorous, Lin Cheng replied candidly, undeterred by Zhang Tai's threats. What? My personal life? What about it? Pray tell, if you cannot articulate anything, I shall not let you off lightly. Zhang Tai, for the first time in his life facing a rebuttal, momentarily lost sight of his own composure and threatened Lin Cheng. Diao Yuxue, if there is an issue, speak with me. Do not trouble my bodyguard, she interjected, immediately coming to Lin Cheng's defense. Xiao Xue, your bodyguard seems utterly lacking in decorum. Does he have any right to interject while we speak? Li Ruoyan sipped her coffee, exuding an air of authority. In comparison to my bodyguard, it seems that young Master Zhang lacks grace, as it is utterly distasteful to threaten an ordinary person using one's power. Diao Yuxue deftly redirected the criticism towards Zhang Tai. Ha ha ha, Miss Diao speaks true. I may have overstepped, and for that, I apologize, Zhang Tai chuckled, brushing off her insult. He then produced a checkbook and a pen, swiftly jotting down a sum. To this young bodyguard, my apologies for the earlier incident. Consider this a token of goodwill. We have matters to discuss, and your presence is no longer required. Take this check and leave. The $10,000 check should suffice as a generous amount for you, he suggested, tearing off the check and placing it on the table, gesturing for Lin Cheng to collect it. My apologies, but I am Xia Xue's personal bodyguard and cannot stray from her side, Lin Cheng replied, not even sparing a glance at Zhang Tai. You may keep your check. I suggest you spend it yourself. Hey, do not presume upon my kindness. Were it not for Miss Diao's presence, you would be in serious trouble for such insolence. Zhang Tai glared at Lin Cheng, his eyes filled with fury. You, with your venomous tongue and threats, are unworthy of Xiao Xue. She prefers gentlemen, and it is evident you fall far short of that mark, Lin Cheng retorted mockingly. What did you say? Zhang Tai could no longer contain himself, slamming his hand on the table and rising, ready to confront Lin Cheng. Young Master Zhang, this is a restaurant. I kindly ask you to refrain from disturbing the other patrons. Furthermore, it is rather unbecoming to quibble over my bodyguard, Diao Yuxue interjected, feeling a sense of triumph as she witnessed Lin Cheng stand up to Zhang Tai. Humph, are you merely going to hide behind a woman's skirts? I can hardly distinguish who is protecting whom, Zhang Tai scoffed, eyeing Lin Cheng derisively, understanding that he must counter Zhang Tai's arrogance with his own strength. Lin Cheng resolved to uncover information that could be used against him. He reflected on Zhang Tai's profile, suddenly struck with inspiration. System. I require the names of Zhang Tai's 12 lovers. Lin Cheng further refined his request for data on his abilities. With that, Lin Cheng activated the character profile ability, and Zhang Tai's detailed information appeared before him. Name, Zhang Tai. Age, 32. Identity, sole heir of Zhang Group, president of Hime Entertainment, president of Asia Beauty Modeling Agency. Number of lovers, 12. Names of lovers, by Xuanling, Cindy, Zhou Mei, Zhou Shuling, Chen Peiyao, Jiang Ying, Zhang Xinyan, Wu Mei Ming, Ning Yangzi, Zhang Yunqi, Qin Kersen, Lin Siyu. Evaluation, worthless rich heir. Indeed, upon establishing the detailed information of Zhang Tai, the names of his lovers emerged. A cold smile spread across Lin Cheng's face as he contemplated the list. It appeared he had found a way to make this foolish rich heir depart in disgrace. Chapter 52. Are you familiar with these women's names? Upon acquiring information about the romantic entanglements of the wealthy heir, Zhang Tai, Lin Cheng felt a sense of confidence envelop him. You are correct. Hiding behind a woman does not constitute true masculinity. Today, I shall engage you with my own capabilities. Shall we? Lin Cheng scoffed, casting a challenging gaze at Zhang Tai. A mere bodyguard wishes to contend with me? How amusing. Zhang Tai's interest was piqued by Lin Cheng's words. Very well. Do enlighten me on how you propose to challenge me? He inquired. To be candid, I possess a remarkable skill in criminal profiling, enabling me to unveil the darker facets of an individual's psyche. Let me articulate the shadows that lurk within you. Should my observations prove inaccurate, you are free to refute them. If, in the end, I fail to identify even one correctly, consider it your victory. Given your self-proclaimed excellence, I trust you shall not fear this challenge, Lin Cheng declared. Xiao Tai, there is no need to engage with a bodyguard. Simply dismiss him, advised Jiayu Yushui's mother. Li Ruoyan, with a cool demeanor before Zhang Tai could respond. Indeed, Mr. Zhang, if you lack the courage to compete, I will instruct my bodyguard to leave. And no one will suspect you of any wrongdoing, Jiayu Yushui added, employing a provocation tactic. Ha ha ha, what is there to fear? Zhang Tai laughed foolishly, dismissing the notion of criminal profiling as mere nonsense. With arms crossed and a haughty demeanor, he leaned back in his chair. Come now, reveal to me the dark corners of my soul, he challenged Lin Cheng. I shall not hold back then. Lin Cheng stepped closer to Zhang Tai, feigning an assessment of him. What a show-off. Zhang Tai scoffed, oblivious to the impending revelation. Jiayu Yushui watched Lin Cheng with keen interest, uncertain of his intentions. Although Li Riyun had insisted on dismissing Lin Cheng, her curiosity had piqued as the competition commenced. Meanwhile, Gu Shuowei at the adjacent table turned her head, anxiously observing the unfolding scene. All right, I believe I have observed sufficiently, Lin Cheng announced, nodding. What are we waiting for? Speak. Zhang Tai huffed dismissively. Lin Cheng smiled faintly. Since you claim your affections are singular, let us discuss your romantic affairs. I will mention a few names, and if you maintain your composure afterward, I shall concede defeat, Lin Cheng proposed with a grin. Do not concern yourself with a few names. Even if it were a dozen, it matters not, Zhang Tai dismissed. Very well, I will proceed. Lin Cheng prepared to unleash his revelations. Zhang Xinyan, Wu Meimeng, Ning Yangzi, Zhang Yunqi, Qin Kersen. Initially, Zhang Tai's expression remained impassive. But as Lin Cheng continued to enumerate names, his countenance shifted to one of increasing distress. Each name belonged to models and actresses from his company, all of whom were his lovers. While it was an open secret that he dallied with the company's young models and actresses, few were privy to their identities. Lin Cheng's precise enumeration of his numerous paramours, amidst a company of over 100 models and actresses, stirred unease within Zhang Tai. Had Lin Cheng conducted an investigation into his private affairs? To what extent did Lin Cheng truly understand him? Under normal circumstances, Zhang Tai would have brushed off any insinuations regarding his tumultuous romantic life, perhaps even feeling a sense of pride in his conquests, as it reflected his prowess and distinction from ordinary men. However, now that he was courting Jiayu Yushui, the potential exposure of his chaotic personal life could leave a detrimental impression upon her. Caught in a quandary, Zhang Tai found himself ensnared by Lin Cheng's revelations. Who are the women you mentioned? Jiayu Yushui quickly grasped Lin Cheng's intent, though she feigned ignorance. The names I mentioned belong to models and actresses from your esteemed company. Mr. Zhang, would you not agree? Lin Cheng smiled knowingly at Zhang Tai. Yes, they are all pillars of our company. My relationship with them is merely professional. Zhang Tai stammered, attempting to align with Lin Cheng's narrative. Merely professional, you say? Mr. Zhang, I seem to have uncovered other associations. Shall we delve into the details before everyone here? Lin Cheng jested. They are merely third-rate actresses and models. What is there to discuss? Zhang Tai's anxiety mounted, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Should Lin Cheng possess evidence of his entanglements with these women, his courtship with Jiayu Yushui would undoubtedly falter. His desire for a successful courtship was driven not only by his attraction to Jiayu Yushui's beauty, but also by the advantageous connections her family could provide. If he could align himself with the Li family through her, the Zhang family's standing would undoubtedly elevate. Such a mutually beneficial arrangement could not be jeopardized by a mere bodyguard and a handful of women. Lin Cheng discerned Zhang Tai's trepidation, recognizing that the moment had arrived for his final blow. Mr. Zhang, you seem rather anxious. Is there an urgent matter at your company that requires your immediate attention? Lin Cheng inquired. Indeed, I have pressing matters to attend to. I fear I may not make it back in time for dinner. Zhang Tai seized the opportunity Lin Cheng had unwittingly provided, hastily excusing himself. Li Ai, Miss Jiayu, I must take my leave. I shall arrange for us to dine together another time, he called out as he rose from his seat and hurried away. Jiayu Yushui discreetly gave Lin Cheng a thumbs up beneath the table, signaling her approval of his actions. Lin Cheng responded with a subtle smile, modest in his triumph. Xiao Shui, your choice of bodyguard is commendable. With just a few words, he has sent the heir of the Zhang family fleeing, Li Ruoyan remarked, her expression unyielding as she observed the entire exchange. Mrs. Li is mistaken. He was not frightened away by me, but rather by his own guilt. Lin Cheng replied with measured composure. However, I trust you have discerned the character of Mr. Zhang through this encounter, Mrs. Li, regardless of Zhang Tai's character. The outcome of this courtship remains unchanged. You will ultimately marry him, Xiao Shui. My interest lies not in securing a commendable son-in-law, but rather in the power his family wields. Li Ruoyan unabashedly confessed her ambition, disregarding her daughter's happiness. I shall clarify the events of today to Zhang Tai, and I hope such unpleasantness does not recur. Li Ruoyan concluded, casting a glance at Lin Cheng. Furthermore, do refrain from bringing your bodyguard to future gatherings. Gatherings of this nature do not require clever individuals. Without waiting for Jiao Yushua's response, Li Ruoyan stood and departed. The family gathering concluded on an unceremonious note. Chapter 53. Were you two enemies in your past life? Wow, Shuejia, to put it bluntly, your mother is truly terrifying. The things she says are hardly befitting of a mother, Lin Cheng remarked after Li Ruoyan had departed. The world of the affluent is indeed quite profound. Jiao Yushue sighed. Do you think my father and I fled from my mother for no reason? Her utter lack of familial sentiment is the cause. She lamented that. As long as her objectives were met, her mother would not hesitate to sacrifice her daughter's happiness. The exasperation was evident on her face. She was clearly at a loss regarding her mother's actions. While they conversed, Gu Shuewei approached from the dining table and joined Lin Cheng and the others. Senior, are you all right? Your mother said some rather outrageous things earlier, Jiao Yushue inquired with concern. I'm fine. I'm used to it, Jiao Yushue replied expressionlessly. Though it was clear she felt disappointed in her mother's conduct. Lin Cheng, once again, I owe you my gratitude for saving me. Had Zhang Tai not left voluntarily, my mother would have certainly persisted. Jiao Yushue expressed her thanks to Lin Cheng. Not a problem, but knowing Zhang Tai's nature, I doubt he will let this go easily. If he has taken a liking to you, he will likely continue to pursue you. Lin Cheng voiced his concerns. That's all right, as long as you are around. I am confident you will find a way to deal with him. Jiao Yushue exhibited immense trust in Lin Cheng. Well, that's indeed true. Lin Cheng chuckled in acceptance of her praise. However, Lin Cheng, how did you manage to scare Zhang Tai away just now? Gu Shuewei inquired curiously. You merely mentioned a few names, yet he fled in haste. Upon hearing this question, Jiao Yushue also looked at Lin Cheng with intrigue, awaiting his explanation. She, too, was puzzled as to why a scion of a powerful conglomerate would be intimidated by a mere bodyguard like Lin Cheng. Well, the answer is rather simple. Lin Cheng grinned and began to weave a tale. You all know that Zhang Tai owns modeling and entertainment companies, and he has many beautiful actresses under his wing. These rich second-generation individuals don't run such businesses to earn money. They merely seek to expand their harem. Hence, I deduce that among these models and actresses, there must be Zhang Tai's lovers. Lin Cheng spoke with a blend of truth and fabrication. How can you be so sure that the individuals you mentioned are all Zhang Tai's lovers? Gu Shuewei queried. It's quite straightforward. Zhang Tai would certainly prioritize promoting his lovers to fame, so the top-ranking models and actresses are likely his paramours, Lin Cheng elucidated. Since this is a matchmaking gathering, Zhang Tai would want to keep his chaotic private life hidden from Shuejia, which is why he left so obediently. Of course, my ability to profile criminals and read minds also helps me uncover Zhang Tai's vulnerabilities. His logical reasoning left both Gu Shuewei and Jiao Yushue visibly impressed. Though it sounds simple, the outcome is surprisingly effective, Gu Shuewei praised. Indeed, Lin Cheng excels in using such straightforward methods to strike at the heart of people's weaknesses. Jiao Yushue added with a smile. Rest assured, with me here, whether it be a 5-star assassin or an overbearing mother, neither poses a problem. You can both relax completely. Lin Cheng declared with confidence. Then I shall rely on you, my personal bodyguard. Jiao Yushue laughed, her worries dissipating. You are truly quite useful. Once you resign from being a bodyguard for senior, you ought to work for me, Gu Shuewei jested, extending an olive branch to Lin Cheng. I could consider it. But my value has increased, and I would require a raise, Lin Cheng responded humorously. Money is not an issue, just do your job well. Gu Shuewei replied with a smile. Observing the playful banter between the two, Jiao Yushue felt her spirits lift. In gratitude for Lin Cheng's assistance today, I shall treat you both to a lavish meal. Order whatever you desire. I shall cover the bill, Jiao Yushue declared grandly. Since Shuejia has said so, I will not hold back. Lin Cheng took the menu without hesitation. However, Gudak Suewa, you should only order some bread or such. Do not take advantage. Shuejia is treating, so what authority do you have to speak? Gu Shuewei stuck her tongue out at Lin Cheng. The three of them continued their playful exchanges while ordering dishes. Soon, the food arrived, exquisitely presented on silver platters. Truly, this is a top-tier hotel. Look at this meal, both scant and expensive, Lin Cheng remarked, gazing at the meager portions. He speared a piece of beef with his fork and tasted it. The The flavor is merely average, hardly surpassing our school cafeteria's offerings. Next time you crave good food, let me know. I will take you to a place that is both delicious and affordable. Lin Cheng's criticism of the meal sparked discontent in Gu Xuewei. What do you know? These ingredients are top-notch, and the chefs are international culinary experts. Naturally, the dishes are expensive, Gu Xuewei argued. No, I say, Gu Daxuewa. You and I are both ordinary folk. Why defend these capitalists? Lin Cheng countered, exasperated. I'm not defending anyone. I merely pointed out the flaws in your statement. Gu Xuewei retorted, growing tense. Enough, you two, cease the quarrel, Jia Yuxue interjected, stepping in as peacemaker. I've noticed that you both argue every time you meet. Were you enemies in a past life? Jia Yuxue chuckled. Who is enemies with him? I wouldn't want to see this person even in this lifetime. Let alone a past life, Gu Xuewei haughtily denied. On the contrary, with that statement, I intend to pursue you not just in this life, but in the next as well. Lin Cheng teased her again. Senior, listen to what he is saying. You must respond to him, Gu Xuewei urged, pulling Jia Yuxue into her campaign against Lin Cheng. No, I have no desire to involve myself in your disputes, Jia Yuxue firmly rejected. I am already getting a headache from your bickering. I just want a drink. She shook her head and raised her glass, downing the red wine in one gulp. See, it's all your fault. You've caused Senior to start drinking, Gu Xuewei chastised Lin Cheng. What does this have to do with me? Clearly, it's your incessant chatter, Lin Cheng shot back. And so it began anew. Jia Yuxue watched as the two fell into their familiar pattern of playful bickering, prompting her to refill her glass. What initially promised to be an exhilarating dinner concluded amidst the lively squabbles of Lin Cheng and Gu Xuewei. Chapter 54. The unique identity of Gu Xuewei. After finishing dinner, Lin Cheng and his companions returned to the lavish mansion of Jia Yuxue. Ding. Jia Yuxue's favorability 10. Current favorability 7100. Ding. Gu Xuewei's favorability 10. Current favorability 9100. On the way, Lin Cheng received 2 system notifications indicating an increase in favorability. While he could understand the rise in favorability from helping Jia Yuxue, he was puzzled by Gu Xuewei's increase. He had not aided her. Why had her favorability also risen by 10 points? Could it be that his valiant actions had endeared him to Gu Xuewei? This young lady seemed to be drawing closer to having feelings for him. With this thought, Lin Cheng couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Having consumed a considerable amount of calories, he felt the need to engage in some exercise. Upon returning to the mansion, Jia Yuxue was still full of energy and expressed her intention to do some nighttime workouts. I am going for a swim. Would you two like to join me? She invited Lin Cheng and Gu Xuewei. As your bodyguard, I must accompany you throughout, Lin Cheng replied without hesitation. Humph, are you here to be a bodyguard? I feel embarrassed to point it out, Gu Xuewei teased, making a face at Lin Cheng. Can you trust me a little more? Am I so unworthy in your eyes? Lin Cheng retorted, feeling his character was being questioned. I simply do not trust you, which is why I will swim too, to keep an eye on you. Gu Xuewei responded, mimicking a camera with her hands, making a gesture of surveillance towards Lin Cheng. Whatever, those who walk with integrity have nothing to fear from shadows. Lin Cheng said confidently. I have a few new swimsuits, Xuewei. Our figures are quite similar. You can wear mine, Jia Yuxue offered to Gu Xuewei. All right, thank you, senior. Gu Xuewei nodded in agreement. Lin Cheng, do you have a swimsuit with you? I don't have any men's swimwear here, Jia Yuxue inquired. I don't. And I don't plan to swim. You two go ahead. I'll keep watch, Lin Cheng replied, intending only to ensure the safety of Jia Yuxue and Gu Xuewei. Then I shall trouble you, Jia Yuxue thanked him and then took Gu Xuewei's hand. Let's go change. While the two girls changed, Lin Cheng approached the poolside. Jia Yuxue's pool was quite large, with crystal clear water. A beach chair was placed nearby for relaxation. Lin Cheng inspected the surroundings of the pool, finding no elements of danger, nor any trace of the 5-star assassin, Liang. After checking the pool, Gu Xuewei and Jia Yuxue emerged in their swimsuits. Each was wrapped in a large white bath towel, concealing their swimwear. Sister Xue, the pool is safe. You can swim without worry, Lin Cheng reported. Jia Yuxue acknowledged, walking towards the beach chair with Gu Xuewei. With a slight shake of their shoulders, the white bath towels fell to the beach chair, revealing their exquisite figures to Lin Cheng. Jia Yuxue donned a black bikini, which accentuated her alluring silhouette, making her appear as the embodiment of a dark goddess. Gu Xuewei wore a floral bikini, showcasing her youth and vitality. Her figure was well-proportioned, without an ounce of excess flesh, and her fair skin shimmered under the moonlight. Upon seeing the two beautiful women, Lin Cheng was momentarily entranced, unable to avert his gaze. "Senior, look at Lin Cheng's lecherous expression. I told you he harbors ill intentions," Gu Shuawei said, feeling shy under Lin Cheng's stare, hastily raising her arms to shield her body. However, this only created a more alluring effect, resembling a delicate flower partially concealed. "Really? I wouldn't mind being seen by him." Diao Yushuai smiled slightly, winking at Lin Cheng, exuding an enchanting charm. Lin Cheng found himself flustered by Diao Yushuai's flirtatious gesture, his heart racing uncontrollably. Truly, as a mature and captivating woman, she knew how to stir a man's heart. It was only due to his strong will that he remained composed, for most would undoubtedly succumb to temptation. After teasing Lin Cheng, Diao Yushuai sat at the edge of the pool, first dipping her feet into the water before gracefully sliding into the pool. The entire motion could only be described with one word: elegance. "Gu, look at Sister Shui. As a woman, she exudes femininity. In comparison, you merely possess a pretty face." Lin Cheng seized the opportunity to tease Gu Shuawei. "What did you say?" Gu Shuawei, hearing this, became displeased, pouting her lips angrily as she approached Lin Cheng. "What's wrong? Getting angry so easily isn't good. You must be gentler. That's what men like." Lin Cheng continued his playful provocation. "So you prefer gentle women? Fine. I shall be gentler," Gu Shuawei said, suddenly smiling sweetly as she reached out to touch Lin Cheng's face. "Your smile isn't gentle at all. It's rather frightening," Lin Cheng remarked, feeling a shiver run down his spine. "Don't do that. I'm scared." "Scared of what? Look how gently I treat you." Gu Shuawei's hand brushed against Lin Cheng's cheek, sending an electric thrill through him, causing him to shudder slightly. Just as Lin Cheng was savoring this sensation, Gu Shuawei suddenly dropped the smile, her anger resurfacing. "Want me to treat you gently? Dream on." She pushed Lin Cheng's forehead with force, causing him to lose his balance and tumble backward into the pool. "Oh no!" Lin Cheng exclaimed, instinctively grabbing Gu Shuawei's arm as he fell. With a splash, they both plunged into the pool like two depth charges. "Gu, you're avenging yourself," Lin Cheng shouted, quickly retrieving his wallet and phone from his pockets and tossing them onto the shore to prevent them from getting wet. "You deserve it. Who told you to speak carelessly?" Gu Shuawei said, wiping her face dry and brushing her hair back. At that moment, she resembled a water lily emerging from the water, appearing even more beautiful. By the way, the system had previously mentioned that upon reaching a favorability of 90, he would be able to uncover Gu Shuawei's unique identity. Now that her favorability had indeed reached 90, he could take a look. Lin Cheng suddenly recalled this and eagerly focused on Gu Shuawei's face, activating the character profile ability. Gu Shuawei's profile immediately appeared before him. Name: Gu Shuawei. Age: 22. Height: 170 centimeters. Measurements: 88, 64, 86. Allergies: seafood, onions. Favorite singer: Jay Cho. Favorite song: Common Jasmine Orange. Menstrual cycle: beginning of the month. Sensitive area: ears. Identity: student at Qingbei University. Unique identity: only daughter of the president of Tianlong International Hotel. Staring at the last line of her profile, Lin Cheng was astonished. He had not anticipated that Gu Shuawei was also a member of the elite wealthy class. Chapter 55. The New Crisis of Laurel Beauty. Although I had long suspected that Gu Shuawei was not an ordinary individual, I had not anticipated the extent of her formidable background. No wonder she reacted so strongly when I criticized the culinary offerings at the Tianlong International Hotel. It seemed I had inadvertently insulted her family. With her striking beauty and considerable wealth, the illustrious Gu Shuawei truly exemplifies a life well lived. As Lin Cheng perused Gu Shuawei's profile, he couldn't help but reflect on this fact. Nevertheless, considering Gu Shuawei's stature, her demeanor was remarkably approachable. The heiress of an international luxury hotel, she even accompanied him for a meal of roast duck legs, a gesture that surpassed many in its warmth. Lin Cheng found himself harboring an unexpected fondness for her. "Why do you keep staring? Surely you know that's inappropriate," Gu Shuawei chided Lin Cheng, assuming his gaze was merely a manifestation of lust. All right, I shall avert my gaze, my lady," Lin Cheng replied with a subtle smile, turning his head and delivering his words with a double entendre. With that, he climbed to the edge of the pool. Having just emerged from the water, he was drenched. His hair slicked to his forehead. Yet, rather than appearing disheveled, he exuded an alluring charm. "You've soaked the new clothes that Sister Shui just bought for me. How do you intend to compensate for this, Miss Gu?" Lin Cheng teased, pointing at his wet attire. "This fabric is of superior quality. It's water-resistant. A dry clean and a quick press will suffice. Gu Shuawei replied as she swam to the pool's edge to address him. Ah, you truly are unreasonable, Lin Cheng said with a wry smile. Seeing that she had gotten the upper hand, Gu Shuawei was delighted. With a powerful kick off the pool's edge, she swam gracefully toward the center of the pool. Lin Cheng watched this mesmerizing scene, his earlier frustrations evaporating in an instant. It was worth it. Thus, Lin Cheng stood soggily on the bank, observing the two enchanting figures gliding through the water. After approximately half an hour, Jiao Yuxue and Gu Shuawei returned to rest, and Lin Cheng retreated to his room for a much-needed sleep. Night swiftly passed. The following day, Lin Cheng rose early. After sharing a meal with Jiao Yuxue and the others, they all traveled to the company together. Sister, what tasks await us today? Gu Shuawei inquired of Jiao Yuxue during the car ride. Today, the models for L'Oreal Beauty's new product will be at the company to shoot promotional photos and videos. We plan to unveil this new product on the day of its launch to generate excitement, Jiao Yuxue explained. No sooner had Jiao Yuxue finished speaking than her phone rang. She answered it, and though Lin Cheng and the others could not hear the conversation, they could see the gravity etched on Jiao Yuxue's face, indicating that the news was likely unfavorable. What's the matter, sister? Is there an issue? Gu Shuawei quickly asked after Jiao Yuxue hung up. There's a problem with the model. Her agent has indicated a desire to terminate the contract with us, Jiao Yuxue replied, her expression serious. Terminate? With just days until the launch, how can we possibly find a new model in such short notice? Gu Shuawei exclaimed, astonished. While ordinary models might be easy to find, for the launch of L'Oreal Beauty, they required a top-tier model with significant recognition to align with the company's prestigious positioning. Unfortunately, most leading models were under exclusive management contracts and were currently engaged in other commitments, making it unlikely to secure one in time. Jiao Yuxue's expression revealed her rare moment of concern. Don't you both find this peculiar? Why would the model choose to terminate the contract now, of all times? Typically, a cancellation incurs significant penalties, which not only results in a monetary loss but also risks alienating a major client like L'Oreal Beauty. Why would anyone engage in such a detrimental transaction? Lin Cheng interjected. Are you suggesting that someone is sabotaging us? Jiao Yuxue discerned the implication in Lin Cheng's words. Based on the current circumstances, that seems to be the case, Lin Cheng affirmed with a nod. Could it be that Huaxi Beauty is behind this? Isn't Li Jiaming known for his disruptive tactics? He even hired an assassin to attack sister. Gu Shuawei speculated. Lin Cheng shook his head. Dismissing Gu Shuawei's theory, Huaxi Beauty lacks the standing of L'Oreal Beauty. Their model's agency wouldn't be foolish enough to engage in such a self-sabotaging endeavor. If it isn't Huaxi Beauty, then who else could it be? Who would want to undermine L'Oreal's launch? Jiao Yuxue queried, perplexed. Have you considered that the real objective may not be to harm L'Oreal Beauty, but rather to create difficulties for Sister Shui herself? Lin Cheng suggested with a smile. Create difficulties for me? Who would resort to such tactics, and for what reason? Jiao Yuxue asked, bewildered. If Sister encounters trouble and then someone swoops in to assist, it might just win their favor, wouldn't you agree? The aim is to gain your goodwill while also influencing the model's agency. I trust you can deduce the identity of this schemer, Lin Cheng teased. Are you implying that this is the doing of that wealthy heir, Zhang Tai? Jiao Yuxue caught on. Indeed, Zhang Tai owns a modeling agency and possesses extensive industry knowledge and connections. Moreover, his wealth affords him the luxury of disregarding the penalties associated with breach of contract, making him the prime suspect, Gu Shuawei concluded. Furthermore, by creating issues for Sister, he could later present alternative models to win her affection. It's a rather transparent strategy, Lin Cheng summarized. My heart is not so easily won, Jiao Yuxue replied coldly. And I will not forgive such despicable methods. Truth be told, Zhang Tai has indeed caused us considerable trouble. He controls most of the leading model's resources. And if he refuses to cooperate, securing a suitable model for L'Oreal Beauty will be no simple task. Lin Cheng analyzed the situation with a calm demeanor. What should we do then? Are we truly expected to plead with Zhang Tai? Gu Shuawei asked. Absolutely not. Even if we cannot find a suitable model, I refuse to beg such a tasteless man, Jiao Yuxue resolutely stated. Lin Cheng, do you have any ideas? Aren't you known for your clever schemes? Gu Shuawei turned to Lin Cheng, seeking his insight. Let us return to the company first and explore any alternative model options. Rest assured, I will not allow Zhang Tai's machinations to succeed, Lin Cheng declared with confidence. Chapter 56. The battle for models begins with a heart laden with concern. Lin Cheng and his companions arrived at the headquarters of L'Oreal Beauty. The atmosphere was already chaotic, resembling a boiling pot. the marketing department, responsible for coordinating with models, was frantically making phone calls to reach other available models who could step in at the last moment. Upon seeing Diao Yushue's arrival, the marketing manager, Lin Cheng, immediately approached her. "What is the situation? Have you managed to contact any suitable models?" Diao Yushue swiftly entered work mode, inquiring about the current circumstances. "We have reached out to all models with similar profiles, but oddly enough, no one is willing to collaborate with us," Lin Cheng replied, his expression troubled. "What about the previous model? Is there absolutely no chance for continued cooperation?" Diao Yushue pressed on. "We've exhausted all means of persuasion. Yet the other party insists on terminating the contract, even stating they're indifferent to paying several times the penalty," Lin Cheng said, frowning deeply. "This is quite strange. Typically, one would not pass up an opportunity to work with our company, let alone take the initiative to terminate a contract," Lin Cheng remarked, perplexed. "President, what should we do now?" Lin Cheng turned to Diao Yushue for guidance. "Continue reaching out to models, see if we can find someone to fill in. I will also brainstorm ideas to navigate this challenge," Diao Yushue instructed decisively. "Understood. I will make the calls right away," Lin Cheng replied and returned to his tasks. "It seems just as you suspected. We have been sabotaged," Diao Yushue said to Lin Cheng after Lin Cheng departed. "Lia Beauty is in turmoil, and Zhang Tai is undoubtedly aware of the situation. If all goes as expected, he will soon reach out to you," Lin Cheng speculated. As soon as Lin Cheng finished speaking, Diao Yushue's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. She activated the speakerphone and answered. "Hello, is this Miss Diao?" "This is Zhang Tai. The one who dined with you yesterday," came the voice on the other end. "Ah, Mr. Zhang, is there something you need?" Diao Yushue glanced at Lin Cheng and shook her head. "I heard there is trouble at Lia Beauty, something about models wanting to terminate their contracts. When I learned you were in a bind, I immediately asked Aunt Li for your number to check on the situation," Zhang Tai stated, feigning ignorance. His words confirmed Lin Cheng's suspicions that he was behind the turmoil. However, Diao Yushue's demeanor remained composed, betraying no sign of distress. "It's nothing serious, just a minor inconvenience. You need not worry," Diao Yushue responded with polite pleasantries. "Are you in need of models? My company has several well-known ones. If you require assistance, I would be happy to lend them to you." Zhang Tai revealed his true intentions. His proposition mirrored Lin Cheng's predictions perfectly. Yet, given Diao Yushue's character, she would never stoop so low as to seek help from someone like Zhang Tai, regardless of the difficulties. "Thank you for your concern, but we are fully capable of handling this minor issue ourselves, so there is no need for you to trouble yourself." Diao Yushue firmly declined Zhang Tai's ulterior motives. "Is that so? Should any issues arise, please do not hesitate to call me. I am more than willing to assist Miss Diao." Zhang Tai's tone exuded confidence, as if he were certain Diao Yushue would eventually turn to him for help. Diao Yushue, unwilling to endure any further of Zhang Tai's prattling, promptly hung up the phone. "Are you perhaps a reincarnation of Zhuge Liang? Your predictions are uncanny," Gu Shuewei remarked to Lin Cheng after overhearing the conversation between Diao Yushue and Zhang Tai. Lin Cheng had not only discerned the identity of the saboteur, but had also anticipated his motives and actions. Just basic deduction, Lin Cheng waved his hand modestly, concealing his achievements. "However, what shall we do next? While your insights are impressive, they do little in terms of resolving the issue at hand, which requires connections and resources." Gu Shuewei pointed out the crux of the problem. Indeed, all first-tier model resources are monopolized by Zhang Tai, making it exceedingly difficult for us to find suitable substitutes. Diao Yushue admitted, her expression reflecting concern. "Zhang Tai's goal is to force you to seek his assistance, and judging by his demeanor, he seems quite confident in this strategy. This indicates that he has likely preemptively acquired all first-tier models available to Lia Beauty." Lin Cheng analyzed the situation. "Even if we were to consider collaborating with a second-tier model, I would refuse to beg for assistance from someone of his ilk. The more he resorts to such underhanded tactics, the more determined I am to confront him head-on," Diao Yushue declared, her voice laced with anger. "Is there truly no viable solution?" Gu Shuewei mused, furrowing her brow. "Senior sister, I refuse to believe that Zhang Tai can monopolize all model resources. Is there no modeling agency that dares to defy him or perhaps has a vendetta against him?" Lin Cheng inquired. Diao Yushue pondered for a moment before responding. "There is indeed a company called Xingyao Entertainment, which is Zhang Tai's arch-rival, akin to the relationship between Lia Beauty and Huaxi Beauty. However, this company lacks the strength of Zhang Tai's firm. Their best models are at best semi-first tier and do not match Lia Beauty's prestige. Nevertheless, If we find ourselves with no other options, we may have to consider collaborating with them. After all, at this juncture, Xingyao Entertainment is likely the only agency brave enough to provide us with models in defiance of Zhang Tai, Diao Yushiwei elaborated. With Zhang Tai having severed Lia Beauty's escape routes and Diao Yushiwei reluctant to concede, the only alternative left was to settle for a lesser model collaboration. Since that is the case, we might as well visit this modeling agency. If feasible, we can leverage this opportunity to generate some buzz. Perhaps elevating their model's visibility to first-tier status, Lin Cheng proposed. Agreed. There is no time to waste. I shall head to Xingyao Entertainment to select models. Diao Yushiwei concurred with Lin Cheng's suggestion. As she prepared to depart, Lin Cheng and Gu Shuiwei promptly joined her. The three set off, determined to reach Xingyao Entertainment. Chapter 57. If we give up now, the competition will end. Xingyao Entertainment, as a modeling and acting agency, is not lacking in strength, and its business model has been quite successful. However, due to Zhang Tai's backing from the Zhang Group, the top models have all signed with Zhang Tai's company, leaving Xingyao Entertainment to contend with the leftovers. Despite their grievances towards Zhang Tai, Xingyao Entertainment dares not confront him directly. After all, opposing Zhang Tai means opposing the entire Zhang Group, a formidable force that a small company like Xingyao Entertainment cannot afford to provoke. Lin Cheng and his companions arrived at Xingyao Entertainment and, after explaining their purpose, were escorted to the president's office by the receptionist. Inside, the president of Xingyao Entertainment, Qin Fun, was seated at his desk. Unlike the flamboyant Zhang Tai, Qin Fun exuded professionalism and composure. "Welcome, Ms. Diao from Leia Cosmetics," he greeted warmly as they entered. "Hello, President Qin," Diao Yushiwei replied, extending her hand for a handshake. "Please, have a seat." Qin Fun gestured towards the sofa in his office. "President Qin, I've come to discuss a potential collaboration," Diao Yushiwei stated directly. "Our company is about to launch a new product, and we would like to partner with your models. What do you think?" Under normal circumstances, Qin Fun would be exhilarated to hear about a collaboration with a top-tier cosmetics company like Leia. Such companies typically have their own exclusive models and seldom collaborate with a company that is not yet considered top-tier. However, to his surprise, Qin Fun did not display excitement. Instead, he appeared troubled. Seeing Qin Fun's reaction, Lin Cheng and his companions understood the reason. It was evident that Zhang Tai had interfered in this matter. "Is there something troubling you, President Qin?" Diao Yushiwei inquired, feigning ignorance. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Fun finally spoke. "Ms. Diao, under normal circumstances, we at Xingyao Entertainment would not let such a wonderful opportunity slip by. However, the current situation is rather different. To be frank, a powerful figure in the entertainment industry has made it clear that we should not collaborate with Leia Cosmetics. If I choose to work with you today, my company may face severe repercussions in the future." Qin Fun was candid about his predicament. "The person you're referring to must be Zhang Tai," Diao Yushiwei stated, naming him directly. "Since you are aware, I won't hide it from you. Indeed, it is Zhang Tai who is behind this," Qin Fun confirmed with a nod. "I do not know the nature of your conflict with him, and while I also disapprove of Zhang Tai's methods, we small companies cannot afford to defy him. Otherwise, he will target us and leave us with no means of survival." Although Qin Fun expressed regret at the missed opportunity for collaboration, he resolutely declined Diao Yushiwei's proposal. It was evident that Zhang Tai's influence in the entertainment industry was formidable. Seeing Qin Fun's reluctance to collaborate, Lin Cheng decided to explore whether he could find a way to persuade him by delving into Qin Fun's profile. He activated his character profile ability, and Qin Fun's information appeared before him. Name: Qin Fun. Age: 33. Position: President of Xingyao Entertainment. Background: raised in a rural area. He built Xingyao Entertainment from the ground up through hard work, making him a businessman with considerable skill and strength. Aspiration: to create the leading entertainment company in China. Lin Cheng understood that Qin Fun was a capable and ambitious businessman. How could someone like him continuously tolerate being suppressed by a rich heir like Zhang Tai? What he needed was a catalyst. Once ignited, his fighting spirit would compel him to confront Zhang Tai head-on. "President Qin, I've heard that Zhang Tai has frequently suppressed your company, hindering its development and seizing various lucrative endorsements through his models. Are you not angered by his actions?" Having discerned Qin Fun's character traits, Lin Cheng employed a provocative tactic. Diao Yushiwei, seeing Lin Cheng take the lead, fell silent, believing wholeheartedly that he could persuade Qin Fun. This industry operates on the principle that those with the capability hold sway. It is a ruthless game of survival, Qin Fun replied. Yet, though he spoke these words, the melancholy in his tone was unmistakable. If Zhang Tai truly possessed strength, that would be one thing, but his achievements are not due to his own merit. He merely benefits from his family's wealth. But President Qin, you are different. You have climbed from the very bottom. In terms of capability, you surpass Zhang Tai by 100-fold. Lin Cheng transitioned to the second phase of his persuasion, offering praise to Qin Fun. One's background is indeed part of their strength, but I have little to say about that. Despite Lin Cheng's words, Qin Fun's fighting spirit remained unkindled. However, President Qin, do you genuinely believe that with your strength, you cannot triumph over someone of noble birth? I think not. It is not that you cannot win. Rather, you have not yet fought him. For instance, this opportunity to collaborate with Leia Cosmetics, are you willing to let it slip away simply due to Zhang Tai's threats? Your dream is to establish the foremost entertainment company in China, is it not? If you give up now, that dream will come to an end. Lin Cheng continued to invigorate Qin Fan with motivation. Upon hearing the phrase the foremost in China, Qin Fan's eyes visibly brightened. It seemed that this dream still took root in his heart. You make valid points. It is not that I am unwilling to confront Zhang Tai. It is simply that the odds of victory are too slim, and the potential losses are significant. Under Lin Cheng's prodding, Qin Fan's stance began to soften. Do not worry. Leia Cosmetics will stand in solidarity with you, Lin Cheng assured him. This collaboration is merely the beginning. If Leia Cosmetics successfully launches, we will prioritize your models for subsequent new products. Hence, even if Zhang Tai attempts to sabotage us, he cannot sever Xingyao Entertainment's economic lifeline. We at Leia Cosmetics are willing to share both fortunes and misfortunes with Xingyao Entertainment, becoming comrades in life and death. With such fervent declarations, Lin Cheng pressed on. Can his words represent you and Leia Cosmetics, Ms. Jiao? Qin Fan turned to Jiao Yuxue, seeking her affirmation. Yes, his words reflect my sentiments exactly. Jiao Yuxue replied with a firm nod. Very well, since Ms. Jiao has spoken so candidly, I can no longer hesitate. To hell with Zhang Tai and the Zhang Group. Xingyao Entertainment is willing to utilize all its resources to assist Ms. Jiao with the promotional work for the launch. With Jiao Yuxue's commitment secured, Qin Fan's fighting spirit was fully ignited. Under Lin Cheng's mediation, the collaboration between Leia Cosmetics and Xingyao Entertainment was officially set in motion. Chapter 58. The disturbing stalker of the model. Upon the table lay an array of photographs and profiles showcasing the most illustrious models from Xingyao Entertainment. Each model possessed angelic features paired with alluring physiques, captivating the eye. These are some of our most renowned models. Feel free to select one that aligns with your product. Qin Fan remarked, gesturing towards the images. Our new product at Leia Beauty is a lipstick, so we require a model with beautiful lips, Jiao Yuxue stated. As she spoke, she distributed the photographs and profiles among Lin Cheng and Gu Xuewei, inviting their assistance in the selection process. All the models were indeed striking, yet Gu Xuewei pointed out, if we are to choose based on lip shape, this model is the most appealing. She produced the photograph of her selected model for all to see. The model's features were exquisite, particularly her lips, which were slim and sensuously inviting. Lin Cheng examined the model's profile, discovering her name to be Xu Chang, a mere 24 years of age. Indeed, I concur that Xu Chang is the most attractive, Lin Cheng expressed, offering his commendation from a male perspective. You possess discerning taste. Xu Chang is among the most recognized models at Xingyao Entertainment. While she may not yet be a top-tier model, she is certainly on the cusp and holds immense potential. Qin Fan praised his protege. Then let us not hesitate. We shall select her, Lin Cheng declared to Jiao Yuxue. Very well, she acquiesced. Though internally, she recognized that this model did not quite measure up to her previous selections. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, she had little room for further deliberation. This model, however, presents a unique situation that prevents me from making an immediate decision, Qin Fan confessed, a look of concern crossing his face. What do you mean? Is it that Xu Chang is currently contracted for an endorsement, making her unavailable for Leia Beauty? Jiao Yuxue inquired. Qin Fan shook his head. It is not due to contractual obligations, but rather because Xu Chang is currently entangled in some unfortunate circumstances that have destabilized her emotional state. After Qin Fan's explanation, Lin Cheng and the others found themselves even more perplexed. Unfortunate circumstances? What has happened to Miss Xu Chang? Gu Xuewei pressed for clarification. Recently, a disturbing stalker has fixated on Xu Chang, frequently sending her frightening items. Although we have reported this to the authorities, we have yet to uncover any leads or apprehend the stalker. This situation has created a tense atmosphere within the company, with Xu Chang being the most adversely affected. Her mental state is quite poor, rendering her unable to perform her duties. Qin Fan succinctly outlined the predicament. A stalker? How terrifying. Miss Shuchang must be utterly frightened. Yu Shuiwei exclaimed, recoiling at the thought. Models, particularly those with a modicum of fame, often encounter such predicaments, whether labeled as obsessive stalkers or fervent admirers. The repercussions are invariably negative. Qin Fen sighed, expressing his resignation. Mr. Qin, you mentioned that the stalker sent some items. Could we possibly examine them? Lin Cheng inquired. Indeed. Lin Cheng possesses criminal profiling skills. Perhaps he could assist in capturing the stalker, Gu Shuiwei added excitedly. Criminal profiling skills? Qin Fen, momentarily bewildered by Gu Shuiwei's comment, nevertheless approached his desk and retrieved several magazines and letters from a drawer. Here are the items sent by the stalker. Please take a look, Qin Fen said, handing the magazines to Lin Cheng. The cover of the magazine displayed a photograph of model Shuchang, but curiously, her lips had been grotesquely removed with a knife, presenting a disturbing image. What is the meaning of this? Why would the stalker mutilate Miss Shuchang's image? Gu Shuiwei gasped, her scalp tingling with horror. The letters from the stalker expressed an unsettling admiration for Shuchang's lips, claiming them to be the most perfect in the world and expressing a desire to kiss her real lips if given the opportunity, utterly perverse sentiments. As Zhang Tai recounted the stalker's words, a look of revulsion crossed his face, clearly disturbed by the implications. Lin Cheng, what is your take on this stalker? Diao Yuxue inquired, leaning closer to him. The stalker possesses a peculiar taste. It is evident he recognizes the beauty of Miss Shuchang's lips. Lin Cheng remarked with a calm demeanor. Is this truly the moment to commend the stalker? We are seeking your insights on whether we can glean any clues from these letters to apprehend him, Gu Shuiwei retorted, her frustration evident. Lin Cheng, do you harbor ulterior motives for your nonchalant attitude? Diao Yuxue suspected, aware of his typically compassionate nature. Indeed. This stalker has inadvertently presented us with an opportunity, a chance to leverage this situation to elevate Shuchang to the status of a top-tier model. Garnering significant public attention in the process, Lin Cheng proposed with a smile. What do you mean by that? Gu Shuiwei's interest was piqued. Consider this. If we manage to capture the stalker and subsequently sensationalize the event, it could very well become a trending topic online. If we adeptly harness this publicity, it would undoubtedly enhance Miss Shuchang's visibility. As you've noted, she is on the brink of becoming a top model. Her challenge lies not in her talent, but in seizing the right opportunity. And now, we have one presented before us. Lin Cheng articulated his thoughts. Indeed. Many models have risen to fame through the publicity of unusual events. We could certainly replicate this path, Diao Yuxue acknowledged, recognizing the validity in Lin Cheng's perspective. While your reasoning holds merit, we must ensure we can capture the stalker first, Gu Shuiwei cautioned. Capturing him should not pose a significant challenge. However, further clues are essential. Lin Cheng replied. I wish to speak with Miss Shuchang directly to see if she can provide any leads. Certainly, Miss Shuchang is in the break room. I can escort you to her, Qin Fen offered. Excellent. Lead the way. With my presence, the stalker's reign of terror shall come to an end, Lin Cheng asserted confidently. Chapter 59. The clue emerges. The stalker is about to be exposed under the guidance of Qin Fen. Lin Cheng and his companions arrived at the lounge of Xingyao Entertainment. 2 security guards stood at the entrance, clearly assigned to ensure the safety of Shuchang. Due to the recent unsettling incidents involving a stalker, Shuchang was reluctant to remain alone at home. Hence, I arranged for her to rest at the company and deployed 2 guards for her protection, Qin Fen explained. As he spoke, he approached the door, and one of the guards opened it upon seeing him. Shuchang, are you in there? I'm coming in, Qin Fen called out as he entered the room. Lin Cheng and the others followed closely behind. Upon entering, they spotted Shuchang seated on the sofa. She was devoid of makeup, yet her natural beauty was evident. However, her complexion appeared pale, and her eyes lacked vitality, clearly indicating she hadn't rested well. It seemed the ordeal with the stalker had taken a significant toll on her. Beside Shuchang sat a woman in a sharp business suit, in her early 30s, wearing black-rimmed glasses and sporting a pragmatic short hairstyle. This woman was holding Shuchang's hand, engaging her in conversation and offering comfort. Shuchang, how are you feeling? Are you better? Qin Fen inquired, stepping closer to her. President Qin, please don't worry. I'm fine, Shuchang replied. Yet, despite her words, her overall demeanor did not convey a sense of well-being. Who are these people? Shuchang asked, noticing Lin Cheng and the others. Oh, allow me to introduce. This is Ms. Diao Yuxue, the president of Laya Cosmetics. She has come to discuss a potential endorsement collaboration for Laya's new product with our company, Qin Fen explained. Laya Cosmetics? Shuchang was momentarily taken aback. Laya was among the top beauty brands in the country and had its own exclusive models. Why would they collaborate with our company? It's a bit complicated, but Ms. Jiao believes your image aligns perfectly with the new product and she wishes to sign you on. Qinfen continued. Sign me on. Upon hearing this, Xu Chang's previously listless eyes sparkled with interest. However, that glimmer quickly faded, overshadowed by her anxiety. Even such an excellent opportunity seemed insufficient to assuage her inner fears. President Qin, I don't want to miss such a great opportunity, but you know my current state. It's hard for me to take on this role, Xu Chang said weakly. Are you worried that the stalker might show up while you're working? Lin Cheng interjected unexpectedly. Who are you? Xu Chang asked, puzzled by Lin Cheng's sudden intrusion. I am Ms. Diao's personal bodyguard, here to assist you in resolving this issue, Lin Cheng replied. I can help you catch the stalker who has been bothering you. Do you really have a way to catch him? Xu Chang's interest piqued at Lin Cheng's assertion. With your cooperation, the chances of capturing him will increase significantly, Lin Cheng affirmed. However, I need to talk to you first to gather more information about this stalker. Wait a moment. Xu Chang's mental state is quite fragile right now. Asking her these questions might affect her mood, the short-haired woman interjected. This woman turned out to be Xu Chang's manager. Zhao Na, rest assured, we will not pressure Xu Chang to answer any questions she does not wish to. Qinfen reassured her. You wouldn't want Xu Chang to live in fear indefinitely, would you? The best way to resolve this is to apprehend the stalker. Xu Chang. If you don't want to answer any of my upcoming questions, you are free to decline. Trust me, I am here to help you, Lin Cheng said sincerely. Xu Chang, don't be swayed by their words. If the police can't handle it, how can they? Manager Zhao Na remarked. Nod, yeah, they mean well. And I want to catch that stalker as soon as possible, Xu Chang insisted. Fine, but remember not to answer any questions you don't wish to, Zhao Na conceded. Seeing Xu Chang's determination, Xu Chang turned to Lin Chen and said, Feel free to ask anything. I will answer to the best of my ability. Very well. Then I shall begin, Lin Cheng said as he took a seat opposite Xu Chang, with Diao Yuxiwei and the others finding their places as well. Firstly, do you have any leads on this stalker? Typically, such individuals tend to linger around their victims. For instance, during your promotional events or runway shows. Have you encountered any suspicious men? Lin Cheng inquired. Lin Cheng's hypothesis held merit. Many serial killers often return to the scene of their crimes to observe the reactions of onlookers upon discovering the bodies. Stalkers similarly tend to hide in plain sight, satisfying their voyeuristic urges. I can't recall anyone unusual. I haven't noticed any strange individuals nearby, Xu Chang replied. Indeed. I have been with Xu Chang and have not seen any odd characters either, Zhao Na concurred. What about any other peculiarities? Have you noticed anything, no matter how minor? Lin Cheng pressed on. Peculiarities? Now that you mention it, there is something, Xu Chang said, her mind recalling a detail. What is it? Lin Cheng asked, suddenly intrigued. The stalker mentioned a food poisoning incident I experienced, but that information was never made public. Only our internal team knew, Xu Chang revealed. How could the stalker know such confidential information? Oh, is that so? Lin Cheng's smile widened. The stalker knows something that only insiders should. Which implies he might be an employee of Xingyao Entertainment, Gu Shiwei speculated, astonished by this possibility. If all goes as expected, the stalker is indeed an internal employee. Lin Cheng affirmed with a nod. Should I call all the employees in for questioning one by one? Qinfen proposed. There's no need for that. Have your HR department send over all employee photographs and profiles, including the janitorial staff. Once I review them, I will identify the stalker. Lin Cheng said with a confident smile. Chapter 60. Who says women cannot be stalkers? Lin Cheng sat before the computer, the monitor displaying the personnel database of Xingyao Entertainment. Here, he could peruse the information of all employees at Xingyao Entertainment. The Human Resources Director had informed Lin Cheng that all employee data could be accessed with a simple click of the mouse. If there were any uncertainties, he was available in the office for assistance. Thank you for your help. Lin Cheng expressed his gratitude as the Human Resources Director exited the data room, leaving him alone. Once the director departed, Lin Cheng eagerly began sifting through the employee records. His reasoning was straightforward, since the deranged stalker was someone close to Xu Chang. Examining all male employees would likely reveal the stalker's identity. System, I wish to ascertain whether any of these individuals are stalkers. Please display the relevant information. Lin Cheng commanded the system, initiating his review of all male employees at Xingyao Entertainment, given that it was a modeling agency. There was no shortage of lecherous individuals among the staff. Each employee's profile revealed unique characteristics and preferences regarding models. While many employees admired Xu Chang, The majority merely harbored a benign affection and did not exhibit any obsessive tendencies. After scrutinizing all male employees, including middle-aged security guards and janitors, Lin Cheng still found no trace of a stalker. Assuming he had overlooked something, he utilized the character database feature to delve deeper into the profiles of these male employees. Regrettably, the term stalker remained absent from the records, indicating that none of the male employees were the perpetrator. Having spent over an hour in the data room without yielding satisfactory results, Lin Cheng began to doubt his approach when Gu Shuawei and Zhao Yushui entered. Lin Cheng, how's it going? Have you spotted any suspicious individuals? Gu Shuawei inquired upon entering. I've reviewed all the male employees, but unfortunately, I haven't identified any suspects. Lin Cheng replied with a hint of frustration. Perhaps merely viewing their photographs isn't sufficient. Should we summon them for a face-to-face inquiry? We might uncover some clues through conversation, suggested Zhao Yushui. There is no need for that, based on my experience. I can assure you that none of these individuals are stalkers, Lin Cheng asserted. The abilities of the character database allowed him to glean insights from photographs, making it unnecessary to call the individuals in person. Moreover, the accuracy of the character database was high. If it couldn't reveal the identity of the stalker, then direct questioning would certainly yield no results. Could it be that our investigative approach is flawed? Perhaps the stalker isn't even in this company? Zhao Yushui pondered. But if he is not in the company, how does he know Xu Chang's personal information? Lin Cheng questioned. Despite not finding the stalker among the male employees, Lin Cheng's intuition insisted that their line of inquiry was correct. The stalker must indeed be within the company, and he was likely very close to model Xu Chang. Now that we've hit a dead end, what should we do next? Gu Shuawei lamented. You're asking me? Who else would I turn to? Lin Cheng replied, tugging at his hair in frustration. Now in a state of turmoil, Lin Cheng wondered how to apprehend the stalker if even his extraordinary abilities could not identify the culprit. They say to catch a criminal, one must first understand the criminal's psyche. Let us attempt to delve into the mind of the stalker, suggested Gu Shuawei. Firstly, I completely understand why the stalker is infatuated with Xu Chang. After all, she is exceedingly beautiful. Even as a woman, I find it hard not to admire her. Gu Shuawei remarked, attempting to align her thoughts with those of the stalker in hopes of uncovering clues. Just as Lin Cheng was grappling with how to catch the offender, Gu Shuawei's words sparked a realization within him. Wait a moment, Gu. What did you just say? He suddenly asked. I said I understand why the stalker is attracted to Xu Chang, Gu Shuawei replied, puzzled by his question. Not that part, the subsequent statement, Lin Cheng pressed. The subsequent statement? Oh, I mentioned that I also like Xu Chang. Is there a problem with that? Gu Shuawei mused. Gu, you've been incredibly helpful. Lin Cheng said with a grin, praising her insight. Helpful? What do you mean by that? Gu Shuawei asked, bewildered. Instead of answering directly, Lin Cheng turned back to the employee information on the computer, resuming his search. We have been confined by our preconceived notions. Most likely, the perpetrator is an employee of this company, albeit with a somewhat unique identity. As he spoke and continued to examine the employee data, Lin Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up as he made a discovery. I found it. I know who the deranged stalker is. I never expected it to be this individual, he exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face as he gazed at the employee's photo on the screen. After confirming the identity of the stalker, Lin Cheng returned to Xu Chang's lounge with Gu Shuawei and Zhao Yushui. Inside the lounge, along with Xu Chang, were her manager, Zhao Na, and the president of Xingyao Entertainment, Qin Fen. Director Jiao, you're back. Have you identified the stalker? Qin Fen eagerly inquired upon their return. After thorough investigation, we found that none of the male employees at Xingyao Entertainment are the stalker, Lin Cheng stated. Although he spoke these words, his expression bore no hint of regret. Instead, he wore a smile. See, I told you the stalker couldn't possibly be one of our employees. You were merely wasting your time, Zhao Na scoffed as Lin Cheng and his colleagues returned empty-handed. Zhao, I believe you've misunderstood. I only indicated that the stalker isn't among the male employees, not that the stalker isn't within Xingyao Entertainment, Lin Cheng replied with a chuckle. What do you mean by that? Everyone asked, confusion evident on their faces. Allow me to clarify, Lin Cheng began, explaining. We fell into a misconception, thinking the stalker must be male. However, Xu Chang has many female fans as well. And who says women cannot be stalkers? Lin Cheng grinned. You mean the stalker is a woman? The group reacted with astonishment. Indeed, the stalker is a woman, and she is very close to Xu Chang, Lin Cheng asserted. His gaze fixed on the increasingly anxious expression of manager Zhao Na. I'm correct, aren't I? Zhao Na? Or should I rather refer to you as the deranged stalker? Chapter 61. The pervert is right beside me. You claim that Zhao Na's manager is a deranged stalker? How could that possibly be true? Indeed, Zhao Na is a manager, constantly by Xu Chang's side. There would be no reason for her to engage in such perverse stalking behavior. Yu Xuewei and Dia Yuxiwei were utterly astonished by Lin Cheng's absurd assertion. Their reasoning was not without merit. Logically speaking, as Xu Chang's manager, Zhao Na's daily presence beside her negated any need for stalker-like actions. Yet, Lin Cheng was adamant. At that moment, he was utilizing the extraordinary capabilities of the character data card to scrutinize the details of manager Zhao Na. Name, Zhao Na. Age, 34. Measurements, 82, 62, 84. Occupation, manager. Special identity, Xu Chang stalker. Evidence, personal undergarment found in her pocket. With the aid of this supernatural ability, Lin Cheng not only identified Zhao Na's stalker identity but also uncovered incriminating evidence. To possess another's intimate apparel in her pocket was indeed a sign of profound abnormality. Do not slander me. How could a woman like me possibly be a stalker? Besides, as you said, I am with Xu Chang every day, rendering any stalking behavior unnecessary. Correct? Take back your words, or I shall sue you for defamation. Do you believe that? Zhao Na, incensed and embarrassed, shouted at Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng, if you suspect her, you must have evidence, so show it to us, Dia Yuxiwei urged. Of course I have proof, and it lies within Zhao Na herself. Lin Cheng replied with a faint smile, pointing toward the pocket of Zhao Na's shirt. Zhao Na, would you dare to reveal what you have in your pocket for us to see? At this challenge, Zhao Na's complexion drained of color, her expression one of sheer terror. Instinctively, she covered her pocket with her hand, trying to shield it. Zhao Na, what do you have in your pocket? Show us. Qin Fun, noticing Zhao Na's reaction, commanded her to reveal its contents. What I have in my pocket is my private matter. It concerns none of you. Zhao Na retreated a few steps, her demeanor increasingly frantic. Nana, if it has nothing to do with you, then freely show it. That would be the simplest way to prove your innocence, Xu Chang interjected. At that moment, the previously silent Xu Chang spoke up. Nana has always treated me well. I believe this matter has nothing to do with you, right? Xu Chang's gaze was sincere, yet contrastingly, Zhao Na seemed unable to meet her eyes, betraying her guilt. Her furtive behavior suggests something is amiss. Enough with the chatter. Let us retrieve it ourselves. Qin Fin, with his quick temper, could no longer wait and took matters into his own hands, attempting to snatch what was in Zhao Na's pocket. Do not take it. Step aside, or I will call the police. Zhao Na desperately clutched her clothing pocket. But her strength was no match for Qin Fun's determination. In an instant, he reached into Zhao Na's pocket and yanked out a pair of red lace underwear. What is this? Qin Fin grimaced at the sudden appearance of the undergarment, his expression one of disgust. Return that. It belongs to me. Zhao Na snatched the underwear back from Qin Fin, clutching it tightly to her chest. Nana, that underwear. Could it be the one I lost? Xu Chang's voice trembled. With that revelation, Zhao Na's attempts to conceal the truth became futile. Xu Chang had seen the undergarment. Zhao Na hung her head in silence, tacitly acknowledging Xu Chang's words. Is it true? Could Zhao Na truly be that deranged stalker? But what could her motive possibly be? Yu Xuewei observed the unfolding scene, her mind in a whirl. Although the situation was rife with sensational drama, she struggled to comprehend Zhao Na's motives. It's quite simple. She wishes for Xu Chang to develop a dependency on her. Lin Cheng interjected, elucidating the matter for the group. Despite being Xu Chang's manager, Zhao Na's position only affords her a professional relationship, which is insufficient for her obsessive affection. She desires something far more intimate. Yet, fearing that revealing her true feelings would repel Xu Chang, she concocted the persona of a stalker. By creating this threat, Xu Chang would undoubtedly feel fear, allowing Zhao Na to step in as a comforting presence, thereby fostering a deeper reliance on her. As Lin Cheng elaborated, he glanced at Zhao Na. These are merely my conjectures. Would you care to refute them, Zhao Na? Zhao Na remained silent, glaring at Lin Cheng with venomous eyes, as if wishing for his demise. Nana, why would you resort to such actions? I have always regarded you as a sister. Why would you betray me? Xu Chang's despairing gaze bore into the silent Zhao Na, her heart shattered. Yet, Zhao Na offered no explanation, evidently unwilling to justify her actions. Enough with this nonsense. Let us report her to the authorities. Qin Fin glowered at Zhao Na and promptly dialed for the police. Before long, law enforcement arrived, and after assessing the situation, they took Zhao Na into custody. Xu Chang, feeling unwell, remained behind to provide her statement at a later time. Lin Cheng, you have once again proven your worth by apprehending this deranged stalker. Gu Shuawei commended him once the ordeal concluded. Merely a trivial matter. Now we can proceed to discuss our collaboration, Lin Cheng replied, redirecting the conversation toward Qin Fen. Miss Xu, I understand your spirits are low, but we cannot delay the launch of the Leia Beauty project. May I inquire if you feel prepared to assume the role of Leia Beauty's exclusive model? Yao Yushiwei asked Xu Chang. Rest assured, Director Diao, now that the stalker has been apprehended, I am no longer fearful. I appreciate this wonderful opportunity, and I shall demonstrate the professionalism expected of a model, Xu Chang asserted, her resolve strengthened. Excellent. Since both parties are in agreement, let us finalize the details and sign the contract at once, Qin Fen declared, his mood considerably uplifted. Very well, let us proceed, Diao Yushiwei responded with a smile. Regarding the contract, I am not well versed. I shall refrain from interfering, Lin Cheng stated, for I have more pressing matters to attend to. What will you be doing? Diao Yushiwei inquired curiously. Naturally, I intend to leverage my connections to elevate Xu Chang's fame, Lin Cheng replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Chapter 62. Lin Cheng's plan for popularity. After resolving the matter with the deranged stalker, Diao Yushiwei and Qin Fen proceeded to discuss a collaboration regarding the exclusive model. Lin Cheng and Gu Shuawei remained in the lounge, awaiting their return. Hey, Lin Cheng, what do you mean by leveraging your connections to make Xu Chang famous? How do you intend to go about it? Gu Shuawei inquired, unable to contain her curiosity as she observed Lin Cheng sending mysterious messages. Naturally, I plan to utilize the current online platforms to promote Xu Chang as this new exclusive model, Lin Cheng replied, setting his phone down and smiling at her. Remember that journalist, Su Ying, who created a short video about the rainy night murderer? It received quite a positive response. So, I've decided to inform her about today's events and have her produce a short video as well. I've even come up with a title, The Curse of Perfect Lips. The model targeted by a deranged stalker. Is such a promotional approach feasible? What if it backfires? Gu Shuawei expressed her concerns. Lin Cheng exuded confidence. Rest assured, it won't backfire. Nowadays, netizens are drawn to peculiar news stories. We merely need to present the situation in an intriguing light, and with Su Ying's existing following, the video is bound to go viral. Subsequently, we can capitalize on the traffic generated over the next few days to elevate Xu Chang's profile, aligning it seamlessly with the launch of L'Oreal's new beauty products. After contemplating Lin Cheng's reasoning, Gu Shuawei acknowledged, if we execute your plan, it might indeed succeed. I've already spoken with journalist Su Ying and urged her to expedite the video production. Once we review it and confirm everything is in order, we'll release it. Although this method may be somewhat unorthodox, the urgency of our situation, coupled with the unscrupulous tactics of our competitors, compels us to adopt unconventional strategies. Lin Cheng elaborated, shaking his phone lightly. We have done all we could. The outcome now hinges on our fortune. Shortly after Lin Cheng concluded his arrangement with Su Ying, Diao Yushiwei and Qin Fen reached a mutual agreement on their collaboration. They had nearly finalized the contract details, needing only to draft it for signatures. Upon concluding their negotiations, they joined Lin Cheng and Gu Shuawei in the lounge. Senior, have you finished your discussions? Gu Shuawei asked upon seeing Diao Yushiwei and the others return. Yes. We are close to finalizing everything. We'll negotiate the remaining details later and aim to sign the contract within the next couple of days. Diao Yushiwei confirmed with a nod. Tomorrow, I will send Xu Chang to your company to assist in shooting promotional photos and videos for the new products, Qin Fen added. Turning to Lin Cheng, Qin Fen extended his hand. Brother, the collaboration between L'Oreal and Xingyao Entertainment hinges on your efforts. There's nothing more to say but thank you. He grasped Lin Cheng's hand enthusiastically. You're too kind, Qin. I hope Xingyao Entertainment rises to become one of the premier entertainment companies in China, and that we continue to collaborate in the future, Lin Cheng replied with a smile. By the way, I just contacted a video blogger to create a video about the stalking incident involving Xu Chang, aiming to propel her into the spotlight. Naturally, the video will also highlight her perfect lips, drawing attention to L'Oreal's new lipstick line, Lin Cheng conveyed to Diao Yushiwei and the others. That's an excellent promotional strategy. I think it can work, Qin Fen remarked, his eyes lighting up. As the president of an entertainment company, he was well versed in various promotional methods. Based on his experience, Lin Cheng's approach was indeed suitable for promoting entertainment stars. I'll take charge of this matter. Let us work together to ensure a successful launch event for L'Oreal's new products, Lin Cheng stated. It's getting late, and you must be hungry. Allow me to treat you to dinner, Qin Fen suggested, eager to extend his hospitality. Let us save it for another time. We have some matters to attend to at the company and must return. Jiao Yuxue politely declined. All right, we can discuss it later, Qin Fan acquiesced. He then escorted Lin Cheng and the others out of the company, watching as they departed. Upon returning to L'Oreal's headquarters, Jiao Yuxue promptly convened the senior management team to discuss the collaboration with Xingyao Entertainment, despite some dissent regarding the partnership. The lack of better alternatives ultimately compelled them to agree under Jiao Yuxue's insistence. The public relations and marketing departments swiftly mobilized, announcing the transition to a new exclusive model online. Other departments also began preparing appropriate shooting plans for the new model, Xuchang. As the evening unfolded amid their bustling activities, Lin Cheng received a message from Su Ying while inspecting the company. Lin Cheng, I've completed the video based on your suggestions. Please review it, and if all is well, I will publish it, came Su Ying's message, accompanied by the video file. Opening the video, Lin Cheng recognized Su Ying's familiar style. She presented the content as if broadcasting, with Lin Cheng's provided images of Xuchang as the backdrop. The model's eyes were blurred, yet astute netizens would undoubtedly uncover her identity. Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to this episode of Truth Tracking. Today, we delve into a disturbing stalking incident involving a moderately well-known model. This model, renowned for her exquisite lips, fell victim to a deranged stalker, leading to severe harassment and a near breakdown of her mental state. Fortunately, Lin Cheng, the criminal profiler from the Rainy Night murderer case, came to her rescue. He utilized his skills to identify the perpetrator, who turned out to be the model's own female agent. It appears this agent had an obsessive infatuation with the model's lips, culminating in her criminal actions. I urge everyone to pursue their idols rationally and refrain from unlawful behaviors. Justice prevails, and offenders will ultimately face consequences. The video abruptly concluded, leaving Lin Cheng quite satisfied. Su Ying had adhered to his request, emphasizing the perfection of Xuchang's lips. Lin Cheng felt a surge of confidence, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Xuchang was poised to trend tomorrow. Chapter 63, Zhang Tai's humiliation. As Lin Cheng anticipated, after a night of fermentation, Su Ying's video featuring Xuchang went viral. The video garnered over 1 million likes, with clicks surpassing 30 million and comments exceeding 100,000. Naturally, Xuchang's identity was thoroughly investigated by netizens. What delighted Lin Cheng and his companions even more was that this video triggered a chain reaction of trending topics. Several social media platforms buzzed with discussions about Xuchang. What does it mean to be called the owner of the most perfect lips by a deranged stalker? How should women respond when faced with stalkers? It turns out that a woman's beauty can attract female stalkers. What kind of model is Xuchang, really? These trending topics surged to the forefront, significantly boosting Xuchang's visibility. In no time, videos and photographs of Xuchang flooded the internet. Upon viewing her images, netizens overwhelmingly bestowed positive remarks. Wow, her lips are truly stunning. Even as a woman, I am mesmerized. It's no wonder she attracts stalkers. I feel like following her too. How did I not notice such a beautiful model until now? Compared to her, those so-called top models are nothing. Although the netizens' evaluations were largely favorable, some extreme comments surfaced as well. L'Oreal Beauty seized this wave of popularity and, early in the morning, announced their collaboration with Xuchang on their official account. They also mentioned that she would be the spokesperson for their latest product. This move by L'Oreal Beauty reignited Xuchang's fame, after all. It was the first time a beauty company of such caliber partnered with a second-tier model. Many netizens speculated that L'Oreal Beauty was merely riding on Xuchang's coattails. However, a greater number of netizens, particularly the brand's fans, embraced this powerful alliance. Overall, Lin Cheng's strategy had a decidedly positive promotional effect on L'Oreal Beauty. At L'Oreal Beauty's headquarters, the photography department was diligently engaged in a photo shoot, with Xuchang being the focal point as the brand's new exclusive model. Dressed in exquisite attire, holding L'Oreal's latest lipstick, she executed various poses under the photographer's guidance. At that moment, Xuchang's fiery red lips perfectly showcased the selling points of the new product. Lin Cheng, Jiao Yuxue, Gu Xuewei, and Qin Fan stood nearby, observing the shoot with relaxed expressions. Truly a professional model, her expressiveness is remarkable. Every movement she makes perfectly embodies L'Oreal's new lipstick, Gu Xuewei remarked, her excitement evident. I must be among the first to acquire one as soon as the new product is released, she added. Indeed, Xuchang's expressiveness surpasses that of our previous exclusive model. Selecting her was undoubtedly a wise decision, Jiao Yuxue concurred. Most importantly, Xuchang had gained immense popularity. Who would have thought that our Xingyao Entertainment could cultivate a top-tier model? Qinfen, Xu Chang's manager and the head of Xingyao Entertainment, was the most elated among them. Having previously been overshadowed by the wealthy Zhang Tai, the current situation was markedly different. Thanks to Lin Cheng's maneuvers, their company now boasted its first top model. And future collaborations with L'Oreal Beauty promised to be even closer. He envisioned that Xingyao Entertainment would undoubtedly rise to become a premier entertainment company. Lin Cheng. All of this is your doing. Once this matter concludes, I shall reward you handsomely, Diao Yushui said to him. Don't mention it, Sister Shui. As your personal bodyguard. This is simply my duty, Lin Cheng replied nonchalantly. You truly are someone who shuns fame and fortune, Diao Yushua praised him. Ding. Diao Yushua's favorability 10. Currently favorability 8100. Unsurprisingly, after this incident, Diao Yushua's admiration for Lin Cheng increased once again. With just 20 more points needed, Lin Cheng would unlock new superpowers. However, Zhang Tai, the wealthy scion, must be furious, especially since he initially hoped that the senior would seek his assistance. Instead, she rose from the ashes and forged a new path for herself, Gu Shuowei noted. You all seem quite lively. A bothersome voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. Turning towards the sound, they discovered Zhang Tai had intrusively arrived. Although a smile graced Zhang Tai's face, it bore a disingenuous quality that was deeply off-putting. Isn't this President Qin? Congratulations. I thought my company would have the honor of collaborating with Miss Diao, but it seems she has chosen your company instead. Being recognized by Miss Diao indicates your company's promising potential, Zhang Tai stated coldly, his tone laced with veiled threats. President Zhang, you jest. Compared to your company, ours is nothing but modest. It's merely that Miss Diao values me. It has little to do with strength, Qinfen replied, maintaining his composure. Are you implying that Miss Diao holds me in low regard? Zhang Tai retorted icily. I never said such a thing. Please don't misinterpret my words, Qinfen shrugged, adopting an indifferent demeanor. Under normal circumstances, Qinfen would avoid offending Zhang Tai due to his status. However, now that the lines of enmity had been drawn, there was no need to show Zhang Tai any courtesy. You little brat. Zhang Tai seethed, incensed by Qinfen's response. President Zhang, you're not here to quarrel with me, are you? Diao Yushua interjected. My company has many matters to attend to, and I do not wish to deal with your emotions. Of course not. I came only to congratulate Miss Diao on finding such a suitable model, Zhang Tai responded, suppressing his anger. However, I hope Miss Diao will consider my company if the opportunity arises. Certainly. Next time, Diao Yushua replied dismissively. Miss Diao, I have matters to attend to, so I cannot keep you any longer. Please, carry on, she added, subtly issuing a dismissal. No worries, Miss Diao. Please continue with your work. I merely came to offer my congratulations. Now that we've exchanged pleasantries, I shall take my leave. Zhang Tai forced a smile before turning to exit. We've managed to put him in his place this time. He surely won't take this lightly and may plot against us in the future, Diao Yushua remarked, frowning as she watched Zhang Tai depart. Do not worry. With Lin Cheng around, whatever schemes Zhang Tai concocts will be futile, Gu Shuowei assured her. As she spoke, Gu Shuowei turned to Lin Cheng, flashing a smile. Am I right? Well, more or less, Lin Cheng replied, graciously accepting Gu Shuowei's praise. I am unperturbed by such scum. I could handle 10 more without fear. Chapter 64. The collaboration between Lin Cheng and the campus belle Zhang Tai stormed back to the company. Still perplexed by the unexpected collaboration between Diao Yushua's company and Qinfen, a second-tier modeling agency. On the very day of the partnership, their models had surged in popularity online, overshadowing even the top models of Zhang's own company. This was utterly illogical. If Diao Yushua had orchestrated this, then the person behind it must possess remarkable skill, adept at understanding the psychology of internet users, even managing to persuade Qinfen, who usually would not dare to oppose him. Diao Yushua had formidable allies. The more Zhang Tai pondered, the more entangled his thoughts became. Unable to contain himself, he dialed a number, summoning his assistant. Zhao, what can I do for you? The assistant entered the office, addressing Zhang Tai with utmost respect. Investigate who facilitated the collaboration between Leia Beauty and Xingyao Entertainment. I want this person identified, Zhang Tai commanded. Understood. Is there anything else, Zhao? The assistant nodded, accepting the task. Also, where is Leia Beauty's launch conference being held? Zhang Tai inquired. Please hold on. I'll look it up. The assistant began to sift through his tablet. Soon, he found the answer to Zhang Tai's question. The launch conference for Leia Beauty is being held at the Jiuzhou International venue, he reported. Jiuzhou International? Is that part of our Zhang family's hotel chain? Zhang Tai's eyes lit up at the revelation. Indeed, it belongs to the Zhang group, the assistant confirmed. Excellent, I see. You may leave now, Zhang Tai replied, a smile playing on his lips. Ensure you clarify the matter I assigned to you as swiftly as possible. Yes, I'll take my leave. The assistant acknowledged and exited the office. Part of the Zhang family's hotel chain? Jia Yuxue, you've unwittingly walked into my trap. This time, I shall see if you dare to seek my assistance. Zhang Tai smirked coldly. At Leia Beauty's headquarters, after a day filled with bustling shooting activities, all promotional materials for the new products had been successfully captured. The synergy between Xuchang and the new products was exceptional, and despite the rush timeline, the resulting promotional video was of impressive quality. After reviewing the footage with the marketing team, Jia Yuxue promptly approved the post-production work. With that, the modeling crisis orchestrated by Zhang Tai was effectively averted. Upon resolving the matters, Lin Cheng and the others returned to the president's office. Ah, what a tiring day. Blame Zhang Tai for keeping us so busy, Jia Yuxue exclaimed as she collapsed onto the sofa, visibly exhausted. Yet, we have turned adversity into advantage. Discovering more suitable models and generating considerable buzz ahead of the launch, Lin Cheng remarked. From this perspective, Zhang Tai has shot himself in the foot. Should we anticipate what other tactics Zhang Tai might employ against us? It would be wise to prepare our countermeasures, Gu Shuawei suggested. At this crucial juncture before the launch, the distributors should not cancel our collaboration. Leia Beauty has its own counters, so we need not worry about being pulled from shelves. And the models are no longer an issue. I truly cannot fathom how he might retaliate, Jia Yuxue responded. So, you mean we are temporarily safe? Gu Shuawei inquired. Roughly speaking, Jia Yuxue nodded, but just then, her phone on the desk rang unexpectedly. Hello, what is it? Jia Yuxue answered the call, but her expression grew increasingly somber, her brow furrowing deeper. Clearly, the news on the other end was not favorable. All right, I understand. I will handle this matter. After a moment, Jia Yuxue hung up, her face grave. What happened? Is there an issue? Lin Cheng asked upon seeing her demeanor. Has Zhang Tai resorted to some underhanded tactic again? Indeed. He has played dirty again, but I did not anticipate he would resort to such measures, Jia Yuxue replied with a wry smile. The hotel for the Leia Beauty launch conference just called, stating there is a fire safety issue that needs repairs, and they can no longer rent the venue to us. Fire safety issues? Such a flimsy excuse. Lin Cheng muttered indignantly. Does this hotel have ties to Zhang Tai? How can he influence them so effortlessly? We had booked the Jiuzhou International venue, which is indeed part of the Zhang Group's holdings. As the heir of the Zhang family, Zhang Tai certainly has the authority to do so. Furthermore, citing fire safety as the reason leaves us with little recourse, at most. We could claim a breach of contract and seek a minor compensation, Jia Yuxue lamented. Jiuzhou International is a top-tier hotel brand. Large venues are usually booked well in advance. I believe it will be quite challenging to find a suitable replacement on short notice, Gu Shuawei added. You seem knowledgeable about the hotel industry, Lin Cheng chuckled. Lin Cheng was aware that Gu Shuawei was the esteemed daughter of Tianlong International Hotel, and he merely intended to tease her. I was planning to intern at Tianlong International. So I learned a bit about the industry, Gu Shuawei explained. There's no choice now but to inquire at various hotels to see if we can locate a suitable venue. Jia Yuxue sighed. However, given the current situation, even if we find one, it likely won't accommodate the scale of our guest list. Jia Yuxue expressed her concern. What if the venue is too small to host everyone? Sister, it's just a hotel venue, right? Allow me to assist you with this, Lin Cheng suddenly interjected. Oh, do you know people in the hotel industry? Jia Yuxue asked, intrigued. I do, and I know someone quite significant, Lin Cheng smiled slightly, his gaze inadvertently landing on Gu Shuawei. However, to accomplish this goal, I will need to borrow someone, Lin Cheng stated. Who do you intend to borrow? Jia Yuxue inquired. Curious. Lin Cheng extended his hand, pointing at Gu Shuawei, her. Gu Shuawei was taken aback by Lin Cheng's gesture, her expression turning somewhat uneasy. Shuawei? Are you too sure you can handle such a large task? Jia Yuxue felt uncertain. Rest assured, when Shuawei and I collaborate, success is guaranteed, Lin Cheng asserted with confidence. Very well, if you are so certain, then go forth and execute your plan, Jia Yuxue concluded, turning to Gu Shuawei. Shuawei, do cooperate with him. Understood, Sister Shui. Gu Shuawei nodded. Just watch. I will secure a venue that surpasses Jiuzhou International in quality, size, and prestige, Lin Cheng declared, wrapping an arm around Gu Shuawei's shoulder with a smile, pledging his commitment. Chapter 65. The unexpected meeting with the parents. Hey, Lin Cheng, you want to take on such a troublesome task? I refuse to be dragged into this. But why must you pull me into your mess? After leaving Diao Yushue's office, Gu Shuawei began to voice her grievances to Lin Cheng. Come now, Gu, don't be so modest. This matter cannot be accomplished without you. Lin Cheng responded with a smile. What do you mean by that? What do you mean it can't be done without me? I certainly don't possess the capabilities you do, Lin Cheng, Gu Shuawei retorted. At this point, Lin Cheng decided to drop the pretense when he noticed Gu Shuawei was still concealing her identity. I've known your true identity for quite some time. Haven Ti, the young lady of Tianlong International Hotel, Lin Cheng revealed. How did you know? Gu Shuawei was taken aback by Lin Cheng's revelation. Indeed, Gu Shuawei was the daughter of the president of Tianlong International Hotel. However, she was not particularly fond of this identity and preferred to keep it hidden, even from her closest friends. Yet, she could not fathom how Lin Cheng had seen through her well-guarded secret. You must be wondering how I uncovered your identity, Lin Cheng said, interrupting her thoughts. Remember when we dined at Tianlong International Hotel, and I criticized the dishes? You appeared rather upset. If you had no connection to the hotel, why would such a trivial matter agitate you? That led me to surmise that you were indeed linked to the establishment. Subsequently, I looked into the hotel's president and discovered his name was Gu Jiaming, sharing your surname. I also found interviews where he often mentioned having a beautiful daughter studying at Qingbei University. With all this evidence, if I couldn't deduce that you were his daughter, I would have to consider myself quite dull. Lin Cheng refrained from mentioning his extraordinary abilities, fabricating a plausible explanation instead. Nevertheless, thanks to his prior successes in solving various intricate cases, Gu Shuawei had begun to place an inexplicable trust in Lin Cheng. Accepting his deduction, she sighed in resignation. All right. Since you already know, I won't hide it any longer. Yes, I am the daughter of Gu Jiaming, the president of Tianlong International Hotel. Given your admission, the solution to our problem becomes clearer. Just call your father and ask him to reserve a spot for Shui Jie at the venue, Lin Cheng suggested. Gu Shuawei shook her head, her expression troubled. It's not that I don't want to assist you, but I've never wished to interfere in my father's business. Furthermore, the venue at Tianlong International Hotel is likely fully booked by now. It's too late to make arrangements. But you are his own daughter. Just charm him a little, and he'll find a way to squeeze in a spot for you, Lin Cheng insisted. Lin Cheng understood the difficulty of the task ahead. Yet he felt it was time for Gu Shuawei, who had been by his side without contributing, to take action. Even if you say that, I still don't know what to do, Gu Shuawei replied, appearing increasingly flustered. Ah, women and their complications, Lin Cheng remarked, growing impatient with her indecisiveness. How about this? You organize a meeting for me to meet your father. I'll handle the conversation myself. You won't have to say a word. How does that sound? Gu Shuawei hesitated at his suggestion. Enough with the hesitation. Time is of the essence, and Shui Jie is quite anxious. Lin Cheng urged. Fine, I'll call my dad and see if he is free for dinner, Gu Shuawei conceded, pulling out her phone to dial her father's number. Hello. Dad, do you have time tonight? I'd like to come home for dinner. But I want to be alone. I want to bring a boy with me. We have something important to discuss with you. After her words, an uncomfortable silence lingered on the other end. Clearly, her father had misinterpreted the situation. In most cases, when a daughter mentions bringing a boy home, it typically signals an introduction to a boyfriend. Gu Jiaming, being quite the doting father, was undoubtedly taken aback. After a lengthy pause, Gu Jiaming finally responded, All right, understood. I'll prepare for your arrival this evening. Upon hanging up, Gu Shuawei relayed, My dad said it's fine. He'll have everything ready to welcome you. Hey, Gu, you might want to reconsider your phrasing. What do you mean by bringing a boy home and discussing important matters? I can assure you, your father is likely on edge, thinking you've brought home a boyfriend and might even suspect you're pregnant. Lin Cheng chuckled wryly. You're exaggerating. My dad, while a bit of a softie, is generally quite calm, Gu Shuawei dismissed. Lin Cheng shook his head. You truly don't understand men. Enough chatter. It's time to go. Let's south head to my place, Gu Shuawei declared, taking Lin Cheng's hand as they exited the building. They hailed a taxi, and after Gu Shuawei provided her home address, the driver navigated towards her luxurious residence. Gu Shuawei's home was nestled within an upscale villa community, even more opulent than Zhao Yushua's. Those who resided here were either exceedingly wealthy or of high social standing. The driver halted before a magnificent villa, where two suited bodyguards stood vigil at the entrance. Miss, welcome home. The bodyguards greeted Gu Shuawei as she alighted from the vehicle. Goodness, Miss, such an extravagant title. Do you really deserve it? Lin Cheng teased with a smile. That's precisely why I prefer not to return home, Gu Shuiwei replied, throwing up her hands in exasperation. As the bodyguards opened the grand doors, Lin Cheng and Gu Shuiwei entered the villa's courtyard. However, upon stepping inside, Lin Cheng was taken aback by the scene before him. In the courtyard stood a middle-aged couple. The woman adorned in resplendent attire exuded an air of sophistication, while the man, clad in pajamas and gripping a golf club, appeared rather out of place. Upon noticing Lin Cheng's arrival, the man tightened his grip on the golf club, glaring at Lin Cheng with evident hostility. Lin Cheng instantly understood. This man was undoubtedly Gu Shuiwei's father, Gu Jiaming, and he clearly mistook Lin Cheng for a nefarious character attempting to abduct his daughter. Chapter 66. Hostility from the father. Gu Jiaming, father of Gu Shuiwei, swung a golf club menacingly in Lin Cheng's direction, his gaze laced with malice as he glared fiercely at him. In contrast, Lin Cheng maintained an air of calm, subtly activating the character profile of Gu Jiaming. The details materialized before him. Name, Gu Jiaming. Age, 53. Position, President of Tianlong International Hotel. Personality, a devoted father to his daughter. Upon reading Gu Jiaming's profile, Lin Cheng could not help but smile. It was evident that Gu Jiaming had mistakenly identified him as Gu Shuiwei's boyfriend, which explained his hostile demeanor. However, this misperception could be advantageous. By leveraging Gu Jiaming's doting nature, Lin Cheng could achieve his goal of securing a venue at the Tianlong International Hotel. Hey, Dad, did you just finish playing golf? Why are you still holding that golf club? Gu Shuiwei remarked, sensing her father's unfriendly demeanor and eager to diffuse the tension. Shuiwei, be quiet. Let your father have a word with this man first, Gu Jiaming interjected, waving his hand dismissively at his daughter before stepping closer to Lin Cheng. So, you are the man Shuiwei brought home? What is your name? How old are you? What do you do? Where do you live? And are your parents still alive? You're not after my daughter's money, are you? If that's the case, I advise you to back off, as long as I am around. You won't get a single penny from her. Understand? If you do, then you might as well leave. I won't keep you. Gu Jianming unleashed a barrage of questions, not allowing Lin Cheng a moment to respond. Calm down, dear. Don't frighten the young man, Gu Shuiwei's mother interjected, noticing her husband's erratic behavior. I'm just concerned that our precious daughter might be deceived by a bad man. Just look at him. He doesn't seem trustworthy, Gu Jianming continued, disparaging Lin Cheng without restraint. Dad, what are you talking about? Lin Cheng and I are not in that kind of relationship. We are just classmates. I brought him here today because I need to discuss something with you. Gu Shuiwei hastily clarified, realizing her father's misunderstanding. Classmates? Really just classmates, no other relationship? Gu Jiaming inquired, directing his question at Lin Cheng. Indeed, we are merely students from Qingbei University, nothing more. Please do not misunderstand, Lin Cheng affirmed. As he spoke, Lin Cheng glanced sideways at Gu Shuiwei, only to find her pouting and glaring at him in anger. He couldn't help but smile wryly at her reaction. Sister, I was merely echoing your words. Why are you upset? Ah, so you're just classmates? I worried for nothing, Gu Jiaming sighed, visibly relieved as the atmosphere softened. All right. Let us not linger outside any longer. Come in. Dinner is ready, Gu Jiaming announced, his demeanor shifting to a more welcoming one. Yes, let us eat. Gu Shuiwei's mother said gently, wrapping her arm around her daughter's shoulder as they entered the house, with Lin Cheng following closely behind. The interior of Gu Shuiwei's home was adorned in a traditional Chinese style, filled with exquisite antique furniture, some clearly aged and of considerable value. The walls were decorated with numerous calligraphies and paintings, each seemingly priceless, reflecting Gu Jiaming's passion for traditional culture. The dining table was a grand wooden round table, lavishly set with an array of Chinese dishes representing the 8 major cuisines of China. The dishes were aromatic and enticing, clearly crafted by a master chef. Lin Cheng, feel free to help yourself. Don't be shy, Gu Jiaming said, taking his seat at the head of the table. With the realization that Lin Cheng was not in a romantic relationship with Gu Shuiwei, his attitude visibly softened. Thank you, I won't hold back, Lin Cheng replied, settling in comfortably. By the way, you mentioned you had something to discuss, right? What is it? Gu Jiaming prompted. Shuiwei has only just returned and has tea even eaten yet. Let us talk after dinner, Gu Shuiwei's mother interjected before Lin Cheng could speak. Yes. Let us eat first, Gu Jiaming chuckled, affectionately serving a piece of meat into Gu Shuiwei's bowl. Shuiwei, You've lost weight since I last saw you. Come. Have more to eat, Gu Jiaming said softly. Despite being a stern businessman, he transformed back into a gentle father when it came to his daughter, embodying the essence of a devoted father. Is this what a doting father looks like? Lin Cheng muttered softly to himself. Subsequently, amidst a relatively cheerful atmosphere, the meal concluded. After dinner, Gu Jiaming summoned Lin Cheng and Gu Shuwei into his study. The three gathered around a wooden table, adorned with a tea set. Gu Jiaming prepared the tea, personally pouring hot water into the pot, offering Lin Cheng a taste of his prized collection. This is my treasured tea, known for its exquisite flavor. Since you are a friend of Shuwei, I'd like you to sample it, Gu Jiaming said, pouring Lin Cheng a cup. Lin Cheng took a sip and found the tea fragrant and refreshing. Even as someone unversed in tea, he recognized its exceptional quality, surely more valuable than gold. Now that we've finished eating, let us discuss what you wish to ask, Gu Jiaming prompted. Are you looking for a job at Tianlong International Hotel? Lin Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Let us set aside the job for now. My current workplace is hardly inferior to Tianlong International Hotel. Oh, not a job then? What do you want me to do? Gu Jiaming inquired, curiosity piqued. Actually, I work at a cosmetics company called Leia Beauty, which is planning to go public. However, our venue for the launch event was unexpectedly canceled, so we need to rent a space at your esteemed hotel, Lin Cheng explained. Leia Beauty, you say? I've heard of it. It seems to be a reputable company, Gu Jiaming acknowledged. However, all the venues at Tianlong International Hotel have been booked. I can't accommodate you. As I predicted, Tianlong International Hotel indeed has no available spaces, Gu Shuwei chimed in. Lin Cheng smiled slightly, unfazed. Mr. Gu, as the president of Tianlong International Hotel, surely you have the means to allocate a venue for us, don't you? While it is possible, doing so would undoubtedly offend others. Although you are Shuwei's friend, it does not warrant jeopardizing my relationships for you. Business is business, emotions aside, Gu Jiaming responded. A shrewd businessman despite his fatherly affection. Mr. Gu, please don't be so hasty in your refusal. Listen to my proposal before deciding, Lin Cheng urged with a smile. Oh? Do share. I am curious to see how you plan to persuade me, Gu Jiaming said, intrigued. Lin Cheng glanced at Gu Shuwei, silently apologizing. In this urgent situation, he could only use her as leverage. Chapter 67. Lin Cheng, you are indeed the benefactor of the Gu family. Logically, I should refrain from using this reason. However, given the urgency of the situation, I shall overlook my usual reservations. Before presenting my rationale, Lin Cheng engaged in a moment of mental preparation. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Gu Shuwei, a smile playing at the corners of his eyes. Observing Lin Cheng's demeanor, a sudden wave of foreboding washed over Gu Shuwei. In a flash, she surmised what Lin Cheng was about to disclose, and her heart skipped a beat. Wait a moment, Lin Cheng, you are not suggesting that matter. Are you? Gu Shuwei exclaimed. Did we not agree to keep that affair buried in silence? After much contemplation, I believe it is essential to bring this matter to light. After all, as your parents, they have the right to be informed, Lin Cheng replied, shaking his head. No, do not speak of it, Gu Shuwei insisted anxiously. What are the two of you discussing? What should be said or not said? Speak openly. Do not conceal anything, Gu Jiaming interjected, intrigued by their secretive exchange. Well, since uncle has expressed such a sentiment, I shall not hide it any longer, Lin Cheng stated earnestly. You may not know this, but your precious daughter recently faced a life-threatening ordeal. A life-threatening ordeal? What do you mean by that? Gu Jiaming gasped in astonishment. As a seasoned veteran in the business world, Gu Jiaming had mastered the art of maintaining a stoic facade, but the mere mention of his beloved daughter, Gu Shuwei, could easily shatter his composure. Have you heard of the Rainy Night Killer? Lin Cheng narrated calmly. I have heard of it. Was not that psychopath apprehended recently? What connection does he have to Xiao Xue's life-threatening situation? Gu Jiaming questioned, perplexed. You may not be aware, but the Rainy Night Killer's last intended victim was your daughter. Gu Shuwei, Lin Cheng revealed matter-of-factly. What? Gu Jiaming was once again taken aback. But do not worry, Shuwei is unharmed, Lin Cheng continued. Indeed. Her safety was ensured due to my timely intervention as her rescuer. With a hint of exaggeration, Lin Cheng recounted the tale of how he saved Gu Shuwei. Xiao Xue, could you explain what transpired? Gu Jiaming inquired, his expression darkening as he turned to Gu Shuwei. Very well, I shall explain. Realizing that the truth could no longer be concealed, Gu Shuwei recounted her harrowing encounter with the Rainy Night Killer and how Lin Cheng had come to her aid. Initially, Gu Jiaming listened in silence, but as the narrative unfolded, His alarm grew, nearly propelling him from his seat. The emotional turmoil of a father discovering that his daughter was in peril is an experience that few can fathom. How could you not inform us of such a grave matter? You are far too headstrong. Gu Jiaming chastised upon hearing Gu Shuiwei's account. Being a devoted father. Gu Jiaming's anger was palpable, particularly as Gu Shuiwei's decision to withhold information had crossed his threshold of tolerance. I did not want to worry you and Mom. Besides, I was unharmed, so there was no need for alarm, Gu Shuiwei replied, her guilt evident. If this is not deemed serious, then what constitutes a serious matter? I have long suggested that you have 3 to 5 bodyguards for your protection, yet you refused. It now appears that such measures are indeed necessary, Gu Jiaming remarked sternly. You see, the reason I did not mention it is that I feared you would complicate matters. The world is not filled with villains lurking at every corner. Furthermore, should any danger arise in the future, Lin Cheng will protect me. No one is more suitable than him as a bodyguard, Gu Shuiwei asserted, pointing at Lin Cheng, who became the center of attention. Young man, you are indeed a great benefactor to our Gu family. Words cannot fully express my gratitude. Tell me, how may I repay you? Do you require money? I can arrange for several million to be transferred to you. Or perhaps you are in need of housing. I possess several villas. Would you like me to transfer one to you? Gu Jiaming declared earnestly, grasping Lin Cheng's hand. Each of his proposed gestures of gratitude would suffice to ensure Lin Cheng's financial security for a lifetime. Mr. Gu, my rescue of Xiaoxua was merely coincidental. There is no need for such gratitude. As for money or property, I have no interest. I previously mentioned that I would like you to arrange a venue at your Tianlong International Hotel for an event in 2 days. I wonder if you could accommodate this request, Lin Cheng replied, uninterested in wealth or property, but eager to resolve the troubles concerning liability. Just a venue? That is easily arranged. I shall notify the tenants of the venue that day to make way for liability, Gu Jiaming responded with generosity. Father, did you not just say that doing this would affect the hotel's reputation? Why proceed with it? Gu Shuiwei inquired. Nonsense about reputation. The favor of saving my daughter's life far outweighs any concerns regarding reputation, Gu Jiaming replied with affection. Let it be known, even if Tianlong International Hotel were to close, I would remain unperturbed. Observing Gu Jiaming's spirited discourse, Lin Cheng could not suppress a smile. The power of a doting father was indeed formidable. Young man, I must express my gratitude properly. How do you feel about drinking? Can you hold your liquor? Gu Jiaming asked Lin Cheng. I can manage a bottle or a bottle and a half, Lin Cheng responded. Very well, I shall have the kitchen prepare some dishes to accompany our drinks. I have a bottle of Mao Tai from 1982. Let us indulge in that. Do not worry about overindulging. If you do, you can spend the night here. We have ample rooms. Gu Jiaming invited warmly. Since Mr. Gu is so sincere, I shall not decline. Let us enjoy a drink together, Lin Cheng replied with a grin. Excellent. Wait here. I shall prepare the food and drinks immediately, Gu Jiaming said, eager to set things in motion. Once Gu Jiaming departed, Gu Shuiwei turned to Lin Cheng, expressing her frustration. Lin Cheng, are you trying to kill me? After my father learns about this, he will likely make a fuss for at least a month, and I will be driven to distraction. I did not intend to, but without using you as an excuse, the matters at hand would remain unresolved. Sister Shui, you are in quite the predicament, much like an ant on a hot pan. You would not wish to see her in such distress, would you? Lin Cheng shrugged, employing a touch of moral persuasion. You are quite the manipulator. I hardly know how to respond to you. Gu Shuiwei pouted, feigning annoyance. If you cannot find the words, then do not speak of it. Now, it is late. Hurry off to bed. I shall have a lengthy conversation with your father. Who is my good elder brother? Lin Cheng teased. Who is your good elder brother? Are you taking advantage of me? Gu Shuiwei retorted, her cheeks flushed, playfully punching Lin Cheng as they engaged in a light-hearted scuffle. Thus, the issue of the venue for Lia Beauty's press conference was smoothly resolved amidst their playful banter. Chapter 68. Daughter, men are earned through effort at the dining table. Lin Cheng and Gu Jiaming sat facing each other, with 2 bottles of Mao Tai in front of them, one of which was empty while the other had been significantly depleted. Lin Cheng, possessing a robust tolerance for alcohol, remained relatively unscathed, whereas Gu Jiaming was already inebriated. His eyes glazed over. Gu Shuiwei and her mother sat to one side, watching the 2 intoxicated men with wry smiles, shaking their heads in dismay. Brother Lin, how about we become sworn brothers? From now on, you shall be my true brother, Gu Jiaming slurred, having shed the demeanor of a successful individual, resembling more the stereotypical drunkard. Brother Lin, little Shui will be your dear niece from now on. Come, little Shui, Greet your uncle, he continued, his words barely intelligible. As he spoke, Gu Jiaming, swaying slightly, beckoned to Gu Shuiwei. Little Shui, why aren't you greeting your uncle? Dad, please don't go assigning titles recklessly, Gu Shuiwei exclaimed. Visibly distressed. This child truly lacks manners, Gu Jiaming sighed, shaking his head in disappointment. Brother, do not speak ill of the child. Little Shui is quite sensible. Lin Cheng chuckled, taking advantage of the situation to tease Gu Shuiwei. Lin Cheng, who do you think you are calling brother? How dare you speak to my father like that? Gu Shuiwei shot Lin Cheng a glare. You, child, should consider how you speak to your uncle Lin. Gu Jiaming defended Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng stifled a laugh, clearly enjoying the banter. Old Gu, please refrain from making a fool of yourself when you drink. Do you not feel embarrassed? Gu Shuiwei's mother admonished, suggesting that if he wished to drink, he should do so responsibly, or else retire to rest. Chastened by his wife's reprimand, Gu Jianming shrank slightly, appearing like a contrite child. Ah, brother Lin, do not be deceived by my apparent success. While I may command respect outside, I am still wary of my wife at home, he admitted, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Lin Cheng shook his head and patted Gu Jianming's shoulder, offering consolation. Brother, this is not fear, it is love. Indeed, love, not fear of one's wife, but love for one's wife. Gu Jianming's spirits lifted at Lin Cheng's words. Gu Shuiwei regarded the two frivolous men, shaking her head in disbelief, while her mother stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Mother, I cannot believe you find this amusing. Look at how they both carry on, Gu Shuiwei complained. Such camaraderie is quite delightful, is it not? Her mother maintained a light-hearted perspective. Then, turning to Gu Shuiwei with a playful smile, her mother inquired, Tell me, are you and Lin Cheng truly just ordinary friends? Of course, merely friends. What else could it be? Gu Shuiwei replied, her face flushed. Really? If you are truly just friends, then I shall not intervene. However, if you have feelings for him, I would surely speak well of him to your father. After all, you know the only way to win over my family is to impress your father. Her mother, wise from experience, perceived her daughter's sentiments with clarity. Who likes him? He is merely my friend. He has saved my life. So you may say some nice things about him if you wish, Gu Shuiwei stammered, her cheeks aflame. Seeing her daughter's coy demeanor, her mother smiled knowingly. It was evident that Gu Shuiwei had developed feelings for Lin Cheng. Look at your father. He has not been this joyful in ages. Clearly, he holds Lin Cheng in high regard. Her mother gestured towards Gu Jiaming, who was engaging in a game of drinking and finger-guessing with Lin Cheng. Rest assured, as long as you are fond of him, neither your father nor I shall oppose. Her mother assured her. Oppose what, mother? You have truly misunderstood, Gu Shuiwei shyly protested, feeling flustered at her mother's insight. Ah, if you remain passive like this, one day he may be snatched away by another. Had I been as hesitant as you, your father might have been led astray by some vixen, her mother advised earnestly. He is not like my father. He possesses discernment, and ordinary women cannot deceive him, Gu Shuiwei asserted. Yet, despite her words, a sense of unease began to brew within her, especially when considering the attitude of the female CEO, Jiao Yuxue, towards Lin Cheng, which only heightened her feelings of urgency. I have said all I needed to say. How you proceed is up to you, her mother concluded. Now, let us let them rest. They have had enough to drink. Approaching the table, Gu Shuiwei's mother addressed Gu Jiaming. Old Gu, it's time to rest. Young Lin also needs to recuperate. Not yet. I can still drink. Gu Jiaming retorted stubbornly. Mr. Gu, let us save the drinking for next time. I too am feeling the effects. Lin Cheng smiled lightly, suggesting they could indulge another day. Very well, then let us postpone for another occasion, Gu Jiaming acquiesced, sobering at his wife's piercing gaze. Brother Lin, we shall drink again next time, he promised, even in his drunken state. Your father truly is enthusiastic, unlike you, who appears rather frigid. Lin Cheng teased Gu Shuiwei after her parents departed. You can still joke? You clearly have not had enough. Gu Shuiwei feigned anger. It is quite late. You should stay here tonight, and I will arrange a room for you. Lin Cheng waved his hand dismissively. As tempting as your invitation sounds, it would be inappropriate to decline the hospitality of the illustrious Gu. I must return to report to Sister Shui about today's events. Stay here tonight. You have finally returned home. Spend some time with your parents, Gu Shuiwei insisted. I think I shall accompany you back to see Sister Shui. After all, you have disclosed my situation to my father. If I linger here, I am certain I shall be confined. Gu Shuiwei shook her head. Very well then, inform your mother, and we shall depart, Lin Cheng suggested. All right, Gu Shuiwei replied absently, her mind preoccupied. In her heart, Gu Shuiwei wrestled with complex emotions. Although she claimed to fear her father's restrictions, her mother's earlier words had instilled a sense of urgency within her. If she did not keep a close watch on Lin Cheng, he might very well be whisked away by another woman. Gu Shuiwei grappled with her feelings, uncertain why she was so invested in Lin Cheng. Could it be that she had truly fallen for this enigmatic man? Even she could not fathom her own heart. Chapter 69. Intimate contact with the campus beauty. Lin Cheng and Gu Shuiwei did not spend the night together. Instead, they were driven by the private chauffeur of the Gu family to Jiao Yushue's villa. Upon their arrival, Jiao Yushue was still awake, anxiously pacing in the living room. While Lin Cheng and Gu Shuiwei had returned to Gu Shuiwei's home, Jiao Yushue was preoccupied with searching for a new venue. Unfortunately, despite exhausting her resources, she had yet to find a suitable location. With the press conference for Lia Beauty's public listing looming, the absence of a venue would lead to a considerable embarrassment. Senior, you're still awake? Gu Shuiwei inquired with concern, observing Jiao Yushue's restless demeanor. No, I cannot rest easy until the venue issue is resolved, Jiao Yushue replied, her expression laden with worry. Do not fret about the venue. Gu Shuiwei and I have already sorted it out, Lin Cheng interjected. The Tianlong International Hotel has agreed to lend us their venue and will fully cooperate with our press conference, Gu Shuiwei added. That's all right, even if you hadn't resolved it. I understand this matter is quite troublesome and perhaps beyond your capabilities. Jiao Yushue instinctively thought Lin Cheng and Gu Shuiwei would be unable to tackle the issue. Hence she comforted them before fully comprehending what Lin Cheng had just said. Wait a moment, what did you just say? You resolved it? And you managed to secure the venue at Tianlong International Hotel? After a brief moment, Jiao Yushue's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Not only had Lin Cheng and Gu Shuiwei accomplished a task that had eluded her, but they had also exceeded expectations. The venue at Tianlong International Hotel would undoubtedly be larger and more luxurious than the previous options. Initially, she had considered renting the Tianlong International Hotel space, but it had been fully booked. Although she attempted to leverage her connections through her mentor Gu Jiaming, he remained steadfast and unyielding. How did these two university students manage to accomplish this? Jiao Yushue was bewildered. Yes, it's resolved, Lin Cheng replied nonchalantly. No, how did you manage to resolve it? This defies logic. Jiao Yushue continued to express her disbelief. Typically, it would seem illogical, but considering Gu Shuiwei's background, it becomes rather understandable, Lin Cheng remarked, gesturing toward Gu Shuiwei and shifting the focus to her. Shuiwei, please clarify the situation for me, Jiao Yushue urged. Well, the president of Tianlong International Hotel happens to be my father, Gu Shuiwei finally disclosed, no longer concealing the truth. What? You have such a relationship? No wonder you could secure the venue, Jiao Yushue laughed. Senior, I didn't intentionally hide my identity. I merely missed the opportunity to mention it. And I understand my father well enough to know that even if I asked, he wouldn't easily lend out the venue, Gu Shuiwei explained. I understand, Jiao Yushue replied, her smile revealing her open-mindedness. Though the venue is through my father, the credit should go to Lin Cheng. If it weren't for his persuasion, I doubt my father would ever lent it. With that, Gu Shuiwei recounted the entire sequence of events and Lin Cheng's persuasive efforts. By the end of her narration, Jiao Yushue found her admiration for Lin Cheng growing. Now that the issue is resolved, I can finally sleep peacefully. As for the two of you, your reward will come after the press conference, Jiao Yushue declared. A reward for me? How embarrassing, Lin Cheng teased, playfully provoking Jiao Yushue. What are you saying? How shameless. Gu Shuiwei interjected, playfully punching Lin Cheng. Hee. Lin Cheng chuckled, seemingly unfazed. It's getting late. You both should get some rest. I don't foresee any further issues arising, and we can await the press conference with ease, Jiao Yushue advised. All right, we'll head to bed. Good night, senior, Gu Shuiwei responded, then took Lin Cheng's hand, guiding the slightly inebriated Lin Cheng upstairs. Once in the room, as Gu Shuiwei attempted to lay Lin Cheng on the bed, he unexpectedly grasped her arm, and they both tumbled onto the bed. Gu Shuiwei found herself sprawled across Lin Cheng's chest, creating an intimate atmosphere. Ah, Gu Shuiwei exclaimed, attempting to rise, but Lin Cheng, emboldened by the alcohol, playfully held her shoulder, pulling her closer. Wait, Gu, are you trying to take advantage of me? Lin Cheng jested. What nonsense. Let go of me, or I will call for help. Gu Shuiwei retorted, her face flushed. You're on top of me and asking me to let go? That seems a bit unreasonable. Lin Cheng countered, playfully defying her. Lin Cheng, I know you're not drunk, but you've been drinking. The things you do while intoxicated aren't sincere, I cannot overlook this. If you were sober and did such things, I wouldn't say a word, Gu Shuwei declared in a moment of urgency. Lin Cheng pondered her words and unconsciously released his grip, allowing Gu Shuwei to scramble off them. You scoundrel, I want to let you off easily, Gu Shuwei warned. Her face still flushed as she hastily exited Lin Cheng's room, disheveled. What did she mean by saying she wouldn't mind if he acted while sober? Has Gu Shuwei's tolerance for me grown so high? Once alone, Lin Cheng contemplated the implications of her words. Gu Shuwei's fondness for him appeared to have reached a score of 90, with only 10 points remaining until a confession would be met with acceptance. Such a high level of affection indicated that she harbored significant feelings for him, and they were merely separated by a thin veil of misunderstanding. Once that veil was pierced, a relationship could blossom. However, while he felt a fondness for her, it did not yet extend to a desire for a romantic relationship. It would be prudent to spend more time together before making any decisions, lest he inadvertently hurt Gu Shuwei's feelings. The most pressing matter at hand is to assist Shuwei with the press conference, thereby increasing her fondness for me and developing my new abilities. Matters of love can wait. Lin Cheng resolved, firmly establishing his course of action. Chapter 70. The press conference is about to begin the following day. Lin Cheng and his companions arrived at the Tianlong International Hotel, where, under the guidance of the staff, they proceeded to the newly prepared venue for Leia Beauty's press conference. This venue, the largest in the hotel, was adorned with opulent decorations, with the chandelier alone valued at several million. The murals on the walls, designed by renowned artists, contributed to an atmosphere of grandeur. The venue featured artificial rock fountains and numerous sculptures, exuding an air of sophistication. Goodness, this venue is truly magnificent. I can only imagine the rental cost for a day must be in the hundreds of thousands, Lin Cheng remarked, marveling at the resplendent surroundings. Not just hundreds of thousands. It would have to be over 1 million at the very least, and even that might not suffice, Gu Shuwei added. 1 million. The world of the affluent is indeed beyond reach. Lin Cheng was taken aback by the figure. This price is quite reasonable, and considering the space we have been offered. The penalty fee for vacating this venue will likely exceed that amount, Diao Yushui interjected. Shuwei, Leia Beauty will cover this loss. We wouldn't want to make General Gu uncomfortable. Don't worry, my father is the kind of person who wouldn't mind such matters. Senior, please don't take it to heart, Gu Shuwei reassured. Let us set aside financial discussions for now and focus on how to arrange the venue, Lin Cheng suggested. Upon hearing this, Jiao Yushui inspected the space carefully. This venue is significantly larger and more luxurious than the one we previously rented. A simple arrangement will yield an excellent effect. As they conversed, the hotel staff in the venue suddenly adopted a respectful demeanor, nodding slightly toward a particular direction. Good afternoon. General Gu, the staff greeted in unison. The trio turned to see Gu Jianming, the president of Tianlong International Hotel, approaching them. Dad, what brings you here? Gu Shuwei smiled as she greeted her father. You left yesterday without a word and didn't spend the night at home. How could I not come to check on you? Gu Jianming affectionately ruffled Gu Shuwei's hair. Don't worry, I stayed at my senior's place, and it was quite pleasant. Gu Shuwei replied, leading Gu Jianming to meet Jiao Yushui. Dad, this is my senior, Jiao Yushui, the founder and president of Leia Beauty. Senior, this is my father. Hello. General Gu. We are immensely grateful for your assistance in securing such an excellent venue for our launch event. Diao Yushui expressed her gratitude while extending her hand. There's no need for thanks. Lin Cheng has been a tremendous help to my daughter. It's only natural for me to assist. Gu Jianming said with a gentle smile as he shook Diao Yushui's hand. You're too modest, General Gu, Diao Yushui replied. Should you require any assistance, just inform the hotel staff. I've already made arrangements for them to fully cooperate with you, Gu Jianming added, turning to Lin Cheng with a slight smile. You have quite the drinking capacity. You managed to outlast me yesterday. Next time, I shall ensure you are the one who concedes. That's a promise. Once we're through this busy period, I'll pay you another visit, Lin Cheng responded with a grin. Miss Diao. It appears my headstrong daughter has no intention of returning home anytime soon. She may be a guest at your residence for a while, Gu Jianming said to Jiao Yushui. Not at all. Shuwei has been a tremendous help to me. Having her around is truly a blessing, Diao Yushui quickly assured. Very well, you all continue your preparations. I won't intrude any longer. With that, Gu Jianming prepared to depart. Dad, allow me to walk you to the entrance, Gu Shuwei said, catching up to her father and linking her arm with his as they happily made their way to the door. We are fortunate that Shuwei has such connections with the president of Tianlong International, Otherwise, we would not have secured such an excellent venue, Diao Yushiwei reflected. It's all a matter of fate. Looking at Lin Cheng, she added, our meeting must also be a stroke of fate. Perhaps the heavens knew I would encounter difficulties and sent you, a capable aide, to assist me. Indeed, I believe our connection extends beyond this. Lin Cheng replied with a smile. Enough of the jesting, let us get to work, Diao Yushiwei said, disregarding Lin Cheng's playful tone as she entered a focused work mode. Soon, the day of the Leia Beauty launch press conference arrived. After meticulous planning, the venue was finally prepared. The arrangements were avant-garde and innovative, perfectly reflecting the spirit of Leia Beauty. Upon entering the venue, attendees could clearly perceive that the brand's products would embody the same creativity and forward-thinking as the decor. Lin Cheng initially expected that either the wealthy Zhang Tai or Li Jiaming, president of Huaxi Beauty, would create disturbances leading up to the launch. However, the past few days had passed peacefully, with no one attempting to sabotage the event. Set to commence at 5 in the afternoon. The press conference would be followed by a banquet. A multitude of journalists had already arrived early, setting up by 2 o'clock, armed with cameras, eagerly awaiting the latest news. As it was still early, the invited guests had yet to arrive, but Lin Cheng and the team were already on-site preparing. Those tables and chairs are misaligned. Please adjust them. Ensure the sound equipment is thoroughly checked to avoid any issues. The reception staff must also be attentive and warm to avoid leaving a negative impression on our guests, Diao Yushiwei directed as she moved through the venue, identifying various issues. Despite the impending press conference, she remained dedicated to refining the arrangements, demonstrating her commitment to the event. Dressed in a sharp suit, her icy demeanor radiated the aura of a formidable CEO. Xuejia, enough already. You're far too tense. Why don't you sit down and have some water? Lin Cheng chuckled at Diao Yushiwei's busyness. Forget it. I can't eat or drink anything now. I'll go to the restroom once things get hectic. I might not have the time, Diao Yushiwei replied as she headed toward the restroom outside the venue. Lin Cheng, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you following your senior? Gu Shuowei called out, noticing Lin Cheng wandering about. Are you really going to the restroom with her? Lin Cheng was startled by Gu Shuowei's meticulousness. Just follow along. What if something happens? Gu Shuowei insisted. I'll keep an eye on things here. You go ahead. All right. Though he found Gu Shuowei's concern unnecessary, Lin Cheng obediently followed. Unbeknownst to them, a custodian wearing a cap and pushing a garbage cart nearby was observing Lin Cheng with a cold smirk. Chapter 71. The dual kill of the assassin Leon under the persuasion of Gu Shuowei. Lin Cheng leisurely made his way towards the women's restroom. Since Diao Yushiwei had set off earlier, it took Lin Cheng over 2 minutes to arrive at the restroom. However, upon his arrival, he found a sign posted at the entrance of both the men's and women's restrooms, indicating that they were undergoing cleaning and were not to be entered. Is the restroom really being cleaned? Could it be that Xuejia went to another one? Lin Cheng murmured to himself as he observed the sign. Just then, a cleaning staff member who had been at the venue emerged from the women's restroom, pushing a cart laden with large bins. Although he wore a cap and a mask, it was evident that the cleaner was male. Men clean the women's restroom? Perhaps I should consider this job. Lin Cheng gestured internally, stepping aside to allow the cleaner to pass. As the cleaner maneuvered past him, he slightly turned his head and glanced at Lin Cheng. Instinctively, Lin Cheng turned to meet the cleaner's gaze. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, a chill ran through Lin Cheng's body. A wave of intense murderous intent suddenly engulfed him. Oh no! Lin Cheng gasped in alarm. Yet, before he could react, the cleaner had already made his move. With a swift motion, the cleaner produced an electric baton, and before Lin Cheng could comprehend the situation, the baton was pressed against his neck. With a sharp crackle, electricity surged through Lin Cheng's body, rendering him weak before everything faded to black. As Lin Cheng collapsed, the cleaner swiftly wrapped an arm around his waist and hoisted him into a large trash bin, which already contained the unconscious form of Diao Yushiwei. The cleaner's movements were fluid and professional, as if he had executed such actions countless times before. Once Lin Cheng was secured in the bin, the cleaner closed the lid and, appearing unperturbed, pushed the cart deeper into the hotel. An hour later, hey, wake up, don't sleep anymore. Lin Cheng was jolted awake as someone shook him vigorously. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered that his hands and feet were bound, with Diao Yushiwei tied beside him. Still in a state of unconsciousness, they found themselves in what seemed to be an abandoned kitchen, where a large iron pot filled with water was heated over a roaring fire. Steam billowed from the pot, indicating that the water was nearing a boil. Before Lin Cheng A figure squatted with a hostile glare, as if he intended to devour him. The cleaner had removed his cap and mask, revealing his true identity. It was none other than the five-star assassin Leon, the very man Lin Cheng had previously mocked. Upon recognizing Leon, Lin Cheng furrowed his brow. He had assumed there would be no issues on the day of the press conference and, therefore, had neglected to scan the venue with his powers, allowing Leon to infiltrate and capture both him and Jiao Yushua. Now, he found himself at the mercy of Leon, like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Awake, are we? Do you still recognize me? Leon spoke coldly. Of course I do. How is the burn on your, Lin Cheng replied with a smirk. He understood that regardless of whether he pleaded for mercy or spoke defiantly, Leon would not spare him. Thus, he resolved to utter some tough words to regain a semblance of dignity. Good, you remember. That saves me the trouble of explaining it to you again. Leon responded with an air of calmness. He was inherently a composed assassin, and with Lin Cheng now in his grasp, his life hung by a thread between Leon's whims. At this moment, no matter what Lin Cheng said, it would not provoke Leon's anger or disturb his composure. First, do not make any sounds for help, or I will kill you on the spot, Leon warned. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Leon, and I am an assassin. My initial target was merely the woman beside you, but due to your previous offense against me, I will not spare you today. Both of you will perish here. Leon continued. Moreover, to exact my revenge, I have arranged for a particularly dignified demise for you. He walked over to the large iron pot that was continuously heating. You scalded me with hot water last time, so this time, I plan to cook you alive. Boiling someone in a pot, this will be my first experience with such a method. Thank you for providing me with a new means of execution. Leon's voice was devoid of any emotion. If you truly wish to thank me, would you consider releasing me? I merely scalded your little brother. It can still be used, so why hold a grudge? Lin Cheng teased. Very well. I will see if you can still laugh when you were thrown into the boiling pot, Leon replied unhurriedly. I will not only laugh, I will sing as well. Lin Cheng retorted with a nonchalant expression. However, beneath his calm facade, Lin Cheng's heart raced with panic. He attempted to struggle against his bindings, but the ropes were secured tightly, leaving him utterly helpless. If Leon truly intended to kill him, he would stand no chance of resistance. Although he possessed supernatural abilities, they merely allowed him to glean information rather than inflict harm, rendering him incapable of escaping this predicament. Lin Cheng lamented inwardly. Was he truly destined to meet an untimely end today? Just as he pondered this, Jiao Yushua stirred beside him, softly moaning as she regained consciousness. Where are we? How did we end up here? Jiao Yushua exclaimed upon witnessing the scene before her. Why else? We were captured by the assassin sent by Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng replied with a bitter smile. My personal bodyguard has been rather negligent, allowing both of us to be apprehended, he added apologetically. This isn't your fault. I never anticipated they would strike on the day of the press conference. It's unfortunate that you're caught in this with me. I truly feel remorseful. Jiao Yushue responded, displaying remarkable composure despite the dire circumstances. You two seem to be getting along quite well, even at a time like this. However, I am magnanimous and will grant you a moment to flirt before your demise, Leon interjected with a smirk. Flirt? Lin Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up at Leon's words. Indeed, Jiao Yushue's favor towards him had reached a score of 90. If he could garner the final 10 points, he might successfully confess his feelings and awaken a new superpower. This newfound ability could potentially aid them in overcoming their current plight. With a surge of inspiration, Lin Cheng began to brainstorm. A turning point had emerged. Chapter 72. New superpower unlocked. Upon confirming the plan to unlock a new superpower, Lin Cheng prepared to finalize his strategy to increase Jiao Yushua's affection by 10 points. At that moment, both were captured by the assassin, Leon. To elevate his affection at this juncture, he could only display his valiant and self-sacrificial spirit. Leon, it was I who burned you previously. Seek your vengeance upon me. This matter has nothing to do with my senior. Release her. Any issues between men should be resolved among ourselves. Tormenting a woman is beneath a true man. Should this incident become public, it would tarnish your reputation as a 5-star assassin, Lin Cheng declared with a proud demeanor. Ding. Jiao Yushua's affection 3, current affection 93-100. As anticipated, Lin Cheng's impassioned words indeed garnered Jiao Yushua's admiration, filling him with joy. Recognizing its efficacy, he resolved to continue his display. This woman is my objective. And you, my foe, neither shall I spare. Leon, the assassin, disregarded Lin Cheng's pleas and coldly retorted, cherish the present moment. With this time, You may continue your flirtation. Once the water boils, I will cast you into it to perish in agony. However, I can promise you one thing. I shall grant this woman a swifter death than the one you shall face." As he spoke, Leon's gaze roamed over Diao Yuxue, a lewd smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Upon closer inspection, this woman is rather pleasing to the eye. Since we have 3 to 5 minutes before the water boils, I believe I can indulge myself with her for a while. Moreover, to toy with your beloved before your eyes is a profound insult, a most vicious revenge against a man. And since you burned me before, I might as well verify if my own prowess remains intact. Leon advanced toward Diao Yuxue. "Get away. If you wish to kill, then do so. Do not lay a finger on me," Diao Yuxue exclaimed, her urgency palpable. As a strong woman, she could not accept such indignity. "Leon, you are no man. How can you lay hands on your own target? As an assassin, you are utterly unprofessional," Lin Cheng retorted, his words laced with anger. Bound and unable to move, he felt a surge of frustration. Otherwise, he would have leapt to confront Leon. "I have been professional for many years. A brief lapse is inconsequential," Leon dismissed, unfazed. "Besides, you two are already trapped like fish in a barrel. Your demise is assured. What I have to fear?" As he reached toward Diao Yushue's face, Lin Cheng urgently interjected. "Wait. If you wish to do something, come at me. Leave Sister Shui alone." Leon shook his head in disdain. "Come at you? I am straight. I have no interest in men." Ding. Diao Yushue's affection 7, current affection 100-100. Though Lin Cheng's plea did not halt Leon's advance, his spirit of self-sacrifice deeply moved Diao Yuxue. With the additional 7 points, her affection reached its zenith. If she accepted Lin Cheng's confession, he would unlock a new superpower. "Hold on, I have one last thing to say." Just as Leon prepared to act upon his lewd intentions, Lin Cheng shouted, "How bothersome. Fine, speak, after all. You're about to die, and I shall indulge your final wish," Leon replied impatiently. Once Leon paused, Lin Cheng slowly began, "Sister, it seems we are unlikely to escape this fate today. Before we meet our end, there are some words I wish to express." "What is it?" "Speak," Diao Yuxue said, intrigued by Lin Cheng's solemnity, momentarily forgetting their dire predicament. "I have always harbored a dream of experiencing a perfect romance. Yet now, on the brink of death. If I do not seize this moment, I may never have the chance to fulfill it. Thus, in these final moments, I wish to confess to you, Sister Shui, and hope you will be my girlfriend." To unlock his superpower, Diao Yuxue had to accept his confession. Despite knowing this was not the ideal moment for such a declaration, Lin Cheng had no choice but to throw caution to the wind. Well, an unexpected turn of events," Leon observed with a bemused smile. He had not anticipated Lin Cheng to express romantic interest at the very edge of death. This man must have lost his mind. Yet, if you two become a couple, my torment of her will be all the more delightful. He turned to Diao Yuxue. "Hey, woman, he has confessed. Do not remain silent. Will you accept or reject him? Make it quick." At Lin Cheng's confession, Diao Yuxue was momentarily stunned. However, Leon's prompting snapped her back to reality. "Lin Cheng, are you certain you are not jesting? Do you truly wish to pursue a relationship with me? I thought you were fond of Shui Wei. If you choose to be with me, what will become of her?" Lin Cheng's face fell at her words, a bitter smile emerging. Even at this juncture, Diao Yuxue was concerned about such matters. "Goodness, playing both sides, are we?" "What a scoundrel," Leon remarked derisively from the side. "My relationship with Gu Shuawei is not as you perceive. I only wish to confess to you. Sister Shui, you must accept. Otherwise, I shall depart this world with regret," Lin Cheng urged. "Sister, you surely do not wish to die alone, do you? Once we become a couple, we can accompany each other on the path to the afterlife, cannot we?" In a bid to complete his mission, Lin Cheng began to weave a tale. Listening to Lin Cheng's words, Diao Yuxue fell silent. Until now, she had never contemplated her own romantic feelings, resigning herself to a solitary existence. Yet, she had not anticipated Lin Cheng's confession at such a critical moment. Truthfully, when Lin Cheng professed his feelings, her heart, a heart long sealed away, began to race. After so many days together, she recognized her growing fondness for him. If death awaited her, why not experience a passionate romance before the end? With this thought, Diao Yuxue appeared resolute, as if a decision had been made within her. "You are right. We are both facing death. What is there to fear? Very well. I accept your confession. From this moment forth, we are officially a couple." Diao Yuxue gazed lovingly at Lin Cheng, bravely accepting his declaration. Ding. Diao Yushue's affection reached 100 points. Diao Yuxue accepted the host's confession. The task of winning over Diao Yuxue is complete. Congratulations, host, You have unlocked a new superpower. Possession. Chapter 73. The proper use of possession. Superpower. Possession? What manner of superpower is this? Upon hearing the description of his newfound ability, Lin Cheng could not help but be taken aback. System, please enlighten me about this superpower, Lin Cheng inquired. Very well, host. Kindly observe the system interface. The system responded. As the words left the system's mouth, a holographic projection materialized before Lin Cheng. Superpower. Possession. Ability description allows the host to control another's body through possession, lasting for 2 minutes. During this period, the host's original body will remain in an unconscious state. Once the ability concludes, both consciousnesses will revert. Note, the host may utilize the possession ability only twice per day. As Lin Cheng absorbed the information, he comprehended the essence of possession. It entailed seizing another's autonomy and controlling their awareness, akin to soul transference. The singular distinction was that he could inhabit the living. This superpower was undeniably formidable and highly suited for altering his current perilous predicament. With this ability, he could deftly manipulate the assassin, Liang. Well, you two have successfully declared your feelings. Now it is my turn. I shall enact a violation before your husband and thoroughly humiliate you, Liang proclaimed, advancing once more towards Diao Yuxue, eager to execute his sinister intentions. Naturally, Lin Cheng, now endowed with this extraordinary power, would not permit such an occurrence. Shuijia, do not fear. I am here, and this scoundrel shall not harm you, Lin Cheng reassured Gu Xiuwei. Still boasting at this juncture? Liang scoffed. Humph. With just those words, I shall surely end you. Without hesitation, Lin Cheng directed his newfound power towards Liang's possession. With a whispered incantation, Lin Cheng's consciousness was abruptly extricated from his body, subsequently commandeering Liang's form. Remarkable. It truly works. With Liang's body now under his control, Lin Cheng gazed upon his own unconscious form sprawled on the ground and marveled at the phenomenon. He tested the movement of his new limbs, finding them wholly unremarkable, as if he were merely manipulating his own physique. With only 2 minutes to act, he knew time was of the essence. Drawing a dagger from Liang's belt, Lin Cheng approached Diao Yuxue. As he neared her, the blade in his hand edged closer. Diao Yuxue, believing that Liang intended to slice her garments, felt a surge of fear but clenched her teeth, neither begging for mercy nor crying out for help. She glanced sideways at Lin Cheng, only to discover him unconscious on the ground. Perhaps it is for the best. This way, he shall not witness my plight. In that moment, a sense of relief washed over Diao Yuxue, inexplicably easing her anxiety. As she pondered, Liang's knife descended without hesitation. However, contrary to her expectations, the blade did not tear her clothing, but rather severed the ropes binding her hands. This unexpected turn left Diao Yuxue momentarily stunned. She could not fathom why the assassin would act in such a manner. Did he perhaps disfavor bondage? As Diao Yuxue's thoughts spiraled, Liang proceeded to cut the ropes around her feet. What are you doing? She stammered, unable to contain her bewilderment. What am I doing? Why? I am liberating you. Liang, who was, in fact, Lin Cheng, smirked. Freeing me? Why? Diao Yuxue questioned, bewildered. Liang gestured toward the unconscious Lin Cheng. I was profoundly moved by his selfless spirit and sacrifice. Such unwavering character is remarkably noble. You must ensure he receives a raise. Utilizing Liang's body, Lin Cheng continued his charade. After unbinding Diao Yuxue, Liang approached the unconscious Lin Cheng and severed the ropes that held him captive. In a mere moment, the two erstwhile captives found themselves liberated. What are you still dawdling for? Go call the police and apprehend me, Liang instructed, indicating Lin Cheng, who would not awaken for some time. All right. Diao Yuxue, taken aback by Liang's sudden change of heart, nonetheless complied, sprinting from the restroom to summon security personnel. With Diao Yuxue safe and approximately half a minute remaining for his possession, Lin Cheng decided to exact a measure of retribution upon Liang. He glanced towards the large pot, now bubbling with boiling water. Contemplating the steamy cauldron, Lin Cheng devised a plan. You wish to stew me, do you? Allow me to return the favor. With a cold chuckle, Lin Cheng steered Liang's body toward the pot. Arriving before the cauldron, he stacked 2 discarded wooden crates in front of it. Standing atop the crates, he was now taller than the boiling pot. Last time, it was your trousers. This time, I shall immerse you entirely, he mused, a smile gracing his lips before leaping into the scalding water. Superpower deactivated. In the instant of descent, Lin Cheng relinquished his ability, his consciousness returning to his own body, while Liang's awareness surged back as well. I'm boiling alive. I'm boiling alive, Liang shrieked, rolling and scrambling from the cauldron of hot water. He had no time to ponder how he had suddenly ended up in the bubbling pot. Had he not been preparing to commit a heinous act? Lin Cheng, Lin Cheng, are you all right? I've brought help. At that moment, Diao Yushui rushed in, flanked by 2 security personnel. However, upon witnessing the scene before her, Diao Yushui and the guards stood frozen in shock. The assassin, who had just moments ago threatened their lives, was now desperately shedding his water-soaked clothing. Clad only in his underwear, Li Ang's skin was flushed from the heat, rendering him utterly disheveled. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng observed the spectacle with a knowing smile. The trio quickly grasped the situation. This man had evidently leaped into the cauldron himself. Excuse me, miss, which of these 2 is the assassin? The one undressing, or the one seated on the ground? One guard inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. The one undressing, Diao Yushui replied. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Are you quite certain? This individual hardly resembles an assassin. He seems more like a fool, who would willingly jump into boiling water. Another guard replied with a wry smile. Diao Yushui found herself at a loss for words. For the events of the past few minutes had been far more exhilarating and filled with twists than her entire life thus far. Chapter 74 Sister Shui. My earlier confession was merely a jest. 2 security guards restrained the assassin, Leon, and continuously doused him with cold water to lower his temperature. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng seized the opportunity to call Captain Zhao Lei to the scene. During the incident involving the rainy night murderer, Captain Zhao had saved Lin Cheng and Gu Shiwei. So Lin Cheng thought of him first for this commendable task. Lin Cheng, do you possess a magnetism for attracting criminals? It seems that every major offender is somehow connected to you, and yet they all fail to best you. Pray tell, what is your secret that allows you to subdue these felons so effortlessly? Captain Zhao remarked with a wry smile, observing the battered assassin Leon. Just 4 words. Evil cannot triumph over righteousness, Lin Cheng replied with a chuckle. You rascal, why keep secrets from me? Captain Zhao shook his head with a grin. All right. We will take care of this assassin. You 2 should visit the police station tomorrow for a statement, if you have the time. Sister Shui, what do you think? Lin Cheng inquired of Diao Yushui. The press conference is about to commence. Let's attend it first, and then we can go, Diao Yushui responded, glancing at the time. Very well. We must take the assassin for treatment first, so do come to the police station tomorrow and contact me then, Captain Zhao instructed. As he spoke, he directed his subordinates to escort the assassin Leon to the ambulance. A few officers accompanied Leon as they hurried towards the hospital. Once the police departed, only Diao Yushui and Lin Cheng remained at the scene. Sister Shui, please don't take my earlier actions to heart. They were merely a necessity of the moment. Lin Cheng awkwardly began, feeling the weight of the situation as he glanced around to ensure they were alone. What actions are you referring to? Diao Yushui inquired. About the confession, Lin Cheng stammered. I did it to divert the assassin's attention. I know you agreed only to cooperate with me. Earlier, in an attempt to enhance his rapport and awaken new abilities, Lin Cheng had professed his feelings to Diao Yushui. However, he did not genuinely harbor feelings for her. Given their brief acquaintance, which had yet to foster any emotional bond, while he would not mind being supported by an older, wealthy woman, he still desired a foundation of affection to avoid awkwardness in their interactions. Yet, now, having just confessed, he was faced with the prospect of rejecting Diao Yushui less than an hour later. Despite his thick skin, the thought of denying a woman's affection was undeniably daunting. Rest assured, I understand that this was all part of your plan. My actions were merely in alignment with yours, Diao Yushui smiled. Though there was a hint of bitterness in her expression and a flicker of disappointment shone in her eyes. At this moment, Lin Cheng found it inappropriate to offer consolation. So he pretended not to notice, allowing the matter to drift into obscurity. The atmosphere between them grew delicate and awkward. Lin Cheng, we should hasten to the press conference. It is about to start, and I have been away for too long. It must be chaotic there, Diao Yushui urged. Indeed, let us depart swiftly, Lin Cheng replied. Eager to escape the tension, he nodded and followed Diao Yushui towards the venue of the press conference. At this moment, it was already 4:30. With only half an hour remaining until the event commenced, the staff of Al Beauty had commenced preparations early, and nearly all the guests had arrived. Originally, Diao Yushui was to greet the attendees, but the entire company, including Gu Shiwei, had lost contact with her. Consequently, other senior executives of Al Beauty had to take over the reception duties. Gu Shiwei, anxious as an ant on a hot stove, made countless phone calls, but all she received was a repeated message to please try again later. Hey, Gu, what are you wondering about for? Just as Gu Shuowei felt at a loss, a familiar, playful voice drifted into her ears. Turning, she saw Lin Cheng and Diao Yushui approaching. Where have you two been? We searched the entire hotel and could not find you. Gu Shuowei complained as she stepped closer to Lin Cheng. We encountered some significant trouble, but we have just resolved it, Lin Cheng replied nonchalantly. What trouble could possibly be more pressing than this press conference? Gu Shuowei exclaimed urgently. Naturally, our lives. You have no idea, Sister Shui and I just had a brush with death. Lin Cheng summarized the earlier events with a casual air. Gu Shuowei, perceiving Lin Cheng's exaggerated description, assumed he was jesting until she turned to see Jiao Yushui's serious demeanor, confirming the gravity of the situation. Enough about that for now. Sister, you need to get on stage and say a few words. The leader up there has been engaging in awkward small talk for nearly half an hour. Gu Shuowei urged Jiao Yushui. All right, I shall go now. Jiao Yushui nodded, casting Lin Cheng a lingering glance filled with unspoken sentiments before ascending the stage. Lin Cheng, I detected something peculiar in the way Sister looked at you. Did something happen between you two? Gu Shuowei noticed the shift. Don't ask me, if you must inquire. Direct your questions to Sister Shui. Lin Cheng shrugged, adopting an air of stubbornness. If you won't share, then so be it. I wasn't that interested anyway. Gu Shuowei pouted, yet she secretly resolved to clarify matters with Diao Yushui later. While their conversation unfolded, Diao Yushui had already taken to the stage. As she appeared, the previously noisy venue fell silent, all eyes drawn to the rising star of the beauty industry. Esteemed guests, greetings. I am Diao Yushui, the president of L Beauty. First and foremost, I wish to apologize for the unforeseen circumstances that delayed my arrival, causing a disruption to your valuable time. Many may be unaware that certain individuals have attempted to obstruct L Beauty's listing plans. However, I am not upset by this. On the contrary, I find it encouraging. This only serves to validate the strength of L Beauty. These individuals, driven by fear of our growth, resorted to various means to thwart our listing. I am delighted to announce that their plans have failed. Today, at this moment, L Beauty is officially listed. This listing marks not the end, but the beginning for us. With the support and witness of all our esteemed guests, L Beauty shall attain new heights of brilliance. In no time, we will undoubtedly become the premier beauty brand in China. As Diao Yushui delivered her impassioned speech, L Beauty was officially listed. Chapter 75. Two melancholic women following Diao Yushui's speech, Leia Beauty promptly unveiled its latest product. Model Xu Chong took to the stage, showcasing the new lipstick, which instantly captured the attention of the journalists, their cameras flashing incessantly. Meanwhile, the large screen displayed a rolling introduction of the new lipstick. It was anticipated that this product would undoubtedly become a bestseller, serving as the cornerstone of Leia Beauty's offerings. Before long, the product launch concluded. Transitioning into the evening banquet phase. As the founder and CEO of Leia Beauty, Diao Yushui naturally became the focal point of the event. Numerous prominent entrepreneurs approached her, raising their glasses and toasts, seeking opportunities for future collaboration. With the capture of the five-star assassin Lin Cheng, the personal bodyguard, found his role considerably diminished. He stood in the dining area with Gu Shuowei, both indulging in the exquisite cuisine and fine wine. Gu Daxiwa, this cake is delightful. You should have a taste. Lin Cheng said, presenting a half-eaten piece of cake to Gu Shuowei. I'm not eating that. You enjoy it yourself, she replied, pushing his hand away with a look of disdain. You have no idea how many women in the world would want a bite of this cake I left behind. Lin Cheng teased. Stop joking. Let us talk about something serious, Gu Shuowei retorted, slightly exasperated by his levity. What serious matter? Lin Cheng inquired, puzzled. The launch event is officially over now. You mentioned before that you were only going to be a bodyguard during the event. Now that it has concluded, what are your plans? Will you continue your internship here or seek another job? Gu Shuowei expressed her thoughts candidly, perhaps out of a hint of jealousy. She was quite concerned about Lin Cheng remaining by Diao Yushui's side. Previously, she had refrained from voicing her feelings due to the necessity of ensuring Diao Yushui's safety. But now that the bodyguard's mission was complete, she felt a pang of possessiveness. Honestly, I haven't given that much thought yet. Changing jobs can be quite cumbersome. Staying here until my internship concludes also seems like a reasonable choice, and I'm sure Shuedre wouldn't mind, Lin Cheng replied. Although he had initially stated he would leave after the event, he found the job relatively easygoing. And being in the company of such a stunning woman as Diao Yushui was not an undesirable situation. If you find it troublesome, I can help you find a job. Even if you're not interested in working at my family's hotel, my father knows many people and could connect you with other opportunities, Gu Shuiwei offered. Upon hearing this, Lin Cheng grinned mischievously. Gu Daxiwa, why do I get the impression you don't want me to stay by Shuijia's side? Are you perhaps feeling a twinge of jealousy? Could it be that the aloof Gu Shuiwei has developed feelings for this impoverished fellow? Don't be ridiculous. Gu Shuiwei's face flushed at his playful suggestion. I'm just worried you might find this job tedious, and as a man, it might make Shuijia feel uncomfortable having you around. Listening to her words, Lin Cheng nodded. You do have a point. And sticking to the same job for too long can indeed become monotonous. I'll discuss it with Shuijia later. If I ascertain there are no potential dangers around her, I'll resign from the bodyguard role. That's more like it. A man shouldn't linger around women all the time. Otherwise, people might mistake you for a gigolo. Gu Shuiwei replied, relieved. As their conversation unfolded, Dio Yuxu had already exchanged pleasantries with most of the prominent figures in attendance. Seizing a moment of respite, she quietly approached Lin Cheng and Gu Shuiwei. Why aren't you two out mingling? Whispering secrets over here. Dio Yuxu joked, her cheeks slightly flushed, clearly having indulged in a fair amount of drink courtesy of the esteemed guests. Shuijia, how much have you had to drink? You seem quite tipsy. Lin Cheng expressed his concern. Yes, Shuijia, perhaps you should take a break? The event is over, and there is nothing left for you to handle here, Gu Shuiwei added. No need, I'm not drunk. You both need tea worry, Dio Yuxu insisted, shaking her head vigorously, her smile bright, despite her protestations. Her demeanor unmistakably indicated she had indeed imbibed too much. What were you two discussing so earnestly just now? Do share with me, she inquired, her curiosity piqued. Our topic was rather profound, and under your current state of inebriation, it would be less than appropriate to discuss. Perhaps we should wait until you are sober. Lin Cheng tactfully suggested, wishing to avoid a discussion about changing jobs with a tipsy Dio Yuxu. I've told you, I'm perfectly sober. My mind is clear. If you have something to say, just say it, Dio Yuxu asserted, tugging at Lin Cheng's collar as if to compel him to speak. Is it true that even a cool and composed beauty like Shuijia can become uncouth when intoxicated? It seems alcohol is not a virtue, and moderation is indeed key, Lin Cheng remarked with a wry smile. Since Shuijia is so insistent, then do share. After all, it must be addressed sooner or later, Gu Shuiwei encouraged, hoping to seize the moment when Dio Yuxu might be less resistant. Very well, then, Lin Cheng acquiesced, realizing he had little choice. The thing is, with the assassin apprehended and the event concluded successfully, I believe it's time for me to withdraw from my role as your bodyguard. Are you resigning? Dio Yuxu's expression shifted as she began to regain her composure. Even though there is no longer any danger, you could still serve as my bodyguard. You need an internship. And wouldn't it be better to stay by my side? I merely wish to take advantage of my youth and internship period to experience a variety of jobs. Lin Cheng explained. Besides, with so many bodyguards around you, I hardly believe my presence is indispensable. Wait, is this because of the awkward incident that just occurred? Is that why you want to resign? Dio Yuxu suddenly asked. What awkward incident? Gu Shuiwei's curiosity was piqued as she caught the hint of something significant. In nothing, Lin Cheng hastily waved his hands, signaling Dio Yuxu to refrain from elaborating. However, under the influence of alcohol, Dio Yuxu seemed less inclined to keep secrets. Even though you just confessed your feelings to me, which I accepted, then you coldly rejected me, I want you to know it's fine. I'm not upset. And we can continue working together, Dio Yuxu slurred, although her expression betrayed a lingering sorrow. You confessed to Shuijia. She accepted, and then you rejected her? Gu Shuiwei's mind momentarily short-circuited, struggling to process the information. Lin Cheng, can you explain what Shuijia meant by that? Gu Shuiwei also glared at Lin Cheng. Under the scrutiny of two stunning beauties, Lin Cheng could not help but feel speechless. He merely sought to unlock his superpowers. What had he done to deserve this? Chapter 76. The hypnotized school belle under the influence of alcohol. Diao Yuxue confessed her feelings to Lin Cheng, only to be playfully rejected by him afterward. This incident not only left a lingering ache in Diao Yushue's heart, but also instilled a sense of crisis in Gu Shuiwei. Consequently, the two women confronted Lin Cheng, demanding an explanation. Dear ladies, it is currently a banquet. Are you certain you wish for me to elucidate the matter under such circumstances? Lin Cheng replied helplessly. Perhaps we should wait until the banquet concludes and then sit together to discuss this matter calmly. His suggestion was merely an attempt to buy time, hoping to devise a perfect explanation to placate these two assertive women. No, you must explain now. It appears you are merely attempting to stall, a common tactic among men. Gu Shuowei perceived Lin Cheng's intentions and insisted on an immediate explanation. Logically, I need not explain myself to either of you. However, since the situation has escalated to this point, it seems I must provide some justification, lest you pester me for eternity. Very well. I shall present a reason that will satisfy you both. As he spoke, Lin Cheng's mind raced to concoct an appropriate rationale. Indeed, human potential is limitless. Under the considerable pressure from these two women, Lin Cheng managed to devise a reason. At this juncture, I shall not conceal the truth from you. Aside from my ability to commit crimes, I possess another unique talent. What other special ability might that be? As anticipated, Diao Yuxue and Gu Shuowei's jealousy temporarily dissipated, replaced by curiosity. Hypnosis, Lin Cheng declared, the words slipping from his lips. Hypnosis? You can hypnotize? Diao Yuxue questioned incredulously. But even if you can hypnotize, what does that have to do with your confession to the senior and subsequent rejection? Gu Shuowei inquired. You see, hypnosis is not effective in every circumstance. One must first allow the subject to lower their mental defenses before hypnosis can occur. At that time, the assassin had bound both me and the senior, and he was overly confident and agitated, making it exceedingly difficult to hypnotize him. Thus, I needed to divert his attention away from us before attempting hypnosis, Lin Cheng continued, weaving his tale. The situation was urgent. I had no time to think, which is why I blurted out my feelings for the senior. I concede that my method was rather unfriendly, but given the unique circumstances, my actions were justifiable. Would you not agree? Lin Cheng's elaborate fabrications served to rationalize his behavior. If that is the case, then your actions at that moment seem understandable. After listening to Lin Cheng's explanation, Diao Yushua's emotions gradually stabilized. However, unlike Diao Yushua, Gu Shuowei was not so easily swayed. Hypnosis, you say? I find it difficult to believe, she scoffed. How about this? You hypnotize me, and if you succeed, I shall accept your convoluted tale. Intrigued by Gu Shuowei's challenge, Diao Yushue turned her gaze to Lin Cheng. Her expression filled with anticipation as she awaited the demonstration of his supposed superpower. Very well, but I cannot guarantee what you may find yourself doing after the hypnosis. Lin Cheng warned. You must have seen those films from Japan where hypnotized women end up in rather compromising situations. If I were to make you dance provocatively or engage in other embarrassing acts in front of an audience, you would not mind, would you? After all, hypnosis carries risks. Are you prepared to accept that risk? To dissuade Gu Shuowei from her idea, Lin Cheng resorted to a playful threat. You dare. If you make me do anything humiliating, I shall ensure you pay for it once I awaken, Gu Shuowei retorted angrily. Then what is your stance? Will you allow me to hypnotize you or not? Lin Cheng pressed, the dynamic shifting between them. You, Gu Shuowei stammered, rendered speechless by Lin Cheng's audacity. How about this? After you hypnotize Gu Shuowei, have her bring me a drink. If you can accomplish that, it will prove your ability to hypnotize, Diao Yushue proposed. That's a splendid idea, senior. What say you, Lin Cheng? Are you daring enough to take this bet? Gu Shuowei looked at him expectantly. Why would I shy away? Let us proceed, with the senior as our witness. Lin Cheng grinned, entirely unafraid. He then pointed to the necklace adorning Diao Yushue's neck. Senior, I require some props for my hypnosis. May I borrow your necklace? You didn't use props when you hypnotized that assassin, did you? Diao Yushue inquired while unfastening her necklace. That was a unique circumstance. This is not an emergency, so some theatricality is warranted, Lin Cheng fabricated. After receiving the necklace from Diao Yushue, he gestured to a nearby table. I will be quite fatigued after the hypnosis, so let us sit while I perform it. Very well. I shall observe what trickery you will conjure, Gu Shuowei replied with a mocking laugh as they took their seats at the table. Gu Shuowei, are you prepared? I shall begin the hypnosis now. Lin Cheng grinned mischievously at her. Very well, commence, Gu Shuowei replied, her expression resolute. Lin Cheng released the necklace, allowing it to sway before Gu Shuowei's gaze, the sapphire glimmering enticingly. Gu Shuowei, focus on this necklace and heed my instructions. You are feeling very tired, exceedingly so. And you yearn for sleep. When I rest my head upon the table, your body will no longer belong to you but to me, and you shall obey my commands. With a serious demeanor, Lin Cheng began his act, though Gu Shuowei regarded him with disdain, clearly dismissing his attempts at hypnosis. While Lin Cheng possessed no true hypnotic abilities, he had recently acquired a far more formidable power, the ability of possession. This ability was not limited by gender, allowing him to inhabit the bodies of women as well. With this in mind, Lin Cheng wasted no time and activated his possession ability on Gu Shuowei. Instantly, he lost consciousness in his own body, collapsing onto the table, while simultaneously he successfully occupied Gu Shuiwei's form. Chapter 77. What will you do after capturing the campus bell? Is this truly the essence of a woman's body? The sensation is indeed rather extraordinary. The previously ample area now feels somewhat vacant, while the chest bears a weighty presence. Well, how should I put it? It is still preferable to be a man. After possessing Gu Shuiwei's form, Lin Cheng reached this conclusion. Shuiwei, are you all right? Is everything fine? Lin Cheng, wouldn't he truly have hypnotized you, would he? Diao Yushui was startled when she saw Lin Cheng's body slumped over the table. Upon noticing Diao Yushui's concern, Lin Cheng felt mischievous and decided to play a trick on her. He approached Diao Yushui and grasped her hand, reassuring her, "Don't worry, senior, I'm perfectly fine. Lin Cheng is certainly deceiving you. Do not believe his words in the future. Thank goodness you're all right. But why did Lin Cheng faint?" Diao Yushui pointed at Lin Cheng. "He is surely pretending. Watch as I unveil his charade." Lin Cheng, in Gu Shuiwei's guise, declared. As he spoke, he moved next to his own body and gave it a vigorous shake. Hey, Lin Cheng, I know you are feigning sleep. Stop pretending and wake up, or I shall be compelled to act." Lin Cheng addressed his own body. Naturally, Lin Cheng was aware that he would not be able to wake himself, and his actions were merely a prelude to what was to come. Still not getting up? Very well. If you remain unmoving, I shall kiss you. I am curious to see how long you can endure. Lin Cheng, embodying dual roles, prepared to kiss himself. Wait, Shuiwei, even if he remains unconscious, there is no need for you to kiss him, is there? Wouldn't that be rewarding him? Diao Yushui interjected, assuming Gu Shuiwei was acting impulsively. Fear not, senior. I merely intend to frighten him. I assure you, before I even reach him, you will awaken and cease his pretense. Lin Cheng replied nonchalantly. For safety's sake, you should record this on your phone, lest Lin Cheng tries to evade responsibility. I shall use this video to hold it over him for eternity, he continued. All right. Fine. Despite her confusion over Gu Shuiwei's antics, Diao Yushui retrieved her phone, activated the camera, and began recording. Lin Cheng then maneuvered Gu Shuiwei's body to stand before his own. Subsequently, he bent down, puckered his lips, and leaned towards his own cheek. In the astonished gaze of Diao Yushui, Gu Shuiwei's lips made contact with Lin Cheng's face. Thus, Lin Cheng accomplished an unprecedented act in human history, kissing himself. How peculiar this feels, he mused. No, Shuiwei, did you not say you were merely pretending? Why then did you truly kiss him? Diao Yushui was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. I intended to only act, but I did not expect Lin Cheng to be so resilient, remaining in slumber. Lin Cheng chuckled. As the possession time of 2 minutes approached its end, Lin Cheng relinquished his supernatural ability, exiting Gu Shuiwei's body, restoring her control. Huh? What has happened? Why am I standing here? Gu Shuiwei surveyed her surroundings in astonishment. She had clearly been standing next to Diao Yushui just moments ago. How had she suddenly found herself before Lin Cheng? Shuiwei, do you truly not know what transpired? Diao Yushui queried, equally perplexed. Just moments prior, Gu Shuiwei had approached and kissed Lin Cheng. How could she now appear completely oblivious? Senior, what are you talking about? Did something happen just now? Gu Shuiwei inquired, puzzled. You genuinely do not recall? You just kissed Lin Cheng. At this moment, Diao Yushui realized that Gu Shuiwei was not pretending. She was genuinely unaware. This confirmed that Lin Cheng had not lied. He had indeed succeeded in hypnotizing Gu Shuiwei. It seemed that the previous assassin had also been hypnotized by Lin Cheng, leading to their self-harming actions. Kiss him? Why would I ever do that? Senior, please, do not jest with me. Are you and Lin Cheng in cahoots? Trying to fool me? Gu Shuiwei remained skeptical. I anticipated that even if I hypnotized you, you would refuse to concede, so I prepared accordingly. Just then, Lin Cheng, having regained consciousness, stood up with a smile. Shuijia, since she does not believe you, show her the video to leave her speechless, he suggested with a grin. Diao Yushui nodded and held her phone before Gu Shuiwei, playing the recorded video. What? This is real. I actually kissed him. Faced with undeniable evidence, Gu Shuiwei found herself at a loss for words. Campus Bell Gu, do you now believe in my hypnotic prowess? Lin Cheng teased, if you still doubt. I could always hypnotize you again. Lin Cheng's ability to possess could only be utilized twice a day, so he could not hypnotize again. Yet he was confident that even without further hypnosis, Gu Shuiwei would now believe in his abilities. Please, no more hypnotism. I believe you. Is that satisfactory? Gu Shuiwei waved her hands in a flurry. Your skills in hypnosis and criminal profiling are indeed impressive. Diao Yushui praised Lin Cheng. Well, without these remarkable talents, how could I dare to take on the role of your personal bodyguard? Lin Cheng declared with pride. Moreover, my abilities extend beyond this. I possess many more formidable skills yet to be unveiled. Lin Cheng continued, aware that the system had only assigned him 2 tasks to pursue female interests. And to unlock new powers, he needed to continue his endeavors. All right. I acknowledge your prowess, Jia Yuxue said with an affectionate smile. To possess such abilities yet choose to control another's body to kiss him. What a rogue you are. Gu Shuewei remarked, her cheeks flushed. Evidently still troubled by Lin Cheng's actions. Campus Bell Gu, should you continue to complain, the next time I manipulate your body, it may not merely involve a kiss. Lin Cheng warned, causing Gu Shuewei to quiet down. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Cheng's words, she obediently ceased her protests, refraining from provoking him further. As laughter filled the air, the evening banquet drew to a close. With Jia Yushue's warm send-off, the guests began to depart. Lin Cheng observed the busy Jia Yuxue, reflecting on their fortuitous meeting. In a mere week, he had managed to win her favor and unlock new abilities through her. Yet, he was acutely aware that it was time for him to part ways with Gu Shuewei. Chapter 78. The world is vast. I yearned to explore after the conclusion of the L beauty product launch event. Lin Cheng remained by Jia Yushue's side for an entire week. During this time, numerous events unfolded. Following the arrest of the assassin, Liang, the police transferred him to the hospital. After a few days, once Liang's burns stabilized, the police commenced their interrogation. Initially, due to his professional ethics, assassin Liang steadfastly refused to divulge any contact information regarding his employer. In desperation, Captain Zhao Lei once again sought Lin Cheng's assistance in the interrogation. Utilizing the extraordinary abilities of his character profile card and various psychological tactics, Lin Cheng ultimately breached Liang's mental defenses. In the end, with Liang's cooperation, the police traced the mastermind, Li Jiaming, and his accomplice. Once this matter became public, the stock price of Huaxi Beauty plummeted, leading to a significant decline in its market value. In contrast, L Beauty soared after its initial public offering, achieving consecutive days of limit-up trading. Within a mere week, Huaxi Beauty found itself utterly incapable of competing with L Beauty. I never expected that Huaxi Beauty, which could previously contend with L, would fall so dramatically, Gu Shuewei remarked while gazing at news about Huaxi Beauty on her phone. As the saying goes, those who engage in wrongful acts will inevitably meet their demise. They brought this upon themselves by resorting to such underhanded tactics, Lin Cheng scoffed, turning to Jia Yuxue. Sister Xue, you must be quite pleased to see such a formidable competitor diminish. Pleased? I'm currently overwhelmed. Right after L went public, the board members are pressuring me to acquire Huaxi Beauty. Jia Yuxue responded helplessly. What? L intends to acquire Huaxi Beauty? Gu Shuewei exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this news. Yes, the board members have this notion, but my focus is solely on L Beauty. I'm not particularly interested in acquisitions, Jia Yuxue replied nonchalantly. If an acquisition is feasible, then by all means, let it happen. Given the current turmoil at Huaxi Beauty, their stock price has plummeted, making it unlikely to fetch a high price, Lin Cheng remarked. In business, as in warfare, a single misstep can lead to total defeat, transforming one into another's prey. Let us observe how it unfolds. My mother is also interested in Huaxi Beauty. The Li Group is affluent. If they wish to acquire it, others will find it difficult to compete, Jia Yuxue stated. Very well, you can keep an eye on it. We aren't particularly versed in such matters, Lin Cheng chuckled, deciding to withdraw from the conversation. By the way, senior sister, there is something I wish to discuss with you, Lin Cheng said, redirecting the topic. What is it? Please, go ahead, Jia Yuxue said. Setting aside her work and gazing earnestly at Lin Cheng, Gu Shuewei also looked at him, her eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Cheng hesitated for a moment before shyly speaking. It's like this. The crisis at L Beauty has passed, and I've dealt with the assassin after you. My role as your personal bodyguard should be considered complete. Are you implying that you wish to resign? Jia Yuxue discerned the implication in Lin Cheng's words. Not exactly a resignation. It's more that my work is nearly finished, and it's time for me to gracefully withdraw, Lin Cheng rephrased, though the meaning remained unchanged. Even if your work is complete, you can still stay here. After all, where else would you go? Isn't staying with me quite pleasant? Jia Yuxue urged. You know, I have absolutely no interest in beauty products. If it weren't for the purpose of protecting you, I truly wouldn't wish to remain in such an environment. Now that the danger has passed, and you are safe. Please allow me to liberate myself. I wish to pursue my own interests, Lin Cheng asserted resolutely. Very well. Since you've expressed it so clearly, I won't insist on keeping you any longer. Recognizing Lin Cheng's determination, Jiao Yuxue understood that further persuasion would be futile and chose to remain silent. However, have you secured your next position? Where are you planning to go? The Tianlong International Hotel owned by Xu Weiwei's family? Jiao Yuxue inquired, casting a meaningful glance at Gu Xu Weiwei. I haven't decided yet. I plan to take a few days to rest, to travel and explore, as I've been busy for so long. It's time to grant myself a vacation. The world is vast, and I yearn to explore, Lin Cheng exclaimed dramatically. That sounds good. Go enjoy yourself. You can travel wherever you wish and do whatever you please. Just bring back the receipts, and I'll reimburse you, Jiao Yuxue generously offered. All right, then I shan't be formal with you, Sister Xue. Lin Cheng replied with a slight smile. Lin Cheng's resignation was swiftly approved amidst their light-hearted banter. What about you, Xu Weiwei? Now that Lin Cheng has resigned, do you intend to stay here? Jiao Yuxue shifted her focus to Gu Xu Weiwei after discussing Lin Cheng's situation. Why would I resign? Lin Cheng is Lin Cheng. And I am me. There is no reason for me to leave just because he is, Gu Xu Weiwei quickly clarified. Besides, I genuinely enjoy beauty products and wish to learn more from you, senior sister. I have no intention of leaving. However, as soon as she spoke, Gu Xu Weiwei regretted her words. Lin Cheng's resignation was originally her suggestion, and she had planned to leave with him. Yet, Jiao Yuxue's question caught her off guard, preventing her from confessing her own desire to resign. In short, it was all a matter of pride. Well, it's wonderful that you're staying. If both of you were to leave, I would truly feel quite lonely, Jiao Yuxue smiled faintly. Then it's settled. I haven't formally joined yet, so I won't need to go through the resignation process. I'll simply leave after work today, Lin Cheng declared. Why the rush? Let us all go out for dinner tonight. We'll send you off properly, Jiao Yuxue suggested. Send me off? That's too extravagant. I'm not going abroad. I'll still come back to visit you, Lin Cheng chuckled. Very well, let us do as you say, Jiao Yuxue agreed without pressing further. I'll go say goodbye to my fellow bodyguards. After working together for so long, we've formed a bond. Once I bid them farewell, I'll take my leave and return to visit later, Lin Cheng said, waving goodbye to Gu Xu Weiwei and Jiao Yuxue before heading off to find his fellow bodyguards. This guy leaves so abruptly, showing no sentiment whatsoever, Gu Xu Weiwei remarked. Jiao Yuxue smiled gently, but there is something charmingly carefree and adorable about him, don't you think? Gu Xu Weiwei pouted, non-committal in her response. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to his fellow bodyguards, Lin Cheng exited Jiao Yuxue's company. As soon as he stepped outside, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was the beautiful reporter, Su Ying, calling him. Hello, Su, the esteemed reporter. What brings you to me? Lin Cheng answered the call in a casual tone. I heard from Captain Zhao Lei that you've caught another assassin. Quite impressive. Perhaps you should consider a career in law enforcement, Su Ying remarked on the other end of the line. Enough with the jokes, just tell me what you need. Lin Cheng replied directly. I would like to cover your recent capture of the assassin in a news piece for my account. Would that be all right? Su Ying inquired. That is fine, but you already have numerous videos of me on your account. At this rate, it will turn into a series, Lin Cheng teased. As long as it garners attention, turning it into a series is perfectly acceptable. After all, your persona is quite popular among netizens, Su Ying retorted. Well, feel free to proceed. Your videos contribute positively to my image. I have matters to attend to, so goodbye. With that, Lin Cheng hung up the phone. However, he was unaware of the impending minor crisis that this video would unleash upon his life. Chapter 79. A day at the amusement park with the school bell. After resigning from his position with Dao Yuxu, Lin Cheng returned to his dormitory. With no job to occupy him, he had no reason to remain at Dao Yuxu's place. Most of his roommates had gone out for internships, leaving the once lively dormitory feeling quite desolate. Damn it, I used to complain about the noise when the fat guys were around, and now that they've left, I actually miss them, Lin Cheng muttered to himself. However, solitude brought a certain tranquility, and with no work obligations weighing him down, he decided to grant himself a brief respite. Lin Cheng indulged in 2 days of leisurely sleep, replenishing his energy after days of exhaustion. Yet, such tranquil days were abruptly interrupted by a phone call. The caller was none other than the school belle, Gu Xu Weiwei, and her call coincidentally shattered Lin Cheng's pleasant dreams. Hello, Gu, why are you calling me so early? We are no longer colleagues, so please maintain some distance, Lin Cheng said playfully into the phone. Stop joking. Do you know why I called? Gu Shuewei replied. Why? Are you already missing me after just a few days? Lin Cheng laughed. Don't flatter yourself. I'm actually quite upset. I came to senior sister's company for you, and now that you've left, why am I still here? Gu Shuewei's voice was filled with grievance. How can you blame me? You said you wanted to stay. I never forced you to remain, Lin Cheng retorted. It's because you left that I felt I couldn't go. Knowing how upset Shuejue would be, Gu Shuewei said helplessly. See, that's the trouble with pride. It leads to unnecessary suffering. Remember, if you don't want to do something, be brave enough to say so, Lin Cheng chuckled. There was a long silence on the other end, clearly indicating that Gu Shuewei was at a loss for words due to Lin Cheng's pointed remark. I don't care. You must take responsibility for this situation, Gu Shuewei finally declared after a pause. Take responsibility? Please don't phrase it so ambiguously. Anyone would think I did something outrageous to you, Lin Cheng teased. So, how do you want me to take responsibility? I bought 2 tickets to the amusement park and got the day off from senior sister. You will accompany me today, and then I might forgive you, Gu Shuewei said. A hint of pride in her tone. Wait, are we really going to the amusement park? We're practically 100 years old combined. Isn't that a bit childish? Upon hearing about the amusement park, Lin Cheng immediately lost interest. Stop making excuses. Get up, freshen up, and put on something nice. I'll come to pick you up soon, Gu Shuewei said, hanging up before Lin Cheng could protest. An amusement park visit? Why not? It had been ages since he last went, and with the school bell accompanying him, it wouldn't be a wasted trip. Lin Cheng reassured himself and got out of bed, washed up, and changed his clothes. Half an hour later, Lin Cheng was ready and stepped out of the school. Upon reaching the school gate, he found Gu Shuewei waiting for him. She wore a lovely floral dress, her hair cascading down, a red handbag slung over her shoulder. And her light makeup accentuated her beauty. Wow, Gu, you look stunning in that outfit. Lin Cheng generously praised her. What do you mean? Were my previous outfits not pretty? Gu Shuewei retorted. If you keep talking like that, we won't be able to enjoy our conversation in the future, Lin Cheng laughed. All right, enough teasing. Let us hurry to the amusement park, Gu Shuewei urged. Since it's a weekday, it won't be too crowded, but I plan to enjoy every ride. So we must be on time. Sure, but didn't you bring your chauffeur along? At this hour, you don't need to hide your wealth from me. Lin Cheng remarked. Having a chauffeur is too much hassle. We can just take the bus. It's not far, Gu Shuewei replied. I'm fine with that. But aren't you worried about your status? Lin Cheng joked as they boarded the bus together. The amusement park was a mere 20-minute ride from their school. Thankfully, due to the weekday, there were no lines, and they entered directly after showing their tickets. As they walked in, a man with a large backpack brushed past them, accidentally bumping into Gu Shuewei, causing her to lose her balance and nearly fall. Quick to react, Lin Cheng instinctively grabbed her waist, pulling her safely into his embrace. The careless man, however, did not stop to apologize and hurried away. What is wrong with him? Can't he say sorry after bumping into someone? Lin Cheng shouted after the man's retreating figure. Never mind. I'm okay. Let us not escalate things, Gu Shuewei said. Her cheeks flushed as she stepped out of Lin Cheng's hold, appearing somewhat grateful for the incident. What should we do first? Lin Cheng asked. Surveying the array of attractions in the amusement park. Let us start with something thrilling, like the roller coaster, Gu Shuewei suggested. You're not afraid, are you? Upon seeing her doubtful gaze, Lin Cheng felt slightly offended. I don't even know how to spell fear. Let us go. With that, he led Gu Shuewei directly to the roller coaster. They rode the roller coaster, explored a haunted house, tried bungee jumping, swung on a giant swing, and indulged in a series of exhilarating rides. Throughout the activities, while Gu Shuewei screamed in excitement, Lin Cheng maintained a stoic expression, not even raising an eyebrow. That was exhilarating. I haven't screamed like that in ages. It's incredibly relieving, Gu Shuewei exclaimed, still buzzing from the excitement. Those are just childish amusements. A grown man like me doesn't typically rely on such things for stress relief, Lin Cheng scoffed. Oh, then how do you relieve stress? Gu Shuewei inquired with keen interest. Now that's a profound question. What do you think a man's way of relieving stress would be? Naturally, it involves women. Lin Cheng answered candidly. Oh, so you have quite a bit of experience with women? Gu Shuewei's expression shifted to one of disappointment. To be honest, I'm still a virgin, Lin Cheng declared with an earnest face. Uffed. Gu Shuewei couldn't contain her laughter at Lin Cheng's serious demeanor. You really don't say anything serious. It's getting late. We've had our fun. Let us head back. I'm starving, Lin Cheng said, patting his flat stomach. Don't rush. Let us enjoy one last ride, and then I'll treat you to dinner, Gu Shuiwei insisted. All right, what is the last ride you want? Something thrilling again? Lin Cheng asked. No, let us do something romantic this time. Let us ride the Ferris wheel, Gu Shuiwei suggested. Haven't you heard? The Ferris wheel here is quite popular among couples. Well, I don't have a girlfriend, so why would I care? Lin Cheng shot back without hesitation. Gu Shuiwei rolled her eyes at him. No wonder you don't have a girlfriend. You lack romantic sensibility. With that, she turned and headed toward the Ferris wheel, leaving Lin Cheng to ponder her words. As the two individuals approached the Ferris wheel, it came to a halt, allowing the passengers to disembark in succession. At that moment, Lin Cheng observed among those descending from the ride the very man who had just collided with Gu Shuiwei. Curiously, however, the man's backpack, which had previously appeared quite full, now seemed entirely devoid of contents, as if its belongings had been removed. Chapter 80. The star Lu Feifei. Lin Cheng, what are you looking at? Gu Shuiwei inquired curiously as she noticed Lin Cheng fixating on a backpack-wearing man. That man is the one who bumped into you earlier, Lin Cheng replied. You don't intend to confront him, do you? Gu Shuiwei expressed her concern upon hearing Lin Cheng's words. Lin Cheng chuckled helplessly. What would I argue about? I merely found it peculiar that his bag appeared so full earlier, yet now it seems empty. Are you about to activate your criminal profiling skills again? Gu Shuiwei teased. We're supposed to be having fun. You could loosen up a bit and enjoy life. All right, let us forget about him and head up, Lin Cheng conceded. His interest in the backpack man dissipating as he followed Gu Shuiwei into one of the Ferris wheel cabins. It seems we haven't had such close contact before, have we? Whenever we're together, there always seems to be someone else around, Gu Shuiwei remarked as they sat facing each other. Indeed, it appears we've never spent time alone. But after an entire day at the amusement park, we've certainly made up for it, Lin Cheng agreed. Apologies for intruding. A charming woman suddenly interjected as she entered the cabin, taking a seat beside Gu Shuiwei, thereby interrupting the previously intimate atmosphere. Lin Cheng and Gu Shuiwei exchanged a resigned smile. I'm in a bit of a hurry, so I had to squeeze in here with you too. The masked girl continued apologetically. That's perfectly fine. This Ferris will isn't mine, so feel free to join, Lin Cheng responded with a smile. Taking a moment to scrutinize the masked woman, dressed in a full ensemble of a windbreaker, mask, and cap, she appeared to be concealing her identity, perhaps to avoid recognition. However, her delicate features and fair skin hinted at her undeniable beauty. I've heard this Ferris wheel is quite popular among couples. You two must be a couple, right? The masked woman initiated a conversation. No, we are merely friends. I was dragged here by her, Lin Cheng clarified, gesturing toward Gu Shuiwei. Why the rush to clarify? Afraid others might think you're single? Gu Shuiwei shot back, clearly displeased by Lin Cheng's swift denial. I just didn't want to tarnish your reputation. It's fine if I'm misunderstood, but you, the ancient campus belle, should not endure such indignities, Lin Cheng jested. Gu Shuiwei rolled her eyes, ignoring him, and turned her attention back to the masked woman. For some reason, she felt a growing familiarity with her. Have we met somewhere? Your face seems quite familiar. Are you a student at Qingbei University as well? Gu Shuiwei couldn't help but voice her thoughts. No, I'm not from Qingbei University, and we've never crossed paths. You must be mistaken, the masked woman replied, her tone noticeably anxious. Observing her panic, Lin Cheng felt intrigued and began to suspect the masked woman's true identity. His instincts told him she was not an ordinary individual. With a sudden resolve, Lin Cheng employed his character profile card ability. The details of the masked woman materialized before him. Name: Lu Feifei. Age: 22. Height: 171 centimeters. Measurements: 88, 64, 86. Identity: A-list actress in China. A versatile star in film, television, and music. Lin Cheng was taken aback. Lu Feifei was a name he heard countless times each day, as his 3 single roommates idolized this rising star, incessantly discussing her. He never imagined this enigmatic woman was the renowned celebrity Lu Feifei. Her current disguise suggested she was attempting to evade her management and enjoy a day out without attracting attention, a common plight for stars. Of course, as someone who hardly earned a fraction of what she made in a day, he felt he had no right to concern himself with her troubles. As Lu Feifei seemed intent on concealing her identity, Lin Cheng chose not to expose her. After all, he was not her fan and felt no urge to ask for an autograph. However, the system had other plans. Ding. Exceptional woman detected. New mission unlocked. Mission: win over the star Lu Feifei, raising her affection level to 100 points. With the system's mechanical voice, Lin Cheng was presented with another daunting task. What the heck? Are you serious? He exclaimed in disbelief, startling both Gu Shuiwei and Lu Feifei, who turned their attention to him. "What's wrong? You scared me. Why the sudden outburst?" Gu Shuiwei scolded. "Sorry, just a mosquito." Lin Cheng fabricated an excuse, mimicking the gesture of swatting at an insect. Though he felt overwhelmed, he realized he had to fulfill the mission the system had assigned him. Yet, how could he initiate a connection with the star Lu Feifei? As he pondered his approach, his phone rang abruptly. Upon checking, he saw it was journalist Su Ying calling. "Hello, Su, what is going on?" he answered. "Lin Cheng, where are you? Can you come to the police station?" Su's voice was filled with urgency. "Why would I go to the police station?" Lin Cheng questioned. "Yesterday, I sent you a video, and I received a disturbing comment. Someone said they wanted to challenge you, claiming they would cause explosions in the city and wanted you to catch them," Su explained. "That sounds like a joke from some fool. It's not worth worrying about." Lin Cheng shrugged off the concern. "No, it seems serious. They even sent me pictures of bomb-making materials and private messages," Su insisted, her tone growing more anxious. Despite her insistence, Lin Cheng remained dismissive. Just as he was about to reassure Su, Lu Feifei suddenly pointed at something beneath Lin Cheng's seat. "What is that?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Lin Cheng followed her gaze and immediately turned pale. Beneath his seat lay a makeshift bomb, complete with a timer that was currently counting down from 1 hour. Chapter 81: The Power of the Bomb. Lin Cheng in a desperate situation. "Hello? Hello, Lin Cheng. Why have you stopped speaking?" On the other end of the line, journalist Su Ying, noticing Lin Cheng's prolonged silence, could not help but urge him with concern. However, Lin Cheng's thoughts were entirely consumed by the bomb before him, which had already begun its countdown. His luck was truly abysmal. After finally managing to visit the amusement park, he found himself embroiled in an explosive incident, with the bomb situated right beneath his seat on the Ferris wheel. To make matters worse, he had only just unlocked a new task. With his life hanging by a thread, he deemed the task irrelevant. "Sorry, Su, I must hang up now. The message from the bomber you mentioned must indeed be genuine." Lin Cheng replied, his tone laced with resignation. "How do you know it's real? Did you deduce it using your criminal profiling ability?" Su Ying inquired. "No. I didn't need that ability to figure it out. The bomb is literally right under my seat. I need to report this to the police. Goodbye." Lin Cheng explained before abruptly ending the call. "Lin Cheng, this can't be a real bomb, can it? Are we going to die?" Gu Shuiwei trembled as she gazed at the bomb beneath Lin Cheng's seat. "I don't know, but what we need to do now is inform the police." Lin Cheng replied as he dialed Captain Zhao Lei's number. As a member of the Criminal Investigations Division, he was responsible for handling such cases. "Hello, Lin Cheng. What is the matter? I just received a threatening call, and I'm quite busy, so please make it brief," came Captain Zhao's urgent voice. "Captain Zhao, regarding the threat you mentioned, could it be that someone has planted a bomb in the amusement park?" Lin Cheng quickly connected his own experience to the threatening call. "How do you know that? Did you make this call?" Captain Zhao joked, taken aback by Lin Cheng's uncanny foresight. "No, quite the opposite. I am not the criminal. I am the victim. The bomb planted by the bomber is currently beneath my seat, and the countdown has already begun. We have less than an hour before it explodes. Can you arrange for a bomb disposal team to assist us?" Lin Cheng explained. "The bomb squad is on their way. They should arrive in about 5 minutes. And our criminal division will provide backup as well," Captain Zhao assured him. "However, there's a problem. The bomber stated that the Ferris wheel cannot be stopped. Otherwise, he will detonate the bomb remotely. Therefore, even if the bomb squad arrives, they will be unable to board the Ferris wheel to defuse the bomb. Damn it. This bomber is incredibly cunning." Lin Cheng gritted his teeth in frustration. Disarming such a homemade bomb shouldn't be too challenging. If the bomb squad could reach them, they would be safe. However, it was evident that the bomber anticipated this, which is precisely why he placed the bomb on a moving structure like the Ferris wheel. If the bomb squad couldn't board, it would be exceedingly difficult for the passengers inside the Ferris wheel to defuse the bomb. One wrong move, touching a sensitive component, could trigger the explosion. To make matters worse, the bomber could remotely detonate the device. Any unexpected occurrence would prompt him to detonate the bomb without hesitation. It was clear that Lin Cheng and the others were caught in a dire predicament. "Captain Zhao, do you have any information on how many people are on the Ferris wheel?" Lin Cheng inquired. "According to the park staff, there are over 30 people on the Ferris wheel. While we do not know the bomb's power, whether it would destroy the entire Ferris wheel or only harm those in your cabin, it is certain that if not handled properly, there will be casualties," Captain Zhao replied helplessly. "Lin Cheng, could you analyze the bomber's behavior from a criminal psychology perspective? If you could provide any clues to help us apprehend him, perhaps we could avert this crisis," Captain Zhao said, his voice filled with hope. You just mentioned that the bomber warned against any rash actions, implying he is likely still in the park, quietly observing everything, perhaps even blending in with the crowd. Lin Cheng surmised. Captain Zhao, please conduct a thorough search of the crowd for any suspicious individuals, especially men carrying backpacks. They should be scrutinized more closely. That is all I can offer. This is a critical moment for our lives. I want to hold back any information, Lin Cheng stated, knowing the gravity of the situation. All right, once we arrive on site, we will begin our investigation as you suggested. Do not worry, we will ensure your safety, Captain Zhao reassured him. Thank you for your help. I will hang up now and will contact you again once the bomb squad arrives, Lin Cheng said before ending the call. As Lin Cheng was on the phone, Gu Shuowei and Lu Feifei silently observed him. The moment he hung up, they eagerly began to ask questions. Lin Cheng, so this bomb is real, right? It will explode, it's not just a prank? Gu Shuowei inquired. Is the police really unable to handle this bomb? Are we going to die here? Lu Feifei added, her voice trembling with fear. We have an hour before the bomb explodes. If we can devise a solution in that time, we should be able to survive, Lin Cheng reassured them. For now, let us remain calm. However, there was no need for Lin Cheng to urge calmness. Both girls exhibited a remarkable composure. After all, one was a super-rich heiress, and the other a popular actress. Both had witnessed their fair share of dramatic events. Meeting like this is fate. We might be facing death soon, so it's best to get acquainted. That way, even in the afterlife, we'll have company, right? My name is Lin Cheng, and this is Gu Shuowei. We are both students at Tsinghua University and single. Lin Cheng introduced himself to ease the tension. Why do you emphasize that you are single? Are you harboring some lewd intentions? Gu Shuowei teased. At a time like this, what bad intentions could I possibly have? I only wish to survive, Lin Cheng replied, exasperated. Even at the brink of death, Gu Shuowei still managed to exhibit jealousy. Women truly lack a sense of crisis. I am Lu Feifei, an actress. At this moment, Lu Feifei no longer concealed her identity. She removed her mask and cap, revealing her stunning face. The three of them finally met one another with honesty. Chapter 82. Preparing to defuse the bomb, you are the recently popular actress Lu Feifei. I never expected to see you here. Your performance in Xianjian was truly captivating. Brimming with ethereal charm, I became your fan after watching that show. Upon seeing the true visage of Lu Feifei, Gu Shuowei was momentarily taken aback. Thank you for your admiration, Lu Feifei replied with a gentle smile. What are you two doing? Holding a fan meeting, I presume? Should I get an autograph? Lin Cheng observed the two girls, who displayed no sense of urgency, and felt exasperated. We are currently facing a bomb crisis. Perhaps it's best to momentarily suspend such idol-like behavior? Right, my apologies. I got too excited and momentarily forgot our predicament, Gu Shuowei acknowledged, regaining her composure. Though she spoke thus, what could they possibly do? Without the guidance of professionals, they were incapable of defusing the bomb, as Lu Feifei lamented. Lin Cheng, didn't you just speak with Captain Zhao? What did he say? Will someone come to rescue us? Gu Shuowei inquired. Although the bomb disposal team had arrived, it was unlikely they could reach their Ferris wheel. The bomber had incessantly contacted the police station, threatening to remotely detonate the bomb if the disposal team attempted to act. Lin Cheng sighed. If the bomb disposal team cannot come up, and we cannot descend, are we not caught in a dilemma? Gu Shuowei remarked. Indeed, that is the situation, Lin Cheng affirmed. Grasping Lin Cheng's arm, Gu Shuowei urged, Lin Cheng, you usually have plenty of clever ideas. Please think of a solution. My clever ideas are suited for dealing with living beings and criminals. However, I possess no means to confront this bomb, Lin Cheng replied with a hint of helplessness. His abilities, character data card, and possession were effective only against humans. He could not simply possess the bomb and control it from exploding. I'm at a loss. It seems my life will conclude in such a manner, Lu Feifei mused. An atmosphere of despair permeated the trio. Let us not lose heart, everyone. We still have less than an hour. Perhaps a miracle will occur, Lin Cheng comforted, sensing their despondency. And even if we perish, I hold no regrets. After all, to die alongside two stunning beauties is a dream many men would envy. Lin Cheng's optimistic demeanor uplifted Gu Shuowei and Lu Feifei. Initially, they felt fear, but after Lin Cheng's encouragement, their spirits calmed considerably. As they spoke, Lu Feifei took out a pack of gum from her pocket, distributing a piece to Lin Cheng and Gu Shuowei. Here, chew some gum. It will help ease your nerves, Lu Feifei suggested. Lin Cheng and Gu Shuowei accepted the gum gratefully, chewing thoughtfully. Life and death are fated, and wealth and honor are determined by destiny. We can only trust our police uncles now, Lu Feifei said with a smile. No sooner had Lu Feifei finished her words than Lin Cheng's phone rang again. It was Captain Zhao Lei calling. Lin Cheng answered the call, placing it on speaker mode so Gu Xiuwei and Lu Feifei could listen. Hello, Captain Zhao. Have the bomb disposal team arrived? Lin Cheng inquired. They're here, waiting beneath the Ferris wheel. Our criminal investigation team has also arrived and is maintaining order while evacuating the crowd. What is your situation? How much time until the bomb detonates? Captain Zhao asked succinctly. There are 50 minutes until detonation. Since the bomb disposal team cannot ascend, could they remotely guide us in defusing it? After all, waiting idly may lead to an explosion. It might be better to take a gamble, Lin Cheng suggested. All right, the leader of the bomb disposal team is right here with me. I will have him speak with you, Captain Zhao replied, handing the phone to the bomb disposal team leader. Officer, may I ask, if we attempt to defuse the bomb ourselves, what are the chances of success? Lin Cheng asked directly. This depends on the complexity of the bomb. If it is a simple homemade device, with my guidance, even an ordinary person could defuse it. However, if it is structurally complex, it becomes quite troublesome. The bomb disposal team leader explained. I will take a photo of the bomb and send it to you. You can assess its complexity, Lin Cheng said. Capturing multiple images of the bomb, ensuring to highlight intricate details for clarity. After sending the photos to Captain Zhao, a prompt response arrived. This bomb has a timer, explosives, and a connecting board, along with red and blue wires. Fortunately, it appears to be a standard bomb and should be relatively easy to defuse. The bomb disposal team leader informed them. Do you have anything to cut the wires? If you have gum, that would be ideal as it can insulate the power source. I have a nail clipper in my bag that can cut wires, Gu Xiuwei quickly revealed, retrieving it. We're chewing gum, so we can use that too, Lu Feifei added. Good. Since we have the tools, I will instruct you on how to proceed. First, cut the power to the connecting board. You can use the gum to insulate the power source, and then cut one of the two wires, either red or blue. I will create a visual guide based on the photos, and you can follow the steps depicted. The only tricky part is deciding whether to cut the red or blue wire. Cutting the wrong one could trigger an explosion. Based on my experience, cutting the red wire should prevent detonation, the bomb disposal team leader explained. Soon after, Lin Cheng received a visual guide from the bomb disposal team leader, outlining the steps clearly enough for anyone to follow. With the assurance that cutting the red wire would prevent detonation, it felt as if the bomb crisis had been alleviated. All right, ladies, I shall take on the task of defusing the bomb. Should my hands tremble and inadvertently trigger an explosion, do not hold it against me, Lin Cheng joked. Do it. I believe in you, Lu Feifei replied. For reasons unknown, Lu Feifei held an unwavering trust in this seemingly unserious man. Before I proceed with the defusal, I wish to apologize. Gu Xiuwei suddenly gazed earnestly at Lin Cheng, her expression sincere. If it were just me, it wouldn't matter much. But I deeply regret involving you in this. If I hadn't insisted on bringing you to the amusement park, we wouldn't have encountered this predicament. And you wouldn't have to share in this fear. Gu Xiuwei's face reflected her remorse. Though her invitation had been made with no ill intent, merely a desire for camaraderie, it was her actions that had led Lin Cheng into this perilous situation, leaving her guilt-ridden. Let go of the self-blame. This is merely an unfortunate incident. Rest assured, we will not perish, Lin Cheng reassured her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Ding. Gu Xiuwei's favorability increased by 10 points, now standing at 100-100. Lin Cheng's words resonated with Gu Xiuwei, enhancing her admiration for him, filling her favorability to its maximum. However, Lin Cheng had already unlocked a superpower from Gu Xiuwei, rendering her favorability status irrelevant to him. Ding. Gu Xiuwei's favorability maxed out, and the host's superpower has been updated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new superpower, character and object data card. To Lin Cheng's astonishment, his superpower has unexpectedly been upgraded and refreshed. Chapter 83. Red line? Blue line. What? Does superpower come with a refresh? How courteous. Upon witnessing his superpower refresh, Lin Cheng couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Previously, Gu Xiuwei's superpower was acquired through exploiting a bug in the system. He had not fully raised Gu Xiuwei's favorability. Now that her favorability was maxed out, the potency of her superpower had escalated to a new level. It seemed this was the complete form of the character information card's superpower. System, what distinguishes this new superpower from the previous one? Lin Cheng inquired silently. The prior superpower allowed you to see a person's information, whereas now, You are capable of perceiving both personal and object information, the system elucidated. Upon hearing this, Lin Cheng understood. No wonder it was called the person object information card. The addition of a comma signified a separation of categories. The ability to see object information. What use could that serve? Lin Cheng pondered. Could it be utilized for gambling on stones or appraising treasures? As he mused, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the bomb before him. Suddenly, Lin Cheng's eyes widened as a thought struck him. Indeed, if he employed this new superpower to inspect the bomb, could he ascertain which wire to cut? Although the bomb disposal team's leader had already stated that cutting the red wire would suffice, it was prudent to double-check with his superpower. With that thought, Lin Cheng activated the person object information card superpower on the artificial bomb. The bomb's information promptly materialized before him. Name, homemade bomb, explosion radius, 20 meters. Wire, blue wire. Note, cutting the blue wire will render the bomb inoperative. Stunned, Lin Cheng processed the system's data. The bomb disposal team leader had explicitly instructed to cut the red wire, yet the system indicated the blue wire, presenting a contradiction. Nevertheless, Lin Cheng unhesitatingly chose to trust the system. After all, humans could err, but systems were infallible. Time is running out. Prepare to cut the bomb's wire. Remember, it's the red one. The bomb disposal team leader's voice crackled through the phone. Are you certain it's the red wire? Shouldn't we double-check, considering we have several minutes left? Lin Cheng urged. Perhaps you misread it? This bomb is quite simple, with a clear current path. How could I possibly be mistaken? Hurry and cut the red wire to avoid unnecessary delays. The bomb disposal team leader pressed, urgency evident in his tone, as a remote detonator was still in the hands of the bomber. Yet, the leader's seemingly anxious insistence sparked Lin Cheng's suspicion. If, as claimed, the bomb structure was indeed so straightforward, it would be improbable to misjudge it. However, the reality was that the leader's conclusion contradicted the system's. Was this truly an oversight on his part? Or was there another underlying reason? A chilling thought suddenly surfaced in Lin Cheng's mind. Could it be that the bomb disposal team leader intentionally provided a false conclusion? Was he aiming to trigger the bomb? If that were the case, the leader's identity would become all too clear. With this realization, Lin Cheng swiftly transitioned the voice call into a video call, intent on revealing the true face of the bomb disposal team leader. Before long, the video request was accepted, revealing Captain Zhao Lei and a man clad in thick bomb disposal gear. Lin Cheng, what is it? Why the video call? Captain Zhao inquired, puzzled. Before cutting the wires, I want the bomb disposal team leader to confirm the bomb structure via video, to verify if it's indeed the red wire. It won't take more than a minute. Lin Cheng replied. Leader, could you please take another look? Pointing the camera at the bomb, he continued, yes, it's definitely the red wire. After a brief glance, the bomb disposal team leader echoed the same conclusion. All right, leader, I'll proceed to cut the red wire, Lin Cheng stated calmly. Yet, at that moment, he activated the character information card, superpower on the leader. As anticipated, he discerned what he sought to know. After confirming, Lin Cheng ended the video call and retrieved a pair of nail clippers from Lu Feifei's hands. Are the two lovely ladies ready? If so, I shall commence cutting the red wire, Lin Cheng said with a smile directed at Gu Shuwei and Lu Feifei. Ready, let us begin, both girls responded in unison. Very well, I shall start now, Lin Cheng declared, slowly moving the nail clippers towards the red wire under the anxious yet expectant gazes of the two girls. However, just as he neared the red wire, Lin Cheng abruptly altered his course, directing the clippers towards the blue wire. Without a moment's hesitation, he snipped decisively. This action unfolded so swiftly that the two girls were momentarily taken aback, only to hear a sharp crack as the blue wire was effortlessly severed. Ah, Lin Cheng, you cut the wrong wire, Gu Shuwei exclaimed, her realization dawning in shock. Bad news. The bomb is going to explode. Lu Feifei panicked, covering her head with her arms. Both girls, like startled birds, succumbed to fear, completely disregarding Lin Cheng. However, after what felt like an eternity, no explosion occurred. With courage, Gu Shuwei dared to open her eyes, only to witness a shocking sight. The countdown device on the bomb had ceased upon Lin Cheng cutting the blue wire. The explosion crisis has been averted. What just happened? How can this be? Wasn't it supposed to be the red wire? Why did cutting the blue wire prevent the bomb from detonating? Gu Shuwei inquired in astonishment. Indeed, this is too peculiar. And at the last moment, why did you cut the blue wire? That question is best directed at the bomb disposal team leader, Lin Cheng replied with a subtle smile. Dialing Captain Zhao Lei's number again. Captain Zhao, The bomb has been defused. Please allow us to descend. Great. I'll send someone down to get you. Captain Zhao exclaimed with joy on the other end. After a brief wait atop the Ferris wheel, it finally halted at the descent position. The three emerged. Greeted by Captain Zhao, the bomb disposal team leader, and a throng of other officers, all wearing expressions of delight. All but one, the bomb disposal team leader, whose brow was furrowed, an air of unease about him, as if grappling with an unsolvable dilemma. It's a relief you're all safe. Our bomb disposal team leader is remarkable, managing to guide you, an outsider, to successfully defuse the bomb, Captain Zhao chuckled. Captain Zhao, you're mistaken. Lin Cheng cut the blue wire, not the red one as instructed by the bomb disposal team leader, Gu Shuewei clarified. What? You mean cutting the blue wire prevented the bomb from exploding? How could that be? Captain Zhao was left dumbfounded by Gu Shuewei's revelation. Chapter 84. The bomb disposal team leader and the bomber Lin Cheng. What on earth is happening? Why did you not cut the red wire as instructed by the team leader? Captain Zhao asked impatiently. That's not right. You clearly cut the blue wire. Why didn't the bomb explode? The answer to that question should be directed to the bomb disposal team leader, Lin Cheng replied, his gaze shifting to the team leader's face. Did you not just say that cutting the red wire would prevent the bomb from detonating? If we had actually followed your instructions, we would likely be nothing but a pile of remains by now. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I am to blame? The team leader responded coldly. Disarming bombs is inherently a perilous task, and it is natural for me to make a misjudgment. Indeed, Lin Cheng, you are unharmed. So let's not be too harsh on him, Captain Zhao interjected, attempting to smooth the situation over. Lin Cheng shook his head. If it were merely a misjudgment, I would remain silent. However, if it was deliberate, that is an entirely different matter. What do you mean by deliberate? What are you insinuating? Captain Zhao was taken aback by Lin Cheng's words. Gu Shuewei and Lu Feifei looked equally astonished, unsure of Lin Cheng's implications. Team leader, stop pretending. I have seen through you, Lin Cheng asserted. The bomber's warning left by reporter Su Ying was your doing, wasn't it? You were the one who planted the bomb here. Lin Cheng uttered this chilling truth with an unsettling calmness. You claim he is the bomber? Lin Cheng, please, stop joking, Captain Zhao said in disbelief. I wish I were joking, but this is the truth, Lin Cheng replied helplessly. While on a video call with the bomb disposal team leader, Lin Cheng activated the character data card ability and examined the information regarding the team leader. The data clearly indicated that the team leader was indeed the bomber who had planted explosives in the amusement park. Young man, one must present evidence when making accusations. What proof do you have to declare me the bomber? The team leader remained unruffled, calmly countering Lin Cheng's claim. If I had heeded your advice and cut the red wire, there would indeed be no evidence left, as it would have been obliterated in the explosion. But now, the situation is different. Since the bomb did not detonate, the evidence remains intact, Lin Cheng countered with a smile. What exactly is this evidence you speak of? Gu Shuewei inquired impatiently. Fingerprints, Lin Cheng replied. Team leader, you surely did not wear gloves while assembling the bomb, confident that it would explode and erase your fingerprints. It is precisely this arrogance that allowed your fingerprints to remain on the device. Turning to Captain Zhao, Lin Cheng continued, Captain Zhao, please have the forensic team collect the fingerprints from the bomb and compare them with the team leader's. We will ascertain whether he is indeed the perpetrator. Upon hearing Lin Cheng's analysis, the bomb disposal team leader's previous calmness vanished. His body trembled slightly, whether from fear, despair, or anger remained uncertain. Seeing the team leader's reaction, everyone understood that Lin Cheng's assertions were not unfounded. Even without fingerprint comparisons, they could confidently identify him as the bomber. Team leader, do not waste our resources any further. Just admit it, Lin Cheng urged. You provoked me first, and now that you have lost, do so with dignity. Ha ha. Ha ha. The team leader erupted into laughter. Your deduction is impressive. I am indeed the one who planted the bomb. I had not anticipated that you would possess such formidable criminal profiling skills, rendering criminals utterly exposed before you. If time could be reversed, I would truly refrain from provoking you again. With that, the team leader extended his hands toward Captain Zhao. Old Zhao, please cuff me. Sighing, Captain Zhao shook his head, retrieved handcuffs from his belt, and secured them onto the team leader. Lin Cheng, I must return to the precinct. You all take care. Captain Zhao bid farewell to Lin Cheng before escorting the team leader away. Why does it feel like crime follows me wherever I go? What kind of physique do I have? Lin Cheng lamented with a wry smile. Gu Shuewei, I suggest you keep your distance from me in the future, or you might end up in trouble as well. Regardless, you always manage to resolve the situation in the end, So it is not an issue, Gu Shuiwei replied nonchalantly. Lin Cheng, you are truly remarkable. You discerned the true identity of the bomber in such a short time and saved our lives. Lu Feifei expressed her admiration. I have acted in numerous films and dramas, yet none have been as intellectually stimulating as today's events. Not only did you resolve the bomb crisis swiftly, but you also identified the bomber. You are indeed an impressive man. Ding. Lu Feifei's favorability 40. Current favorability 4100. With Lu Feifei's praise, her favorability toward Lin Cheng surged by 40 points. Being with him means more experiences like this in the future, Gu Shuiwei remarked with a smile. I initially thought that riding the roller coaster would be thrilling enough, but I did not expect such a grand finale, Gu Shuiwei added. Upon hearing this, Lu Feifei's eyes lit up. By the way, Lin Cheng, you mentioned you are a university student, right? Do you have any free time recently? I am currently in my internship, so I have plenty of time. Why do you ask? Lin Cheng replied, intrigued. Well, I am about to participate in a variety show that requires some regular folks. If you have the time and are interested, I could recommend you to the production team. Lu Feifei explained. A variety show? That sounds quite entertaining. If it is not too much trouble, I would appreciate your recommendation to the production team, Lin Cheng responded readily. After all, the system had just assigned him a new task to win over Lu Feifei. If he could participate in a variety show with her, they would have ample time to bond, allowing him to gradually increase her favorability. With a bit of luck, he might be able to maximize her favorability through this show and unlock new abilities. What kind of variety show is it? A name-tag-tearing competition or a travel show? Lin Cheng inquired. Neither. It is a dating show called Heartfelt Plan, Lu Feifei replied casually. A dating show. Lin Cheng was taken aback upon hearing Lu Feifei's response. Goodness, if it is a dating show, then increasing her favorability will be even easier. Chapter 85. My disinterest in the fairy sister. What sort of show is this dating variety program called Heartfelt Plan? Lin Cheng is currently only aware of the name of this romantic show, completely oblivious to its content. This is a live-streamed variety show where the production team selects 4 men and 4 women to participate, with the 4 women being actresses and the 4 men being ordinary individuals. The team sets numerous interactive projects and games for the male and female guests to engage in, fostering emotional connections. Since it is a live broadcast with no script, the outcomes of this dating show remain uncertain. All the female guests are actresses, so their on-the-spot reactions should not pose a problem. However, the male participants are laymen, and it is unclear whether chemistry will spark between them and the female stars. Hence, we urgently need someone capable of commanding the entire scene. Given your remarkable ability to perceive the hearts of others, I believe you would be an excellent choice. Moreover, with my recommendation, the production team will undoubtedly accept you if you consent. Lu Feifei succinctly explained the content of Heartfelt Plan to Lin Cheng. A live-streamed variety show? This format is indeed quite novel, though it does test the guest's ability to react in real time. Poor performance or lack of engaging moments could diminish the program's effectiveness. Conversely, a single misstep could lead to violations of rules. Striking the right balance is indeed quite troublesome. Lin Cheng shared his thoughts on the dating show. Do not worry. With your capabilities, you will undoubtedly excel in this role. Lu Feifei expressed her profound trust in him. So, will you come and assist me? Miss Lu's warm invitation was one Lin Cheng could not decline. Please inform the production team to reserve a spot for me, he agreed. However, Lin Cheng's true intention was not to partake in a trivial dating show or engage in flirtation with the female stars, but rather to pursue Lu Feifei and unlock new superpowers. Unfortunately, the system's targets for female conquest have always been exceedingly high-class beauties, female executives, and now, yet another starlet. Establishing a close emotional connection with them is indeed a challenge, since Lu Feifei, a celebrity, had presented him with an opportunity for such intimate engagement. He could not afford to let it slip away. Very well, I will inform the production team and get you included, Lu Feifei said. The filming for this dating show begins in a week. After a couple of days, once all the guests are finalized, there will be a meeting. Make sure to keep your schedule clear. Absolutely, I have ample free time lately. I can accommodate any schedule, Lin Cheng replied. All right, I will reach out to you then. Let's exchange contact information, Lu Feifei suggested as she took out her phone to show Lin Cheng her friend QR code. Lin Cheng also retrieved his phone and scanned the code, resulting in them becoming friends. Gu Shuiwei had been silently observing the two throughout their interaction. She did not expect that within a few short minutes, Lin Cheng and Lu Feifei would be preparing to participate in a variety show, and a dating one at that. Lin Cheng's appeal to women seemed almost excessive. I should treat you both to a meal to express my gratitude. but I must hurry to discuss adding participants with the production team. We can postpone the meal for a couple of days, Lu Feifei said apologetically. I must leave quickly. I am sneaking out to have some fun, and if I am recognized, it might cause a commotion, leading to reprimands from the company. Take your time. We can dine together later. You should attend to your matters, Lin Cheng smiled, encouraging her. Okay, goodbye. Lu Feifei waved at Lin Cheng and Gu Shuiwei before departing. Lin Cheng, what were you thinking? Why did you casually agree to join that dating show, especially a live one? Gu Shuiwei immediately expressed her jealousy after Lu Feifei left. The internet can be quite frightening, magnifying one's mistakes infinitely. Are you sure you can handle it? If you misspeak during the show, you could be subjected to online harassment. Gu Shuiwei's exaggerated remarks were merely intended to intimidate Lin Cheng, hoping to dissuade him from participating. After all, she already had a beautiful rival, the CEO Diao Yushui. Adding Lu Feifei to the mix would only diminish her chances further. With my quick reflexes, what is there to fear? Rest assured, even in a star-studded variety show, I will be the most charming one there, Lin Cheng confidently stated. Do not worry. I am merely going to have some fun in that dating show and will not cause any trouble. What you call fun seems to have other intentions. I hesitate to point it out, Gu Shuiwei retorted. I can see you wish to get closer to Lu Feifei. However, I understand you. Considering she is the dream girl for many men, a fairy-like existence, it is only natural for you to fall for her. That is not the case. I am not her fan, so do not unjustly tarnish my reputation, Lin Cheng countered. No need for explanations, such clarifications only serve to mask the truth. Save your words for the variety show, Gu Shuiwei declared, turning to leave. Having played enough, I must return home. Gudaxioa, do not rush off so quickly. Wait for me. Lin Cheng called out playfully as he hurried to catch up with Gu Shuiwei, resuming their playful banter. Following the explosive crisis at the amusement park, Lin Cheng found himself with some leisure time. For the past few days, Gu Shuiwei had not insisted on dragging him out for entertainment, and Captain Zhao Lei had only exchanged brief pleasantries with him over the phone, without asking him to come to the police station for a statement. After all, Lin Cheng had become a frequent visitor to the police station lately, often contacting Captain Zhao regarding criminal apprehensions, and he had grown weary of calling Lin Cheng back in. On the third day after the explosion crisis, while Lin Cheng was playing games in his dormitory, a voice call from Lu Feifei came through. He paused his game to answer her call. Hello, Lin Cheng, do you have time right now? Lu Feifei's voice resonated from the other end. I have time. What is it? Lin Cheng inquired. Remember I mentioned there would be a guest meet and greet before the show officially begins? Well, it is today. All the female stars and male guests are available and will come together for some preparatory work for the dating show. Can you come over shortly? Lu Feifei asked. Sure. Send me the address, and I will freshen up and head over, Lin Cheng replied. Okay, I will send you the address shortly. Hurry over. I am waiting for you. Lu Feifei said before hanging up and sending him the location. After finishing his game, Lin Cheng made his way to the venue. The first tense guest meet and greet for Heartfelt Plan was about to commence. Chapter 86. What is your identity to participate in a dating show with us? The gathering place for the guests of heart-stirring moments was a luxurious private room in the Tianlong International Hotel. The program team demonstrated remarkable thoughtfulness by choosing a venue connected to Lin Cheng. Following Lu Feifei's guidance, Lin Cheng entered the room and discovered that 8 individuals were already present, 4 men and 4 women. He recognized all the women, apart from Lu Feifei. The other 3 were popular stars, Jin Shen, Bai Lu, and Yo Beina. Among the 4 men, 3 appeared to be quite young, all under the age of 30, while one was slightly older, in his 40s. The older man donned work attire, clearly portraying the role of a director. The 3 younger men exhibited varied styles, with one in hip-hop attire, another in a tailored suit, and the last in casual wear. Lin Cheng, you're here. We've been waiting for you. Please sit beside me. Lu Feifei greeted him with a wave as he entered. All right, Lin Cheng responded, taking a seat next to her. Arriving so late, making everyone wait, what an impressive entrance, remarked a man in a suit, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Cheng. Feifei, is this the Lin Cheng you recommended to the program team? The older man inquired. Yes. Let me introduce him. This is Lin Cheng, currently a university student, Lu Feifei said, gesturing towards the middle-aged man. He is the director of the show, Director Wang Quanan. You should recognize the other 3 ladies, Bai Lu, Jin Chen, and Yo Beina, all of whom are currently very popular. The remaining 3 gentlemen are this season's male guests, like you. They are outsiders to the industry, Lu Feifei added. I'm Kai Jun, a street dancer who also raps, and my greatest passion is basketball, announced the man in hip-hop attire. I'm Zhang Shan, a psychologist, said the man in casual wear. Lin Cheng, a businessman with several hotels, the suited man introduced himself. I'm Lin Cheng, a university student with no particular skills. My presence here is purely coincidental. Lin Cheng introduced himself to the group. How could you possibly lack skills? If you had none, Fei wouldn't he have personally recommended you? Lin Cheng immediately questioned. Her skepticism evident. At that moment, Lin Cheng realized that Lu Fei had likely not informed them of his recent experience with a bomb incident. Otherwise, their attitude towards him would not have been so doubtful. This show is fundamentally a dating program featuring ordinary men and celebrity women. As an average person without any extraordinary abilities, wouldn't he that resonate more with the audience? After all, most viewers are just ordinary folks. And isn't the story of an underdog triumphing quite exhilarating? Lin Cheng explained. Hearing Lin Cheng's words, Lin Cheng couldn't help but scoff. Ha! You really believe that nonsense? We may not be celebrities, but each male guest possesses remarkable personal attributes. For instance, my family owns several hotels, providing ample venues for the show. Zhang Shan, being a psychologist, can guide the audience's emotions during the live broadcast. And Kai Jun, with his talents in singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball, can warm up the atmosphere. In other words, each of us has our unique skills and personas that contribute to the dating show, while you, as one of our guests, must offer something of value. Lin Cheng, evidently possessing a rather unpleasant demeanor, seemed to look down on others or perhaps merely wished to showcase his superiority in front of the female stars by belittling the other male guests. Director Wang Quanan observed the tense atmosphere but refrained from intervening. As the director, he recognized that such rivalries among male guests were also a highlight of the dating show. And witnessing their clashes before the live broadcast commenced was indeed a positive aspect. Lin Cheng is quite impressive, possessing the ability of criminal profiling, allowing him to easily discern people's true intentions. Lu Fei defended him. Criminal profiling? Reading minds? Is that not a bit excessive? Lin Cheng laughed at Lu Fei's words. Indeed. Criminal profiling is a complex psychological skill not everyone can master. He is likely just trying to impress you, remarked the psychologist Zhang Shan. Lu Fei waved her hand in protest. No, you haven't seen it. Lin Cheng was able to perceive the explosion. Miss Lu, no need for explanations. Whether I possess such abilities will be evident once the show begins, Lin Cheng replied calmly. Do you not yet grasp it? Your issue is not about presence on the show, but rather whether you should participate at all, Lin Cheng mocked. If you do not contribute to the content of this show, it would be better to relinquish your spot to someone else. Lin Cheng, that remark is quite unfair. Lin Cheng is my guest. How could he simply leave? Lu Fei retorted. Fei, your argument is flawed. The purpose of today's meeting, aside from getting to know one another, is to replace unsuitable participants, Lin Cheng interjected. Indeed, this dating show is of great importance to us. We all want to excel. If any team member is unfit for the show, asking them to leave is a responsible act for everyone, Yobana added. Confronted by their remarks, Lu Fei fell silent. She understood that Lin Cheng and the others were correct, although she had hastily invited Lin Cheng to join the program if the other team members deemed him unsuitable. She could not insist on his presence. Our group consists of individuals with remarkable talents or those who can provide financial support to the program. What capabilities do you possess? Lin Cheng pressed on, asserting that if Lin Cheng wished to remain, he ought to offer a compelling reason for his eligibility. Faced with the inquiries of the group, Lin Cheng found himself at a loss for words. Logically, his abilities surpassed those of everyone present, as he possessed two extraordinary skills. However, he could not openly disclose this, leaving him feeling quite frustrated. Just as Lin Cheng pondered how to respond, the door to the private room suddenly swung open, and a familiar figure stepped inside. It was none other than Gu Jianming, the president of Tianlong International Hotel. Chapter 87. Who exactly is Lin Cheng? Lin Cheng, upon catching a glimpse of you, I felt an uncanny familiarity. I didn't expect it to truly be you. What brings you to my humble abode? Are you here to share a drink with me? Gu Jianming greeted Lin Cheng with a warm smile, exuding an air of intimacy. I am merely participating in a recording for a variety show. And they chose this venue for the meeting, Lin Cheng explained. Oh, so you intend to venture into the film industry? Gu Jianming jested. How could that be? Given my circumstances, I could never become an actor. I merely stumbled upon this opportunity to join in the fun, Lin Cheng responded with a chuckle. The camaraderie between the two left onlookers in a state of astonishment. The president of Tianlong International Hotel was engaging so amiably with an unknown individual, leaving everyone puzzled. Lin Cheng's identity, in their minds, took on an air of mystery. Hello, Mr. Gu. I am Lin Cheng, also in the hotel business. You have always been my idol," Lin Cheng said respectfully upon encountering this industry veteran. "Oh, hello," Gu Jiaming replied dismissively, barely glancing at Lin Cheng before resuming his conversation with Lin Cheng. "Lin Cheng, what is the theme of the variety show you are participating in?" Gu Jiaming inquired. "Well, it's just an ordinary variety show," Lin Cheng replied sheepishly, unable to divulge further. "We are partaking in a dating show," Lin Cheng interjected, eager to flatter. "A dating show? What is that?" Naturally, Gu Jiaming, as a middle-aged man, was not well versed in such matters. A dating show involves contestants choosing their preferred partners and employing various methods to win their affection, Lin Cheng elucidated. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over Gu Jiaming's face. If one were to date in the early hours, wouldn't Xiaoshui be a ready-made partner? Why seek love on a show? "I had intended to groom you as my son-in-law," Gu Jiaming hinted at Lin Cheng. "Son-in-law?" The crowd was taken aback once more. To be chosen as a son-in-law by a business tycoon like Gu Jiaming, one must possess extraordinary qualities. Yet, why could they not perceive such an aura in Lin Cheng? "Mr. Gu, please refrain from jesting in front of everyone. Moreover, this dating show is, to put it bluntly, not entirely genuine. It is all for show," Lin Cheng said with a wry smile. Gu Jiaming exhaled in relief. "Oh, I see. That puts my mind at ease. Actually, it's not entirely fabricated. There is some degree of authenticity involved," Director Wang Quan awkwardly clarified. "Whether it is real or not is of little consequence. Had I known earlier, I would have spent some money and used connections to get my Xiaoshui onto the show, allowing for interactions between you two," Gu Jiaming lamented. As he spoke, Gu Jiaming glanced at his watch, stating, "Well, I merely stopped by to greet you. I have a meeting to attend, so I must take my leave. If you wish for anything to eat or drink, simply inform the staff. I shall cover all expenses today." With that, Gu Jiaming nodded to the crowd and departed. "Lin Cheng, what was that all about? How do you know such a formidable entrepreneur?" As soon as Gu Jiaming left, Lu Feifei voiced the collective curiosity of the group. Gu Jiaming's appearance had granted Lin Cheng significant prestige, transforming him from an inconspicuous presence into the most notable individual among them. After all, despite the accomplishments of those present, they paled in comparison to a genuine entrepreneur like Gu Jiaming. Especially for Lin Cheng, who also owned a hotel, he was acutely aware of Gu Jiaming's formidable stature. "This topic is quite profound. I shall elaborate on it when time permits." Lin Cheng evaded the question, laughing lightly. "Now, let us swiftly dive into the main agenda." "Yes, everyone is quite busy. We should promptly review the entirety of the dating show as processes," Director Wang Quan added. In response to the director's remark, the group ceased their idle chatter and adopted a focused demeanor. Firstly, as you all should be aware, this variety show is streamed live in its entirety, with no editing or post-production possible, although each episode will have a theme and a script prior to the live broadcast. This merely serves as a safety net and does not guarantee a flawless execution. Consequently, this places a high demand on everyone's ability to think on their feet. And it is imperative that no one makes mistakes during the live broadcast. Otherwise, a single misstep could jeopardize both you and the production team. The director outlined the pros and cons of this live dating show. We, the seasoned actors, should have no issues. As for the amateurs, they must not falter. Yubana stated plainly, "I shall manage as well. Should I inadvertently misspeak, I shall entertain everyone with an awkward dance to lighten the mood," Kai Jun quipped, demonstrating a couple of awkward dance moves. "If anyone feels someone has erred, we can all work together to smooth things over. It should not pose a significant problem," Lu Feifei reassured the group. "Indeed, while all the men and women on the show may appear as rivals, it is merely an act you must portray. You should create an atmosphere of tension, but in reality, extend some leeway and avoid genuine conflict," the director reminded. "Rest assured, we are all adults here. It is unlikely we will lose our tempers so easily," Lin Cheng chuckled, then turned to Lin Cheng. "Right, Brother Lin Cheng?" "Yes, indeed, you speak wisely." Lin Cheng agreed verbally, though internally he cursed. "Just moments ago, you were targeting me at every turn, and now you address me as brother without a hint of shame." However, it was understandable. Lin Cheng had just been designated as Gu Jiaming's prospective son-in-law. As fellow hotel operators, if they could cultivate a good relationship, it would undoubtedly benefit Lin Cheng's future endeavors. Let us forego idle chatter and return to the matters of the show. The first episode will primarily serve as an introduction for everyone. However, mere introductions lack excitement, so we must engineer some conflicts. For instance, two male contestants could simultaneously fall for the same female contestant, or a female contestant could choose the same male contestant. By establishing such dynamics from the outset, I believe the show will capture the audience's interest and encourage them to continue watching. What are your thoughts? Director Wang Quan'an elaborated, seeking input from the group. Chapter 88. The Chicken Dinner Journey with the Goddess. The narrative featuring multiple men vying for a single woman, or vice versa, undoubtedly captures the audience's attention. However, it is imperative to strike a balance, lest it come across as rather trivial. Jin Shin articulated his perspective. Indeed, and there is another query. Who pursues whom? Bai Lu interjected. If two men are chasing one woman, it is certain that some women will be left without suitors, which portrays a rather dismal scenario. As if they are less desirable, added Yubana. The trio of women swiftly honed in on the crux of the matter. The male contestants were mere amateurs. Yet the female contestants held a different standing. If they appeared unpopular on the show, it could adversely affect their public image in reality. Each of these female stars had worked diligently to reach this stage and would not jeopardize their reputations for a mere variety program. This is indeed a concern. Do you have any viable solutions? Wang Quan'an inquired. The group fell silent, clearly lacking ideas. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Cheng spoke up. We could employ a chain relationship model, which would effectively address this issue. A chain relationship? What does that entail? Lu Feifei asked, intrigued. For instance, if I am fond of you, but you have affections for another male contestant, and he, in turn, is enamored with a different female contestant, it forms a chain, with each link interconnected, ensuring no one is left out. Based on this relationship structure, we can further expand connections, allowing for the possibility that while you may like me, you could also have feelings for other male contestants. This way, everyone has a target, and such triangular relationships are quite captivating. Lin Cheng elaborated on his idea. That is a clever approach. This way, we can avoid the predicament of having individuals without partners, Wang Quan'an remarked with a smile. All right. I will instruct the writers to develop the script in this direction. However, since this is a live broadcast, the execution will depend on your individual performances. Feel free to express yourselves according to your personal characteristics and choose your own broadcasting styles. As long as your actions yield entertainment value and do not contravene ethical or legal standards, I shall not interrupt the broadcast, Wang Quan'an stated. Understood. The group responded in unison. Since we must select our targets, let us finalize this matter in advance. Lin Cheng is the one I brought into the group, so I choose him as my target. I shall confess my feelings during the broadcast. Lu Feifei was the first to speak. I choose Kai Jun. I select Chen Tang. That leaves me with no other option but to choose Zhang Shan, Jin Shin, Bai Lu, and Yobana. Each made their selections, following the women's choices. The four male contestants also made their decisions. Lin Cheng chose Bai Lu, Zhang Shan selected Jin Shin, Kai Jun opted for both Jin Shin and Lu Feifei, while Chen Tang chose Lu Feifei and Yobana. Since everyone has made their choices, I will inform the writers to proceed. The recording for our first episode will take place in a week's time. The location will be communicated to everyone, so be prepared. That concludes my remarks. If there are no further matters, you may disperse, Wang Quan'an declared before being the first to exit. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave as well. I'm leaving too. Let us go together. With the director's departure, the others followed suit without hesitation. In the spacious private room, only Lin Cheng and Lu Feifei remained. Lin Cheng, do you have any plans? If not, let us grab a meal together. The food here is quite good. I'll treat you as a token of gratitude for that incident, Lu Feifei invited. I'd rather not. Dining with a superstar like you feels rather daunting. What if a paparazzo captures our moment? I would find myself trending online, becoming the enemy of men nationwide. I can already envision the headline. Shocking. The celestial sister was courted by a mere mortal. What if an overly zealous fan loses their composure and harms me? That would be quite the loss, Lin Cheng replied. Half jokingly, if you're not dining with me, what are your plans? Will you return to school directly? Lu Feifei inquired. Currently, my dorm is empty. Returning alone feels rather dull. I plan to find an internet CAF and play some games, Lin Cheng responded. An internet CAF? I've never been to one. Lin Cheng. What game are you planning to play? Can I join you? Lu Feifei asked eagerly. You play games? I wouldn't have guessed, Lin Cheng remarked, glancing at her. Unable to envision Lu Feifei as a gamer. Though I may project an ethereal image that is merely a fade crafted by television, in reality, I am just an ordinary girl who enjoys gaming, Lu Feifei confessed. Despite my appearance, I assure you, my gaming skills are quite proficient. However, places like internet CAFs can be rather chaotic, especially for a celebrity like you. Lin Cheng expressed his reservations. Fear not. I have prepared adequately for such circumstances. Lu Feifei replied with a confident smile, producing a mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap from her bag. After donning these items, her face was nearly obscured. "How do I look? Now, no one will recognize me as a star," she declared triumphantly, though her smile was concealed by the mask. "You no longer resemble a star. Instead, you look like someone up to no good." Lin Cheng chuckled at her appearance. "Regardless of how I appear, the key is not to be recognized. Now, can you take me to the internet CAF for a proper experience?" Lu Feifei insisted. "If you wish to go, it would be my honor to play alongside the national goddess in a gaming CAF," Lin Cheng replied, pulling out his phone to locate a nearby internet CAF with a pleasant ambience, and together they set off. Upon arriving at the internet CAF, Lu Feifei's disguise proved effective. No one recognized her as the renowned star. However, Lin Cheng felt a moment of anxiety when the attendant requested identification. Fortunately, the attendant was older and seemingly unaware of Lu Feifei's celebrity status, displaying no reaction even upon seeing her ID photo. Thus, Lin Cheng and Lu Feifei seamlessly secured a private room. "Why book a private room? Isn't it better to play in the main area?" Lu Feifei questioned. "Are you not at all concerned about being recognized?" Lin Cheng replied with a wry smile. "All right, let us get started. We shall play the Battle Royale game." Lin Cheng powered on his computer and assisted Lu Feifei in doing the same. Once the game was launched, both donned their headsets. "You choose where to drop, and I will follow you," Lin Cheng suggested. "All right," Lu Feifei replied confidently, taking the lead. Thus began the thrilling chicken dinner adventure of Lin Cheng and the national goddess. Chapter 89. The Internet Addict. Lu Feifei selected a drop zone and leapt down alongside Lin Cheng. This location was also occupied by another team, so they needed to swiftly secure weapons and gain the upper hand. "First, find a gun, then we can engage," Lu Feifei declared. "Don't worry, it's just a game. If you can't handle them, I'll come to your rescue." "I've got your back," Lin Cheng replied confidently. Lu Feifei remained silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Upon landing, Lu Feifei expertly maneuvered her character, swiftly rolling into a nearby house. Lin Cheng glanced over and noticed her delicate fingers dancing effortlessly across the keyboard, each movement precise and purposeful. It was clear to him that Lu Feifei was no exaggerator. She was indeed a gaming prodigy. Fortune smiled upon her as she discovered a level 3 vest, a powerful 98K rifle, and a handgun right from the start. Lin Cheng, on the other hand, found himself with a level 2 vest, a helmet, and an M416 automatic rifle. Just as they finished gathering their gear, footsteps echoed nearby. "Hey, goddess, you've got company. I'm coming to help," Lin Cheng said, scaling the roof of his house to take aim at the two intruders attempting to invade Lu Feifei's territory. However, before he could pull the trigger, a smoke grenade was hurled from within the house. As the smoke enveloped the area, the two enemies lost sight of their target. To avoid being ambushed, they instinctively squeezed their triggers, unleashing a barrage of bullets from their rifles and machine guns. Unfortunately, their shots failed to reach Lu Feifei, who emerged from a nearby window, handgun drawn, and began firing with precision. Before the enemies could react, Lu Feifei's rapid shots claimed both their lives, leaving them lifeless on the ground. "The goddess has struck down the fallen," the game interface announced with the news of Lu Feifei's double kill. "Wow, that's impressive. You can work wonders with just a handgun," Lin Cheng remarked, astonished by her professional-level gameplay. "With skills like yours, you could easily become a top player in the professional scene, just as you are in the entertainment industry," he added sincerely. "But if those two were taken out by you, they probably died without regrets." "Enough flattery, let us focus on the game," Lu Feifei replied, her eyes gleaming with determination as she became fully immersed in her gaming persona. "All right, I'll wait for you to lead me to victory," Lin Cheng said, recognizing the vast disparity in their gaming skills and deciding to let Lu Feifei take the reins. Having eliminated the two foes and looted their supplies, the duo thoroughly searched the area. Afterward, their equipment was nearly maxed out, especially Lu Feifei, who had outfitted her sniper rifle with an 8x scope, a formidable setup indeed. As the first circle began to close, Lin Cheng suggested, "Let us move into the circle and find a high point. We can play defensively." His strategy was to avoid unnecessary confrontations and win through clever play, even if it meant being criticized. "I want to engage in combat and collect kills." Lu Feifei decisively countered Lin Cheng's plan. She hopped into a convertible, circling back to Lin Cheng, and nonchalantly commanded, "Get in, I'll take you for a ride." "Okay." Lin Cheng responded eagerly, yielding command to Lu Feifei without objection. As she sped toward the circle, Lin Cheng couldn't help but compliment her. The way you handle that Ferrari with one hand while wielding a weapon is simply stunning. Yet, Lu Feifei remained focused, undistracted by his praise. During their journey, they encountered two groups of enemies. Each time, Lu Feifei would halt the car, using it as cover while she expertly fired. Her sniper skills were extraordinary. She eliminated foes with effortless accuracy, hardly needing to aim. Can you even do those advanced techniques like quickscoping? That's incredibly impressive. Your skills are on par with professionals. Have you ever considered going pro? Lin Cheng joked. Gaming is merely a pastime for me. I still prefer acting, Lu Feifei replied casually as she claimed yet another kill. Under Lu Feifei's fierce leadership, Lin Cheng effortlessly enjoyed a victorious streak. They played several more matches, winning most of them, achieving a 50% win rate. Before long, 3 hours had passed. What a thrill. It's been ages since I've enjoyed a game like this, Lin Cheng exclaimed, reflecting on his less skilled friends who often led to frustration. It's about time to wrap up. My manager has been urging me to attend an evening event, Lu Feifei announced. All right, you go ahead. I had a wonderful time today, experiencing a different side of you, Lin Cheng replied, hoping their next encounter would spark some chemistry during their upcoming variety show. Chemistry isn't necessary. We just need to perform well, Lu Feifei replied with a light smile. With her mask, cap, and sunglasses donned, Lu Feifei stepped out of the internet CAF alongside Lin Cheng. She hailed a taxi at the entrance and departed, leaving Lin Cheng to ponder how she appeared even more charming in person than on screen. The allure of her character was undeniably captivating, showcasing a side of femininity that felt genuine. As he watched her taxi fade into the distance, Lin Cheng couldn't help but muse. Now it's time to build a rapport with her on the reality show. Lu Feifei, though you may not be fond of me, I must still pursue you. Chapter 90. The dating show live broadcast officially begins after parting ways with Lu Feifei. Lin Cheng returned to his dormitory. In the following days, he received no communication from anyone, allowing him to experience a period of relative tranquility. However, it was not long before the director of the Heartfelt Plan program reached out to Lin Cheng. The first recording session was about to commence, taking place at a luxurious hotel owned by Chen Tang. Since it was his property, Chen Tang could manage the situation effectively, preventing unwanted onlookers. Upon Lin Cheng's arrival at the venue, he found that the other guests had already gathered. Several female guests were being assisted by makeup artists in selecting suitable looks, while the male guests were busy changing into formal suits for their first meeting. You must be Lin Cheng, the guest. Please follow me to change, said the stylist as he approached Lin Cheng. All right, thank you, Lin Cheng replied with a nod, following the stylist to change. He was provided with a white suit, which suited his physique perfectly. Being the youngest among the male guests, he stood out as the most striking figure. Once dressed, Lin Cheng was directed to the makeup artist for a simple touch-up. After about an hour, all the male and female guests were ready. Subsequently, everyone gathered with the director for a pre-shoot meeting. Lin Cheng, you look quite dashing in that suit. I might just fall for you, Lu Feifei teased upon seeing him. Please, don't joke about that, Lin Cheng chuckled. During the live broadcast, you must maintain some restraint. Otherwise, I might become the enemy of all men in Huaxia. His concern stemmed from the fact that Lu Feifei had chosen him as her ideal partner. Don't worry, I will do my best to hold back and not bring you any trouble, Lu Feifei replied with a smile. As they bantered, Director Wang Quanan approached, followed by an assistant carrying a stack of documents. Everyone, please take a seat. Before we begin filming, let us review the process. Wang Quanan gestured for everyone to sit. Once they were settled, he began. Today marks the first day of our shoot. To prevent any issues during the live broadcast, let us familiarize ourselves with the script and the entire shooting process. While Wang Quanan spoke, a staff member distributed copies of the script. Since it was a live variety show, the specific plot relied heavily on the guest's improvisation, so the script was concise, spanning only 3 or 4 sheets of A4 paper, outlining the overall structure for the guests. As you read, I will explain the script, Wang Quanan continued. When the live broadcast begins, both male and female guests will enter the scene. Initially, we will conduct self-introductions, allowing you to meet one another and enabling the audience to recognize your identities. The second phase involves one-on-one conversations, akin to a speed dating format. Each male guest will take turns chatting with the 4 female guests, with 3 minutes allotted for each interaction, during which you can showcase your charm and allow them to know you better. Please remember, these dialogues will be broadcasted live to the viewing audience. Once everyone had finished their conversations, Each participant would receive a small card on which they would write down their ideal partner's name. They should keep their choices concealed initially, creating suspense before revealing their selections to the audience. The ensuing narrative would be left to the guest's creativity, as we need to ensure we fill the required airtime. Do you all understand? We're nearly ready to begin our live broadcast, Wang Quanan inquired. I'm ready. No issues here. Let us start. After committing the process to memory, the guests nodded in agreement, signaling their readiness for the live broadcast. Lights, camera, sound. Everyone else, please exit and refrain from making noise as we prepare for the broadcast. Wang Quanan announced through a megaphone. At his command, the crew swiftly transitioned into action. The assistants accompanying the stars vacated the premises, leaving only the necessary staff behind. Guided by the crew, Lin Cheng and the others made their way into the hotel. The shooting location was a lavish dining area, furnished with 4 tables for 2, designed for the guests' face-to-face interactions. All right, I am starting the countdown. When it concludes, the live broadcast will commence, Wang Quanan declared as he began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Begin. As Dr. Wang Quanan signaled, the cameraman focused on the opening host, Ling simultaneously. The live stream for Heartfelt Plan commenced. Hello everyone, I am your host. Ling, welcome to the very first large-scale live dating variety show, Heartfelt Plan. She began her opening remarks, warming up the audience and building anticipation for the broadcast. Having generated excitement a month prior and announced the participating female guests, the live stream immediately attracted a substantial influx of viewers. Within a minute, the viewership surged past 10,000. The Heartfelt Plan has finally begun. I've waited so long. Didn't they say that the fairy sister would be here? Where is she? Yes, I want to see the fairy sister. Damn, why wasn't I selected as a male guest? I can't wait to see which lucky men get to date these stars. The viewers expressed their eagerness to see the female celebrities while simultaneously voicing their envy towards Lin Cheng and the other male guests. I understand everyone is anxious, but please be patient. Our guests will be entering shortly. Now, let us welcome them with the most enthusiastic comments, Ling encouraged. With her words, the dating show Heartfelt Plan officially commenced. Chapter 91. I have a crush. Several live-stream cameras were directed at the entrance, and under the gaze of a multitude, Lin Cheng and his companions made their grand entrance. The first to step in were 4 female guests. Each of these ladies had her own fan base, causing the chat to erupt the moment they appeared. Particularly, Lu Feifei, the most popular among them, had her entrance completely overshadowed by the flood of comments. Wow, these female stars are stunning. Each one is more beautiful than the last. They all possess unique charms, but Lu Feifei is the most captivating. Indeed, she is the goddess of the realm, no arguments accepted. Although I know this is staged, it's still amazing to record a dating show with these celebrities. Isn't a live-stream dating show bound to be awkward? I hope it doesn't fall flat. The viewers bombarded the chat with their enthusiastic comments. As these star guests entered, the online viewer count soared past 100,000. Ling approached the 8 guests and remarked, the female guests are well-known faces from various dramas, so I believe no further introduction is necessary. What everyone is likely curious about now is the identities of the male guests. Gentlemen, please introduce yourselves. From the barrage of comments, Ling understood that the viewers were particularly interested in the 4 male guests. After all, the opportunity to engage with celebrities was far more compelling than mere fame. Perhaps they could glean something from these interactions that might one day allow them to date a star. I am Kai Jun, a lover of singing, dancing, rap, and basketball. If the opportunity arises, I hope to perform for everyone. Kai Jun was the first to introduce himself with a hip-hop flair. I am Zhang Shan, a psychologist. In modern society, everyone grapples with some psychological issues, even those celebrities we perceive as untouchable. The pressure they bear is immense, and I aim to alleviate their concerns. Zhang Shan incorporated his profession into his introduction. Chen Tang adjusted his tie and stated coolly, I am an entrepreneur, owning several hotels of varying sizes. Should you visit my establishments, a discount of 10 awaits you. The 3 quickly completed their introductions, leaving only Lin Cheng. I am Lin Cheng, a university student with no particular talents, just a slightly sharper eye than most. Lin Cheng offered a brief introduction. The statements of the 4 male guests ignited a storm of reactions among the viewers. After hearing their introductions, they seemed quite ordinary, nothing particularly special. Indeed, they instill a sense of confidence that I could do just as well. If they keep boasting, I might just wake them up with a splash of water. These individuals are either handsome or wealthy, or hold high social status. far surpassing the average person. I seriously suspect these male guests have connections. However, it seems only Chun Tang qualifies to date a celebrity based purely on income. The audience scrutinized the four ordinary male guests. Their observations held weight. Given that celebrities typically earn substantial incomes, any potential partners would need to match or exceed that to create a harmonious pairing. Among the four, only Chun Tang, the affluent businessman, could barely meet that threshold. Now that the four male guests have introduced themselves, ladies, what are your first impressions? Is there anyone who catches your eye? Lin continued to interview the female stars. They merely introduced their names and professions, leaving the audience still unfamiliar. To be honest, I currently feel no attraction to any of them, Jinshin remarked, shaking her head. Same here. I've outgrown the phase of judging solely by appearance. I now prefer a connection of souls, Yao Bena added. In any case, I believe further exploration is warranted. Bai Lu concurred with the previous two. Having heard from the three female guests, it was now Lu Feifei's turn. As the nationally recognized goddess, your standards for a boyfriend must be quite high, right? Ling inquired. Lu Feifei shook her head, saying, not at all. In matters of love, I am just an average person. If personalities align, I wouldn't mind if the other is just an ordinary individual. Her words instantly ignited the chat. Truly, Feifei is so down to earth, even in her expectations for a boyfriend. Listening to Feifei, I feel I stand a chance. I'm an ordinary person too, perfectly fitting Feifei's criteria. To those above, have you no pride? With just one statement, Lu Feifei sent the male viewers into a frenzy. If your standards are so average, could any of the four male guests meet your criteria? Ling asked, or do you, like the other three female guests, feel the need for further acquaintance? Lu Feifei smiled coyly, to be honest. I do have a favorable impression of one of the male guests. However, to say I like him, that standard has yet to be met. Her declaration was significantly bolder than those of the other three female guests, who had expressed a desire to learn more without naming any favorites. Lu Feifei's words practically implied an interest in a specific male guest, a daring admission. Lin Cheng, overhearing this, felt a jolt of surprise. He lacked the ability to read minds and could not discern whether Lu Feifei was being genuine or merely jesting. Yet, he secretly hoped it was true. Such words would undoubtedly elevate his favorability and unlock new potentials. Even if it made him a target of envy among men nationwide, he would not mind. Oh, Feifei, you actually have someone you like. This is quite unexpected, Ling said. Would you be willing to share who it is? Lu Feifei shook her head. Placing her finger on her lips, it's a secret. The word secret sent the live chat into a frenzy. Who is the fool who has caught my goddess's eye? I will make them pay. Hand me a knife. I wish to join in. One. As the chat flooded with comments. Lin Cheng found himself metaphorically skewered by the viewers. Lu Feifei's mysterious remark propelled the dating show into its first peak of excitement. Chapter 92. The gathering of steel-minded men. Do not be anxious. I merely expressed a favorable impression. Whether this positive sentiment endures until the end will depend on his performance. Should he fail to meet my standards in the forthcoming interactions, I shall have no choice but to dismiss him. The barrage of comments from viewers was conveyed to Lu Feifei through her earpiece by the staff. To quell the excitement of the audience, Lu Feifei found it necessary to offer an explanation. Upon hearing her words, Lin Cheng momentarily exhaled in relief. He turned to Lu Feifei, only to find her playfully grinning at him, her tongue poking out mischievously. Lin Cheng, seeing this, could only smile helplessly. Aware that Lu Feifei was bound to tease him further, he could only hope she would show some restraint and refrain from introducing more potential rivals. The female guests had previously expressed their inability to make a choice due to their lack of familiarity with the male guests. Therefore, the next segment was designed to facilitate deeper understanding among them, aptly named one-on-one socializing. In this segment, the female guests would occupy fixed positions, while the male guests would rotate, engaging in conversation to present a more authentic version of themselves and provide a detailed self-introduction. Naturally, the female guests were encouraged to pose their inquiries regarding any aspect of the male guests' lives, be it their romantic history or income, allowing for candid responses. Each guest would have only 2 minutes for this exchange, necessitating concise communication and efficient time management. Ling elaborated on the requirements and key points of this one-on-one interaction. 2 minutes hardly suffices for meaningful understanding. ISNT this a bit unreasonable. With 4 female celebrities, 2 minutes each amounts to a mere 8 minutes. This will surely be a historical moment. If only I could spend those 8 minutes solely with the enchanting goddess. That would be perfect. I have but one request. Can I be selected as a male guest in the second season of Heartfelt Plans? Though I am merely an insignificant fellow. To the brother above, let us partner up for this adventure. It's just a dating show. Why do we all seem to be dreaming? The audience in the live stream began to buzz with excitement. Dear guests, are you all prepared? If so, please take your seats, Ling instructed, gesturing towards the seating arrangements. With a collective acknowledgement, the guests settled into their places. The tables were small, designed for two, with a distance of no more than a meter between them, fostering intimate conversation. Each table featured a small hourglass, presumably to keep time. The first round of pairings was as follows: Lin Cheng with Bai Lu, Chun Tang with Jin Shun, Zhang Shan with Yao Beina, and Kai Jun with Lu Feifei. Now that everyone is ready, let us commence without delay. Each of you has an hourglass before you. Please flip it over. Once all the sand has flowed through, the conversation will conclude, Ling announced. The timer begins now. Please turn over your hourglasses. With her command, Lin Cheng and the others flipped their hourglasses. As the fine sand trickled down, the countdown commenced. Chun Tang and the other two male guests hastened to introduce themselves in greater detail. The live stream was divided into 4 screens, each corresponding to a table. Miss Jin Shun, I greatly admire your performances, particularly in the film All In. Your portrayal was truly exceptional. Chun Tang remarked. Thank you for the compliment, Jin Shun replied with a smile. My previous introduction was rather brief. Allow me to elaborate. I own several hotels, including the Ijia Grand Hotel, which generates substantial annual revenue in the billions. I am generous with my girlfriend. Whatever she desires, I will procure for her. As the wealthiest among the 4 male guests, Chun Tang reveled in showcasing his affluence. Does that imply you have had many girlfriends? What prompted your breakups? Jin Shun inquired. Simply put, they were overly materialistic, only interested in spending money, offering me no emotional reciprocation, Chun Tang responded. Mr. Chun, your statement seems contradictory. On one hand, you claim to be generous and willing to spend on your girlfriend. On the other, you criticize them for being materialistic. Are you truly willing to invest in them? Or do you merely seek casual flings, given your wealth? Surely, you do not content yourself with just one partner, Jin Shun challenged. This incisive questioning left Chun Tang momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Their conversation concluded abruptly, revealing Jin Shun's dissatisfaction with Chun Tang's character, who appeared to prioritize wealth over principles. Meanwhile, the progress of the other male guest was equally dismal. Zhang Shan, as a psychologist, began by posing psychological questions to Yao Beina, claiming he was conducting an assessment for potential mental health issues, such as depression. The outcome was predictable, Yao Beina retorted. You are the one with issues, and their exchange ended on a sour note. Kai Jun was even more audacious, launching into a rap self-introduction, peppered with slang, which caused Lu Fei to cover her ears in dismay. In summary, the 3 men failed to utilize even the allotted 2 minutes, swiftly dismissed by the female celebrities. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter at this spectacle. Haha, who invited these clumsy conversationalists? They truly lack social skills. They can kill a conversation with just a few words. That is a remarkable talent. They are not merely steel-minded men. They could be likened to alchemists of steel. One must wonder if the producers could not find individuals with a modicum of emotional intelligence. If this continues, none will find a match. Now only one remains. I can guarantee he will not fare any better. Previously envious of the male guests, the audience now felt reassured. These individuals were unlikely to succeed in any meaningful endeavor. As the other 3 men faced rejection, all eyes turned to the final contender, Lin Cheng, as he prepared to engage in conversation. Chapter 93. The manipulated Bai Lu. Miss Bai Lu, I apologize, but I rarely watch television. Thus I am not well acquainted with the celebrities online, Lin Cheng remarked. Oh, so you have no interest in me? Bai Lu responded coldly. Lin Cheng's opening statement almost led to an awkward silence. However, the viewers, upon witnessing this exchange, collectively sighed in relief. Assessment complete. This individual is indeed a steadfast man. How did the production team manage to select these 4 inept individuals from the millions of men in our great nation? The most profound takeaway from this dating show is that I believe I am more adept at romance than they are. What kind of dating show is this? It is clearly a guide to avoid pitfalls in love. They call it the Heartfelt Plan, but it should be renamed the Killing Intent Plan, as it makes me want to take drastic measures. The viewers began to tease in the live chat. No, Miss Bai Lu, you misunderstand. Although this is our first meeting and I know little about you, I can clearly articulate your preferences and various details about you. Would you believe that? Lin Cheng suddenly countered. You just claimed to not know me. How can you then articulate my preferences? Isn't that contradictory? Bailu inquired skeptically, despite her doubts. For some inexplicable reason, Bailu found her curiosity about Lin Cheng piqued. I mentioned during my self-introduction that my observational skills are exceptional and my vision is keen. This ability allows me to perceive certain details that others might overlook, including some of your private information, Lin Cheng elucidated. Is that so? I do not believe you. Bailu shook her head, remaining non-committal. With over a minute remaining before the sand runs out, if you doubt me, I shall use this time to validate my claims. Lin Cheng declared, disregarding Bailu's consent, as he activated his ability, human and object data card. Bailu's personal information appeared before Lin Cheng without reservation. Name, Bailu. Measurements, 68, 66, 67. Occupation, actress. Hobbies, watching anime, singing, dancing. Relationship status, in a relationship with a non-industry boyfriend. Boyfriend's name, Yang. Upon reading the last detail of Bailu's profile, Lin Cheng was momentarily stunned. Goodness, so Bailu has a boyfriend. What is she doing participating in a dating show? Isn't her boyfriend jealous? Or does he have some peculiar preference for such scenarios? Lin Cheng found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, everyone believed Bailu to be single, indicating that her hidden relationship was well kept. Hey, how long will you keep staring? Have you gleaned any useful information about me? Bailu asked, her eyes brimming with disdain and skepticism. Indeed. I have discerned quite a bit. Allow me to recount these details, and you can confirm their accuracy, Lin Cheng smiled. Let us begin with your hobbies. You enjoy watching anime, singing, and dancing, correct? Lin Cheng stated. Bailu scoffed. Those hobbies have been mentioned in other shows. They are hardly secrets. It wouldn't be surprising if you knew them. All right then, let us delve into something more private. Lin Cheng grinned slightly. Your measurements are 66, 68, 67, correct? Upon hearing Lin Cheng mention her measurements, Bailu's expression shifted, and she instinctively covered her chest with her hands. Why are you saying that? Is your so-called keen vision merely focused on such matters? Bailu expressed her mild indignation. Not only Bailu, but the viewers in the live chat were also incensed by Lin Cheng's remark. Pervert. Utterly repulsive. Why are you fixating on her chest and rear? While I can understand the fixation, how on earth did you deduce that? Do your eyes come equipped with measuring tools? I strongly urge the production team to expel this individual, otherwise, the show is as good as ruined. Just saying, Bailu does have quite an admirable figure. The viewers were outraged, voicing their displeasure towards Lin Cheng. However, Lin Cheng remained calm and unperturbed, for the best was yet to come. Miss Bailu. Do not be upset, that statement was made by a friend of mine. If you wish to blame someone, direct your ire towards him, Lin Cheng shrugged. Adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Are you fabricating this? Do you truly believe such a claim will convince me? Bailu retorted, still displeased. No, my friend does exist in reality. His name is Yang. If you don't believe me, I can call him via video chat, Lin Cheng said with a mischievous grin. Pretending to reach for his phone, Lin Cheng cleverly disguised Bailu's boyfriend as his own acquaintance. Upon hearing the name Yang, Bailu's complexion paled. Could this Yang be her own boyfriend? As she observed Lin Cheng's sly grin, Bailu's heart sank. She realized she could not allow Lin Cheng to make that call. Wait, you were right. My measurements are indeed those numbers. There is no need for confirmation. Bailu hastily interrupted Lin Cheng, her urgency palpable. Admitting it, are we? If so, I shall refrain from further inquiries, Lin Cheng smiled. Deciding to no longer tease Bailu. In truth, he had no knowledge of Yang's contact details. He merely sought to dismantle Bailu's psychological defenses. As such antics would generate engaging content for the show. Indeed, their interaction captivated the viewer's interest. What just transpired? Wasn't Bailu just angry? How did a single phone call lead to her admission? This fellow hasn't done much, yet he has managed to get Bailu under his thumb? Could it be that he employed some advanced techniques that elude our understanding? The subtlety of the battle between masters often reveals the outcome amidst a calm facade. Not to mention, this fellow does possess some skill. He stands out as the best among the 4 male contestants. The viewer's perception of Lin Cheng began to shift. Initially believing him to be a brash rogue, they now recognized that this rogue had managed to captivate a starlet like Bailu. What was most perplexing was that they could not decipher the underlying strategies involved. Otherwise, they could learn a trick or two to ease their own romantic endeavors in the future. Soon enough, 2 minutes had elapsed, signaling the time for a change in participants. In contrast to Lin Cheng, the other 3 male contestants found themselves at a loss for words after merely 1 minute of conversation. left to endure in agonizing silence for the remainder of the time. Lin Cheng's ability, human and object data card, rendered such situations tailor-made for him. In the second round of seeding arrangements, Lin Cheng faced Jin Chen, Kaijun paired with Bai Lu, Zhang Shan with Lui Fei, and Chen Tang with Yu Baina. Having successfully engaged Bai Lu, Lin Cheng now prepared to set his sights on his next target, Jin Chen. Chapter 94, Jin Chen's Psychological Struggles. The second round of one-on-one matchmaking has commenced anew. The 2-minute hourglass has once again been flipped over by all the male contestants. Bai Lu, allow me to introduce myself through rap, one says. Fei, let me pose a few questions to assess your psychological condition, another adds. Chen Tang, Kaijun, and Zhang Shan remain unchanged from the previous gathering, their dialogue monotonously identical. Unsurprisingly, they encounter disdain from the 3 female guests, who mentally dismiss them without hesitation. These 3 are utterly inept. They lack even the most basic conversational skills. Honestly, I believe they would fare better by remaining silent. Indeed, the words that escape their lips are simply repugnant. With such low emotional intelligence, they seem beyond redemption. Viewers can't help but ridicule the trio, redirecting their attention to the impressive Lin Cheng. Previously, Lin Cheng's outstanding performance left Bai Lu speechless. One wonders if he can conjure a similar miracle with Jin Chen this time. Lin Cheng, I hear you had Bai Lu wrapped around your finger. But I am no Navi Bai Lu, Jin Chen asserts boldly, opening her arms to showcase her physique. Dressed in revealing attire, she presents herself provocatively. Yet, Lin Cheng chuckles, shaking his head at Jin Chen's figure. Miss Jin, let us not jest. With your physique, discussing measurements seems unnecessary. Jin Chen's face flushes crimson with indignation. Yet she finds herself at a loss for words. Her body has long been a target of criticism. Due to excessive dieting, she resembles a mere wisp, barely tipping the scales at 80 pounds despite nearing 1.7 meters in height. Most disconcertingly, other aspects of her physique have also diminished alongside her weight. Haha. This lad's tongue is sharp. He managed to provoke Jin Chen with a single remark. However, one must admit, he does understand how to engage an audience. Indeed, compared to the other 3 inept contestants, he is far more entertaining. The phrase poor yet generous aptly describes Jin Chen's physique and fashion sense. Let us see how Jin Chen retaliates. Lin Cheng's words incite laughter among viewers, who eagerly anticipate Jin Chen's rebuttal. Hey, Lin Cheng, don't you think your remarks are discriminatory towards women? Many women already struggle with body image issues. Please refrain from perpetuating such anxieties on this show. Jin Chen strikes back. Miss Jin, please don't label me. I've never claimed that being flat-chested is undesirable, Lin Cheng retorts. Are you suggesting you prefer flat chests? Jin Chen inquires. No, I still prefer ample bosoms, Lin Cheng replies candidly, leaving Jin Chen momentarily speechless. Is this how you always speak? Jin Chen wonders aloud, exasperated. If you continue this way, I doubt we have much left to discuss. It's infuriating. This is a dating show, not a debate competition. Are you reveling in leaving me speechless? All right, I want to speak ill of you. Let us shift to topics more relevant to you, Lin Cheng concedes. Deftly activating his person, object data card, ability. Jin Chen's profile materializes before Lin Cheng in a holographic display. Name, Jin Chen. Measurements, 60, 60, 61. Occupation, actress. Hobbies, sports, weight loss. Relationship status, single. Mental health, fear of obesity. Personal history, experienced obesity in childhood, subjected to ridicule and bullying. Underwent weight loss and cosmetic surgery, yet psychological scars remain, leading to habitual extreme dieting. Gazing at Jin Chen's profile, Lin Cheng feels a twinge of compassion. The star-studded Jin Chen harbors a troubled past, burdened by childhood trauma that has left her with lasting psychological scars. Lin Cheng, what are you staring at? Have you run out of words? Jin Chen probes, noticing his silence. Lin Cheng, unwilling to harm someone with psychological struggles, decides to offer her guidance. I've mentioned that my perception is keen. I detect 2 personas within you. Miss Jin, I've heard you excel in confidentiality, even lacking a single childhood photograph. Is that correct? I simply didn't enjoy having my picture taken, hence no records exist, Jin Chen stammers, clearly caught off guard. Is that truly the case? Or is it that you fear confronting your past? Lin Cheng presses. Her silence speaks volumes, revealing Lin Cheng has struck a nerve. Earlier, Zhang Shan expressed a desire to examine your psychological issues. Your reaction was quite pronounced. Is it because you wish to conceal your inner turmoil from others? Lin Cheng continues his therapeutic dialogue. What I wish to convey is that regardless of our past experiences and the scars they may have inflicted upon us, we must summon the courage to move forward. We must not allow past miseries to hinder our pursuit of joy in the future. Remember, indulge in life as pleasures. Adopt a more liberated perspective. Miss Jean, you are an intelligent person. I trust you comprehend my sentiments. Lin Cheng gazes earnestly into Jean Chen's eyes. I certainly understand. Upon hearing Lin Cheng's words, Jean Chen realizes he speaks to her childhood and her mental health struggles. Although she is uncertain how he knows these things, his words resonate deeply, prompting her to confront her fears. She has long avoided seeking psychological help, reluctant to face her past. However, Lin Cheng's remarks serve as a catalyst, empowering her to resolve to confront her issues. Yet, the enigmatic dialogue between the two leaves viewers perplexed. What is happening? Have dating shows begun to incorporate cryptic language? I grasped their words yet found myself utterly bewildered. After hearing them, I seriously questioned my own intelligence. Where is my royal translator? Come forth and elucidate what childhood experiences truly mean. Confused, viewers take to the live chat, expressing their bewilderment. Chapter 95. Do young ladies prefer to conceal their identities? Lin Cheng, employing a psychological approach, captivated Jean Chen by recounting the shadows of her childhood. This mysterious maneuver left the viewers in awe, as they never anticipated that two esteemed actresses could be so effortlessly swayed by Lin Cheng in a mere 2 minutes. The prowess he displayed in taming women was indeed remarkable. Following the conclusion of this intimate exchange, Lin Cheng and his companions seamlessly progressed to the next round. This time, he faced off against Yubena. For the remaining 3 male contestants, their pairings had become inconsequential, as the audience was solely eager to witness Lin Cheng's forthcoming antics. Soon, the participants switched seats, and Lin Cheng found himself seated before Yubena. She was a rising star, not conventionally beautiful, yet her acting skills were commendable, standing out prominently among the new generation of actresses, earning her a favorable reputation among viewers. According to her own words, she hailed from an ordinary background and had climbed her way to success through sheer determination. This narrative endeared her further to her audience. Lin Cheng, I am uncertain of the tactics you employed to instill fear in Bai Lu and Jean Chen, but unlike them, I harbor no fears that you can exploit. Yubena declared with confidence. Isn't it a bit premature to make such a declaration? Whether I can intimidate you will only become apparent after I have observed you. Lin Cheng replied, without further ado, activating his extraordinary ability, the character information card, for the 3rd time. Yubena's profile materialized before him. Name, Yubena. Measurements, 63. 66, 65. Occupation, actress. Hobbies, watching dramas. Relationship status, single. Hidden identity, youngest daughter of Huaxin Group's chairman. To Lin Cheng's astonishment, Yubena, much like Gu Shiwei, possessed a concealed identity. Moreover, her hidden status was even more formidable. Huaxin Group, the largest technology firm in China, held nearly 10,000 patented technologies. Its smartphones dominated the domestic market, and its automobiles pioneered autonomous driving, thriving against the pressures from various technological superpowers, exemplifying the spirit of China. As the 3rd princess of Huaxin Group, Yubena's high standing and promising future were beyond imagination. Yet, why would such an individual choose to obscure her identity in the entertainment industry? Was it to experience life, or did she genuinely cherish acting? Lin Cheng found himself perplexed by this pattern among young ladies. Regardless, Lin Cheng had evidently grasped a significant advantage. So that's it. No wonder you exude such confidence. For you possess a hidden identity, he remarked with a smile. Hidden identity? What do you mean by that? Yubena's expression shifted at his words. Nothing much. Merely a casual conversation, Lin Cheng replied with a grin. Miss Yao, the phone you use must be from Huaxing, as the fruit-branded phones are rather lackluster. What is Huaxing Group's motto? I recall it being leading the way. Am I correct? And you must have an elder brother and sister, being the 3rd child in your family. Being the youngest is delightful. Typically, the youngest is cherished like a princess. Lin Cheng continued to divulge information about Yubena, nearly unveiling her true identity. How? How did you know that? I haven't shared these details with anyone else, Yubena exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, Yubena was the 3rd princess of Huaxin Group, and her love for acting had drawn her into the industry. However, she understood that entering the entertainment realm with such an identity would easily grant her abundant resources without effort, which was not her aspiration. She yearned to conquer the industry through her skills as an ordinary person. This goal prompted her to assume a pseudonym, starting from minor roles and working diligently for years to become a leading actress. At this moment, she could proudly declare that her achievements were entirely her own, without a penny from her family. Yet, she was acutely aware that the audience would perceive her differently once her identity was revealed. They would assume her success stemmed from her family's influence. This was why she had kept her identity concealed until Lin Cheng unveiled it. These are my observations, Monsieur. Surely, you do not wish for others to discover these secrets, do you? Lin Cheng grinned mischievously. If you prefer to keep them hidden, it would be wise not to oppose me. All right, I certainly have no intention of making things difficult for you. Yubana responded awkwardly, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, the sand in the hourglass ran out, and once again, within a span of 2 minutes, Lin Cheng successfully enchanted Yubana. Incredible! Truly remarkable. Even the fiery Yubana has been subdued. Yet, I still did not comprehend a single word they exchanged. Where is my royal puzzle master? Come forth and decipher this. Damn, this dating show leaves me both exhilarated and frustrated, almost turning me into a masochist. Intriguing, intriguing. I must follow this dating show. The viewers fervently expressed their complex emotions through the barrage of comments. Amidst one viewer's complaint, the pairing shifted once more. This time, Lin Cheng finally found himself face to face with Lu Feifei. Oh, long time no see. Lin Cheng greeted with a smile. What do you mean, long time no see? It's only been 6 minutes, Lu Feifei replied, chuckling. Those 6 minutes felt like an eternity. I have never conversed face to face with so many women in my life. Lin Cheng lamented. Does that imply you are still an innocent man? You hardly seem like one, Lu Feifei teased. Clearly, I'm the kind of man that women find enigmatic, Lin Cheng responded with a smirk. Humph, how narcissistic. Lu Feifei laughed. Since Lin Cheng and Lu Feifei were already acquainted, their conversation lacked the stiffness characteristic of interactions with the other female guests, allowing for a pleasant exchange akin to that of friends. However, their intimate demeanor sent the viewers into a frenzy. What is happening? Why does it seem like Lin and the celestial sisters share a good rapport? Indeed, if previously Lin Cheng's approach was one-sided, now they both appear amicable. Am I hallucinating? Do I detect a hint of romantic tension between them? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I refuse to believe it. The viewers candidly poured their flustered sentiments into the comments. Chapter 96, Lu Feifei's Hidden Attribute. Lin Cheng. Since you possess such remarkable abilities and have seen through the other 3 female guests, feel free to scrutinize me as well. I'm quite curious about what you can discern from me. Lu Feifei propped her chin on her hand, tilting her head to observe Lin Cheng with an endearing expression. Come on, let's not engage in this charade. We've known each other for a while now, and it would be rather awkward, Lin Cheng replied with a wry smile. No way. Since you've perceived others, you must also perceive me. Otherwise, I will feel at a disadvantage, Lu Feifei insisted, shaking her head. We only have 2 minutes. So if you can't see anything like you did with the others, I might just get angry. Having witnessed Lin Cheng render the other 3 female guests speechless, Lu Feifei felt a deep curiosity about his capabilities. Furthermore, his ability to unmask a bomber with a mere glance heightened her desire to uncover the secrets he held, even at the cost of revealing her own. Even the celestial sister said there's nothing to it. Yet here you are, still rambling on, a voice chimed in. Indeed. The women are willingly letting a man pry into their privacy. Why act as a paragon of virtue now? Another added. Hurry up and reveal the celestial sister's secret. Then tell me. Yes, I want to hear it too. A chorus of impatient voices from the viewers urged Lin Cheng on. All right, since you insist. I shall take a look. Lin Cheng relented, albeit reluctantly, to Lu Feifei's demand. Activating his ability, Human and Object Information Card, he summoned Lu Feifei's data before him. Name, Lu Feifei. Measurements, 66, 67, 66. Occupation, actress. Hobbies, playing video games. Relationship status, single. Identity tags, celestial sister, national goddess. Once in 3,000 years beauty. Hidden attribute, M. Taken aback by the information, Lin Cheng understood the earlier details but was bewildered by the hidden attribute M. What could it mean? Was it the M he imagined? His mind swirled with confusion. Lin Cheng, why are you silent? Just tell me what you see. No need to hold back, Lu Feifei urged, oblivious to his discomfort. Casting a glance at the innocent Lu Feifei, Lin Cheng felt at a loss. He wished to speak. Yet revealing her penchant in front of the entire nation would surely lead to her social demise. I don't see anything in you. I concede. Is that all right? He said with a forced smile. No, you must have seen something, and you were just pretending not to say it. Teasing me instead, Lu Feifei countered. It's fine. Whatever you've discerned, just say it. I can handle it. At that moment, Lu Feifei remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. All right, since you're so insistent. I shall speak. However, to spare you the embarrassment, let me write it on your palm. This way, you'll know, and no one else will see. Lin Cheng devised a compromise. That sounds good. Lu Feifei nodded, extending her hand toward him. Feifei, please don't trust him. He is just looking for an opportunity to touch your hand. He is using the excuse of protecting your privacy to invade your personal space. Don't fall for it. He's a 1,000-year-old fox. What kind of games are you playing? So sleazy, utterly shameless. The viewers assumed Lin Cheng was merely trying to take advantage of Lu Feifei and began to scold him. However, Lin Cheng remained unfazed. And under the watchful eyes of hundreds of thousands of viewers, he took Lu Feifei's hand. He inscribed a large M on her palm with his right index finger, cleverly blocking the camera so that the viewers could not see what he was writing. All they noticed was Lu Feifei's face turning crimson after he finished. That must be your hidden trait, right? Lin Cheng chuckled. This. Lu Feifei stammered, blushing and at a loss for words. I told you it wasn't anything good, yet you insisted. Now you regret it, don't you? He teased. What did he really say, celestial sister? Please tell us. Was that encrypted communication? Now it's direct sign language? I've watched this stream for so long and gathered no useful information. It's like I haven't watched it all. Can someone explain this? The viewers, anxious and restless, nearly wished to leap into their screens. They had seen Lin Cheng expertly navigate the 4 female stars, but remained baffled by his methods, their voyeuristic desires left unfulfilled. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng and Lu Feifei were oblivious to the viewers' concerns, concentrating solely on each other's thoughts. All right, I understand you feel shortchanged. So I shall reveal a secret about myself too. This way, we can level the playing field, Lin Cheng proposed. Go ahead. Lu Feifei perked up at the prospect of him disclosing something personal. I'll write it too, Lin Cheng said, taking her hand once more and inscribing a large S in her palm. In fact, my personality aligns with this. Lin Cheng flashed a mischievous grin. Who wants to know about that? Lu Feifei's face flushed again as she feigned anger and withdrew her hand. Ding. Lu Feifei's favorability increased by 20 points, bringing her total to 6,100. At that moment, the system's mechanical voice resonated. Lin Cheng was taken aback. He had only intended to ease the awkward atmosphere with a jest, not realizing it had struck a chord with Lu Feifei. Why did that earn him 20 favorability points? Was it because of the correct letter? At that instant, the sand in the hourglass ran out, concluding the one-on-one interaction. Having completed the one-on-one activities, the male and female guests should now have a deeper understanding of one another. It is time for our first round of voting, the host, He Ling, announced. In this round, we will select the male guest each of you favors most before proceeding with the next activity. Without further ado, I will count to 3. After the countdown, please point to your favored male guest. As she began the countdown, 3, 2, 1, please choose. Upon completion of her instructions, the hands of the 4 female guests moved in unison, astonishing everyone involved in the production as they all pointed directly at Lin Cheng. Chapter 97. No More Betrayals. The scene was nothing short of astonishing as all 4 female contestants simultaneously chose the same male contestant, a phenomenon unprecedented in the history of dating shows. It was not merely that this male contestant was exceptionally appealing, rather, the other male contestants paled in comparison. Indeed, it was akin to selecting a general from a troop of misfits, leaving little room for choice. One could only lament the production team for unearthing such a motley crew of characters. As the viewers flooded the screen with comments, their envy towards Lin Cheng was palpable. However, the most astonished were not the audience members but the production staff, particularly director Wang Quanan, whose jaw had dropped in disbelief. Prior to the show, they had outlined a clear narrative where each female contestant would select a male contestant as their target, and conversely, each male contestant would choose a female contestant. Yet, they were utterly blindsided when all 4 female contestants opted for Lin Cheng. The unexpected turn of events left Wang Quanan momentarily speechless. Wow, I truly did not foresee this. For female contestants choosing the same male contestant, what could possibly be the allure of this gentleman? Host He Ling was in a state of disarray, as the unfolding events deviated drastically from the scripted narrative. Nevertheless, as a seasoned host, he quickly regained his composure. Ladies, would you care to elucidate your reasons for selecting this particular male contestant? He inquired, addressing Lu Feifei and the others. There is no special reason. We simply felt a connection, they replied in unison, asserting that they found Lin Cheng to be exceptionally relatable. The truth, however, was that they chose him to keep their closely guarded secrets safe, as he had unwittingly uncovered them, to prevent any revelation. They felt compelled to stay close to Lin Cheng, monitoring him vigilantly. While Lin Cheng basked in the attention, the remaining 3 male contestants were left in a state of utter humiliation. According to the original script, they should each have secured at least one female contestant. But now they found themselves utterly disregarded. Being publicly overlooked was a profound disgrace, prompting them to wish for a place to hide away from the world. Given that the show was live, the female contestants' choices had been broadcasted to the audience, leaving the production team with no recourse to amend the situation. Well, since all the female contestants have made their choices, the first episode of Heartbeat Plan is hereby concluded. Tune in at the same time tomorrow for the second episode, Healing announced. Having received orders from the production team to wrap things up, as the guests waved goodbye to the camera, the live debut of Heartbeat Plan ended amidst a whirlwind of unexpected developments. In the conference room, director Wong Quan-in, known for his composure, was now fuming. What is going on? Why did you deviate from the script? Wasn't it agreed that each contestant would select one male? How do you expect our dating show to progress now? What about the other male contestants? Are they to be considered superfluous? Provide me with a reasonable explanation. The three male contestants echoed their grievances, emphasizing the embarrassment of being disregarded in front of the nation. You have made a mockery of us. They protested, their frustration palpable. Faced with their accusations, the four female contestants could only lower their heads in silence, unable to articulate their reasoning without revealing their secret. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng, aware of the underlying dynamics, recognized that the female contestants' choices stemmed from their desire to conceal their vulnerabilities. Director, gentlemen, let us remain calm and communicate thoughtfully. We still have time before the second episode. We can devise a solution, Lin Cheng suggested, attempting to mediate the situation. You remain unfazed, as all the female contestants have chosen you. You must be reveling in this, Chen Tang remarked sarcastically. Indeed, it appears he is quite pleased with himself. Kai Jun added, their resentment towards Lin Cheng evident. Understanding their frustration, Lin Cheng continued, the situation has unfolded, and we cannot change what has already been broadcasted. Instead, we should focus on how to rectify this. You are the principal beneficiary of this predicament. You should propose a solution, Wong Quan-in urged. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Cheng proposed, given that all four female contestants have chosen me, the other three male contestants will surely feel unsettled. Therefore, in the second episode, let them actively compete against me while showcasing their own qualities, striving to win back the female contestants, regardless of what transpires. The female contestants must adhere to our predetermined choices. Director Wong Quan-in nodded in agreement. This approach seems sound. It is indeed our only recourse. That may be so. But let us agree in advance that the female contestants must adhere to these choices during the live broadcast. We cannot endure any further betrayals, Chen Tang cautioned. With Lin Cheng's proposal accepted, this minor crisis had been temporarily averted. Chapter 98. What is your relationship with Lu Feifei? After the live broadcast concluded, the guests departed in vehicles arranged by the production team. Lin Cheng was also sent back to school by the crew and returned to his dormitory. Upon entering, he was surprised to find his three roommates, Fatty Wang Jing, Monkey Fan Shixin, and Air Guziyu Lu, were all present. The moment Lin Cheng stepped through the door, their gazes turned menacing, as if they wished to devour him whole. Weren't you all supposed to be interning? Why are you back? Lin Cheng feigned ignorance. Interning? What a joke. We've all been fired. Fatty Wang Jing exclaimed angrily. How did you suddenly end up on a dating show with Lu Feifei? On the very first day, you had four female guests confessing their feelings for you? After being your friend for so long, I had no idea you were such a romantic. Monkey Fan Shixin's tone dripped with sarcasm. Lin Cheng, are you really not going to explain how this happened? Air Guziyu Lu pressed. The three had been diligently interning. But while pursuing Lu Feifei's new show, they discovered that Lin Cheng was also a participant and had performed exceptionally well. To understand the situation, they collectively requested leave from their internship and rushed back to the dormitory to confront Lin Cheng. Hear us the truth. A couple of days ago, I coincidentally encountered Lu Feifei at the amusement park, and we found ourselves in a bomb scare. I successfully defused the bomb using my skills, which led to our acquaintance. She then invited me to join this show, Lin Cheng recounted honestly. Stop with the nonsense. Do you think we're foolish? Just tell us the truth. Wang Jing retorted angrily. Understanding that his mischievous friends would not believe his story, Lin Cheng decided to come clean. Huh, you guys are clever. You figured out I was making it up right away, he chuckled. Actually, it's quite simple. The other day, I stumbled upon a recruitment event for male participants in a dating show, and on a whim, I signed up. To my surprise, I was selected. Lin Cheng began to weave a tale. Why didn't you tell us about this opportunity? I would have signed up too. Fan Shixin exclaimed enviously. I thought you were all busy with your internships and might not have the time, Lin Cheng explained. Our boss is a tyrant who exploits us daily. Who cares about this internship? But an opportunity to participate in a dating show alongside female contestants is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Yulu lamented. Do you know what the most painful thing in life is? It's washing dishes at a hotel for an internship while my buddy is on a dating show with my favorite celebrity. What's the difference between that and being cheated on? Wang Jing wore a woeful expression, clearly heartbroken. All right, enough of the nonsense. If there's another opportunity, I'll make sure to invite you next time. Lin Cheng replied with a resigned smile. What do you mean next time? You owe us for this one. I've already decided that since you're so close to Lu Feifei, you need to get us each a signed photo, Wang Jing declared. Of course, if you happen to come across anything personal of Lu Feifei's that she doesn't want, you can bring that too. I wouldn't mind, Yulu added. Yulu, you're seriously disturbing, Lin Cheng retorted, disgusted by Yulu's peculiar preferences. Wanting something personal from a goddess isn't sick, it's just an academic pursuit. Yulu defended himself. As they exchanged banter, the atmosphere lightened. They began discussing various details about the dating show, but when Wang Jing inquired about the theme of the next show, Lin Cheng declined to share, citing a confidentiality agreement. Since they had taken leave, Lin Cheng's 3 roommates decided to stay in the dormitory that night, and the 4 friends enjoyed a rare gaming session together. After finishing their games, they prepared for bed. Just as Lin Cheng was about to drift off, his phone rang unexpectedly. He picked it up and discovered he had been added to a group chat. The group was named Lin Cheng's Critique Group, and its members included Gu Shuowei and Jiao Yushua. Seeing the group name, Lin Cheng couldn't help but smile wryly. He had done nothing wrong. Even joining the dating show was due to a system task. How had he suddenly become a villain? Not only were his roommates criticizing him, but even his previous task targets had joined the fray. Why are you still awake? Be careful, your skin will suffer, Lin Cheng sent a message in the group. Cut the nonsense, confess honestly, what methods did you use today to make 4 female guests confess their feelings for you? Yu Shuowei asked bluntly. Is this question for you or for Sister Shui? Why did you add her to the group? Lin Cheng replied, noting that Sister Shui was quite busy with work and had no time for childish antics. Don't change the subject or deflect. Just answer the question. Yu Shuowei was too familiar with Lin Cheng's tactics and preemptively cut off his escape. What do you want me to confess? I simply participated in a very ordinary dating show, showcased myself in a very ordinary manner, and attracted the attention of 4 female guests. You should ask them why they chose me, not me. Given the length of his response, Lin Cheng opted to send a voice message instead of typing. Yu Shuowei did not reply, but sent a series of ellipses, evidently at a loss for words. Sister Shui, don't feel pressured by appearances. It's perfectly fine to refuse Gu's advances. As a strong and independent woman, you surely have no interest in such frivolous shows, right? Having dealt with Gu Shuowei, Lin Cheng greeted Diao Yushuwen next. No, you're mistaken. I'm very interested in this dating show, which is precisely why I wanted to join the group and chat with you. Diao Yushue's response surprised Lin Cheng. You're interested? Do you watch dating shows too? Or are you a fan of Lu Feifei? Lin Cheng asked curiously. Neither. I merely see the show's popularity and potential for growth. I wish to leverage this dating show to promote my company's products. Diao Yushue revealed her intentions. So, you want to advertise during the show Heartbeat plan? Lin Cheng understood Diao Yushue's motives. Goodness, it seems she has come bearing gifts. Chapter 99. I want to invest in your dating show, Lin Cheng. You are personally participating in this dating show. What do you think about its prospects? Will it be popular? If your answer is affirmative, I will consider investing in this show as an advertiser for Leia Cosmetics. Diao Yushue inquired about Lin Cheng's opinion. From a content perspective, I believe this show is destined to become a sensation. With so many renowned female celebrities joining, it is particularly suitable for promoting women's cosmetics. However, there is a concern regarding the live format, as various issues may arise during the broadcast. If not handled carefully, the show could find itself ensnared in public controversy, which would undoubtedly affect the brand's reputation. Lin Cheng expressed his thoughts, weighing both the pros and cons. As long as you find the content appropriate, I have no worries about potential problems, Diao Yushue replied casually. Why is that? Lin Cheng asked, intrigued. Because you, Lin Cheng, are part of the show. With you on board, there should be no issues. After all, before problems arise, you will resolve them. Throughout the time we've spent together, you have demonstrated this ability repeatedly. Therefore, my trust lies not in the show itself, but in you, Diao Yushue stated sincerely. Since Sister Shui has such faith in me, I will certainly give my all to showcase myself and ensure this dating show thrives. I won't let you down. When it comes time to promote Leia Cosmetics, I will make sure to advocate for us and strive for some visibility, Lin Cheng remarked with a hint of jest. All right, I leave it in your capable hands. In the next few days, I will send someone from the company to discuss collaboration with the show's producers. When you record your next episode, do share some kind words on our behalf to facilitate this partnership, Diao Yushua advised. Rest assured, Sister Shui, I've got it covered, Lin Cheng assured her, patting his chest. That's all I wanted to say. I won't disturb your rest any longer. Sleep well, good night. With that, Diao Yushua exited the group chat. Miss Gu, do you have any further instructions? Lin Cheng teased Gu Shuawei after Diao Yushua left. My instruction is for you to control yourself during the live broadcast and not expose your lecherous nature. Otherwise, you might embarrass yourself in front of the entire nation. Gu Shuawei chided. I understand. Don't worry, I will perform well and strive to win over the illustrious Lu Feifei, Lin Cheng replied, half jokingly and half seriously. Of course, Lin Cheng did not genuinely like Lu Feifei. His confession was merely to fulfill a system task. Please, don't flatter yourself. How could Lu Feifei possibly take a liking to you? Just don't become a nuisance to her, Gu Shuawei cautioned. Come on, am I that kind of person? Lin Cheng retorted. All right, I won't chat any longer. I'm heading to bed now. Good night. Gu Shuawei did not linger further and exited the group chat as well. After finalizing agreements with the two beautiful ladies, Lin Cheng comfortably nestled into his blankets and fell asleep. The following morning, while still in the realm of dreams, Lin Cheng was abruptly awakened by the incessant ping of text messages. Upon checking his phone, he discovered he had been added to a perplexing group chat named Heartfelt Project Exchange Group, which included 9 participants, 8 guests, and director Wang Quanan. At that moment, the group chat was inundated with over 99 messages. Lin Cheng opened the chat and began to peruse the discussions. Have you all seen? Our show is trending, and on several lists. Yes, we've seen it, but those trends have little to do with us. It seems most of the buzz revolves around Lin Cheng alone. Well, what can we do? Lin Cheng's performance was outstanding yesterday, so it's only natural for people to focus on him. Sigh, it's been ages since I last trended. Today, I'll ride on Lin Cheng's coattails and bask in the limelight. The other guests engaged in lively conversation about the show. Upon hearing that he was trending, Lin Cheng quickly opened Douyin and began to look it up. Indeed, 3 of the top 10 trending topics were about him. Ordinary Lin Cheng wins over 4 female stars. Learn how to date with Lin Cheng, and the strongest male guest in dating show history emerges. These titles were increasingly exaggerated, portraying Lin Cheng as a modern-day Casanova. The media is so absurd. Aren't they just setting me up for a fall? Lin Cheng lamented in the group chat, attaching a crying face emoji. Isn't it great? You're popular now, which means whether you pursue stardom or live streaming in the future, you'll have plenty of traffic, Lu Feifei consoled him. Don't be ungrateful. The 3 of us male guests have worked our tails off, yet we can't even grab a sliver of the trending spotlight. All the heat is monopolized by you, Chen Tang expressed his dissatisfaction. Exactly. If you truly don't want this attention, just underperform in the next episode. And no one will pay you any mind, Kai Jun suggested. The first time I recorded a show, I didn't particularly stand out either. I merely went with the flow, and who would have thought it would be hailed as a pinnacle in variety show history? Lin Cheng replied helplessly. Although Lin Cheng spoke from his heart, it sounded particularly grating to outsiders, especially the 3 male guests, who responded with a flurry of mocking emojis. All right, everyone, let us not joke around. This group was created for serious discussions, not for banter, Director Wang Quanan interjected, cutting through the chatter. Lin Cheng, I have a question for you. This morning, the Leia Cosmetics division contacted us, stating they want to advertise on our show and mentioned that you were the one who referred them. Is that true? Wang Quanan inquired. Yes, there is indeed some truth to that. I know the president of Leia Cosmetics. She asked me for my opinion yesterday about advertising on our show, Lin Cheng confirmed. What? Leia Cosmetics? Are you referring to that newly launched domestic brand? Jin Shin exclaimed. Yes, that's the one, Lin Cheng affirmed. You know the president of Leia Cosmetics. And you managed to get them to invest in our show? Lin Cheng, who exactly are you? The connections Lin Cheng had left the group in astonishment. Chapter 100. Give them a chance to shine. Lin Cheng inadvertently revealed his acquaintance with the beautiful president, Diao Yushua, which astonished the gathering of male and female contestants. His earlier remarkable performance had already cast doubt on his identity, and now he had unveiled an even bigger surprise. This revelation sparked suspicion among the crowd. Initially, they assumed Lin Cheng had gained entry through backdoor connections. However, they soon realized that Lin Cheng himself was the true backdoor. Please do not misunderstand. Diao Yushua is merely my senior. I interned at her company for a brief period, which is how I became acquainted with her. Moreover, she mentioned that her investment in this variety show is not due to me, but rather because of the show's exceptional quality. She holds great optimism for its future. Therefore, the strong ones are not just me, but it is all of us collectively striving to create this romantic variety show, Lin Cheng humbly asserted, attributing the success to everyone's efforts. His modest remarks garnered admiration from the female contestants. I never realized you were quite humble, Lu Feifei remarked with a smile. Indeed. I had no choice but to select you during the live broadcast, but now I genuinely wish to create a pairing with you, Jin Chen added. Feifei, let us make a deal. You can have Lin Cheng, and I will take Qin Tang, Bai Lu proposed. Why should I trade with you? I'll give you my Zhang Shan. He is quite impressive and even practices psychotherapy, Yobana chimed in, vying for Lin Cheng's attention. While the female contestants engaged in lively discussions, the remaining 3 male contestants found themselves in an awkward predicament. During the first live broadcast, they were overshadowed by Lin Cheng's stellar performance, and now, even the female contestants seemed uninterested in them. Qin Tang had initially believed he could compete with Lin Cheng financially. But upon learning of Lin Cheng's connection to a stunning president, he lost even that sliver of confidence. What significance did they hold in the show anymore? It seemed more sensible to let Lin Cheng cater to the 4 female contestants alone, abandoning the notion of a romantic variety show and instead transforming it into a harem-themed program, with 3 women in a drama. The 4 female contestants could certainly weave a melodramatic tale where they vied for Lin Cheng's affection, eventually reconciling under his guidance to serve him together. All right. Let us not create chaos. Didn't we agree that during the second live broadcast, we would revert to our originally designated couples? Not everyone can pursue Lin Cheng romantically. Otherwise, we won't be able to continue the live broadcast, Director Wang Quanan interjected. Afterward, he turned to Lin Cheng, saying, Nevertheless, Lin Cheng, we are immensely grateful to you. You may not realize that, despite having so many renowned female stars on board, our advertisement investments have been minimal due to the nature of live broadcasts. Advertisers fear that a live mishap could tarnish their brand image, which discourages investment. Moreover, major domestic beauty brands like L'Oreal typically avoid advertising in variety shows. Your ability to persuade L'Oreal's president to invest in us speaks volumes about your influence. It is not my influence, but the appeal of our variety show, Lin Cheng modestly replied. Thus, to attract more investments, we must meticulously refine our future show content to achieve even greater excellence. Wang Quanan nodded in agreement. You are absolutely right. Now, let us cease our idle chatter and discuss the content for the next live broadcast. I'll go first. Yesterday, I racked my brain for a good idea. The psychologist Zhang Shan raised his hand eagerly. Go ahead, Wang Quanan encouraged him to share. My proposal is to assess everyone's mental well-being, with me as the doctor. Zhang Shan suggested. In today's society, many individuals grapple with psychological issues, especially celebrities. Despite their glamorous appearances, they endure immense pressure. Celebrities in foreign countries regularly consult psychologists. The stress of their profession is immense. Thus, I believe we should showcase this pressure to our audience, revealing the unglamorous side of celebrity life and satisfying their curiosity. Zhang Shan's notion, however, was met with unanimous disapproval from the female contestants, who rebuked him. You're the one with psychological issues. Your entire family must be the same. My mental health is perfectly fine. I don't need a psychologist, they retorted. Let us shelve Zhang Shan's idea for now. What about the rest of you? Any thoughts? Wang Quanan continued to solicit suggestions. I think we could organize some competitions, singing, dancing, rapping, basketball, where the men compete to attract the female contestants, Kai Jun suggested. I believe we should focus on more sophisticated and elegant activities, such as wine tasting or gourmet dining, offering the audience a fresh experience of high society, Qin Tang added. The other 3 male contestants presented their suggestions, yet none stood out. What do you think, Lin Cheng? Wang Quanan ultimately inquired. Recognizing Lin Cheng's previous excellent performance as a source of constructive ideas. Actually, I believe that amidst everyone's enthusiastic sharing, we have already established the theme for our next broadcast, Lin Cheng interjected. Established? You can't be serious about us performing singing, dancing, and rapping. Lu Feifei questioned in disbelief. Of course not. What I mean is that all the ideas presented stem from personal strengths. Our next variety show theme could be a talent showcase, providing the other male contestants an opportunity to shine. Each male contestant can exhibit their unique skills and strengths, captivating the female contestants. This would not only be intriguing but also allow every male contestant to showcase their talents. What do you all think? Lin Cheng proposed. Chapter 101. The man entangled with the celestial sister Lin Cheng proposed a method for everyone to leverage their individual strengths to attract the female guests, intending to diminish his own presence. Otherwise, if he showcased too much of himself, the audience would fixate solely on him, neglecting the others. Although the audience's preferences are beyond their control, Lin Cheng preferred not to indulge in the cliché scenario of one man vying for multiple women. However, if the audience still gravitated towards him despite the opportunity for others, he would be powerless to intervene. All right, in the first episode, I failed to display my personal charm effectively. This time, I must perform splendidly to garner some attention, he thought. Lin Cheng appeared invigorated, evidently confident in his abilities. I am well-versed in singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. I have a plethora of talents to draw from. I just need to devise a suitable performance. Kaijun also expressed his confidence. In that case, I shall showcase my expertise in hypnosis while simultaneously educating the audience on mental health, Zhang Shan, a psychologist, remarked, oblivious to the audience's desires. Very well, let us organize a talent competition next time, with the female guests serving as judges, Wang Quanan agreed. Though he stipulated that regardless of the male guest performances, each female guest must select one male guest to form a couple, emphasizing that they should not all gravitate towards Lin Cheng, lest the show falter. Understood, Director, you've reiterated that numerous times, Jean Shen replied impatiently. Indeed. We are no longer children. We have made mistakes before, but shall not repeat them, Bai Lu added. All right, I hope you all honor your commitments, Wang Quanan said, feeling somewhat reassured. After finalizing the content for the next episode, the group discussed various details. Hours later, having covered most of the necessary topics, they began to disperse. The male and female guests exited separately, while Lin Cheng and Lu Feifei lingered behind. After several hours of meetings, I'm utterly exhausted, Lu Feifei yawned, complaining to Lin Cheng. You celebrities earn such substantial sums. Complaining about a bit of fatigue is simply unacceptable, Lin Cheng teased. Even if others refer to you as the celestial sister, you must still experience the essence of mortal life. What nonsense. I am exceedingly dedicated when I work. Do not conflate me with those so-called digital personalities, Lu Feifei retorted. All right. You are indeed impressive, the most dedicated of them all, Lin Cheng replied with a gentle smile, choosing not to tease her further. By the way, do you have time later? Can you accompany me to a place? Lu Feifei suddenly inquired. I do have time, but where are we going? Lin Cheng asked. Concerned about the potential crowds, as walking alongside a national goddess could be quite daunting and might induce feelings of inadequacy. Enough of that. I'm taking you to a private club, where there are no outsiders, just people from our circle, Lu Feifei responded. But I am not part of your entertainment circle. Why would you take me there? Lin Cheng questioned. Don't you know? Today's gathering is a celebration for a film I recently wrapped up. During filming, one male actor persistently expressed his affection for me and has been relentlessly pursuing me, hoping to start a romantic relationship. I have rejected him multiple times. Yet he clings to me like a stubborn adhesive, nearly driving me to despair, Lu Feifei explained, her face reflecting her annoyance. So, what do you want me to do? Should I confront him, or are you requesting I pretend to be your boyfriend? Lin Cheng asked. You need not do anything but act as my personal bodyguard. When he persists in bothering me, simply intervene appropriately, Lu Feifei instructed. Generally, Lin Cheng preferred to avoid such matters. But the system had just assigned him a task to win over Lu Feifei. If he could assume the role of her protector today, it might enhance her fondness for him. With this in mind, Lin Cheng resolved to accompany her. All right, I will go with you. Rest assured, with me around, that man will keep his distance, Lin Cheng confidently asserted, recalling his previous experience as a bodyguard, where his employers had only ever praised him as exceptionally outstanding. Stop boasting. I do not expect you to drive him away. I merely need you to ensure he does not pester me excessively, Lu Feifei replied. As they conversed, a luxury vehicle pulled up in front of them. Let us get in. It's almost time. We shall head directly to the club, Lu Feifei urged. All right. Lin Cheng responded, then courteously opened the car door for Lu Feifei. Thank you, she acknowledged before gracefully settling into the back seat. While Lin Cheng took his place in the front seat, naturally assuming the exclusive position of the bodyguard. Once they were seated, the driver started the vehicle, heading towards their destination. Before long, they arrived at the designated location, a lavish private club, resplendent in its grandeur. The outdoor parking lot was filled with an array of luxury cars, collectively worth several small fortunes. The mere presence of these opulent vehicles indicated the wealth of the patrons who frequented this establishment. Such high-end clubs typically operated on a membership basis. requiring an annual fee that likely amounted to several $100,000. However, the affluent patrons were unbothered by such trivial expenses, as mingling with fellow wealthy individuals could lead to lucrative partnerships. Wow, this club appears to have exorbitant prices. I am quite intimidated, Lin Cheng remarked, gazing at the venue with awe. He turned to Lu Feifei and inquired, "Do you often visit places like this?" "Of course not. I find the atmosphere here quite distasteful. The clientele are often troublesome wealthy individuals, and I have no desire to engage with them," Lu Feifei candidly replied, emerging untainted from the mud, unadorned by the clear waters. "Truly, you embody the essence of a celestial sister, exuding an air of purity and grace," Lin Cheng commended her with a thumbs up. "Ah, is that not Feifei? You've come." At that moment, a flippant voice rang out. Lin Cheng turned to see a tall, slender man in a plaid shirt approaching them. He possessed striking features, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, an undeniable heartthrob, fitting for an actor. Lin Cheng realized that this must be the persistent suitor Lu Feifei had described. Chapter 102. The Flattery of Xiaoyang. Feifei, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite a while. Our wrap party for the new drama cannot proceed without its leading lady. After all, we, the golden couple, are the hallmark of this production and its viewership guarantee. The young male actor exuded a certain insincerity in his words, which rendered them rather distasteful to the ears. Lu Feifei frowned in distaste at his remarks. "Xiaoyang, how many times must I tell you not to make such trivial jokes?" she retorted with annoyance. My apologies. I shall not do so again," Xiaoyang replied with a flippant smile. At that moment, he noticed Lin Cheng standing beside Lu Feifei and could not suppress a frown of discontent. "Feifei, who is this person?" Xiaoyang inquired with evident hostility. "This is Lin Cheng, a dear friend of mine. We had arranged to meet today, so I brought him along," Lu Feifei explained as she moved closer to Lin Cheng, linking her arm with his to display a facade of intimacy. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoyang's expression darkened, as he mentally categorized Lin Cheng as a romantic rival. "Lin Cheng? That name sounds quite familiar," he muttered, suddenly recalling something with a gleam in his eyes. "Oh, you are the one who participated in that dating show with her, right? I've seen quite a few trending news articles about you. I heard you garnered quite a bit of attention from 4 female guests. Impressive, brother," Xiaoyang remarked insincerely. "Not at all. I was merely participating for fun." "I was surprised to find myself trending," Lin Cheng replied coolly. "There's nothing strange about it. After all, it was simply a straightforward live stream with ordinary individuals. Viewers may just be curious about you as an ordinary male guest. To be honest, if I had participated, it would have been a different matter entirely. My following of over 20 million fans would have created a significant impact," Xiaoyang boasted, choosing to elevate himself while belittling Lin Cheng and his fellow guests. His lack of character and small-mindedness became evident. Not necessarily, considering that many fans today are mere bots, and numerous celebrities purchase fake followers for appearances. They may seem impressive at first, but when it comes to real situations, their genuine popularity is revealed. The depths of the online world are indeed profound, and most are unable to navigate it, Lin Cheng countered boldly, offering no concession to Xiaoyang. "You," Xiaoyang stammered, his face reddening with frustration, unable to articulate a response. "Weren't you just saying that everyone was waiting for us? Why are you still outside chatting? Hurry inside. Keeping them waiting would be rather impolite." Lu Feifei interjected, sensing that Lin Cheng had gained the upper hand. "All right, let us proceed inside and introduce your new friend," Xiaoyang said with a feigned smile, secretly vowing to humiliate Lin Cheng in front of everyone. After all, those present were his own people, directors and investors, who would surely side with him against the outsider. As Xiaoyang plotted, he, along with Lin Cheng and Lu Feifei, entered the lavish private club, adorned in opulence, its atmosphere complemented by the strikingly attractive staff. They were escorted to the banquet room of the cruise celebration, where 7 or 8 elegantly dressed individuals awaited them, each clearly affluent and of high status. The room was filled with an array of exquisite delicacies and expensive wines, without even considering the room rental. The cost of the food and drink alone would easily amount to hundreds of thousands. "Feifei, you've arrived." Upon Lu Feifei's entrance, the guests greeted her warmly. Their drama was an ancient fantasy piece, and Lu Feifei's character mirrored her beloved role as the fairy sister in the renowned show Xianjian. It is no exaggeration to say that the production team capitalized on Lu Feifei's popularity to create this drama, making her the undeniable star, much to the investors' delight. Conversely, Xiaoyang, as the male lead, paled in comparison to the male protagonist of Xianjian, lacking both talent and striking looks, rendering him nearly insignificant in this production. His connection with a female investor was the sole reason he secured the role of a male actor. Fei, who is this person? Your new bodyguard? One of the investors inquired curiously, noticing Lin Cheng. Oh, this is Lin Cheng, a friend of mine. I brought him along to broaden his horizons. I hope that's all right with everyone? Lu Fei spoke on his behalf. Of course, we don't mind at all. Let your friend enjoy himself, the investors replied. Eager to please Lu Fei, understanding that winning over her friend could lead to future collaborations and financial gains. Everyone, you may not be familiar with Lin Cheng. He is the new male guest from the dating show Heartbeat Plan and has been trending quite a bit, Xiaoyang interjected. Feigning admiration while secretly plotting to elevate Lin Cheng only to bring him crashing down later. Believing that Lin Cheng's rise was merely a product of the show's scripting and favoritism due to his connection with Lu Fei. Oh, now that you mention it. I see the resemblance. I recall that the last 4 female stars all chose him as their heartthrob, another remarked. Young man, how did you manage to win over those 4 female celebrities, especially the ethereal Fei? Do tell us. Xiaoyang's words thrust Lin Cheng into the spotlight of public scrutiny. And observing this, he could not help but smirk inwardly, anticipating Lin Cheng's impending embarrassment. Chapter 103, Judging by Your Countenance. You were destined for imprisonment. Xiaoyang sought to elevate Lin Cheng by means of public humiliation, compelling Lin Cheng to showcase his abilities. He was certain that Lin Cheng possessed no genuine talent, and his scheme would undoubtedly lead to Lin Cheng's embarrassment. After executing his plan, Xiaoyang stood aside, silently observing Lin Cheng's response. Lin Cheng regarded the clownish Xiaoyang with a shake of his head. These men, upon encountering a beautiful woman, transformed into preening peacocks, eager to present themselves. Such men would hardly attract any genuine affection from women. However, since Xiaoyang had made his move, Lin Cheng resolved not to back down. Utilizing the extraordinary power of the person object data card, he sought to unveil Xiaoyang's hidden secrets. In no time, under the influence of Lin Cheng's financial prowess, Xiaoyang's information was laid bare before him. Name, Xiaoyang. Occupation, actor. Hobbies, living off wealthy women. Relationship status, single. Hidden identity, kept by 3 affluent women. Criminal activity, tax evasion of 12 million. Lin Cheng was taken aback by Xiaoyang's profile. Though Xiaoyang was not a particularly famous actor, he had managed to secure a few leading roles through the connections of his wealthy benefactors. Yet, it was astonishing that, despite this, he had committed tax fraud amounting to 12 million. Such was the lucrative nature of the acting profession, as evidenced by this revelation. Faced with a criminal, Lin Cheng certainly would not let the opportunity slip by. However, directly reporting him would implicate Lu Fei as well. After all, their new drama was set to premiere. If the scandal of his tax evasion were to surface, the show would undoubtedly be shelved. Thus, Lin Cheng resolved to compel Xiaoyang to rectify his tax obligations first, and once the drama aired, he would report him, ensuring his disgrace. Having made his decision, Lin Cheng prepared to confront him. You may find this hard to believe, but I possess the unique ability to read faces. Lin Cheng activated his fortune-telling mode. Ha, reading faces? How absurd. We live in the 21st century, where science prevails. Xiaoyang scoffed, bursting into laughter. He envisioned numerous boastful claims from Lin Cheng, yet never anticipated that he would assert such a peculiar skill. Do you doubt me? Allow me to demonstrate, Lin Cheng replied, a serene smile gracing his lips. Laugh while you can. Soon enough, you shall weep. Very well. Let us see what you've got, Xiaoyang replied, confidently presenting his face to Lin Cheng. The other investors in the private room gathered around, intrigued to witness whether Lin Cheng truly possessed such a talent. Lin Cheng, do you genuinely have this ability, or are you merely jesting? Lu Fei whispered in Lin Cheng's ear. If you lack this skill, it would be wise to admit it now, otherwise, you may fall into Xiaoyang's trap. He aims to humiliate you in front of everyone. Having spent considerable time with Xiaoyang, Lu Fei was well aware of his cunning nature and character. Concerned for Lin Cheng's well-being, she offered her warning. Rest assured, it will be him who faces humiliation, Lin Cheng replied confidently with a smile. Stepping forward, Lin Cheng began his charade of observation. After a brief moment, he suddenly furrowed his brow, appearing troubled. Ah, you're quite the actor. It seems you've genuinely discerned something, Xiaoyang derisively remarked. I have indeed uncovered certain truths, yet it would be inappropriate to disclose them. Revealing them could lead to your significant embarrassment, Lin Cheng responded mysteriously. Xiaoyang scoffed. I suspect it is you who is destined for embarrassment. Given that you have discerned nothing, enough of this charade. Admit you possess no such abilities, and we shall not mock you. If you insist, Then I shall cease my pretense and reveal all that I have seen." Sensing the opportune moment had arrived, Lin Cheng prepared to strike. "Xiaoyang, I perceive from your countenance that you are destined for imprisonment and a financial downfall," Lin Cheng proclaimed, articulating his observations. What do you mean by that?" Upon hearing Lin Cheng's words, Xiaoyang, once brimming with confidence, suddenly grew anxious. He was acutely aware of his own tax evasion. Yet he could not ascertain whether Lin Cheng's revelation of impending imprisonment was connected to it. However, the matter of his tax fraud was known only to a select few. How could Lin Cheng have discovered it? Could it be that he truly possessed the ability to read faces? In an instant, Xiaoyang's mind raced with thoughts, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Yet Lin Cheng did not relent. He surveyed the investors and continued, "Not only Xiaoyang, but I also perceive signs of financial loss among all present. If I am not mistaken, it appears this drama is facing trouble." His words sent waves of trepidation through the investors. "What do you mean by that? Please clarify." One investor inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "Earlier, I observed Xiaoyang, and he bore the visage of a schemer. He must have engaged in some nefarious activities, such as misappropriating funds that do not belong to him. Recently, we have witnessed numerous celebrities embroiled in tax evasion scandals. I suspect Xiaoyang is among them. He has committed tax fraud of a significant magnitude. According to my divination, this matter is poised to erupt soon. Once revealed, his collaboration with Lu Feifei in this drama will be doomed, as the industry cannot tolerate actors of questionable morals," Lin Cheng elaborated, embellishing the situation he had gleaned from Xiaoyang. "Xiaoyang, is this so? Have you truly engaged in tax evasion?" An investor pressed, directing a pointed question at Xiaoyang. It was no surprise, having invested billions and devoted considerable time to the drama. The prospect of its cancellation would result in catastrophic losses for them. Xiaoyang stammered, rendered speechless. Yet, judging by his reaction, it seemed Lin Cheng's claims were entirely accurate. His greed could potentially unravel the efforts of the entire production crew, rendering all investments futile. Such a transgression was beyond the capacity of a mere actor to endure. "Damn it, you earn so much money, yet you still resort to tax evasion. Do you have no shame? We have supported you wholeheartedly, and this is how you repay us? Truly an ingrate. You scoundrel, return my money." Several hot-tempered male investors pointed accusingly at Xiaoyang, unleashing a torrent of verbal abuse. The scene Xiaoyang had anticipated, where everyone would mock Lin Cheng, had not materialized. Instead, he found himself the target of collective ire. Chapter 104. If you wish to escape this calamity, withdraw from the industry. Actors who evade taxes are destined to face severe repercussions in the entertainment realm, including outright bans on their works, regardless of whether they have been completed. The filming of a television series typically spans from 6 months to a year, with investments accumulating to billions. Should an actor's misconduct prevent a show from airing, the financial repercussions would be staggering. Even the wealthiest investors would feel aggrieved over the loss of substantial time and money, which explains their vehement curses directed at Xiaoyang. "Lin Cheng, how did you discover his tax evasion?" Lu Feifei leaned closer to Lin Cheng, whispering cautiously, "I merely guessed. Who would have thought I was right?" "It seems the likelihood of stars evading taxes is quite high," Lin Cheng replied nonchalantly. "As for others, I cannot speak. But I would never engage in such actions," Lu Feifei stated with honesty. "Just wait and see how I avenge you and deliver him a crushing blow," Lin Cheng laughed. While they conversed, the investors had already unleashed a tirade of insults upon Xiaoyang. Lin Cheng noted that the first phase of his plan against Xiaoyang had been accomplished, and he was now ready to proceed to the next step. "Esteemed investors, the issue has arisen. Further cursing will yield no results. What we must focus on now is resolving this predicament," Lin Cheng proclaimed, adopting an air of authority as a mediator. "Do you have any solutions, young man?" An investor inquired eagerly. "To untie the bell, one must be the bell ringer. The resolution hinges on whether Xiaoyang possesses sincerity," Lin Cheng said, gesturing toward Xiaoyang with a flick of his fingers. "I have sincerity, indeed." Xiaoyang understood Lin Cheng's intent was financial, yet he was not concerned about this expenditure. Xiaoyang produced a checkbook from his pocket and swiftly pinned a sum, tearing off the completed check and handing it to Lin Cheng. A token of goodwill, a sign of respect, Xiaoyang smiled. Lin Cheng glanced at the check and noted the sum of 500,000. While not an overwhelming figure, it represented a significant concession from Xiaoyang. "Very well. Given your sincerity, I shall assist you in navigating this deadlock," Lin Cheng replied with a grin. With that, Lin Cheng began to simulate a fortune-telling gesture. adding an air of mystique. I have calculated that there remains some time before anyone reports Xiaoyang, so prior to any allegations, he should settle his tax dues with his own funds, Lin Cheng stated. Of course, I will arrange for the back taxes to be paid by tomorrow. Even without your prompting, I would ensure that, Xiaoyang affirmed. The second step is that you must remain in seclusion for a period. Not long, just 2 years. During this time, you must abstain from acting, endorsements, or any activities related to the entertainment industry. The sooner you withdraw, the better. Perhaps you could time your announcement of withdrawal to coincide with the airing of this television series, thereby generating some buzz for it. Lin Cheng fabricated a second course of action for Xiaoyang. His reasoning was to impart a lesson to Xiaoyang, urging him to distance himself from Lu Feifei and cease his relentless pursuit of her. An actor guilty of tax evasion had no right to linger in the entertainment sphere, masquerading as a benevolent figure while deceiving audiences for profit and affection. Such individuals ought to be cast far away. Hearing Lin Cheng's suggestions, Xiaoyang hesitated. After all, he was in the prime of his career. A sudden withdrawal at this juncture would squander the momentum he had painstakingly built. The entertainment industry evolves rapidly, particularly for stars lacking distinctive qualities, as countless replacements awaited to take their place. Xiaoyang, I foresee that malign forces are watching your every move. Should you choose to remain in the industry, they will surely unearth further incriminating evidence against you. At that point, you won't merely be withdrawing, you'll be facing imprisonment. The losses incurred won't only affect you but also the investors. Lin Cheng seized the opportunity to intimidate Xiaoyang, simultaneously instilling fear in the other investors. Indeed, before Xiaoyang could respond, the investors grew restless. Damn it, if you're told to withdraw, just do it. What else with the hesitation? Even if you refuse, no one will support you moving forward. You'll inevitably fall from grace, so you might as well leave with some dignity. I advise you to heed this young man's counsel, or I may take matters into my own hands, another investor threatened, eager to protect their own interests. This is human nature. When Xiaoyang was profitable, he was their prized possession. However, once he lost his utility, they would not hesitate to discard him, seeking out fresh talent to replenish their coffers. For them, the entertainment industry was merely a chain of commerce, with these young stars serving as disposable commodities. Very well. I understand. I am willing to withdraw, Xiaoyang conceded, realizing that resisting further would be futile. Leaving with dignity might leave a favorable impression on the investors, potentially allowing for future opportunities. At this juncture, Xiaoyang still clung to naive aspirations. Having said all that, if you follow my advice, you need not worry. You shall surely weather this storm, Lin Cheng concluded. Thank you, young man. You are our benefactor. The investors expressed their gratitude toward Lin Cheng, utterly unaware of the ruse he had orchestrated. Reflecting on his maneuver, Lin Cheng felt a swell of pride. Not only had he safeguarded state assets, but he had also managed to orchestrate Xiaoyang's withdrawal from the industry while ensuring Lu Feifei's interests remained intact. This strategy could be considered a masterstroke. Lin Cheng even mused that if he were to pivot to street fortune-telling for the affluent, his earnings would undoubtedly flourish. While the wealthy may not be easily deceived, many harbor secrets that could be exploited for profit. Lin Cheng, thank you. It seems Xiaoyang will no longer pester me. Lu Feifei approached Lin Cheng, expressing her gratitude. Not a problem. After all, we've profited 500,000. Lin Cheng waved the check playfully, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Thus, the matter concerning Xiaoyang was resolved smoothly. Chapter 105. The Kuan dance. After Lin Cheng had intimidated Xiaoyang, the latter promptly departed to address his tax issues. Lin Cheng lingered for a while with Lu Feifei before they bid each other farewell and returned home. Ding! Lu Feifei's favorability rating increased by 30, now standing at 7,100. On his way back, the system's mechanical voice chimed in, revealing Lu Feifei's enhanced fondness for Lin Cheng. Upon hearing this, Lin Cheng couldn't help but smile. He had not anticipated that engaging in a side quest during the dating show would yield such a significant increase in favorability. Only 30 points remained to achieve a full score, and with diligent effort during the show, he believed he could attain it. He mused to himself about what extraordinary ability he might unlock this time, visibly delighted. His anticipation for the upcoming segments of the dating show grew even more. Time flew by, and soon it was time for the second episode's filming. On this day, Lin Cheng arrived early at the shooting venue, meeting with the other guests. This session's content involved each guest showcasing their unique talents, akin to courtship displays among animals, to capture the attention of the female participants. During this process, all female guests, except Lu Feifei, would select male guests other than Lin Cheng to form CPs. In summary, this promised to be a lively segment. The filming location was once again a hotel in Chintang, this one more luxurious than the last, being the finest establishment in the area. Good morning. Lin Cheng greeted the guests already present upon his arrival. We've been waiting for you. Come on, let's have a brief meeting. Director Wang Quan waved him over. Lin Cheng joined the group seated together, and once everyone had gathered, Wang Quan got straight to the point. When the show begins, Kai Jun will perform first, followed by Chen Tang, then Zhang Shan, and finally Lin Cheng. We will shoot in this order, and whoever is performing will be the focus of that segment. During each male guest performance, we will also capture the female guest reactions to allow the live audience to resonate with their emotions. Once the cameras start rolling, we must remain alert and present our best selves, Wang Quan instructed. Understood, the guests responded in unison. All right, if there are no questions, let us head inside. The live broadcast is about to commence. Go. With Wang Quan's command, Lin Cheng and the others entered the filming area. As Kai Jun was set to perform first, his act would take place on stage, accompanied by a dance. The live camera started rolling, and host He Ling stepped onto the stage to warm up the audience. Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to the second episode of Heartfelt Plan. I am your host, He Ling. Thanks to your support, the first episode received an overwhelming response, breaking the viewership records for live streaming platforms and setting a pinnacle for dating shows. On behalf of all the guests and the production team, I extend our gratitude, He Ling said, bowing deeply to the live camera. At that moment, as the dating show began its live broadcast, an increasing number of viewers flooded into the chat, quickly surpassing 100,000 online watchers. As many know, in the first episode, guest Lin Cheng outshone all others, resulting in all female participants selecting him. However, this led to dissatisfaction among the other male guests, who felt their lack of performance was due to the show's failure to provide them with a platform to showcase their talents. Thus, this time, the production team thoughtfully prepared various stages for all male guests to exhibit their skills, allowing them to compete with Lin Cheng, the dominant figure from the first episode. I believe this will be a fiercely competitive showdown. Who will win the hearts of the female guests? Let us wait and see. Now, without further ado, let the live broadcast begin. The first performer is Kai Jun, who will present a dance to his original song, Only Because You Are So Beautiful, as He Ling concluded. The camera shifted to the stage where Kai Jun stood at the center, dressed in suspenders and a shirt, his hair dyed white, holding a basketball for reasons unknown. The spotlight illuminated him, creating a striking atmosphere. The prelude of his original song began to play. Only Because You Are So Beautiful, Baby. As Kai Jun's song resonated, viewers watching the live stream erupted in laughter. What is happening? Is there something wrong with my ears? Why does it sound like chicken? You are so beautiful? You heard that too? I thought I was the only one mishearing it. It's not us who are wrong, it's the world. Is it really possible that someone with such unclear diction can sing? The bar for becoming a singer has sunk so low. It seems not only the young actors struggle with their lines, but so do these young pop stars. Next time, let us get the tongue straightened out before singing. My focus is different. I'm curious about what he intends to convey by holding a basketball while singing. Viewers began to voice their skepticism regarding Kai Jun's singing ability, unleashing a torrent of critiques. Amid their mockery, Kai Jun commenced his dance. He dribbled the basketball, incorporating exaggerated body movements, and eventually spun it rapidly on his finger, showcasing his ball handling skills. Following this, he struck a pose he deemed impressive and began to dance. Kai Jun then executed a series of bold dance moves, culminating in a spectacular leap, performing a white crane spreads its wings that dazzled the viewers. What on earth is this? Where did the production team find such a character? I thought the song would be the epitome of embarrassment, but his dance is even more outrageous. What kind of bizarre individuals are featured on this dating show? Is he here solely for comedic relief? From now on, let us refer to this dance as the Kuan dance. I have a feeling this dance is destined to go viral. After witnessing the eye-watering performance, viewers flooded the live chat with their critiques. Chapter 106 Lin Cheng. Your remarks are rather acerbic, aren't they? What on earth is Kai Jun performing? This chaotic dance is utterly embarrassing. Ha ha ha. After all that preparation, is this the best talent he could muster? I think I should conduct a psychological evaluation on Kai Jun to see if he has any underlying issues. Not only the viewers watching the live stream, but also the guests participating in the romantic variety show with Kai Jun began to voice their criticisms. After all, his performance was indeed a feast for the eyes, albeit in the most unpleasant sense. Soon, Kai Jun finished his dance, panting as he stepped off the stage, grinning as he approached the crowd. So what do you think? Was my dance acceptable? Kai Jun asked earnestly. Well, it was quite unique, very much in your personal style. One guest replied, I must admit, I have never encountered such a form of dance before. It has certainly reshaped my understanding of the art. I almost wish you would perform it again for me. In stark contrast to the viewer's mockery, the guests began to shower Kai Jun with insincere praise when he inquired about his performance. Did I dance that well? Am I truly a genius? Hearing the flattery, Kai Jun couldn't help but feel a bit elated. The viewers watching the stream laughed at the guests' reactions. Ah, so this is what they call a flattering death. Is it really appropriate to deceive this poor soul? What if he takes it seriously? Not a single one of the 8 guests can muster an honest opinion. Such is human nature. Isn't that what actors do? They really know how to perform. The viewers began to jest. Well, thank you, Kai Jun, for that splendid dance. Now, which guest would like to showcase their talent next? He Ling inquired of the remaining 3 male guests. Let it be me. Chen Tang raised his hand high. Chen Tang's decision to perform second was not without ulterior motives. After witnessing Kai Jun's subpar performance, even a mediocre display from him would shine in comparison. Kai Jun's performance had lowered the viewers' expectations significantly. All Chen Tang needed was a modest effort to leave a lasting impression. This phenomenon is known as psychological contrast. All right, the next talent showcase will be by male guest Chen Tang, He Ling announced. I wonder what delightful talent you will present. It wouldn't happen to be a dance, would it? Chen Tang shook his head. Certainly not. I shall be demonstrating my culinary skills. There's a saying, to win a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach. I aim to win the affection of the female guests with my culinary prowess. Cooking is merely preparing a meal. What's so impressive about that? I can do that too. I believe there are few men who can cook nowadays. For instance, I can't even julienne a potato. If you can't julienne, can you at least slice? Why not think outside the box? From a woman's perspective, a man who can cook is quite attractive, especially since I have no desire to cook. In reality, the wealthy man's waste is still fragrant, while the impoverished person's feast remains disregarded. The viewers in the live stream engaged in a spirited debate over men cooking. Mr. Chen Tang, it seems you are quite confident in your culinary skills, He Ling remarked. Chen Tang nodded. To be frank, the dish I am preparing is our hotel's signature dish. It is not an exaggeration to say that our hotel has flourished because of it. Many guests return solely to savor this dish. What is this dish, then? He Ling inquired, echoing the audience's curiosity. Sweet and sour fish, Chen Tang revealed, lifting the veil on the culinary masterpiece. Please, it's just sweet and sour fish. How good can it really be? I refuse to believe it tastes good unless you let me try it. I've been to his hotel and tasted this dish. It truly is exceptional. The best fish I've ever had. This male guest seems quite dedicated, pulling out all the stops. Most viewers remained highly skeptical of Chen Tang's cooking, with only a few choosing to believe in his claims. Enough chit-chat. Let us allow guest Chen Tang to prepare his sweet and sour fish, He Ling declared. You may proceed, but I have one request. During the live broadcast, only film my back. Otherwise, the recipe for my signature dish may be exposed, Chen Tang stipulated. Agreed. After all, we're merely participating in a romantic variety show. We cannot divulge the secret recipe of our hotel's specialty, He Jiang concurred. Once the terms were settled, the live camera followed Chen Tang into the hotel's kitchen. In the kitchen, several fish had already been prepared, with scales removed, entrails cleaned, and blood washed away. Chen Tang stood before the chopping board, expertly slicing the fish in half and scoring the flesh. With remarkable speed, he prepared several fish, then coated them in cornstarch before frying them in hot oil. As he adjusted the heat to low, the oil bubbled, and the fish quickly became crispy and golden. Chen Tang repeated the frying process with the remaining fish. Finally, he concocted a sweet and sour sauce, evenly drenching the fried fish. This signature dish, sweet and sour fish, was now complete, though the steps taken remained off camera. Now that the dish is ready, ladies, please give it a try, Chen Tang said as he presented a platter of the sweet and sour fish, enthusiastically inviting the female guests to indulge. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng and the other male guests were conveniently overlooked. The sweet and sour fish, steaming with aroma, wafted into the noses of everyone present, igniting their appetites. Let me be the first to taste it. Jean Chen couldn't resist, picking up her chopsticks to sample a piece of fish. Instantly, her eyes lit up. Wow, this is delicious. Is it really that good? We should all try it. Yao Baina and the others, unable to contain their curiosity, eagerly joined in. It's truly remarkable. Especially the sweet and sour sauce. It's perfectly balanced. The tender fish paired with this sauce is simply divine. No wonder it's a signature dish. The other female guests echoed her sentiments with high praise. Don't just stand there. You should try some too, Chun Tang encouraged as the female guests had their fill. All right, I'll give it a go, Lin Cheng replied. I love fish. Kai Jun and Zhang Shan wasted no time joining the feast, but Lin Cheng remained stationary, showing no inclination to partake. Lin Cheng, aren't you going to eat? Chun Tang inquired. I think I'll pass. I'm not fond of fish. Nor do I like sweet flavors, Lin Cheng replied, waving his hand dismissively. With a smirk, Chun Tang retorted, are you truly not fond of fish? Yet, I can already smell the sourness from your direction without you even tasting the sweet and sour fish. Are you feeling unbalanced because I've stolen the spotlight? It is merely a sweet and sour fish, nothing of high technology. What is there to be so bitter about? You are being rather exaggerated. Lin Cheng found himself at a loss for words in response to Chun Tang's inexplicable confidence. If you consider this ordinary sweet and sour fish to be mundane, then why don't you prepare a dish for me to behold? Upon witnessing his prized creation being so disparaged, Chun Tang was instantly incensed. I cannot. My culinary skills are quite lacking, and I am incapable of such a feat. Lin Cheng waved his hand, reluctant to engage too deeply with Chun Tang. If your cooking is subpar, then why critique the skills of others? It seems to me that you are simply envious. Chun Tang seized the opportunity to mock him. Lin Cheng had initially intended to avoid a dispute with Chun Tang, but seeing him so aggressively confrontational, he could no longer contain himself. I may not be adept at cooking, yet I possess a profound understanding of cuisine. I can discern how this dish is prepared without even tasting it. Lin Cheng retorted coldly, signaling the commencement of his counterattack. Chapter 107. It's honey. You added honey. The atmosphere grew intense as a dispute erupted. Observers found it amusing and began to barrage the screen with comments. You claim you can discern my culinary method without tasting it? Very well. Then enlighten us about the preparation of my sweet and sour fish. Chun Tang, incensed by Lin Cheng's audacity, retorted sharply. This dish is the signature of your establishment. If I were to reveal its recipe live before all these viewers, your restaurant would be doomed. Lin Cheng responded with confidence. No worries, if you can unveil it today. I would willingly let this secret be known to all. If even someone like you, who doesn't eat fish, can discern my recipe, then it is evident that my dish lacks sophistication, and you deserve the exposure. Since you insist, I shall not hold back, Lin Cheng remarked with a faint smile, cautioning Chun Tang not to regret it later. He then deployed his human and object data card ability on the prepared sweet and sour fish, instantly unveiling all pertinent information. Dish name, Chen sweet and sour fish. Ingredients, base. Seasonings, sugar, vinegar, ketchup, soy sauce, salt, honey. Secret flavor, wild honey sourced from a private workshop. Having utilized his ability, Lin Cheng promptly uncovered the flavor secret of the dish. Ah, now I understand why your fish is so delectable, he said to Chun Tang. Oh? Do share with the viewers what you've deduced, and don't concern yourself with my feelings, Chun Tang scoffed. Indeed, do tell us. I adore sweet and sour fish, echoed the audience. Once I master this dish, I too shall open a restaurant, another chimed in. Surely. You don't expect us to believe he figured it out without tasting it. It must be a ruse, some skeptics commented. You see. The preparation of sweet and sour fish is quite straightforward, indistinguishable from others. However, its exquisite flavor is attributed to a unique seasoning. Lin Cheng began to unveil the secret of the dish. Upon hearing this, Chun Tang's face turned pale, not for any other reason than that Lin Cheng was entirely correct. His method was indeed similar to others, with the sole distinction being the inclusion of a particular honey. This honey was procured during his expedition to the mountains, from a farm dedicated to beekeeping. When he experimented with this honey in his sweet and sour fish, the resulting flavor was unexpectedly exquisite. He had tried other brands of honey, but regardless of their price, none compared to the taste of this wild honey. Consequently, his sweet and sour fish had risen to become the restaurant's signature dish, attracting a multitude of patrons. Yet, doubt lingered in Chun Tang's mind. He suspected Lin Cheng was merely making an educated guess, unaware of the honey's secret. After all, he had personally sourced it. And not even the higher-ups at the restaurant were privy to its origin. Should the secret recipe be divulged, other chefs might procure the same honey, jeopardizing his exclusive claim to this delightful dish. Mr. Chun Tang, do you believe I should reveal the source of this mysterious ingredient? Noticing Chun Tang's silence, Lin Cheng recognized his suspicions. It was time to deliver a decisive blow. This ingredient is smooth and sweet. and you utilize the wild variety. Lin Cheng smiled. Moreover, its procurement is rather unique. Without your connections, it would be difficult to obtain. If I were to disclose how to acquire this ingredient, your sweet and sour fish would no longer be an exclusive offering of your restaurant. Lin Cheng carefully teased Chen Tang, gradually heightening the tension. At this juncture, Chen Tang was already unnerved. Enough. I acknowledge your insight. I concede, Chen Tang admitted hastily, urging Lin Cheng to speak. After all, pride was trivial compared to profit. If Lin Cheng were to expose his culinary secret before such a vast audience, the repercussions would be devastating. Well, since you've put it that way, I shall refrain from further comments. Let this topic rest, Lin Cheng concluded, allowing Chen Tang to save face. His victory was secured, and there was no need for further humiliation. Maintaining a positive image before the audience was paramount. Furthermore, his participation in this romantic variety show was primarily to enhance Lu Feifei's favorability, and he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Thank you. Chen Tang exhaled in relief as Lin Cheng chose not to press the issue further. Viewers were astonished by the unfolding drama. No way, did he really figure it out? Look at Chen Tang's anxious expression. He must have guessed correctly. This Lin Cheng fellow is quite impressive. No wonder the female contestants favor him. Even I, a man, find myself drawn to him. Hey, control your orientation, buddy. As the excitement surrounding Lin Cheng's revelation surged, the live stream reached new heights of popularity. With nearly 2 million viewers at its peak. Teacher He Ling, it appears Chen Tang's performance has concluded. Shall we proceed to Dr. Zhang Shan's showcase? Lin Cheng prompted. Yes. Let us welcome Dr. Zhang Shan for an enthralling display of talent, He Ling affirmed, transitioning the focus of the live broadcast to Zhang Shan, who appeared donned in a white coat, exuding an air of eccentricity. Now, allow me to demonstrate the art of hypnosis, Zhang Shan announced with an air of mystique. Chapter 108. This is not hypnosis, but sleep induction, hypnosis? It seems rather absurd to me. Hypnosis is merely nonsense, akin to magic tricks, nothing but illusions. Indeed, those who claim to have been hypnotized are often just prearranged accomplices. As long as the payment is sufficient, I would not mind being put to sleep. Even though I am a man, the sound of that abacus above is rather loud. Are you hoping to gain both wealth and fame? In this era, netizens exhibit a remarkably heightened awareness against fraud. Most are well aware that hypnosis is a figment of imagination and harbor no belief in the words of Dr. Zhang Shan, the psychologist. Yet, Zhang Shan remains unfazed, exuding an air of confidence regarding the practice of hypnosis. It is true that many harbor skepticism towards hypnosis, but that does not negate its existence. It merely reflects a lack of understanding. Today, I intend to showcase the allure of hypnosis and the wonders of psychology before all the viewers. To ensure the smooth execution of the hypnosis, I have specifically selected an individual to serve as my subject. Indeed, before the hypnosis could commence, Zhang Shan was preparing to enlist external assistance, suggesting that this individual was likely his chosen accomplice. Wait a moment, if you invite an outsider to perform hypnosis, many in the audience may doubt it. Look at the numerous male and female participants we have here. Why not select one of them as your subject? Jin Shen boldly interrupted Zhang Shan's plan. You all lack professionalism, and I fear there might be issues with cooperation, Zhang Shan awkwardly replied. If you can hypnotize someone unprofessional, wouldn't that serve to highlight your expertise? Bai Lu countered. If you bring in an outsider, we will merely perceive it as a magic trick, and your so-called hypnosis would lose all significance in our eyes. It would be akin to watching a farce. Zhang Shan did not anticipate the situation escalating to this point, leaving him somewhat flustered. There is no need for hesitation. Let Lin Cheng be your subject. Lu Feifei chimed in, playfully pushing Lin Cheng forward. Yes, hypnotize Lin Cheng and have him perform the dance that Kai Jun just showcased, Chen Tang grinned mischievously. All right. Fine, let him do it. However, if my subject is uncooperative, the chances of success will diminish significantly. Should it fail, do not blame me. Zhang Shan cautioned the audience with a hint of foreboding. As he spoke, the production team wheeled in a reclining chair and positioned it before the two. Dr. Zhang. If I'm not hypnotized, should I pretend? Lin Cheng inquired earnestly. No need, just relax, Zhang Shan replied, aware that he could not divulge any further instructions on live television. Okay, I want to pretend then, Lin Cheng declared as he reclined in the chair, preparing for hypnosis. His remarks elicited laughter from the viewers in the live stream. Ha ha ha, saying that on live television, he surely wouldn't want you to pretend. Oh no. It seems the psychologist might falter. After breaking Chen Tang's defenses, is he now targeting the psychologist? Lin Cheng is quite ruthless. I sense we are in for some entertainment. The viewers were all abuzz with excitement. Ahem, we shall begin now. Zhang Shan positioned himself beside Lin Cheng, ready to initiate the induction. Now, adjust your body into the most comfortable position. Please close your eyes. Once your eyes shut, you will commence relaxation. Then, take 3 deep breaths. With each exhalation, attempt to relax all your muscles. Slowly inhale, exhale, relax. Inhale, exhale, relax. One more time. Inhale, exhale, relax. Now, you will notice your mind growing tranquil, as though you have entered a wondrous realm, detached from the mundane, devoid of thoughts. Zhang Shan recited the customary phrases employed by psychologists during hypnosis. Now, your thoughts are under my control. Whatever I instruct you to do, you shall comply. And upon hearing my words, simply nod your head. Assuming he had successfully hypnotized Lin Cheng, Zhang Shan began issuing commands. However, Lin Cheng remained completely still, appearing oblivious to the proceedings, showing no signs of having been hypnotized. Hey, give me some response, otherwise, I might feel quite embarrassed, Zhang Shan murmured, leaning closer to Lin Cheng. After a slight pause, Lin Cheng finally reacted by snoring. Under Zhang Shan's supposed hypnosis, Lin Cheng had fallen asleep. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Haha. Lin Cheng has actually fallen asleep. This is not hypnosis. It's clearly a sleep induction. In a dating show, sleeping and snoring. Lin Cheng might just be the first to do so. Where is the psychologist's clinic? I've been suffering from insomnia and could use his treatment. The viewers were thoroughly entertained by this comedic scene, erupting in playful banter. Hey, don't sleep. Wake up, quickly. Zhang Shan, embarrassed by Lin Cheng's behavior, shook him vigorously. Huh, what is happening? Have I been hypnotized? Lin Cheng, roused from his slumber, mumbled groggily. Hypnosis? Nonsense. You were just asleep. Zhang Shan, unable to contain his frustration, let slip a curse. Oh, my apologies. I didn't sleep well last night. Lin Cheng offered a nonchalant apology, showing no remorse. Zhang Shan, exasperated, was momentarily speechless and turned to the live audience. Dear viewers, it is not that my hypnotic skills are lacking. It is merely that he was uncooperative. If you wish to assign blame, let it be directed at him. Without hesitation, Zhang Shan shifted all responsibility onto Lin Cheng. Come on, that's rather unfair. You claim your hypnosis failed, yet it's my fault? Lin Cheng retorted. If you had cooperated, things would have gone smoothly. Hypnosis is a highly technical endeavor, not something to be approached carelessly as you have, Zhang Shan insisted. I must disagree. Today, I shall approach hypnosis with the utmost casualness, Lin Cheng asserted, intrigued. Isn't it my turn to showcase my talents? How about this? I will perform a hypnosis on you. You just hypnotized me. And now I shall hypnotize you without needing your cooperation. Before an audience of millions, Lin Cheng boldly proclaimed his intent. Chapter 109. Your hypnosis cannot compare to mine. What? Lin Cheng also wants to hypnotize? Is hypnosis something everyone can do now? Surely, he doesn't intend to lull Zhang Shan to sleep, does he? However, he appears quite confident. Doesn't he? But what use is confidence? Hypnosis requires skill, not mere self-assurance. Lin Cheng's challenge to psychologist Zhang Shan ignited a frenzy among the viewers. They simply could not comprehend why Lin Cheng consistently sought to meddle in the realms of others' expertise. Brother, you claim you will hypnotize me? You clearly do not take the art of hypnosis seriously. You outsiders, lacking understanding of hypnosis, utter such nonsense. Faced with Lin Cheng's provocation, Zhang Shan could no longer contain himself. He had studied hypnosis for over a decade, merely scratching the surface, adept only at fooling the average person. Yet, here comes Lin Cheng, asserting that he could hypnotize not only him but also a trained psychologist. Is this a jest? If you don't believe me, let us put it to the test. If I lose, I'll withdraw from this dating show. That should suffice, right? Lin Cheng placed a significant wager. Very well. You said it. Upon hearing Lin Cheng's words, Zhang Shan's heart blossomed with glee. Among the 4 male contestants, Lin Cheng posed the greatest obstacle. If he could manage to eliminate Lin Cheng, his chances of victory would substantially increase. Come, make way. I shall here for you to hypnotize me, Zhang Shan declared. Lin Cheng shook his head. My approach to hypnosis differs from others. I will lie down while you stand, and I can hypnotize you. You think standing will allow you to hypnotize me? You truly are boastful, Zhang Shan scoffed with a derisive smile. Go on, then, try hypnotizing me while standing. Watch closely, Lin Cheng said with a slight smile, and then he unleashed his extraordinary ability of possession upon Zhang Shan. In an instant, Lin Cheng's physical form succumbed to slumber, while his spirit occupied Zhang Shan's body. Lin Cheng's so-called hypnosis was, in fact, his ability of possession. Once he inhabited another's body, that individual was compelled to obey his will. This was the pinnacle of hypnotic mastery. What is this? I thought you aimed to hypnotize Zhang Shan. Yet you have fallen asleep yourself? Indeed, it appears he merely sought a pretext to sleep openly. The onlooking guests expressed their doubts upon witnessing this scene. Do not misunderstand. Lin Cheng has not failed in hypnosis. Rather, he has succeeded, and I am no longer Zhang Shan, but Lin Cheng, he stated truthfully. Haha. Lin Cheng's declaration not only failed to convince the crowd, but instead incited uproarious laughter. Zhang Shan, do you take us for fools? Lin Cheng has done nothing. How could you be hypnotized? You are a psychologist. Refrain from engaging in such juvenile deception with us. Are you both in cahoots to amuse us? The other contestants found Lin Cheng's exaggerated performance after possessing Zhang Shan quite entertaining. This acting is so contrived, it pales in comparison to those young idols. This is hardly hypnosis. It's merely a charade to toy with us viewers. Is the production team attempting to create a scene? This act is rather pathetic. The art of hypnosis is being reduced to mere gestures antics by these two. Not only the celebrity contestants, but also the viewers were left bewildered by Lin Cheng and Zhang Shan's clumsy performance. So, you all do not believe that Zhang Shan was hypnotized by me, do you? Very well. I shall demonstrate how obedient a hypnotized individual can be using his body. Lin Cheng proclaimed, stretching his limbs. As we previously agreed, the hypnotized person will perform Kai Jun's dance. Now, I shall fulfill that promise. With that, Lin Cheng manipulated Zhang Shan's body, twisting his limbs to execute the embarrassing dance. Lacking a basketball, he opted for the latter half of the routine. Yet, even this segment was sufficient to induce social embarrassment. No way, Zhang Shan, are you alright? You wouldn't actually go this far, would you? Chen Tang exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, we understand your obsession with hypnosis, but there is no need to fabricate such a grand lie before so many people. Moreover, at your age, isn't it rather undignified to dance like this? Jean Chen chuckled, suppressing laughter. At this moment, the crowd remained unconvinced that Zhang Shan had been hypnotized. Suspecting he and Lin Cheng were merely playing a prank. Seeing that the time was ripe, Lin Cheng then released his possession ability, returning to his own body, while Zhang Shan's consciousness also returned. How did I end up here, and why am I so out of breath? Zhang Shan, having just completed the dance, was drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. However, since Lin Cheng had controlled his body, he remained oblivious to the true cause. Enough of this charade. Your act of feigning hypnosis has become tedious, Chen Tang remarked. Indeed, we are not naive. Your childish trickery cannot deceive us, Kai Jun added in agreement. What hypnosis? What deception? What are you talking about? When did Lin Cheng hypnotize me? Zhang Shan inquired, utterly bewildered. Are you serious? Seeing Zhang Shan's expression, the others began to harbor doubts. Of course, I am serious. What transpired just now? Did Lin Cheng truly hypnotize me? The look on Zhang Shan's face shifted from confusion to alarm. If what they claimed was true, then Lin Cheng had unknowingly hypnotized himself, a sophisticated technique of hypnosis that few in the world could master. I have been emphasizing that I hypnotized him. Yet no one believed me. What a pity that the truth goes unrecognized, Lin Cheng mused, a faint smile of superiority upon his face. Only at that moment did the crowd gradually begin to accept that Lin Cheng's hypnosis might indeed be authentic. My goodness, could it be that this fellow truly possesses the ability to hypnotize? Regardless, Zhang Shan's demeanor does not suggest he is acting. It seems my knowledge has been woefully inadequate. There are indeed extraordinary individuals in this world. If I had such hypnotic prowess, I would certainly employ it with women. The viewers were astounded by Lin Cheng's remarkable skill. Lin Cheng, besides your culinary talents, do you also possess the ability to hypnotize? Lu Feifei inquired in astonishment. These are merely minor skills. I possess many more talents, Lin Cheng replied with a proud smile. Ding. Lu Feifei's affection level increased by 30, now standing at 100. Given the exceptional circumstances, there is no need for a confession. The host can directly unlock a superpower. With this declaration, Lu Feifei's affection surged by 30 points, enabling the unlocking of a new superpower. System, my affection level is full. I wish to unlock a new superpower. Achieving maximum affection so swiftly, Lin Cheng felt incredibly fortunate. It seemed he had indeed made the right choice by participating in this dating show. Chapter 110. I just want to date Ding. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new superpower. I understand women's hearts. I understand women's hearts. This ability allows one to read the inner thoughts of women. Upon unlocking this newfound ability, Lin Cheng felt an invigorating rush of clarity. With this power, he could navigate through a sea of flowers without a single petal clinging to him. As Lin Cheng celebrated his new capability, the dating show progressed into the final voting segment, where the female guests would select their preferred male contestant after the 4 male guests showcased their talents. Hello, esteemed audience. The thrilling talent display has concluded, and now it is time for the female guests to cast their votes, announced the host, Ling. To heighten the suspense, the production team has introduced a twist. Any male guest not chosen will be eliminated from the show. Will any of our male contestants face elimination today? Let us find out. Having previously discussed their choices among themselves, each female guest was set to select one male contestant. Thus, the production team was confident that no male contestant would be eliminated. Ladies, please make your choices, Ling urged the 4 female guests. My choice remains unchanged. My ideal partner is still Lin Cheng, Lu Feifei declared first. Her fondness for Lin Cheng was already at its peak, and even if she were to confess now, her answer would be an unequivocal yes. Thus, her selection of Lin Cheng was entirely unsurprising. However, the other 3 female guests found themselves in a state of dilemma. After all, compared to Lin Cheng, the remaining 3 male contestants appeared utterly lackluster. Even with the most questionable taste, they would never choose the less appealing candidates. Dear female guests, please do not hesitate any longer. Make your choices, Ling pressed on. I also choose Lin Cheng. After a brief moment of hesitation, Bai Lu spoke up. What? The director, Wang Quanan, nearly choked on his drink upon hearing Bai Lu's choice. They had initially agreed to select different candidates. How could she choose Lin Cheng? This meant one male contestant would undoubtedly face elimination. A chill ran down Wang Quanan's spine as he pondered the implications. No, it seemed that the final elimination might not be limited to just one contestant. As Wang Quanan mulled over this, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. I also select Lin Cheng. So do I. Both Hubana and Jinchen declared their choices for Lin Cheng as well. This meant that none of the other 3 male contestants received any votes, and according to the production team's rules, they were all destined for elimination. This dramatic scene elicited laughter from the online viewers. Ha ha ha, can you believe it? 3 out of 4 male contestants were not chosen. What is the point of this show? They really messed this up. Now I believe this dating show has no script. After just 2 episodes, this dating show is about to conclude. Such a shocking turn of events in dating show history. Clearly, this Lin Cheng is vastly superior to the other male contestants. Next time, the production team should remember to find male contestants of comparable quality. Viewers flooded the comments section, critiquing the production team's handling of the situation. Well, this is quite unexpected. All 4 female guests chose the same male contestant, Ling stammered, despite having encountered numerous unforeseen circumstances throughout his hosting career. Today's events constituted the most severe crisis he had faced, potentially the greatest challenge of his profession. Even someone as quick-witted as he was at a loss for how to proceed. Should he follow protocol and eliminate the other 3 male contestants? Or allow Lin Cheng to advance alone and risk ruining the show? As Ling wrestled with his dilemma, he heard the voice of the director, Wang Quanan, through his earpiece. Follow the production team's rules. Eliminate the other 3 male contestants. Additionally, we shall add a segment where the sole remaining male contestant, Lin Cheng, selects one of the 4 female guests to confess his feelings to. We must conclude the show on a proper note. Having reached this pivotal moment, Wang Quanan recognized that the show could not end without resolution, especially since it was being broadcast live. Failing to uphold their word would significantly tarnish the show's reputation. Rules are rules. Since they had agreed that unselected male contestants would be eliminated, it was time to say farewell to Chen Tang, Zhang Shan, and Kai Jun. With the director's approval, Ling swiftly announced, however, we shall introduce an additional segment where Lin Cheng, the sole surviving male contestant, will choose one of the 4 female guests to confess his feelings to. Lin Cheng, please reveal your choice. As all the cameras focused on Lin Cheng, the female guests and viewers eagerly awaited his response. Previously, Lin Cheng would have been eager to confess to Lu Feifei to unlock his superpower. However, this time was different. Even without confessing, his ability was already unlocked, rendering such a move unnecessary and potentially unwise. I am merely an ordinary person, and there exists a significant disparity in status between myself and these female stars. I lack the confidence to sustain a relationship with someone of such prominence. Therefore, my choice is to refrain from confessing to anyone. Lin Cheng calmly declined all offers. What? He rejected everyone? How arrogant can he be? Even if he dismisses the others, how could he turn down the celestial being? I am torn between admiration and frustration. Yet, he does have a point. Dating celebrities does come with immense pressure. Viewers were astonished by Lin Cheng's decision and could not help but engage in fervent discussion. Well, if that is your choice, I shall refrain from further comment. Ling remarked, taken aback by Lin Cheng's unexpected decision, plunging him deeper into a professional crisis. This broadcast concludes here. As for when the second season of Heartfelt Plans will commence, let us await further updates. As Ling delivered his closing remarks, the dating show came to an end. You really could have shown a bit more consideration. I thought for sure you would choose me, Lu Feifei said, approaching Lin Cheng with a hint of grievance. Haha, I would have liked to. But I felt unworthy of your attention, Lin Cheng replied with a smile. What do you mean unworthy? If you had chosen me, I might have actually said yes. Lu Feifei stated earnestly. Is that so? What a pity, Lin Cheng casually remarked. He had come to this show solely for the superpower. And now that he had obtained it, he felt no need to pursue a relationship. Really? I suspect you may have someone else in your heart. Lu Feifei teased with a smile. Perhaps so. It seems we are fated to be apart. I have some work to attend to, so let's talk later. Lu Feifei said with a chuckle, brushing off the matter. Until next time, Lin Cheng waved goodbye. After Lu Feifei departed, Lin Cheng's phone suddenly buzzed. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Gu Xuewei. Hello, the campus beauty Gu. What can I do for you? Lin Cheng answered the call. I watched your live stream. Why didn't you choose anyone in the end? With someone as beautiful as Lu Feifei, you wasted an opportunity to date her. Gu Xuewei commented from the other end. Are you serious? Wouldn't you feel upset if I dated someone else? Lin Cheng laughed. Why would I be upset? I'm feeling quite content, actually, Gu Xuewei replied defiantly. Are you being sincere? I can tell just by listening, Lin Cheng remarked as he activated his newly acquired superpower. I understand a woman's heart. Fortunately, he had not confessed his feelings to anyone. But why was he so concerned about this troublesome man? Gu Xuewei's thoughts echoed through the phone, reaching Lin Cheng's ears. Haha, Gu, the campus belle, don't pretend in front of me. I possess mind-reading abilities. Upon hearing her inner voice, Lin Cheng couldn't help but smile. Indeed, Gu Xuewei harbored feelings for him. What type of girl could she possibly prefer if even a superstar like Lu Feifei didn't pique her interest? Was it perhaps the strong, charismatic type like the senior female executive? Gu Xuewei inquired. I merely admire strong women like her. It's not a romantic affection, so please don't misunderstand. The girl I like must possess character and spirit, someone who can engage in playful banter with me, and of course, she must be of campus belle caliber. Lin Cheng elaborated, nearly mentioning Gu Xuewei's name. How annoying. I won't talk to you anymore, Gu Xuewei playfully retorted before hanging up. Sighing, Lin Cheng mused that knowing too many beautiful women could be quite burdensome, requiring him to strategize his approach to win their hearts. It felt exhausting. All he desired was a simple romantic relationship. 3 superpowers were more than sufficient. System, please refrain from assigning me tasks in the future. I fear Gu, the campus belle, might misunderstand. Lin Cheng chuckled, marking the conclusion of his pursuit of goddesses. After all, the goddess was already before him. The end.